This audiobook contains 10 censored sentences and 139 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. In the court, a ruthless commander is looked at suspiciously, but being overtly kind is also a cause for concern, especially for women. However, given Wang Yinmei's previous ruthless act of a grand sacrifice, such an act of kindness might benefit her reputation. We've gathered enough sacrifices to activate the time gate, so you can do as you please, Fan Leiwei shrugged. However, in your next attack, don't forget to prioritize Empress Wu's capture. Now is Wang Yinmei's time of frown. Aren't you a little too focused on this woman? I'm telling you, she will be one of our greatest obstacles. So we must nip the danger in the bud. Wang Yinmei's eyes scrutinized him for a few seconds. If you say so. But don't forget the court's rules about dating foreign enemy combatants. What are you insinuating? Fan Leiwei suddenly yelled with a red face. His expression that of a child caught red-handed in a sneaky act. How absurd. I'm giving you sound advice, but you want to assassinate my character? He snorted coldly before storming out of the room, leaving Wang Yanmei with an even more profound frown. It's very common for expeditions to fail because a commander falls in love with the wrong person. That's why the Infinite Divine Court has many rules regarding this subject, and the Commander Academy's courses include how to deal with such a situation. There are even a few conservative families that forbid marriage with creatures from other timelines. I need to keep an eye on him in case this becomes a problem, Wang Yinmei thought. Under normal circumstances, she would have assigned someone to watch over him secretly, but she was currently short of manpower. There is also the fear that Fan Leiwei will lash out if he discovers the truth. Wang Yinmei sighed, then closed her eyes and waited. A few hours later, she received a report from Fate regarding the information they had gathered about the primordial timeline. Without wasting a moment, the second heiress to the Wan clan headed to a secret room in her quarters, facing a mirror with silver handles the size of a human. An intense light emanates from the mirror for a few minutes before revealing a middle-aged man in black gold armor, a stern face, a bushy beard, and one eye closed. Minister, Wang Yinmei bowed politely. Report. Yes, sir. Wang Yinmei did not dare to show any signs of impoliteness. Although her family also had a second step, a Senate saint, no one could compare to Minister of War, Chu Shinfeng. This was a man with a record of killing other ascendant or tribunal saints. And it's more than one. Wang Yinmei did not waste time as she transmitted everything that had happened, along with the information that the divination department had acquired. Due to restrictions from the primordial timeline, the process took more than 10 hours. Usually, Wang Yinmei would never feel tired, but the pressure the Minister of War brought her, even across timelines, was immense, so she almost fainted. After receiving the information, Chu Shenfeng did not immediately say anything, and Wang Yinmei quickly lowered her head and said, I have failed you. How have you failed me? He asked in a deep voice. I've lost too many of our troops, and after being here for so long, I'm still stuck in a landing base. We expected the invasion to be filled with challenges, so the number of casualties allowed is greater than you imagined. You are far from that number. Even so, Wang Yinmei uttered, do you know why I chose you for this expedition despite so many people being as qualified as you, if not more? This subordinate does not know. For 2 reasons, Chu Shenfeng calmly explained. Firstly, you have something to prove. I knew that passion and desire would become the fuel for you to do whatever was necessary to ensure success. But that was not the primary reason I selected you. The deciding factor is your ability to navigate the political landscape of the court. A sudden realization dawned on Wang Yinmei. One of her strengths has always been how to manage the scions of these powerful families. The expedition to the primordial timeline is sought after by every powerful faction in the Infinite Court, and the commanders, especially the first commander, must be someone capable of handling all of them. I understand, Wang Yinmei replied with a soft sigh. Fate is truly fickle. In the academy, many people claimed she was pandering to other family members and even called her a sycophant. However, who knew that this approach was what ultimately helped her secure such a lucrative military assignment as the Primordial Timeline Expedition. The information you've retrieved is a great merit, Chu Shunfeng continued. You only need a few more achievements, and you can request to use a heaven-grade Saint transformation platform. Wang Yinmei's eyes lit up. There are many reasons transcendent in other timelines that are more challenging, one of which is the fact that these timelines are not perfect. They're missing something crucial that only the primordial timeline has. The Infinite Divine Court has created Saint transformation platforms to make up for these deficiencies. Unfortunately, their creation requires rare materials, and only Ascendant Saints can refine them. Her clan has many platforms, but the highest level is only Upper Earth grade. Only the court has access to the Heaven grade platform that grants the highest chance of success. I will do my best, sir. Good. Chu Xinfeng nodded. Do you need anything? Wang Yinmei's eyes lit up with excitement after hearing these words. Normally, there is a chain of command she needs to go through to ask for support and reinforcements. Now that the minister was asking, this was a perfect opportunity to ask for some rare resources. Wang Yinmei took a moment to analyze her current situation. First, she needed a Dream Master. The woman named Ma Liquiu has been using Dream Dao to infiltrate the base, and she needed someone to deal with him. Second, there is the issue of the Dao contamination. She not only needed to solve the physical issue, but also deal with the clans and factions behind these people, causing trouble. Finally, she needed to prepare for the next attack. So, after taking all these issues into account, she did not hesitate to raise her demand. Everything is fine except for the stabilizer talisman, Chu Shanfeng responded. Can I ask why, sir? Of all the things she asked, the talisman was the one she had the most confidence in. With it, she could remove most of the influence Heavenly Dao and Grand Dao had placed in the base, thus regaining the absolute control they used to have. The Grand Preceptor has noticed some fluctuation in the court's luck, Chu Shunfeng revealed, which shocked Wang Yinmei. How powerful was the Infinite Divine Court? Any signs of fluctuation from their key luck were a sign of something major. Is it related to the primordial timeline, or is there a rebellion somewhere else? Wang Yinmei knew some timelines, despite being conquered, remained unstable because their saints had survived the hunt and hidden, using guerrilla tactics to cause trouble for the court. It's most likely the Primordians. Zhu Shenfeng, not that. I see, Wang Yinmei muttered. It's a shame about the talisman, but in the current situation, it's indeed impossible to use the court's luck to condense them. There are no reserves since they are created on a need-to basis. Can I contribute in any way? She asked. You will be notified if there is. Wang Yinmei understood the subtext. She can't interfere in an event of such scale. So, she obediently nodded before ending the communication. Trouble is coming, she muttered. If the primordial timeline attacks at full force, the court will have to expand a significant portion of its military strength to deal with it. Wang Yinmei was confident in her people. But the issue is that if the war does not end swiftly, the other unstable parts of the court's territory will definitely use this opportunity to cause trouble. In the end, they might even have to abandon a few timelines. Well, the worst-case scenario is we abandon all our foreign territories and isolate ourselves again, Wang Yinmei thought. One of the advantages of the court's isolation is that it has become impenetrable. So, no matter what chaos they caused outside, they can still return to their divine timeline to rest, recuperate, and start over. Of course, the price paid is incalculable, but it's better than destruction. Chapter 1705. Token. As Wang Yinmei was about to leave, she sensed something from the mirror and frowned. After hesitating for a few seconds, she activated it. A woman with a cold expression, dressed in a simple blue robe. Luscious black hair tightened in a phoenix bun, piercing purple eyes, and a domineering aura. Patriarch, Wang Yinmei bowed politely. Why am I receiving complaints from the other family that you've ruined their people? Wang Huazi asked, her voice as chilling as her demeanor. We are in a war, and injuries and casualties are inevitable, Wang Yinmei replied with a blank face. If they didn't want to take the risk, They Shun Ti have signed up for this expedition. Don't use sophistry to hide your incompetence. Wan Huazi snorted coldly. Wan Yinmi felt the pressure of a saint even from across the mirror. But she remained composed. Incompetence? The minister just praised my achievements and rewarded me with great merit. Are you insinuating Lord Chu can't do his job properly? Wan Huazi squinted. Your incompetence is ruining our clan's relationships with the other royals. Ruining relationship? You've already done that yourself, Wan Yinmei thought to herself. However, her expression remained as expressionless as a brooding maiden in a painting. The people are not dead, and the minister has already promised to send the necessary resources to cure them. Our relationship hasn't reached the point of being ruined. Word will not get you out of this punishment. Wan Huazi countered coldly. You've broken the clan rules, and, as the patriarch, I ordered you to return immediately to receive punishment. Wan Yinmei looked at her with his mouth open for a few seconds before chuckling. You're getting bolder and bolder, aren't you? You now dare to interfere in the court's expedition. You dare disobey me? Disobey you? So the court's laws that say all matters of the highest sovereign take precedence over any clan or sect's rules don't matter as long as you say so? I didn't know you had such power. My apologies. I will report this new information to my superiors before immediately returning home. Wan Huazi stared at her little sister. The temperature in Wan Yinmei's room drastically dropped, but she remained calm. I'll make you pay when you return. I'm sure you'll try, Wan Yinmei replied as she ended the communication. This was a weird conversation, but after a brief analysis, everything made sense. The madwoman was scared. All her life, Wan Huazi has been the pearl of the Wan clan, their only hope at cultivating a third ascendant saint. Unfortunately, her Tao and personality can be summed up in one word: domineering. Over the years, the elders have indulged her so much that she has offended so many people. Before sanctification, she was a junior and somewhat protected, but now, as a saint, the other clans have begun suppressing her. If I return home, she can use the excuse of holding the clan's honor and repaying my incompetence to be selected as the saint to be sent to the primordial timeline. With the merit for this expedition, her strength can be drastically increased, and she can even see the road ahead for the second step. Wan Yinmei sneered. She exhaled deeply. The road ahead was already decided. Make enough merit, sanctify with 12 pillars, become an elder, and just wait for this woman's past to catch up to her. Then, she will finally prove to everybody that she has always been the future of the clan. I'm done living in your shadow, Wan Yinmei muttered, her mind feeling at peace as if a heavy weight had been lifted. Tao opening sect. After checking his body, Wang Wei asked his wife's avatar to use the best seal available to protect it. A part of him wanted to seal it in the lower dimension, but heavenly Tao wouldn't allow it, so he had to think of something else. Luckily, the Origin Seal continent had a terrifying seal that used all the artificial grand constructs. And with Mithria's additional power, Wang Wei felt more secure. Once that was dealt with, Wang Wei had a few last-minute preparations before the expedition in less than 2,000 yuan epic. The first was healing. Grand Tao was not cheap and gave him enough merit to return to his peak in record time. So, after dealing with the problems in his existence, condensing another powerful body, and regaining his cultivation, he did not hesitate to pop out of the Hong protective system to use the karmic connection to Earth to contact Hongjun, their spirit meant in the communication space of the soul network ability. Lord Hongjun, Wang Wei saluted. The old man nodded before immediately asking, "Is it true that they escaped the prison?" "It's true. Cause and effect. Even a saint cannot completely escape," Hongjun sighed. A brief moment of lamentation flashed in his old man's eyes before he regained his calm, sage-like bearing. Did he regret his actions? The answer is yes. By burning his flesh, soul, and even Tao, he was able to reincarnate into Pangu's world. Hongjun did so because he saw a chance to reach the third step and even achieve true transcendence. Sadly, fate played a trick on him. Instead of seeing the path ahead, he escaped one prison for another. What is their current situation? Hong Jun asked. By now, most of them should have already returned to the peak Paragon strength, maybe even primals, Wang Wei said truthfully. What about their attitude toward me? Or the prehistoric world? But I don't know. Wang Wei shook his head. They've been hiding quite well, and the situation in my world is currently chaotic, and I haven't had the opportunity to come across them. One of them should have been able to sense my, or Pangu's aura on you and acted. Wang Wei's lips twitched. Any cause and effect related to these saints was always a pain in the ass. By the way, Lord, do you have a way for me to search for these people? Search? No. But I can give you a technique to detect once one of them is close to you, Hong Jun replied. That is fine by me. Hong Jun waved his hand to condense a talisman that Wang Wei put away. Did you need anything? Hong Jun knew Wang Wei wouldn't contact him unless there were an emergency. Wang Wei did not hesitate to tell him about his request. Hong Jun gave him a knowing glance before nodding. That is not a problem. His Tao still involved destiny, so it's very easy for him to fool most of this world as saints if he puts some effort into it. Thank you, Lord Hong Jun. I'm just settling some cause and effect, Hong Jun calmly said. He knew this person before him was a walking trouble magnet, and a part of him regretted getting involved in all this trouble. Unfortunately, he still needs Wang Wei's help to survive the upcoming catastrophe. Before I leave, a few words. Please, I know the karma between you and Ying Zheng. Wang Wei was not surprised by this. He would never believe Ying Zheng had regained complete control of that artifact. Saints operate on a different level. Hence, Wang Wei is always wary of the time-skipping Ord. And based on his analysis, even if Ying Zheng had succeeded, Wang Wei would still not be surprised that Hong Jun knew of the ins and outs of the Eternal Ascension world. As the former Destiny Chaos God, even if Hong Jun had abandoned most of his Tao, some things cannot be wiped out by even samsara. Not to mention that Wang Wei suspects that a few artifacts that once belonged to Pangu are now in Hong Jun's possession. With all these powers, the Hong protective system cannot block this man's sight. No matter the final outcome, do take into account that we need as much help as possible. Wang Wei looked him in the eyes before nodding. I understand. Secondly, if you meet the other transmigrators, there is no need to become antagonistic. I'm not that kind of person, Wang Wei said. My relationship with Ying Zheng only deteriorated to this point because he antagonized me first. Hong Jun would not debate the right and wrong of their relationship. At this point, it's pointless. All he cared about was protecting the others and ensuring the same thing did not happen again. Hong Jun raised his palm to condense a token. During the expedition, do everything possible to survive and come back alive. If everything else fails, use this token to surrender to the infinite divine court. You have connections with them? Wang Wei asked. I've tried many approaches to solve the current situation of the prehistoric world, and my path eventually led to the court. By any chance, you and T happen to know what the highest sovereigness Tao is? I'm not worthy enough to find such secrets, nor do I dare try, Hong Jun revealed. Even before her reincarnation, he wouldn't dare try to peep at the secrets of a Grand Tao Saint. I see. Chapter 1706. Last-minute preparations. Wang Wei held the token in his right hand and played with it. He would never treat Hong Jun's demeanor as a charismatic and helpless old man seriously. No matter what, this is a man who has plotted and schemed his way to the top, so he must analyze every move he makes. Does Hong Jun know about the infinite divine court's attempt to kill him? If he does, why did he offer this token knowing their animosity? What does he mean? What is he planning? There's a chance that he doesn't know, and I'm overthinking, but I can't be too careful. Wang Wei thought before sending the token and the technique to Mithriya to check. As far as I can tell, there is nothing wrong with the token, Mithriya replied through divine sense. I just want to be careful, which is the right mindset to have when dealing with saints, Mithriya nodded. I'll put a seal on it. Thanks. And can you find the chaos demon gods with this technique? Not all of them, but this should increase my chances. All right. I won't bother you with healing anymore. Wang Wei said before ending the conversation. He still had a few last-minute preparations before leaving. The first of which was engraving the new Heaven Deception array in his sea of consciousness. The process was not arduous, requiring only a bit of time and some rare materials. Once that was done, Wang Wei focused his attention on the Sect Key Luck Dragon. He cut off a small portion to refine a copy of the Saint Art Scroll before fusing the item into his sea of consciousness. Finally, Wang Wei summoned the space ring with all the coffins and started refining a potent memory crystal. Is she also making final preparations? Wang Wei said as he sensed a heaven and earth phenomenon. The Saint S will manifest it in the sky, and everybody felt it. Then, her voice spread to every corner of the world. All Overlord faction, lend me your Sect S key luck. Myriad dragons roared in all corners of the world before turning into beams of light, standing straight like the very pillars that hold heaven and earth. A terrifying formation, which most people recognized as the Grand Unified Will, materialized in the sky to intercept these beams. A towering golden palm manifested below the array to create a chain of runes. From now on until my return, no saint can appear in the world or descend from primordial chaos. Mithra's domineering voice spread to every cultivator still alive. I now appoint Heavenly Tao to use the Grand Unified Will to punish anyone who dares break this rule. How domineering, Wang Wei smiled. With this measure, the Chaos Demon Gods are screwed. By now, news of the Saint S departure has already spread since Mithra asked people to volunteer to create a legion as commanded by the Time Cardinal. The people most excited by this news were the Chaos Demon Gods. Unfortunately for them, Mithra not only created an order disorder to prevent any saint-tier powers from appearing, but also granted Heavenly Tao the power to punish anyone who tries. While this is a great preventive measure, its effect is merely to prevent utter chaos, Wang Wei thought as he shook his head. Besides these chaos demon gods, who cannot be underestimated, there is also the infinite divine court and the revived supreme unity. All these people will not remain quiet, not to mention the possibility of foreign saints who did not participate in the expedition, using this opportunity to enter the eternal ascension world and reap the benefits. No matter what the saint does, the eternal ascension world will forever be changed by the times we return, Wang Wei sighed. If Mithra could leave a clone, all these issues would no longer be a problem. Unfortunately, a clone would cause even more problems if it gained sentience while Mithra was isolated in the other timeline. She has already experienced it once with Wang Wei's grandmother. Wang Wei doubted she would want to take the risk again. There are still a few thousand years until the expedition, so Wang Wei waited patiently while checking on Grandma Ju's situation. She was already inside the secret realm, using its resources to sprint to the primal stage. Once everybody has left and she has achieved her objective, the next step is to deal with the primal seer. I hope you don't let me down, Wang Wei thought. To ensure the success of this plan, he even used his blood to refine a pill for Grandma Ju that will drastically increase her affinity with fate. Additionally, his wife has long designed an array that would allow her to strip control of the all-seeing Temple's most powerful weapon from them. With all these preparations, nothing should go wrong, but Wang Wei wanted to be extra careful. Should I leave Wang Ju as a backup? Wang Wei thought. However, after thinking about it for a while, he decided against it. Hong Jun and Mithra have already gone to the extra length of hiding Heaven's secrets. But if Wang Ju is involved in any way, it's easy to trace things back to him. Time is like a flowing river, and for these eternal beings, a couple of thousands of years, which is the sum of human history on Earth, is nothing but a fleeting dream. So, when the departing arrived, Wang Wei teleported to the heavenly court. He was one of the last to come, but since the saint had yet to reveal herself, everybody just calmly waited. Wang Wei thought as he sensed something from Lin Fan. His reaction remained calm and revealed little. I should have thought about it. How can Lin Fan's karma with the Chaos Demon God end so easily? One of them must be using him as a vessel. The question now is whether this is a situation similar to Feng Heng, or has he been possessed and replaced? Wang Wei favored the former. Based on the limited interactions and information gathered from Sheng Huovi, he knew these chaos demon gods disdained the human body and wished to recreate their former fleshly body. The imprisonment of the chaos demon god has always puzzled me, Wang Wei thought. If Grand Dao was so mad at Pango's actions, why did he punish everybody else? It could be argued that she's vindictive and decided on a collective punishment. But in my eyes, she's not that emotional. So, these chaos demon gods did something that elicited the imprisonment. There are countless possibilities. But if Wang Wei were to build on his theory about perfection corrupting Pangu, the answer is obvious. One, if not all of these guys, were tempted by the perfection power and Grand Dao couldn't tell who did it. Maybe she couldn't even tell whether they did. Regardless, she imprisoned them for eons to verify. Pieces of the puzzle started to fit together as Wang Wei deduced the truth with the limited information he had. The issue is whether they did it or not, Wang Wei analyzed. The last thing he wanted was for a power capable of corrupting a Grand Dao to have escaped into the world. With his terrible luck, he will most likely have to deal with it. No, this is not a matter of luck or having the trouble magnet physique. With perfection power, his every existence means that all life in the chaos universe will eventually be drawn into his affairs. Wang Wei secretly groaned. Let us assume there is a culprit, and it has escaped. What would be his next move? He'll obviously need a way to hide from Grand Dao. But the issue is where they would hide? Could they be a part of the group that left the Eternal Ascension world? Or did they choose to hide at the most dangerous place? He had reached the limit he could deduce with the limited information he had. However, Wang Wei now had a plan, and the first step was to know more about the Chaos Demon Gods. With a bit of logical reasoning, he can deduce that only an individual with a third step strength could hide from Grand Dao in these circumstances. The world has no absolute, so a capable tribunal saint with ample preparations can probably hide from Grand Dao. However, whoever the chaos demon god responsible for all this is, they would not have had ample time to prepare. The prison was most likely a place to try to purify them, and adding the fact that most of them were severely injured, if not dead, before being sent there. There are no resources or opportunity for a second step transcendent to prepare well enough to hide from Grand Dao. As long as I can find who among them has reached the third step, I'll have a list of suspects, Wang Wei analyzed. Such information is vital to him for a myriad of reasons. Whether to use it to prepare for the prehistoric world-esque calamity, or sell this information to Grand Dao for a prize, all are viable paths to gain him more benefit. Chapter 1707. Deducing the future state of the world on another note. Why the hell does Su Shi also have a chaos demon god inside of her? Wang Wei thought. For all the money in the universe, he would never believe this was a mere coincidence. This world rarely has coincidences, and when they do, someone usually takes advantage of them and makes it appear as if they didn't. Since it's not a coincidence, it must mean a target, Wang Wei analyzed. Do they have enmity? Su Shi would never willingly hurt Lin Fan, meaning whoever chaos demon god is inside her body is either threatening her or they've made an agreement. I'm leaning more on the latter. Wang Wei's mind deduced countless possibilities. Su Shi's chaos demon god convinced her that Lin Fan's demon god was dangerous, and they made a deal to get rid of the threat. She really cannot escape the Dragon Phoenix fate. People, usually women, born with the Dragon Phoenix fate will spend most of their life supporting and uplifting their partners. Cultivators who practice sovereign Tao love to have such an individual as their empress consort. I should talk to Su Shi, Wang Wei thought. If his analysis is correct, she is most likely to reveal crucial information, and they can work together. However, Wang Wei decided to be careful in case the chaos demon god's insider within her suddenly became hostile and attacked. Now that he had a plan for the future, Wang Wei shifted his focus to the other people around. He ignored the large army in dark gold armor and the other cultivators, focusing on the primals participating in this expedition. None of the leaders from the demon race or the innate demon god cave are present. Wang Wei sighed. Mithria knows these two's hatred must be resolved, and she's letting them do it now. Wang Wei knew that one of those two overlord factions would be destroyed by the time he returned, most likely the innate demon gods. Dugobatian and the Glass Pen Sage were chosen, leaving only the Beast King to oversee things. Meanwhile, I'm the only one from our sect who is leaving, Wang Wei observed. He could already foresee the fate of the Grand Sect Alliance. Emperor Kong is also here, and Mithria may be giving him the chance to kill Glasspen and take back full control of the Literary Way destiny. The pattern of the world after the expedition can be foreseen based on the people present, assuming everything survives. Wanghua and Xiao Wenkei are here. Their relationships recently soured to the point that everybody knows it. Whoever kills the other will eliminate a threat. But the overwhelming power that humans have in the Union will be gone. That old fox Yiguang will either use this opportunity to gain more power or leave to create his own power. Then, there's Taoism, Wang Wei thought. He could detect the worry in Absolute Beginning's face. It seems he noticed. Well, the saint wasn't being subtle. All of the soldiers from the Tao Beginning Palace were people who supported Absolute Beginning, meaning that once they die in the expedition, he'll lose most of his power. Of the four primals of the Tao Beginning Palace, Absolute Beginning was of the extreme faction. Venerable Spirit Treasure supported the younger generations, such as Zhen Biu. Taoist Three Minds was neutral, and Taoist Heavenly I only recently became a primal, making him the weakest. If Absolute Beginning dies or loses most of his power, there's no chance for him ever to regain control of Taoism. I'm surprised Mithria brought her disciple to this trip, Wang Wei thought as he nodded to Monk Wuji and Feng Hong. Is she trying to send a message that even her disciple is participating in such a dangerous mission, so no one could complain? Unfortunately, as long as she is alive, these disciples cannot experience true death unless a tribunal saint goes out of their way to eliminate them. Wang Wei shook his head internally, deciding not to focus on this. As he observed around, he immediately became excited despite his outward facial expression not showing it. Old Man Black Chess, Water Immortal, Shun Tian, and Nature Wrath were all participating in this expedition. This is the chance I've been waiting for to annihilate the Divine Faith Haven and take control of the Limitless Exchange Hall. At first, Wang Wei only wanted to destroy these gods because he feared Heavenly Tao would target the Origin Seal Continent due to their low foundation, so he wanted someone to sacrifice them instead. However, the catastrophe was unlike anything he could have predicted, making his worries useless. Regardless, he still wanted to get rid of them because of the benefits, and because they offended him by stealing his ideas without asking or providing any preparation or remuneration. No one from the Origin Seal Continent or the Skill Tao Association is here. I can understand the former since Hong is not here, and the twins have just become B-class primals. But what with the association? Is the saint trying to preserve our world's professional Tao? He was slightly worried because of the hostility between those two factions. Without his wife present, he wouldn't be surprised if the association's leader tried something against the Origin Seal Continent. As for the revenge from Wuhong, as long as they do it secretly and leave no signs, there is nothing she can do. The sect should protect them, so I don't need to worry too much, Wang Wei reassured himself. Plus, his wife might return before him. His gaze switched to two individuals with a natural sword aura. Was the Sword Path League planning? Wang Wei thought. Contrary to Wang Wei's prediction, Mithria did not summon all the primals from the League to die in this mission and pave the way for her friend, Yen Hai, to retake control of the ultimate Sword Path destiny. No, she summoned the Slaughter God, but for some reason, the Seven-Strike Sword God also volunteered. Well, regardless of what they are planning, this is the perfect opportunity for Yen Hai to break her oath and retake her position as the owner of the ultimate sword path. The situation will truly be complex beyond his wildest imagination. But Wang Wei could predict some things by observing and analyzing the people participating in this expedition. So his sight moved to his old enemy, Ingzheng. The Grand Preceptor and Bai Qi remained, but their sovereign was chosen for this mission. I wonder whether he brought the jade butterfly pendant. Wang Wei pondered. Even if it's broken, the essence of that artifact is probably high tier, meaning these powerful saints would probably be interested. It's in Ingzheng's best interest not to bring it. But the issue is that he has a high chance of dying if he doesn't. A conundrum, indeed. If Wang Wei hadn't controlled his facial expression, the schadenfreude would have been so obvious to everybody present. I can't kill Ingzheng now, since I plan to refine him into a puppet after he is sanctified, Wang Wei thought. He will need all the help needed to protect the prehistoric world from the chaos demon gods. So, instead of killing the bastard, Wang Wei decided to find another way for him to contribute. I can't injure his existence, since the reward for surviving this expedition will be more than enough to buy the best pill in the exchange list. In that case, he needs to be sealed until I have sanctified. Just like that, he decided the fate of this man who dared to try to use his wife as his stepping stone. The last person of interest was the Sea Race Primal. Of the 4 primal lineages, he is the only one who showed up. I wonder whether Mithriya recruited him, or did he sign up? Probably the former. Humans are still the rulers of this world. So, if Mithriya had to choose someone among the 4 primal lineages, it would either be the barbarian race or the sea. However, given that the former resembled humans and had a long-established history of collaboration, it's understandable that she would choose the sea race. Wang Wei's body suddenly turned to look in one direction. His movement was so natural, as if it were an instinct. He wasn't the only one. Everybody present instinctively turned their attention to the saint as she became the center of this room. No, of heaven and earth. There was no aura, no signs of arrival. Just her presence naturally influenced her surroundings. A few words, Mithriya said in her calm, gentle, and reassuring voice. You are about to meet some of the most powerful cultivators in the chaos universe. She paused to give her words a sense of gravitas. Do not speak their names in vain. Do not look at them for too long. Do not try to communicate through divine sense in their presence. Do not show any hostility. Speak only when spoken to. Follow these rules, and I will do my best to protect you if someone tries to cause unnecessary trouble. Understand? Yes, Saint, the crowd replied in unison. Chapter 1708. Saint Assembly, Terminus Heaven, Unknown Dimension. Mithriya stepped into a portal with the troops and all the primals following behind her. And as soon as they stepped into this unknown space, everybody's hearts suddenly tightened. The first thing they noticed was the hierarchy. The troops and the primals stood on the ground of this beautiful, luscious world of endless green and towering mountains. About a few thousand meters above their head stood a few humanoid individuals with a terrifying aura without even revealing it. Finally, near the clouds, a handful of symbols dominated everything between heaven and earth. Come with me, Mithriya said to Wang Wei. As the commander of this expedition, he had some privileges, but he wished he did not. No matter their relationship, none of these saints dared confront each other or release their aura. They were remarkably restrained. Yet, their mere presence has placed a lot of pressure on everyone present. Wang Wei, with his Saint Dao heart, should have fared better, but when all eyes immediately focused on him, the pressure dramatically increased. Regardless, he remained composed as he flew to the second level of this area. Wang Wei immediately recognized a few people. Old Man Tianji, Monk Dumadhina, Death Breath, and Supreme Thrust. During the mortalhood trial, they never appeared in their human forms, but Wang Wei still recognized them by their auras. He had investigated these saints through Mithriya and knew quite a bit about them. Wang Wei's eyes did not stay too long on these people. He still remembered Mithriya's warning. He would not expect the rules not to apply to him. As such, he briefly observed everybody before standing aside, quietly. There seems to be a division among the primordial chaos saints. The preliminary analysis is that this division is between the old saints who sanctified before the ultimate taboo and the new saints who did it because of it. The division makes perfect sense to Wang Wei. The old saints are, without a doubt, way more powerful than the new ones because they did not use flawed or incomplete methods as their foundations. Most of the new saints are still rebuilding their foundations to increase the number of pillars. Meanwhile, the old saints are pursuing the second step. There is also the sense of camaraderie. Wang Wei analyzed. These old saints were severely restricted by the Grand Tao, forcing them to work together for a chance of survival. Meanwhile, these new saints heavily benefited from the freedom granted to them by whatever these people did during the ultimate taboo, Wang Wei analyzed. He would not be surprised if many of these old saints held heavy disdain and resentment for their fellow companions. On another note, Mithriya is probably the strongest of the new saints, Wang Wei thought. If it's as challenging as he knows to increase the foundation pillars, then Mithriya, with her current 11 pillars, is the strongest among her peers. I wonder whether this is good or bad news. Strength means she can protect herself and maybe even become the leader of a temporary alliance of new saints. However, there's also the issue of jealousy, resentment, plotting, and perhaps even targeting from the old saints. Although they were on the same side, Wang Wei did not believe for a second that these people would not try to kill or plot against each other. The Infinite Divine Court is an elite army bound together by their dedication to the highest sovereign. Meanwhile, we're just a ragtag group of people forced to work together by Grand Tao. If this mission were not just an attack on one base, I doubt we would stand chance. All signs indicate this mission will face countless problems. Wang Wei sighed to himself before briefly observing the beings above. He recognized a few, at least he thinks he does. The symbol of the book with infinite pages should be the erudite Duchess. The bubbles with visions that reminded him of dreams should be the true Dream Lord, who has been plotting against Dong Lifen. The circles with the characters for essence, spirit, and key should represent the Trinity Venerable that has plagued the existence of Wang Wei's three ancestors. As for the broken sword, the thread of karma, and the river of blood, Wang Wei didn't know who they represented. Karma, Wang Wei thought as an idea flashed in his mind. However, he controlled himself and said nothing. 6 Tribunal Saint. Is it the total number in the Chaos universe, or just the ones participating in this mission? No, there are probably more. There could be even more partaking in this mission, but chose not to reveal themselves. Just as he was deep in thought, Wang Wei noticed the atmosphere had changed. Even Mithriya's reaction seemed odd, so Wang Wei glanced over. A man with deep back hair and eyes, wearing a black robe, had arrived. Wang Wei immediately found him familiar, but he couldn't instantly recognize how. But from everybody's reaction, this person seems famous, or maybe infamous. That death reverence, Mithriya said through divine sense, and Wang Wei glanced at her. Don't worry, I'm protecting our communication. Why is everybody's reaction so intense? No matter, like to deal with a madman of unknown background, Mithriya explained. Especially one that is strong. How strong are we talking about? He is hiding his information, so I don't know for sure. But based on the fact I feel a bit of a threat, at least 9 pillars, or he has an unknown trump card. 9 pillars? Wasn't death reverence sanctified from an incomplete method? That is one of the things puzzling me. Mithriya revealed. She knew that without Wang Wei and Wu Hong feeding her ideas and the help of the exchange list, there was no way she could have recovered to 11 pillars. Based on the information she gathered before this expedition, the highest level among her peers was 7 pillars. Yet, death reverence is an anomaly. Why did Grand Tao invite this unstable factor? Wang Wei groaned. Maybe because he is unstable. Wang Wei could understand Grand Tao's thought process. Send an unstable factor, such as death reverence, into a chaotic situation, and he'll probably reveal more information. No, not probably. He'll have to if he doesn't want to die. Then, she'll finally know how to deal with him. Unfortunately, While this approach was the best move for Grand Tao, it was a nightmare for someone like him, forced into this maelstrom of transcendent beings. "You should be careful," Mithriya said. "You don't think he would target me because of the destruction of the corpse-selling sect, right?" "I don't know, but you can never be too careful against such a madman, especially one as fanatic as him." Wang Wei sighed. "You know what? I'm starting to think exile might not be such a bad thing." No one would believe these words. Look at the infinite divine court. Without a doubt, they are one of the most powerful forces in the chaos universe, including all the infinite timelines. Yet, they are doing everything within their power to enter or return to the primordial timeline, all because only in this place can they achieve true transcendence. If Wang Wei accepted exile, one day he would have no choice but to walk the same path as the highest sovereign, and knowing what he is capable of, Grand Tao would be even more persistent in preventing his return. Upper layer of the terminus heaven, the younger self of that being who is looming over the upper side of the river of time, the slaughter ancestor said. "He is so weak." What? Tempted to crush him and feel a sense of superiority? True Dream Lord asked. "A bit. If I could kill such a being, even if it's just his weak self, my Tao would take a major step forward." "Go for it. No one is stopping you," the erudite Duchess said. The slaughter ancestor ignored her. No one who can reach their level is stupid. He was just using this topic to initiate a conversation. "Do you think the rumors that he has countless time nexus is true?" the Trinity Venerable asked. "Probably not. By the time someone reaches their level, they have only one time nexus, and it's very detailed. Without killing them on a specific day and at a specific time within a few minutes window, it's impossible to kill them. According to their predictions, Grand Tao Saints are even scarier. Their past selves must be killed down to the exact seconds." "But where did the rumors come from?" the primordial heaven sword saint asked. "As the saying goes, where there is smoke, there is fire." Such a rumor about an exalted being would not have spread so far and wide without a reason. "Does it matter?" Karma Root Monarch commented. "If it's true, it means that the being has remained alive despite countless beings trying to kill him. Can you imagine how terrifying that is?" Everybody knew he was right. If news about their time nexus was revealed and many people dedicated to attacking them, they understood how terrifying that would be. But if they had more than one time nexus and the news spread, the chances of surviving would be abysmal. Chapter 1709. Fixed Points in Time. Last arc was called the Infinite Divine Court. New arc. The Grand Expedition. How about we check a few fixed points in time to see our relationship with that being? The slaughter ancestor said. "Not interested," the erudite Duchess immediately replied. "I'm intrigued," Primordial Heaven's Sword Saint commented. He would love to see how he compares to that being at the same level. "What if we see our death?" Karma Root Monarch asked. Her words immediately brought the group to reality. As saints, they're no longer bound by many of Grand Tao's limitations, meaning they can freely navigate the river of time. As higher dimensional entities, the way they experience time is different from that of others. At this moment in time, this is their first meeting with Wang Wei. However, if they want, they can see or jump to a fixed point in time where Wang Wei is already a tribunal saint. Unfortunately, such an act is dangerous, unless they hold one of the cardinal positions and are eternal as long as the Grand Tao exists. If any of these saints see their death in these fixed points of time, then they will definitely die. However, as long as they remained in the present and did not look too far into the future would remain in a state of endless possibilities. "I envy him," the True Dream Lord sighed. "Knowing that your future self has reached a higher realm is a great benefit for any saints. As stated, the future is in a constant state of fluctuation, but some futures have a higher chance of happening. So as long as a saint finds one of those futures, they can slowly work to guarantee it happens. What is there to envy? Since he can do it, we can too," Primordial Heaven Sword Saint casually said. "There is nothing worse than not knowing whether there is a path ahead. Now that they know, they should be confident in reaching it." The True Dream Lord glanced at him. He remembered a rumor that this swordsman was connected to a Grand Tao saint from ancient times. Is this the source of his confidence? Or just a swordsman's arrogance? The true Dream Lord could not tell. Regardless, he decided to pay more attention to this man during this mission to see if he could unravel any deeper secrets. I notice 5 of you have some karmic relationship with him. What are you going to do about it? Karma Root Monarch asked. Unfortunately, her words brought up a sensitive topic, so no one said another word. True Dream Lord could remain calm because the issue with Dong Lifen was no longer a problem. The Sovereign Key Luck Path already corrupted her as a vessel, and while he could take the time and effort to purify her, it was not worth all the trouble now that he knew her connection with Wang Wei. The erudite Duchess had treated her pawn quite well and even granted her a great fortune. Wu Hong owed her such great karma, which in turn meant the great being also owed her good karma. As long as she doesn't go too far, her karma can probably benefit her immensely, especially since she suspects Wu Hong also reached the 3rd step. The issue is with the Trinity Venerable and the Slaughter Ancestor. The former has been plotting against Qiyuan and the others for far too long. Although these 3 were not the best vessels for testing his 3rd step transcendent path, they were still crucial. Meanwhile, the Slaughter Ancestor knows the importance of the Slaughter Source position and would not allow anyone else to take it from his clone, even the best friend and brother of that being. Karma Root Monarch observed everybody's reaction. Her words were a form of probing, but her real target was the primordial Heaven Sword Saint. The latter's behavior was abnormal. Why was T interested in the Sword Source position? Although the core secrets of these positions have not been revealed, they have already discovered or deduced the truth. Yet, as far as she knew, the latter had never sent a clone or vessel to fight for the position. "They're here," the erudite Duchess said, instantly slicing the slight tension from the Karma Root Monarch's words. As expected, 3 individuals finally showed up. Time, Heaven, and Source Key. "You 3 are the only ones coming?" Slaughter Ancestor asked with a frown. Although the people in the lower areas couldn't see their human forms, these cardinals could. To be precise, the other 2 will be joining, Time Cardinal explained. "I will be monitoring the seal on the timeline and can provide assistance as needed. Can't all of you come?" "You can't die anyway," Primordial Heaven Sword Saint asked. Primordial and Fate have a task of the highest priority, and Samsara cannot leave the primordial timeline. "Why are you complaining? Fewer people mean more rewards for you," the Heaven Cardinal sneered. "You dare look down on the infinite divine court, but we don't," Primordial Heaven Sword Saint countered, even as the second most bloodthirsty individual in their group. He knew to prioritize safety and success over small benefits. "No need to be dramatic," the Heaven Cardinal continued. "We are only attacking one timeline out of countless. Is this guy stupid?" was the first thought of all these tribunal saints. However, they immediately denied this. After dealing with these cardinals for so long, they could say for sure they were mediocre in their abilities, but they were not stupid. After living for so long and having so much power and access to so many secrets, even a pig would learn a few things. As such, the Heaven Cardinal's carefree and arrogant demeanor instantly raised alarm bells in their mind. "Let us discuss our payment and the subsequent plans," the erudite Duchess said. She decided to use this negotiation to probe what these people were planning. The discussion was intense. Because Grand Tao has been preparing for the Transcendent Age, the primordial timeline has been in a state of severe resource shortage for saints. Over the years, these beings has no choice but to utilize every opportunity presented to them. Additionally, they also needed to negotiate their safety. After all, they did not want to fight to the death for the Grand Tao. So, their request includes the right to escape if things become too dangerous, or to have certain access or rights the seal placed on the timeline to prevent Grand Tao from forcing them to fight to the death with the infinite divine court. "It's really tiring dealing with these people," Source Key Cardinal commented through secret communication. "They're used to being arrogant. But don't worry, the new age is approaching, and I want to see how long they can remain that way," Heaven Cardinal sneered. "We already knew what they were like. So what is the plan of complaining?" Time Cardinal added. Anyway, let us move on to the next step. He contacted Wang Wei to join him, and after a brief hesitation, Wang Wei flew to the sky. You met your commander, right? Time Cardinal said. Is he trying to test out whether we aligned ourselves with that great being? Karma Root Monarch thought. None of them was stupid enough to reveal such information. However, there is another concern, how to address the young version of that being. After pondering, Karma Root Monarch decided on a way to show respect while keeping their dignity. She revealed her proper form. A breathtakingly beautiful woman with a snake lower body and a human upper body dressed in a red robe showed up. She is the same species as Nuwa. Wang Wei thought. In the prehistoric world, Saint Nuwa is credited with the creation of humans. However, given the complex nature of that world, Wang Wei doesn't think such credit would only be given to one person. The others thought Karma's approach was wise and followed suit. The erudite Duchess was a beautiful young woman with a peaceful, quiet demeanor. Clad in a blue hanfu with clouds, a black belt around her waist, and eyes so profound they seemed to be the gate to endless knowledge. The Trinity Venerable was a middle-aged man dressed in a white Taoist robe with 3 Taoji symbols, a Taoist hat, a mustache that covered his upper lip, and a beard that resembled a Kama, holding a black jade rui, with cold eyes that tried to be gentle. The Slaughter Ancestor was a towering creature more than 3 meters tall, with 6 arms and 14 eyes, a bare upper torso of red skin with markings or runes, and something that covered his lower body and animal skin boots. Wang Wei recognized he was a member of the Azura race, but couldn't pinpoint the exact one. The primordial heaven sword saint resembled a handsome human swordsman, dressed in white, with sharp eyebrows and a piercing gaze. But he wore a crystal on his forehead with a terrifying sword scar. Wang Wei couldn't read much from these people, but even he knew that scar was some kind of unhealed injury. The implication of that scar is terrifying, he thought before glancing at the last person, the true Dream Lord. A human with 2 pointy horns, red eyes and dark pupil, purple tattoos and runes running from his face to his body, and an ethereal left arm that was not flesh and blood, but a substance that mirrored the properties of clouds. Dream? More like a nightmare, Wang Wei commented. The only dreamy aspect of this lord is his left arm, which baffles Wang Wei. Chapter 17:10. Vindictive Wang Wei cupped his hands and bowed 90 degrees. It's an honor to meet you all. One of the first lessons the sect taught him when he was a young mortal was that powerhouses must be respected. Wang Wei knew that these people must be aware of his future self. But that did not matter. The future was not set in stone, and currently, he was only a little paragon. As such, he showed them the respect all powerhouses deserve. One interesting fellow, Karma Root Monarch thought. A sign of wisdom is knowing when to bend, stretch, and when to be willful. She didn't believe for a second that Wang Wei was not aware of his future potential. Thinking as such would be an insult to someone capable of reaching the 3rd step. Yet, he held no pride or arrogance about this fact, and acted with the proper required modesty. The tribunal saints nodded to Wang Wei. Since the latter shows them respect, they would return it. Well? Source Key Cardinal asked. Nothing at all, Time Cardinal sighed. How could these cunning people easily reveal the cards in their hands? Did you at least confirm whether either of them has ever entered the dark truth? The Heaven Cardinal asked. The primordial heaven sword saint was tempted, but I didn't see if he ever entered, Time Cardinal answered. Spying on the past or future of these beings is already challenging enough, but doing it in their presence while trying to remain a secret is a nightmare. That's enough to report back and investigate. The Heaven Cardinal nodded. True, Commander Wang. Since you've made acquaintances with everybody, you can spend some time getting to know your other troops, the Time Cardinal suggested. Hold on, Wang Wei said. Is our objective only to eliminate the production of the reverse black stones? What else could we do? Source Key Cardinal asked. This is a perfect opportunity to cause trouble, Wang Wei explained. He glanced at the Karma Root Monarch and told everybody about the plan he had concocted the moment he saw that symbol. What do you think? The room was quiet. All the tribunal saints present are the most talented individuals in the chaos universe. They have come so far in their cultivation despite living in an era when the Grand Tao has dramatically oppressed them. However, it could be argued that cultivating talent is not the same as having a strategic mind. But is this the reason they didn't think of a grand plan to deal with the infinite divine court? No. The difference between them and Wang Wei lies in their mindset. For them, this is just a job to get some resources and continue their cultivation. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was vindictive and thinking about how he could truly hurt the infinite divine court for what they had done to him. Typically, an ant couldn't hurt an elephant. No, a galactic star beast, but luckily, this ant had the wisdom and access to other powerful creatures to help him deal with the star beast. The karma aspect is possible, she responded, but I don't know about the ceremony. The ritual magic is sounds and logic. The issue is how are we supposed to hide it from the court, the erudite Duchess commented. Through slaughter, Wang Wei explained. Killing will be everywhere in this expedition. We will also send a few distractions while the key nodes to the ritual will be the countless acts of slaughter. He glanced at the true Dream Lord. Even killing in dreams can be used. He has only been here for a few minutes, but he has already thought of a way to use everybody as his pawn. I understand why he reached such a height. True Dream Lord secretly sighed. Unknown to him, everybody felt this way. As the true masterminds of the chaos universe, what plot have they not seen? What plot have they not conducted themselves in? However, those were things mostly done after becoming saints and standing at the pinnacle of the universe. This poor Taoist can design the array for the distraction, the Trinity Venerable added. However, if we really want this plan to succeed, it might be best to invite Emperor Yunqi. Absolutely not. Slaughter Ancestor immediately refused. While Emperor Yunqi's mastery of Luck Dao would be invaluable to this plan, they would lose most of the benefits. These saints could accept the invitation of anybody but Emperor Yunqi. I second that, Primordial Heaven's Sword Saint added. Although the others didn't say anything, it was apparent they had the same consensus. Yunqi as in luck? Wang Wei thought. He deduced briefly before saying, for the luck component of this ceremony, we have someone who bears the tribulation destiny of the upcoming transcendent age. As soon as he uttered these words, numerous eyes were on Emperor Kong. Luckily for him, they did it secretly. He should suffice, the erudite Duchess commented. We need someone to protect him, Karma Root Monarch added. Better yet, let us not involve him in this plan until the last minute. How about I leave some of my power inside his body in case of an emergency? Trinity Venerable suggested. That's too obvious, Slaughter Ancestor disagreed. Didn't he come with that Buddhist saint? Have her leave something to protect him. But is that enough? Of course, we'll keep an eye out. But as long as we do our job correctly, the enemy shouldn't detect his importance. And if he dies, we can still transfer the destiny, Karma Root Monarch added. Very well, Trinite Venerable nodded. Now, there are only 3 things left to do, the erudite Duchess uttered as she glanced at the cardinals. Have you asked Grand Taoist's opinion on this? I have, and the Lord has agreed, the Time Cardinal added, trying but failing at hiding his excitement. After so long, they can finally contribute a good enough merit and improve their status in the eyes of the Lord. After the Fate Cardinal's transgression, everybody realized they were replaceable and had been on edge for a while. The tribunal saints nodded, not surprised by this outcome. The person who will benefit the most from this plan is Grand Tao. Even if they do their best to take a bigger chunk of the profit, this fact will not change. In that case, let's renegotiate our previous agreement. Are you serious? The Heaven Cardinal asked. Why are you acting surprised? The Karma Root Monarch countered. Now there is more benefit and more risk involved. Isn't it normal to renegotiate? Haven't you people already got your fair share? I'm going to take my leave, Wang Wei suddenly said. He bowed to everybody before rapidly flying toward Maitreya. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Although he believed these people would not harm him, he would not put his safety in the hands of others. Not to mention, they might not be doing it on purpose. Just the aura of one of these beings is enough to crush him to death. What is going on? Mithria asked through divine sense. While everybody could see these people's actions, no one could hear them. Negotiation has broken down, Wang Wei casually explained. Did you cause trouble? Mithria frowned. I did what I'm best at, bring benefit to everybody, Wang Wei explained. However, this time around, I can't even lead the conversation. He did not doubt he would receive his fair share of the reward. If either side didn't give it to him, that would mean forming karma with him. Unfortunately, without the proper strength to lead the conversation and fight for the biggest share, he can only rely on fate and karma to ensure he is compensated. With Wang Wei's Saint Tao heart, his desire to climb the ranks of the cultivation world has never wavered. However, every time he meets these saints, that conviction is reinforced. As someone who pursues absolute freedom, standing around a bunch of people that can determine his life and death, his fate, might as well be a form of torture. Wang Wei and everybody else calmly waited. As expected, after an intense argument, at least, Wang Wei believed so, everybody came to an agreement. Finally, it was time to have it in writing. The tribunal saints released a strange temporal energy that condensed into a lock, while the cardinal released an aura that originated from their domains. The locks bind together before disappearing. What is this? Wang Wei asked. A time nexus contract, Mithria explained. Not an existence contract. Those are not as binding to saints as their time nexus, she explained. That makes sense, Wang Wei nodded. Someone like him was able to survive with most of his existence destroyed or erased. So he could imagine what saints could do. They have probably escaped most of the shackles of their existence, and their only true weakness is their time nexus. But what about the cardinals? Aren't they immortal as long as Grand Tao exists? That's why they use the origin of their domain as collateral. Mithria explained. As long as they go back on their words, the tribunal saints will take a large chunk of these grand constructs as resources. Chapter 1711. Timeline MP 89076 HM. What exactly are you planning? Mithria suddenly asked. Why are you asking? I just received orders to secretly implant the highest form of protection inside Kong's body. Is that so? Well, don't worry about it, Wang Wei replied. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Just do your best in this expedition, and the reward will leave you smiling. Mithria glanced at him, but did not ask any further questions. After reaching an agreement, the tribunal and cardinal saints, led by the Trinity Venerable, worked together to refine 13 array cores. Wang Wei tried to remember the process and maybe learn something. Unfortunately, he was genuinely baffled. He could barely remember half of what these people did. Knowing he was out of his depths, he stopped himself before suffering some kind of backlash. Once the cores were successfully manufactured, the saints summoned Wang Wei again and handed the distribution rights to him along with a token that allowed him to communicate with any of the saints. The next step was a meeting between all the saints and Wang Wei. With the higher beings vouching for him, no one questioned his status as the commander, at least publicly. During the meeting, Mithria introduced everyone to him, allowing Wang Wei to form a sense of these people's strengths, abilities, personalities, and even weaknesses. The primordial chaos saints were unaware of the plan. As such, their deployment was left to Wang Wei's judgment. After the meeting, he asked the second step saints whether the first step saints should also sign a contract not to do anything that would affect the plan, but they said it was unnecessary. They believed that as long as they were here, none of these people would do something so stupid. Wang Wei did not share the same belief. But upon seeing these people's confidence or arrogance, he did not pursue this topic. The next step is these troops, Wang Wei thought as he looked at the endless number of soldiers. With just one glance, he could read these people's emotions. Why was he chosen to be their leader? What ability did this pretty boy have? What kind of connection does he have? They would never be convinced by someone who used nepotism to acquire such power. Having no faith in me is one thing, but there is no way this ragtag crew can be called an effective army. Wang Wei thought. The number of primals participating in this expedition was in the hundreds, and the number of soldiers was incalculable. However, Wang Wei did not expect these people. With so many people from different worlds, with different cultures, beliefs, strengths, and military experience, it would be a miracle if they could prove effective against a well-trained army, such as the infinite divine courts. Luckily for them, Wang Wei had thought of this before this expedition. I will not be commanding waste in my army, so it's time to trim the fat, Wang Wei declared arrogantly as he stood before this army. His words elicited a strong reaction, but no one dared to show it. The disdain in their eyes was almost tangible. Unfortunately for them, they could not remain as such for long. A terrifying pressure descended on all the troops, immediately suppressing them. Anyone who cannot withstand my pressure for 3 days will be eliminated, Wang Wei declared. I will also choose 108 generals, each leading a legion. The selection will be based on your performance. After uttering these words, Wang Wei crossed his arms behind his back and waited. Less than a minute after this test started, a few soldiers fainted, and with a white light enveloping their bodies, they were teleported away from this location. Time passed, and more people fainted and were eliminated. Meanwhile, the primals who stood at the front of this army were terrified and humiliated. In cultivation, the higher the cultivation level, the less effective the group tactic becomes. However, no matter how much that is true, Wang Wei, as a primal, should not be able to suppress hundreds of them alone. And they were correct. Wang Wei could use this method for 2 reasons: St. Tao Heart and Time-Skipping Orb. By combining the two, he can create a perfect willpower and mentality test for all these people. So after the 3 days passed, only the elite members remained, and Wang Wei had an idea who among the primals could be granted a position of authority. However, this was not enough. Release your military aura, Wang Wei ordered. No one dared question these words this time, or show any disdain. One primal suppressing trillions of cultivators, including hundreds of his peers, was unheard of. Furthermore, despite passing the test, the terrifying aura still hung over them. As expected, Wang Wei thought, with so many people from different regions releasing different military aura, it would be a miracle if they could synchronize and fuse into one. Luckily for them, he was prepared. He pushed his aura suppression to an even higher level, using its power to force their military aura to conform and work together to defeat him. Under such extreme pressure, it only took a few days before this ragtag group of people could officially be called a military. However, Wang Wei was still not satisfied. Time was running out, and he needed them to have even more fighting prowess before the expedition. So, he enlisted a few primordial chaos saints to create a training world to put these soldiers through quick training and military drills. Because the remaining soldiers had such high willpower, Wang Wei was able to push them beyond their limits in just a short period, finally turning them into a decent ensemble. Ready? The Time Cardinal asked. Ready, Wang Wei nodded. The Time Cardinal raised his hand to summon the River of Time. Then, with a flicker of his finger, a section of the river condensed into a green gate. With a snap of his finger, Wang Wei and the troops turned into lights that rushed into the gate. The saints followed them, leaving the cardinals last to enter. As soon as they entered, Fate and Primordial Cardinal appeared with Grand Daos token to isolate and prevent any form of entry in a timeline IMPI 89076H. Wang Wei opened his eyes to look around. His first instinct was that something was wrong with this world. However, no matter how he thought or checked, he could not tell what it was. It's probably because Amused Place is ruled by Grand Dao, but this one should have the highest sovereign's mark, he analyzed. This world doesn't have the critical hit path, Mithra, who had become Wang Wei's second-in-command, said. That should be expected, Wang Wei nodded. The critical hit path is Grand Daos' method of providing an advantage for the primordial timeline. Anyone who tries to put their paw in it would suffer her wrath. More importantly, the grand constructs seem to have owners. Owners? The cardinals? No, maybe the infinite divine courts version. Probably. Mithra nodded. This is not good news for us, Wang Wei uttered. Without access to the grand constructs, all the primals are reduced to C-class. Tribunal Lords, how many second steps have you detected? Wang Wei asked. 5, the Slaughter Ancestor responded. It's 6, Karma Root Monarch added. 6? Everybody looked at her. There's a hidden one, she explained. As soon as she landed, she formed a karmic bond with all sentient and non-sentient life forms in this timeline. And of all of them, 6 posed a threat to her existence. Although the last one tried to hide, she still caught them. The Tribunal Lords frowned before using their own methods to detect the 6th individual. You're right, True Dream Lord said. There was a hidden 6th Tribunal Saint, and, if not for her reminder, they would not have detected it. What about the number of primordial saints? Wang Wei asked. We have about 30 more than they have, Karma Root Monarch reported, making everybody quiet. Such an advantage should be celebrated, but given the fact that they recruited most of the saints in their timeline, this realm is nothing but one of the many timelines the infinite divine court controls. It's truly terrifying how strong they are. I understand why Grandao released the Chaos Demon Gods around this time, Wang Wei thought. The more than 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods represent countless primordial saints, dozens of tribunal saints, and maybe 1 or 2 Grandao saints. The upcoming Transcendent Age is the key to the rise of the primordial timeline. In that case, I reckon Grandao might allow the revival of a few Genesis Age creatures, and maybe even recruit people from other timelines, Wang Wei analyzed. No matter how powerful timelines are, they will not change the fact that only the main one can a cultivator achieve true transcendence. Furthermore, Wang Wei believed that in terms of resources, this timeline will also have the advantage. Only, Grandao will probably have tight control over it to ensure these saints follow a transcendent path that is rewarding to the Chaos universe, unlike the Primeval Body Mansion's founder. Chapter 17:12. Good teammate, please read the author's afterthought. Where is the enemy? Why is no one coming to intercept us? Wang Wei asked. Currently, the group had landed somewhere in primordial chaos, but according to his previous prediction, there would be an immediate battle after their arrival. Fortified base, and a truly wonderful one at that, Trinity Venerable commented. Wang Wei was confused, but before he could ask, Mithria projected an image into his mind of countless bubbles arranged in a specific pattern. 1.269 million worlds linked together to form a formation, with 3,800 source chaos worlds as the core. Erudite Duchess commented, as long as one tribunal saint controls this array, they can block half of us alone. Wang Wei frowned. Despite the grand plan, the initial mission is still to destroy the manufacturing of the reverse Blackstone. However, the world capable of creating that material is one of the 3,800 source chaos worlds, meaning they must pass through that horrible formation before they can get to it first. We need a base, and also level the playing field, Karma Root Monarch said while glancing at the Slaughter Ancestor and the Erudite Duchess. Got it. The Slaughter Ancestor found the nearby largest world, and with a thought, all life was extinguished. However, this was not just a mindless act of slaughter, but the first act of killing by the invader. The first murder seems to have some weight, some heavy karma associated with it. These people move fast and with great efficiency, Wang Wei thought. His idea was just an outline, but within a short time, these people perfected it, and as soon as they landed, they began implementing it with significant effect. Now that they were on board, Wang Wei doubted whether he would have to be involved at all from now on. It's good not to have pig teammates. As much as he loves Mithria, she was utterly useless in the first half of Supreme Unity's reign. Although she started pulling up her weight later on, by then, Wang Wei had already suffered too much, leaving some psychological damage or weariness towards Saint's capabilities. Luckily, these people were on top of their games. While the Slaughter Ancestor was doing what he was good at, the Erudite Duchess was doing the same. With a wave of her hands, 6 towering dimensions slowly appeared in this timeline before spreading to every corner of the Chaos universe. Artificial grand constructs, Wang Wei observed. This was precisely what they needed. In this world, their strength will be drastically weakened compared to their enemies without access to the grand constructs. In that case, they have two options: destroy the enemy or create their own, and the group chose the latter. Although it has the same effect as the constructs, the essence is far from it, Wang Wei analyzed. This discovery frightened him. All the minor constructs created by weak emperors in the Eternal Ascension World's lower dimension have the essence of a true construct, albeit at the lowest level, but the one created by a tribunal saint doesn't. My conjecture was right. The lower dimension has become a way to train Tao quintessence, and once these people discover this truth, the value of the Eternal Ascension world will be beyond what we can control. Wang Wei could foresee the bloodbath these tribunal saints would unleash for the opportunity to comprehend the essence of a minor construct to apply to themselves when condensing their Tao quintessence. If Grand Tao doesn't do something, even if the natives of the Eternal Ascension world start the new transcendent age, they will not be able to control their own world. Wang Wei remained calm and composed, controlling his instincts and his body so as not to reveal any signs. He guessed Mithria must have figured out the same thing, but they both pretended as if nothing had happened. After two of the saints acted, the third also made his move. With a wave of his hand, the true Dream Lord blocked all forms of spatial movement, even from conceptual space, such as dreams, from the worlds not part of the array, preventing anyone from returning to their base. Meanwhile, after the Slaughter Ancestor cleared out that world, Wang Wei led the troops to land and build a military base. With all these powerful entities using their powers, the entire world was soon transformed into an impenetrable military base in less than an hour. In the meantime, Wang Wei and the others discussed the next step and divided a plan. All the second-step powerhouses will attack together to test out the ins and outs of this array. Meanwhile, Wang Wei will choose a group of primordial saints to erect the 13 array cores as bait to draw out the enemy. After mulling it over, Wang Wei chose a team composed of old and new saints to build and guard the core. The new saints, who are much weaker, are tasked with building the array. Meanwhile, the old saints are to guard against enemy attacks. Despite such a simple approach, Wang Wei had to stress out for hours before selecting the candidates. Troublemakers, such as Death Reverence, were instantly eliminated. There needs to be some sort of cooperation or coordination between the two groups, so Wang Wei had to select the more level-headed, less disdainful members of the old saints, the ones willing to control their ego for the sake of this mission. Finally, Wang Wei considered whether to give them some troops. These soldiers are useless given the level of confrontation between the saints, so there was no point in sending them. However, after realizing that death and slaughter were the key to their plan, including the death of one of their own members, Wang Wei sent them a small number of troops. According to the location selected by the Trinity Venerable, these 13 groups headed to their position to build the arrays. Their actions could be considered an open scheme, so these groups did not hide their movements. On the contrary, once the array building process started, they allowed the fluctuations to spread out in all directions. Wang Wei's next objective was organizing the scout groups, which he divided into two teams. The first team is primarily composed of diviners and heaven deduction cultivators. Their job was to bypass whatever protection the infinite divine course placed on this timeline to gather information. He also tasked them with finding information about this world's general history and development, trying to detect how this timeline diverged from theirs, if at all. The second team involved sending his people throughout the chaos universe to gather information in person. Divination and calculation were not absolute. On the contrary, Wang Wei believed these people would be even more helpful. Of course, Wang Wei was playing some tricks as well. For example, he placed both Lin Fan and Su Shi in the scout group and granted them some level of freedom to see what these guys are planning. The third objective was military training. Wang Wei needed his generals, lieutenant, and soldiers to refamiliarize themselves with the grand constructs. Paragons who have not mastered any construct might not notice, but the primals will sense the subtle differences which could affect their strength. Even Wang Wei himself needed to do this, but since he had no plan to get into a battle anytime soon, he had plenty of time. At last, Wang Wei finally had the leisure time to focus on what the tribunal lords were doing. As he sat in his office with Mithraeon next to him, an array screen floated in front of them, revealing all 9 lords floating above the infinite divine court's military base. What do you think they're waiting for? Don't know. Mithraeon shook her head. They could be analyzing the enemy's array or plotting something else entirely. With so little information and such a world-apart level of strength, the Buddha saint had no idea what was going on. From the structure of the court's military base, it's obvious they're either used to or expect trouble. Maybe both, Wang Wei commented. There is no way all their expeditions have been successful. Unlike all empires, there will be countless rebellions if these forces are not utterly eradicated, Mithraeon added. It would be great if we could contact these forces and convince them to cause trouble. Wang Wei shook his head. We probably don't need to. As long as the court is forced to put most of its attention on this place, I don't believe they will notice and take action. True, Wang Wei nodded. Any rebellious groups capable of lasting so long under the power of the infinite divine court are not to be underestimated. Wang Wei estimated that most of them have spies and connections to the nobles of the infinite divine court. Although it sounds absurd given the reverence the court's citizens have for the highest sovereign, humans are creatures of desires. As many people who love the highest sovereign, there are as many who also loathe him, wanted to be or replace him. Wang Wei doesn't know if the court has a royal family that is the direct bloodline of the highest sovereign. If there is, he would not be surprised if even members of the man's family held hidden jealousy for him and secretly dealt with these rebels. Chapter 17:13. The Highest Sovereign Infinite Divine Court. Light Source Realm. A handsome man with golden hair, dressed in a white robe, a 13-legged dragon coiling around his son, a golden hairpiece holding his bun, 3 jade pendants around his waist, and a pair of black bracelets sat cross-legged in their air. Millions of light balls surrounded him. But the word light may not be enough to describe these things. They were the physical manifestations of everything associated with light. Purity, divinity, holiness, nobleness, sacredness, sovereignty, judgment, the source of life, and many more. The man suddenly sensed something and opened his gilded eyes, then glanced in one direction. His sight burrowed endless distances and dimensions to gaze upon timeline MP 89076H. She's made her move? The highest sovereign thought. He reached out with his hands. A terrifying power folded the endless space between universes before heading to timeline MP 89076H. At some point, the power was momentarily halted as it passed through some kind of protective film, but even that could not stop it. The time and primordial cardinals, who were in charge of sealing the timeline, felt a sense of impending doom and raised their heads. A terrifying light beam descended from the sky, and as soon as they saw that light, their bodies froze, along with their thoughts, souls, and even Tao. Death seemed to be heading their way with the utmost haste. Luckily for them, even if they were dogs, anyone who wanted to kill them had to ask their masters. At the last minute, at least, to their limited sense of time compared to the people involved, a lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere and either annihilated or canceled the light beam. Anyway, these two could not tell the subtle difference. The highest sovereign was not surprised by this outcome. On the contrary, it was expected. So, after the first failure, he attacked again. A colossal light spear materialized in this place that could be considered the void between universes. Compared to the spear, timeline NP 89076H resembled a small river about a couple of thousand miles long. Luckily, the spear's target was not this parallel universe itself, but the people or power blocking it. As it descended, another lightning bolt attacked it, but this time around, it only slightly dimmed the spear's brightness. Then, more and more chaotic lightning rained on the light weapon, but it still could not stop its momentum. For a moment, the Cardinals thought this was the end for them. Then, a terrifying black and white wheel materialized in this void, clashing directly into the light spear. It took a few seconds, but eventually, the wheel dispersed the attack. The one from the Bai clan? The highest sovereign thought. After a second, third-step powerhouse showed up, he did not immediately attack a third time. Instead, his eyes glowed for a few seconds as he entered a marvelous state. With a thought, the power of fate bent to his will, he gained access to all the knowledge and secrets of the universe. And he saw an infinite future of possibilities of the infinite divine court. That one is intervening? It seems the information about him being petty is accurate, the highest sovereign thought. But I thought we had come to an agreement. We try to possess that vessel. That person did not put up much of a fight, so the highest sovereign thought they had an unspoken accord. What a pain, he complained. As a third-step transcendent, he can enter a state of nigh omniscience. Yet, despite such immense power, he could only deduce such a small piece of information about the fate or future of the events happening next. That can only mean one thing. Someone of equal status is hiding all the information from him. The third reverse Blackstone production line is nowhere near completion, so I can't lose that one. Over the years, he has created countless loopholes in the blockade Grand Tao imposed on his timeline, but the divine timeline remained a prison. Without the time gates, it will be impossible for them to continue their expeditions and gather resources for such an enormous dynasty. After mulling it over briefly, which is a terrifyingly small amount of time for someone with his brain processing power, the highest sovereign attacked a third time. A towering hand composed entirely out of light reached out toward timeline NP 89076H. The subsequent events were the same as before, or they should have been. Grand Tao's destruction, chaos lightning, and the Bai ancestor's life-death, suppressing wheel clashed with the hand of light. With these two working together, the result should have been the dispersion of the enemy's attack. However, something unexpected occurred. The hand was injured, and 3 drops of blood fell. Before they could understand what was happening or react, the first 2 drops instantly annihilated the fate and primordial cardinals. The third one headed for timeline NP 89076H. Grand Tao reacted swiftly by annihilating most of the third drop of blood, but a significant portion still landed, eroding the seal. It did not break, but the highest sovereign was satisfied since his goal had been achieved. Now, we have more room to maneuver, he thought. With a wave of his hand, he sent an order for everybody to gather for a court meeting. The highest sovereign then landed on the ground while sighing to himself. Why is my life so hard? The highest sovereign, or Jiang King, was born at the wrong time and place, making his cultivation journey on nightmare mode. Despite his poor luck, he never complained, defied his fate, and reached the ceiling of the chaos universe. However, reaching the third step of the transcendent path, he did not stop moving forward. Everybody knows that to achieve true transcendent requires fusing the spirit, flesh, and Tao quintessence into one. But is such a thing an easy thing? No. Jiang King has lived for a long time and met a few third-step cultivators, but the number of them who have harmonized the 3 quintessences can be counted on one hand. Regardless of the challenge, he succeeded and prepared to finally transcend the chaos universe. But then he realized he couldn't. The last shackle he needed to break to achieve his goal can only be achieved in the primordial timeline. Although indignant, he did not hesitate to travel there. But what did he find? To break that last shackle, he needed to pay Grand Tao a deep karma, and the only way to do so was to serve the latter for eons. How could he accept that? After suffering so much to reach his level, it was only because of his good nature that he never sought revenge on Grand Tao. Still, the latter wanted him to serve her to repay the karma for merely existing or cultivating. Jiang King was outraged and wanted to annihilate that heartless woman. Unfortunately, he was no match for the Destruction General. With that path cut off, Jiang King returned home, deciding to find another way. Since the environment didn't allow for his transcendence, he would change it to mimic the primordial timeline until it could. Hence, the Divine Timeline Project was born. The plan was proven more successful than Jiang King could ever have imagined. Not only could he bypass the karma he owed, but he also discovered his strength was increasing in the process. However, before he could reap the fruit of what he sowed, Grand Tao once again cut off his path. The worst part is that she was cruel this time and worked with some unsavory people to essentially imprison him in his own home. It took him years to escape this prison and even longer to plot his way back to the primordial timeline. Grand Tao is too occupied dealing with the Fate Dominator, who is an even greater rebel in her eyes compared to me, the highest sovereign thought. On top of that, I've successfully caused chaos and internal fighting among the other foreign third steps, preventing them from once again allying with her. So, this is the perfect time to return to the primordial timeline. The highest sovereign smiled. Everything was proceeding accordingly. Although there were a few setbacks, that is to be expected. As long as he can achieve his goal, everything else is irrelevant. If that plan doesn't work, I can use the information about Project Divine Timeline as a backup. Just fusing timelines will not create a universe that allows transcendence. It must be done in certain ways that mirror Grand Tao's primordial timeline. Many people have tried after the highest sovereign's success, but only he has succeeded. As a last resort, Jiang King is prepared to sell this information. From what he knows, there are about 15 third-step saints still alive in the entire chaos universe, most of whom are born outside of the primordial chaos or forced into exile. There is nothing these people would want more than this information, and after selling it to them, an unprecedented chaos would spread throughout the infinite trichiliocosm. By then, Grand Tao will not have the time to focus on Jiang King, freeing himself to continue his transcendent path. Chapter 1714. Grand Tao's Hidden Strength Center of the River of Fate, True Fate Palace. The Fate Cardinal's existence blueprint slowly condensed, followed by his body, soul, and consciousness. And as soon as he opened his eyes, a terrifying aura uncontrollable spread, disturbing the fate of countless lives and worlds. The Cardinal could not control himself. The fear of death was too intense. I almost didn't make it, he muttered. Although most people think his kind is eternal as long as the Grand Tao exists, they know that if a third-step saint wishes to kill them, they can do it with the right price. At that time, the record of their existence will be removed from the chaos universe, meaning Grand Tao won't even be able to make a copy of them. The Fate Cardinal glanced at his trembling hands. After living for so long with the infallible mentality that death was beneath him, today's event shook the Cardinal to the core. That drop of blood reminded him that some people might not give Grand Tao's face and go to the extra length needed to kill the Cardinals. I need to calm down, Fate Cardinal thought. He reached out to summon a second-step healing pill called the Soul Origin Saint Pill. Although this thing is rare and primarily used by Tribunal Saint to heal their injuries, it also has the effect of soothing the mind, which is exactly what he needed right now. Then, once the emotions faded, Fate Cardinal realized his current situation. Grand Tao will definitely summon one of us to return to that wretched place and oversee that seal. It can't be. He remembered there were 3 drops of blood, and he could guess where the third one landed. No, I can't go back there. Without hesitation, the Fate Cardinal collapsed his body, reverting to a scroll shape, which was a manifestation of his blueprint existence. His body entered a loop of being condensed before returning to the scroll state. Then, as the Cardinal expected, Grand Tao's presence descended into his palace. However, when she saw the sorry state the Cardinal was in, she knew this useless worker was trying to be lazy. Regardless of the truth, Grand Tao knew the importance of the seal, and if the latter was willing to embarrass itself to such a degree to prevent dealing with it, there was no point in sending him. So, despite knowing the answer, Grand Tao checked on the primordial Cardinal. Coincidentally, she was also in a terrible state. 6 paths of Samsara's core, Great Samsara City. Legend has it that there is a black city said to be the origin of death and the source of all souls in the chaos universe. The city predated the six paths of samsara and the cardinal, and its origin is unknown. Some people believe that when the first death occurred in the chaos universe during the Genesis Age, the victim's death key became this city. The Great Samsara City is said to contain all the most valuable secrets of death. The Book of Life and Death, the Karma Scroll, the First Soul, the First Sinner, the First Virtue, the Wall of Memories, and so many more. At the very center of this city lies a towering palace, the residence of the overseer of Samsara, charged with guarding and protecting all these secrets. Samsara Cardinal was deep in thought, reading a scroll, when she sensed something. She stood up to show the proper respect. Lord, a message entered her mind, making her frown. Although she didn't participate in the expedition, she understood something must have happened for Grand Tao to summon her. Lord, although it hasn't been long since the expedition, these saints are already causing trouble. Additionally, I'm still dealing with the selection of the Samsara envoy. If I leave now, no, even if I only leave a clone, the situation will instantly escalate. Grand Tao mulled over these words. After making trillions upon trillions of deductions and calculations, she realized that moving this chess piece has more cons than pros. Additionally, among these six incompetent wretches, she was the most useful. While not extraordinary, she has been able to do her job to the point of no complaints. In that case, another chess piece must be moved. Although much earlier than she would like, it will not change much in the grand scheme of things. At least she won't allow it. Bang! A slight fluctuation manifested in a random corner of the chaos universe. A being with a humanoid shape, wearing a simple white robe with no face, appeared briefly before disappearing. Although his existence or presence was quick, countless powerful entities immediately noticed it. Is that the cardinal for the pool of creation? Our deduction was correct. After so many years, why did Grand Tao suddenly reveal its existence? I don't know, but something must have happened, most likely with the expedition. So soon? Even if there's a time dilation, there shouldn't be a need for this as early as this, unless something happens to the landing. I knew there would be too much trouble since it involved the infinite divine court. I'm so glad I paid the fee instead of participating. They recruited you? They didn't tea with you? Well, it's understandable. What do you mean by that? I mean, you have a shitty personality and no one wants to work with you. Old demon Sia, do you want to fight? Shut up, you too. A new player has entered the board, and instead of discussing the implications, you're bickering like a married couple. What else there to discuss? Of all the third step beings, Grand Tao might not be the strongest, but she's the one with the most hidden cards. She revealed one, and we just need to make her reveal more. Not the strongest. With the Destruction General, who dared say she's not the strongest. If not for that tyrant at the end of the River of Time, she probably would have already used him to dominate us all. Regardless, the current chaos and stalemate are the most advantageous to us. In some ways, we must thank that being. Don't say such blasphemy ever again, but you're right about the fact that we can finally breathe and plan our path ahead. The creation cardinal reached the void between universes and glanced at the situation of timeline MP 89076H. The seal still held on despite being on the verge of collapsing. However, this was far from good news, as some aura or power might already have leaked in. So, without hesitation, the cardinal used the very essence of creation itself to create concepts or ideas that can both purify the highest sovereign's power and reinforce the seal. The purification efforts were less than ideal, but the reinforcement proved highly effective. Theoretically speaking, nothing should bypass the seal and enter that timeline. However, as long as the power of light remains on the seal, theory will never turn into an absolute. As such, the creation cardinal raised its hands to create a darkness grand construct. The fundamental essence of the grand constructs is that they are Tao quintessence created by Grand Tao. As such, a cardinal, who is only a second-step powerhouse, should not have the capabilities of creating one. However, this cardinal was different. The trust and authority creation is granted by the Grand Tao is unmatched by others. Using that authority, it achieved the impossible. The power of darkness slowly confronted Jiang Qing's power of light. The darkness grand construct is of the same essence as the light. And adding the fact that most of Jiang Qing's power was annihilated by Grand Dao and the Bai clan ancestor, the winner should have been obvious. However, just like its owner, the power of light was unyielding. It fought desperately to resist and refused to give up or bow down to its oppressor. The creation cardinal frowned. This resistance was more annoying than anticipated. However, resistance was futile. With a thought, the darkness grand construct resonated with all of the primordial timeline S constructs to further boost its effect, thus drastically boosting the purification process. Infinite Divine Court, Light Source Realm. As Jiang Qing was about to head to his meeting, he noticed the newcomer and started observing. He watched how this new cardinal brilliantly used the power of its domain. The essence of creation, and you're just revealing it to me like that? Jiang Qing muttered. Is this supposed to be an open scheme? He frowned. His first instinct was that this open scheme was not as tempting as Grand Dao thought. However, he suddenly remembered someone else, a young man named Tian Xian. Tian Xian, is your arrival the last desperate act of changing your fate? Or are you just a pawn who thinks it has escaped? Or maybe this is one of those situations in which my overthinking does more harm than good. Despite how he searched the latter's body or deduced the truth, the answer or truth remained elusive to the highest sovereign. Fine, since you dare send him. Why wouldn't I dare use him? Chapter 17:15. Mediocre? Wang Wei thought he would have to wait for a long time, but the array screen showed that all the tribunal lords suddenly raised their heads and looked at something. Wang Wei tried to figure out what had caught their attention, but he was clueless. Do you know what's going on? No, Mithria shook her head. But for a brief moment, I felt my life was in danger. In danger? Wang Wei frowned. He didn't feel anything, which only made him sigh. The difference between immortals and saints was too vast. Someone probably took action. Most likely the highest sovereign, Mithria commented. It seems Grand Dao kept her part of the bargain, Wang Wei muttered. The first major step of this expedition has been completed. Now, everybody, mostly the tribunal saints, was reassured that they could continue without any significant issues. Then, as expected, these lords immediately started attacking the enemy's array. Wang Wei was quiet. It was not because of how powerful these attacks were. He wished it were. His silence was once again due to the sheer difference. Through the array, he saw a white light before everything ended. The attacks were not only too fast for him to observe, but he also couldn't even comprehend what was happening. A gentle hand landed on his shoulder. No need to beat yourself, since even I can't understand. And with your talent, you're going to get there one day. I'm not that fragile, but thank you, Wang Wei smiled. Situations such as this only reinforced his desire to continue his cultivation journey. One day, all these people will also look at him with awe, reverence, and confusion. Something suddenly occurred to me. Wang Wei changed the topic. What makes Saint Dao different? He knew that only after reaching the second step powerhouse would a saint be focused on evolving their grand Dao source into a Dao quintessence. But what about primordial saints? And how does tribunal saint cultivate to achieve a Dao quintessence? We analyze how the Grand Dao placed restrictions or rules using certain laws as inspiration and try to mimic them. I see. Wang Wei nodded in understanding. One of the most common restrictions of the chaos universe is the 10 times acceleration limit. After Wang Wei sanctified, he could analyze how the Grand Dao achieved such a feat and learn from it, thereby elevating his understanding and application of the time Grand Dao source to a higher level. I'm assuming the grand constructs are a great guide as well? Yes and no, Mithria replied, surprising Wang Wei. We can forcefully usurp higher authority from these grand constructs, and Grand Dao will ignore everything as long as it's only used for battles or other purposes. However, as soon as someone tries to study its essence, there will be all kinds of troubles. Wang Wei groaned. With how Grand Dao operates, Will the transcendent age truly be a golden era of opportunity as everybody thinks it will be? From Wang Wei's analysis, all signs indicate Grand Tao has a specific design for how the transcendent age will take form. And from what Wang Wei has deduced, 99% of saints, including him, will not be happy about the outcome. No matter what, it will never be as bad as the pre-ultimate taboo era, Maitreya reassured. Is that true, or something everybody hopes to be true? Moreover, we Haven Tea survived that era, so the transition might feel like going from a decent cultivation environment to a terrible one. No need to be pessimistic, Maitreya added. No matter what Grand Tao plans, its purpose is to cultivate strong cultivators. And she should understand by now that an oppressive environment is not progressive to that goal. I wish I had more hope in people like you. Wang Wei sighed. Although Grand Tao does not have emotions, she has certain base instincts, the primary one of which is to improve. After what happened with the primeval body mansion, she probably gained the second instinct, prevent severe loss. The creation of a true transcendent can have immense benefit, but it could also lead to the destruction of the chaos universe. So far, all signs show that Grand Tao is operating under a strict guideline of doing whatever is necessary to ensure the next true transcendent benefits instead of harming the universe. And if she has to suppress countless cultivators and make their lives more difficult, she doesn't appear to care. Something finally happened. After countless attacks, the Infinite Court S formation, which had remained unaffected for so long, finally had some reaction. 4 individuals stepped out: an enormous demonic lion with 9 heads, a woman in red clothes sitting on top of a massive gourd, a towering barbarian, which Wang Wei identified by the latter's clothes, and lastly, a black and white dragon. Quite the diverse group, Wang Wei thought, but this should be expected of the infinite divine court. It seems the formation cannot withstand the strength of 9 tribunal lords, Maitreya commented. There's supposed to be 6. For showed up, one should remain to control the formation. What about the last one? Wang Wei asked. That's an important question. Isn't it? I don't feel safe. If the 6th tribunal lord attacks, our side will prevent it. They could barely detect the other person. So how can you be sure they will be able to sense it in time to protect us? Plus, I'm not too happy with leaving my life in the hopes of these people. Don't you think I understand this? But what else can we do in this situation? Maitreya asked with a helpless smile. Even the lives of primordial chaos saints are in danger in this mission because they could also die due to the existence hierarchy. Although there are techniques that can block this rule, Maitreya certainly did not have one. Only a few truly exceptional saints have such techniques, and while she eventually has a chance to create one, she has spent most of her time working on her weak foundation, leaving little time to even attempt creation. I must at least try something, Wang Wei sighed before summoning 2 primordial saints, Ancestor Qin and Heart Array, both of whom are considered old saints with 10 foundation pillars. After entering the room, they saluted Maitreya, but only nodded to Wang Wei. I'm about to share some sensitive information with you, Wang Wei said calmly. He understood that there was a high chance that these people would not take his orders seriously, but luckily, he knew how to deal with them. One of the enemy's tribunal lords has an excellent hiding method and might attack our base. The 2 saints frowned. They knew of the current battle situation. 4 of their powerhouses were locked in an equal battle, well, as far as they can tell, while the remaining 5 have been trying to tear open the enemy's array. But was there a hidden tribunal lord? Our safety is on the line, so we must do something. What exactly do you expect us to do in this situation? Ancestor Qin asked with the same wry smile and helplessness as Maitreya. I remember you 2 are good at formation. You want us to create an array capable of stopping a tribunal saint? Is it possible? Wang Wei asked. If we were home, there's a small chance to set up an array that borrows the strength of the critical hit path with such power. But even such an array requires countless rare materials. Rune Grave Saint shook his head. You want material? There are countless chaos worlds for you to use. You want a higher power as a medium? There are 6 artificial grand constructs. You want inspiration? There is the enemy S array as a guide. You want manpower? There are hundreds of primordial saints available. With all these advantages, don't tell me you really can't do something. That array is beyond my understanding, Runegrave Saint. And with all these things you said, I can at most create a top first step array. Are those people really that mediocre? Wang Wei thought to himself. He believes with all his heart that if his wife or Tong Ruobing had the same cultivation as these people, they would be able to achieve his goal. Have I given these old saints too much credit? He assumed that since these people managed to be sanctified in such a terrible environment, all of them were brilliant. Maybe my requirements are too harsh. What about an array that can hold a few strikes from a second step? It needs to be long enough for the tribunal lords to come save us. I'm sorry, Runegrave shook his head. There might be a way if we had a Source Chaos world, but they have all been taken, Ancestorkin added. Source Chaos worlds? We can artificially manufacture one, can't we? Wang Wei asked, looking at Mithraea. It's possible, she nodded. After reading the Supreme Unity and Hongjun's Soul Transcendent Method, she has profound knowledge about the heavenly Tao of Source Chaos worlds. Excellent, Wang Wei smiled. In fact, even if not for this situation, he would have tried to artificially create a Source Chaos world, since it involves surviving his time nexus. Chapter 17:16. Array nodes Mithraea and Wang Wei wasted no time. No one wants to live while constantly wondering when danger will strike. Mithraea flickered her wrists to leave a golden array at the core of the military base. Then, she entered primordial chaos and reached out for the chaos world closest to them. Her colossal golden palm clasped the world, and with a burst of spatio-temporal energy, she moved the entire thing. The fusion of the two worlds was done methodically. Using the military base world as the primary, she slowly fed the second world as heavenly Tao. Then, Mithraea used her sage will to forcefully alter the heaven law from the second worlds that did not fit with the military base world. Wang Wei, who resided within the military base world, felt the difference, which made him quite excited. With a few more worlds, the essence of this base as heavenly Tao should elevate to a higher level. Excellent, he muttered before using his powers as a commander to order other primordial saints to aid in this endeavor. After more than 20 worlds, the military base finally ascended its essence. Wang Wei knew this was a great opportunity, so he observed and recorded the process for when he tries to sanctify. And this opportunity was far from finished. For their array, Mithraea needed to create another 3799 artificial source worlds. Well, at least that's what the group thought would happen. With the help of countless powerful saints, Mithraea successfully created 1269 source chaos worlds. But afterward, no matter what they did, no new ones could be born. It was as if some hidden rule of the world was preventing further action. Hurry up, Wang Wei suddenly said to Ancestorkin and Runegrave Saint. No one who could reach their realm was stupid and could guess what kind of power was required to stop them at the rule level. So, they rushed to finish the array. While it would be weaker without the full 3,800 source chaos worlds, the number 1269 held great significance and could still be used with the right skill. So, after a great discussion with other primordial saints with some skills in array, Ancestorkin and Runegrave Saint decided on the array design. 1,269 worlds for the core of the array, 126,900 world for the outer area, and 1.269 million world for the outer. Is it done? Wang Wei asked as he looked at the sky. He could sense a terrifying protective film covering the base. Yes, Mithraea nodded. Soon afterward, Ancestorkin and Runegrave Saint returned to headquarters. However, the first thing they did somewhat surprised Wang Wei and even Mithraea. They bowed 90 degrees to Wang Wei. Commander, thank you. Wang Wei immediately stood up. Are you guys trying to ruin my luck? A mortal cannot easily accept a bow from a great emperor, or their luck would be instantly ruined. The backlash for a saint is even worse. We sincerely thank you for this opportunity, Ancestorkin said. After thinking about it, Wang Wei realized what had happened. Their array, which they called the Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle Array, was created from analyzing a powerful second-step array. In the process, these two, as the head array masters, had the opportunity to peek at the essence of a higher level. During the process, they not only made tremendous progress in their understanding of the Tao, which is crucial to condensing the Tao quintessence, but also probably saw a way to elevate their flesh to a higher level. I understand your sentiment, but such a high ceremony is unnecessary. Just owe me karma after I sanctified. Wang Wei said. Ancestor Qin and Rune Grave Saint secretly glanced at each other. The reason for this bow was because they didn't want to owe him the karma. In this world, there is nothing more challenging to repay than great karma. So, they thought of using such a grand gesture to end everything. But unfortunately, Wang Wei did not accept it. So, these two shrewd, old geezers secretly sighed before nodding. We understand. This opportunity was truly beneficial to them. Not only could they observe the enemy's array, but they also had hundreds of other primordial saints to bounce ideas off of and help them set up this array. They had the opportunity to make numerous mistakes and continue trying, with essentially endless resources. Here is the core of the array, the Rune Grave Saint said, handing Wang Wei a blue jade with intricate runes carved into it. Thank you for all your effort. Wang Wei nodded. The two did not stay long, as they desperately wanted to enter seclusion to digest what they had understood. Wang Wei had similar thoughts. After observing so many heavenly Tao being constructed, he felt he was on the verge of understanding something. So, he left a clone and entered seclusion. Not long after entering seclusion, someone showed up at the headquarters. Lord, Wang Wei immediately stood. No time for pleasantries, so I will be direct, the erudite Duchess S. projection directly said. We have identified hundreds of crucial array nodes. However, most of them are false or not as important as they seem. So we need you to attack, so we can eliminate the non-crucial ones. It will be done, Wang Wei immediately promised. The Duchess nodded. You've done a great job with our array. Wang Wei's actions forced the hidden tribunal saint to act, allowing them to track it down. Everybody has been worried about a sudden sneak attack, and Wang Wei's actions have eased their burden. I'm just doing my job, Wang Wei said humbly. By the way, Lord, are there any improvements we could make to ensure the base's safety? This guy is really an opportunist, as the information said, the erudite Duchess thought. However, she did not say anything and simply created a second talisman using methods to optimize the array. Wang Wei thanked her with the utmost sincerity before summoning everybody for a grand meeting. The meeting room was oddly arranged. The primordial saints all had seats at the front while the primals stood at the back. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, as the commander, stood in front of everybody, but he had no seat and had to remain standing like the other primals. He made such an arrangement because he understood how hierarchical the cultivation world was, how everybody valued seniority, fame, and status. And while he was technically the leader, his cultivation realm could not convince everybody. I called this meeting to discuss two things, Wang Wei started. Firstly, the tribunal lords have optimized our array. Ancestor Qin and Rune Grave Ancestor. Use your previous team to make the modifications. Ancestor Qin and Rune Grave Saint S clones were elated. Although their karma had deepened, no one would miss out on such an opportunity. Speaking of this array, Commander, do you think it's a good idea for you alone to control the core? Wang Wei knew it was only a matter of time before someone challenged, especially without the tribunal lords here to vouch for his status as commander. However, he thought the problem would arise much later, since the expedition had just started. So, he glanced at the speaker, a slightly burly man wearing black emperor robes with golden dragons. His body naturally exuded a domineering aura, and he had piercing red eyes. Sovereign Tao eyes. I knew it would be one of those sovereign Tao people who would cause trouble first, Wang Wei thought. These people love power too much. The lords have sent a mission, so we can discuss the issue of the arrays afterward, Wang Wei calmly said. He then waved his hand to show a map or blueprint before explaining that they needed to attack specific nodes of the enemy SRA so the lords could gather more information. As soon as he finished, Sovereign Dao Ai's complexion was ugly. An enormous discussion immediately broke out in the room, and Wang Wei calmly watched without saying a word. However, his mind was receiving hundreds of secret transmissions, including from Sovereign Dao Ai's. I'll give you 5 Saint Talismans. Are they true talismans? Wang Wei asked, making the latter quiet down. Saints can create weapons of their level with their powers by pure creation or nourishing some decent Paragon-tier materials, but true Saint artifacts require Saint-tier resources. Unfortunately, Saint-level resources in this world are rare or require stealing from the Grand Constructs. As an ancient saint, Sovereign Dao Ai's knew better the consequences of stealing from Grand Dao. I'm giving you an opportunity to mend a relationship, he said, and I'm telling you I don't care, Wang Wei rebutted. The moment this man spoke out loud, his fate was sealed. He would be dispatched to the most dangerous area of this mission, the places where the shockwave from the Tribunal Lord's battle could instantly annihilate him. The only options left for Sovereign Dao Ai's are to survive this mission or become a deserter and be hunted down. If this timeline were not sealed, the second option might be viable, but unfortunately, there is no cure for regrets. Chapter 1717. Slingshot Wang Wei internally sneered. He was not the kind of person to easily offend anyone, especially an ancient saint with great power and potential. However, he needed a way to establish his authority and show these people he was not to be messed with. Unfortunately for Sovereign Dao Ai's, his previous actions made him the best target. I can't underestimate him, since he might survive the dangerous zone, Wang Wei thought. Just sending the latter to a suicide mission was not enough. He needed additional assurances. I can't believe I'll be using that so soon. With a calm expression on his face, he watched as those saints argued like merchants at a stall. He understood this was just a distraction. The core issue is that no one wanted to participate in this mission. The battle between 8 tribunal lords, 4 on each side, was already chaotic enough. But 5 of them on their sides kept indiscriminately bombarding the enemy SRA. Maybe they will stop once the mission starts, but who knows? All right, here is the list of people selected to participate in this mission, Wang Wei suddenly said. Despite some of the many tempting offers some of these saints try to bribe him with, he rejected everybody. Now was a crucial moment for him to establish his authority, and the last thing he would do is let his greed ruin that. As such, without waiting for anyone to accept or acknowledge his words, he listed a bunch of names. He chose a mix of ancient and new saints, but for the latter, he put them on a team and encouraged them to use formation to strengthen their play. His choices were also not random. He selected people based on their strength, Dao, and his perception of their survivability. Most of the information he knew about these people originated from Mithriya, and he knew it was lacking. So, Wang Wei did his best with what he had. After the selection, Wang Wei subsequently assigned them different nodes to test. As expected, Sovereign Dao Ai's was part of the team, and he was assigned to the worst area. Wang Wei was so blatant in his purpose that some people were surprised. The message was loud and clear. Mess with him, and he can control their fate to some extent. However, the situationship room soon became awkward. Despite Wang Wei's deployment, no one left. They just stared at him and at each other, creating a strange tension. Wang Wei, however, ignored them. He closed his eyes as if nothing mattered to him. Maybe some people were hoping the tension would get to him and he would try to negotiate or persuade them, thus granting them more power in this situation. However, he remained as calm and serene as a pine tree. A few seconds later, when the awkwardness and tension had reached their peak, a terrifying killing intent descended in the room, jolting the saints to their feet. The selected saints proceeded with their last-minute preparations before deploying to the infinite Divine Court base. As soon as they arrived and began attacking these nodes, the battle changed drastically. First, an unknown humanoid creature in all black armor, covering every inch of its body, appeared. This person somehow fought against 4 of the tribunal lords alone. Wang Wei only saw the armored individual, and afterward, the second-step powerhouses on his side stopped attacking the array. With this bit of information, he deduced the enemy could still borrow the strength of the array. That's the only explanation as to how they could fight against 4 tribunal saints. Afterward, he watched as the infinite divine court sent their own primordial saints to counter. It did not take long for a stalemate to appear, which was not good news for any of the remaining saints. The lords wanted to test the nodes to break the array, but they could not do so. To no one's surprise, the base received a command to send all the primordial saints except for the ones on guard duty. Once everybody had left, Wang Wei finally sat down. He watched the battle through the arrays in the meeting room with the remaining primals. A frown soon appeared on his face. Their side should have the numerical advantage, meaning as long as they hold the enemy's primordial saints, there should still be enough people to test out the nodes. However, the result was far from this. The Divine Court as saints are capable of borrowing power from their array, allowing their people to fight multiple. This is not good news for us, Wang Wei suddenly said. The primal's expression became grave as they understood his meaning. If the transcendent powerhouses cannot test out the nodes, then they will be deployed. And if things truly get to a point, even Wang Wei, as the commander, might be forced to be deployed. Numerous thoughts flashed through Wang Wei's mind as he concocted a brilliant plan that would not only solve the current issue, but also add to the overall plan he discussed with the tribunal lords to hurt the infinite divine court. The only issue is all this death and death reverence as presence, Wang Wei groaned. Sadly, there is no way for him to have his cake and eat it. The very nature of this expedition means many lives will be lost, and a chaotic individual, such as Death Reverence, who thrives in such an environment, is a problem, at least for the people who have to deal with him. Here is what I need all of you to do, Wang Wei swiftly ordered. He explained his plan before handing over secondary control of the Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle Array. Although this plan was cruel, none of these primals has reached their current realm without millions of lives stained in their hands. As such, they hurried over. After all, their lives were on the line. The essence of the formation is to borrow the 6 artificial grand constructs. So, through it, the primals used the river of time to travel vast distances through this timeline as primordial chaos. They then used the same power to teleport worlds to designated areas of the Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle Array. Bang! An entire world, which was encased in a space-time bubble, was thrown with enormous force. An entire realm with trillions upon trillions of lives was thrown like a slingshot, swirling through primordial chaos and heading directly to one of the array nodes the tribunal lords wanted to test. The fate of the inhabitants could be imagined. Everybody was surprised by this sudden turn of events, especially the infinite divine court. As a result, they did not immediately react before the first world hit its target. However, when the second world arrived, numerous paragons and primals rushed out of the array to stop it. Unfortunately, their attempt was futile. Wang Wei went out of his way to use the power of their base S array to ensure no paragon had the power to stop his actions forcefully. The court had only one option: destroy these worlds before they hit. The highest sovereign can be described as a cruel man. After all, his invasion has caused the death of countless people, Wang Wei sneered. However, he is also a holy saint who loves and is quite benevolent to his people. The citizens of this timeline have long been incorporated into the infinite divine court, meaning they are his people. Do you have the guts to slaughter them mindlessly? Well, even if you have, it won't matter. His analysis was soon proven to be correct. The first 5 worlds that he whirled at them reached their target without anyone trying to destroy them. Then, someone seemed to have given a ruthless order. Countless primals and paragons rushed out to try to intercept the enemy's attack. Unfortunately, the worlds Wang Wei chose were massive, and flying at such a terrifying speed made them nigh unstoppable. Without much of a choice, the court had to borrow more power from its array to to stop this horrific tactic. That is fine by me, Wang Wei smiled. The more they used their arrays, the more information they revealed, and the more nodes the tribunal lords could detect or eliminate until they found the right one. This approach is only slower than directly attacking the central nodes. And that is not mentioning the overall plan of increasing their karmic connection to this timeline to a profound level using slaughter, killing, and death. Use the primordial shots, Wang Wei ordered the people under him. The tribunal lords created an artificial primordial chaos, which may not be that useful in the grand scheme of things. However, Wang Wei found a use for it. By using its power, the world they sling can blend with this timeline as primordial chaos, rendering them invisible. With a mixture of visible and invisible worlds, the number of hits that land has increased, which means more nodes were tested. Excellent, Wang Wei muttered. Now let us deal with Sovereign Dao Eyes. Without any worries about being summoned to the battlefield, he can focus on his previous plan. So, without wasting much time, he left the meeting room and returned to his personal quarters. Chapter 17-18. The comeback of an ancient power now that he was alone. Wang Wei summoned his karma chessboard. He gently caressed the artifact. He had so many plans for it, but things changed so fast during the war that he had little use for it. Regardless of the situation, he did not abandon this artifact, as Wang Wei still believed in its value. Let us get started, Wang Wei thought. Saints are truly exceptional beings. Despite meeting Sovereign Dao Eyes, despite the latter forming an enmity with Wang Wei, even though Wang Wei already had killing intent, the karma line between them was almost non-existent. If not for Wang Wei's mastery of Karma Dao and the fact that their confrontation was recent, the karma thread would have already dissipated. Sainthood is truly a process of transcending all limitations and concepts of the chaos universe. Wang Wei analyzed as he continued his work. With control over the heaven and earth origin cycle array, he did not require assistance from another saint for his plan to continue. Just by controlling the heavenly Tao of the headquarters alone, he was able to use its power to strengthen the karma between himself and Sovereign Dao Eyes to condense a chess piece on the board. The next step was planting ideas that would lead to his enemy's death. However, Wang Wei was not stupid enough to think he could achieve such a thing to a saint at his current level without them noticing, even with the help of the array. When it comes to being harmed or dying, all cultivators have extraordinary senses. All life has the innate desire for self-preservation. And cultivation is also a process of evolving into higher beings, which is why they all have this ability. Unfortunate for Sovereign Dao Eyes, Wang Wei was prepared for such a possibility. He had prepared a few trump cards against the saints, although most were useless or required unique circumstances. Some were effective when used correctly. With a flicker of his wrist, a sphere of dark red energy materialized on his palm. As he looked at this substance, a look of dread flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. What was his greatest asset in the cultivation world? Was it his talent? His high background? His vast array of ideas from Earth? Maybe his powerful wife, who has been supporting him for a while now? No. While all of these contributed to his success, his greatest asset has always been his intelligence and wisdom. And the thing in his hand was the greatest threat to that asset. I am surprised that after everything the world has experienced, Heavenly Tao has never used Key of Calamity, Wang Wei muttered. Depending on the concentration, a tiny bit of this energy power would have someone as smart as him making the dumbest decision. With such a power, how could Heavenly Tao not use it? Sadly, Supreme Unity knew it was one of the latter's greatest sources of reliance. So the first thing it did after taking majority control was destroy the means of production. It also helped that the 7 moons were already acting as if the Key of Calamity infected them. Later, after gaining its freedom, Heavenly Tao also planned to use this power on the invaders. But Mithriya did not allow it for 2 reasons. First, she was sure that the Infinite Divine Court had dealt with many events involving the Key of Calamity. As one of the greatest weapons of Heavenly Tao, They must have encountered it numerous times during their conquest and developed an effective means of detecting and dealing with it. Instead of wasting it, Mithriya has been using her powers to help heavenly Tao condense the key of calamity into an even purer form to use as a trump card one day. Wang Wei had gained access to the latest development and was about to test it out on Sovereign Tao eyes. Let us see the effect of this weapon, Wang Wei thought as he injected the dark red sphere into the chess piece belonging to Sovereign Tao eyes. His eyes shifted to the display array, focusing on the domineering man's actions. Technically speaking, Wang Wei's senses were not enough to follow a battle between primordial saints. However, he had his means. He did not use the base's array, as that would swiftly drain his soul energy. Instead, he used his own technique, Saint True Eyes. The saint art he created was the combination of everything he had learned since his cultivation. In it, he also created a few battle techniques to fight a true saint without issue, one of which was the Saint True Eyes. Of course, Wang Wei could not use that technique in his current form. However, he could still use a weakened version using his Saint Tao heart as a medium. Without having to worry about tiring himself out, he observed the fate of his target with a sneer on his face. The bastard must die, and even if he somehow survives this tribulation, Wang Wei will continue to target him. Sovereign Tao Eyes was at risk the moment he arrived at his post. The node he was in charge of was one of the most significant ones, with the Slaughter Ancestor and the Barbarian race member of the Infinite Divine Court battling. Due to the significance of this mission, Wang Wei sent a few other primordial saints with him, but Tao Eyes was the leader. Go and attack the node, and I'll use my Tao Eyes to observe any shockwave from the Tribunal Lords and warn you in case of danger, he ordered his teammates, instantly making them resentful. However, the Lords had already warned them not to disobey military orders, so they gritted their teeth and followed. Luckily for them, the enemy primordial saints intercepted them. These saints were old foxes, so they immediately pretended as if their enemy was too strong for them. Captain, we need your help. You need my help? You outnumber them 5-2, and you say you need my help? If you're going to pretend, do a better job, Sovereign Tao Eyes sneered. Do your job or face military punishment. The team gritted their teeth and intensified their attacks. Meanwhile, Sovereign Tao Eyes did as he promised. He was born with special eyes and has used them throughout his cultivation journey. He never wasted an opportunity to evolve further or transform them. By pushing himself to the limit, he detected some of the shock waves from the battle and used that information to protect himself and warn his teammates. Unfortunately, fate seemed against him. Not long after the fight started, the enemy's primordial saint suddenly received a boost from their array, instantly turning the tide of the battle. Captain, this time, we really need your help this time. Damn these bastards, Sovereign Tao Eyes cursed. Wasn't this the perfect excuse? Now that they were not pretending, they could just cost-line this mission and would have the perfect excuse. But these people dragged him into the mess. He understood their mindset. Despite the constant warnings, it did not change the fact that Sovereign Tao Eyes was safe, and, if he wanted, could determine their lives. So, the best approach for these saints is to force them into the same situation they are in. After mulling over the situation, Tao Eyes determined the best course of action was to join the battle with them. With a 6-2 advantage, he can pretend he was in a difficult situation while simultaneously continuing to use his visual prowess to detect random shockwaves. However, just as he was about to execute this plan, he had another brilliant idea. What if he achieved his mission? As long as he successfully tests this node, he can return to the base without any excuses and hold his head proudly. More importantly, if I'm the first one to succeed, I might receive extra rewards, Sovereign Tao Eyes analyzed. As soon as this idea was imprinted in his mind, he could not erase it, so he deduced the possibilities. His team can hold the enemy back, allowing him to bypass their defense to reach the formation. It's feasible, Sovereign Tao Eyes thought excitedly. Without wasting another second, he ordered his teams to hold the enemy with all their might before rushing past them. The enemy's saint tried to stop him, but Sovereign Tao Eyes was too quick, and they were restrained. The team wondered what had gotten to their captain, but since the latter chose to do the most challenging task, they were more than happy. The node was one of the 1.269 million worlds that comprised the Court array. After bypassing their defense line, Sovereign Tao Eyes reached his destination and immediately released a barrage of attacks. His visual powers contained not only unique means of detection, but also terrifying attacks. Sovereign Tao Eyes was excited as he recorded all the fluctuations from this node. His plan would work. Boom! An unknown shockwave struck with such force that he flew into the array. However, he did not enter, but hit the protective film of the array and bounced off. His injuries were further aggravated. However, little did he know this was the beginning of his bad luck. Chapter 1719. The Key of Calamity S. Horror. Why are saints so dangerous? Why are battles between saints always resulting in severe injury, requiring years to heal, even though they have gone far in the path of being conceptual life forms? It's because the saint transformation is a fusion of everything a cultivator is made up of or has learned. Essence, spirit, ki, mind, Tao heart, willpower, Tao will, and Tao. Every attack, even the lowest one-pillar saint, will directly attack their opponent's source of being, their origin, their existence. Due to such a state of unity, even the shockwave from their battles contains such an attribute. Tribunal Saints has experienced a second transformation, further boosting that ultimate unity. So, when that aftermath shockwave hit Sovereign Tao Eyes, he was severely injured in a matter of seconds. However, the worst was yet to come. When Sovereign Tao Eyes hit the infinite divine Court array, he should have been annihilated. It's one thing to attack from afar, to test the array's nodes, but running directly to it should have activated its passive defensive abilities. And with a formation of such caliber, at a minimum, a primordial saint would be immediately sent to limbo. Regardless of his previous actions, Tao Eyes was an ancient saint with numerous trump cards. Although he has been technically weakened due to the lack of presence of the critical hit path, he still had a few tricks up his sleeve. Before hitting the array, he used a saint art to cancel and divert much of the array's power. However, fate seems to be playing tricks on him. After his body bounced from the array, Sovereign Tao Eyes flew and directly crashed into one of his teammates. Then, something incomprehensible occurred. All the power he had previously diverted from the Court array was redirected to that teammate. Sovereign Tao Eyes watched in horror as that primordial saint exploded into a blood mist and dissipated between heaven and earth. A colossal 13-petal golden lotus manifested between heaven and earth. This battle took place in primordial chaos. But every individual in this timeline, no matter where they were, saw the lotus. As all eyes were on it, the lotus turned completely blood red before turning a shower of infinite illusory red petals. A sad atmosphere spread throughout heaven and earth as the universe mourned over the passing of a saint. Sovereign Tao Eyes' face contorted into a mixture of shock, fear, and rage. If only the center had turned red, it would have meant his teammate had entered limbo or a state between life and death. But such a vision indicated true death. The Court array was a true saint's second-rank array, and even the small power diverted was enough to activate the existence hierarchy. No matter which step, a creature's existence is fundamental to their existence. For saints to kill each other, they must read their opponent's existence during battle to find the record about their time nexus, travel to that place in time, and kill them. In other words, battle with saints is an evolved and more direct form of using chronospirits. However, higher-level saints don't have to go through all this length for their weaker counterparts. Tribunal saints and above can directly attack a lower saint's time nexus through their existence without all the trouble of actively traveling through time. That's the essence of the existence hierarchy. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why do you have to be right behind me? What am I going to do? Sovereign Tao Eyes thought, his eyes still bulging as his mouth opened. The act of killing a comrade is the highest form of treason. He could imagine his fate once he returned to base. And with this dimension already sealed, there is no way for him to run. Not to mention the loss of reputation. His Tao is that of a sovereign, and reputation is crucial to his future path. Even if he tweaked his Tao to that of a tyrant, the reputation of killing his comrade in war will still affect him. Sovereign Tao eyes could feel the battle pause, and that all eyes were on him. Right now, he had only two thoughts in his mind. His life was over, and he needed to find an escape route. In such a situation, he should have calmed down and thought of a rational plan. However, instead, he acted on the first thought that came to his mind. I need another power to rescue me. And what better option than the infinite divine court? Sovereign Tao Eyes felt that he was a genius for coming up with such a brilliant solution. So, he used his divine sense to contact one of the two primordial saints from a court who were desperately trying to stop his team. Hey you, I want to surrender to the court. What? Are you serious? Saint Trifecta Flame asked. A brief moment of hesitation flashed in Sovereign Tao Eye's pupil. Was it really a good idea to surrender to the enemy? Could he so easily give up his vast empire? All his loyal subordinates, loving subjects, and all the beauties in his harem? What about his future path of transcendence, which can only be achieved in the primordial timeline? Could he easily give him up? As that hesitation was about to settle in, Sovereign Tao Eyes remembered the alternatives, being killed for treason. As long as I'm alive, I can regain everything I've lost, he thought. The ancient sages and scholars once proclaimed that no man can give up the power of the throne after sitting on it. However, as a saint, Tao Ai's willpower was unmatched and could not be compared to any regular mortal emperor. His pursuit was never all about luxury, wealth, and debauchery. They were just things that made the eternal pursuit of the Tao more bearable. As long as he was alive, he could rebuild and maybe experience even greater things after raising his cultivation to the next level. So, he secretly exhaled before answering. You have no idea how harsh life is in the primordial timeline with Grand Tao micromanaging every aspect of our lives. I've heard about the magnanimity and generosity of the highest sovereign. There's a saying in the infinite trichiliocosm. There are many unique beings in the universe, but there is only one hero, the highest sovereign. With such a reputation, I doubt he would treat me too badly. Plus, I brought a present, the head of a saint. This should be enough to show my sincerity, right? Trifecta Flame pondered over these words. He had to admit, this foreign saint was a smooth talker. His words appeared sincere, and he praised the highest sovereign. Although he knew the latter was most likely just saying these things, that did not stop Trifecta Flame from having a favorable view of him, such as the charisma of a sovereign. However, the Flame Tao Saint knew that such a decision was not his to make. So he reported it to his superior. As he opened his mouth to tell Sovereign Tao Eyes about this decision, something happened. Both of them seemed to have forgotten where they were. With such proximity, how could their divine sense communication be hidden from the tribunal lords? Key of Calamity, Karma Root Monarch. That young fate dominator knows how to cause trouble. What do you think we should do? No matter how bright his future is, he is still now a weak paragon. How can we allow him to manipulate us? Slaughter Ancestor said. How? He was manipulating us. His target was that man. It can't be helped. We are the ones needed to deal the final blow, Erudite Duchess commented. Of course, you would speak for him. None of you are addressing the issue, Karma Root Monarch butted in. What should we do with the traitor? These saints have been half-heartedly executing their orders. Primordial Heaven, Sword Saint sneered. We need to further establish our authority by putting fear deep into their souls. And this is the perfect opportunity. I agree, but it's a shame to lose two of our own so soon into the expedition, True Dreamlord sighed. Then, we should take two of them as well. Trinity Venerable calmly stated. Slaughter, you're the closest. It's time to increase the pressure. Fine, Zlauteranchistor nodded. With a thought, a black-red spear appeared in his palm. He did not hesitate to stab downward toward Sovereign Tao Eyes. His opponent, the barbarian, reacted swiftly by also summoning his artifact. a set of golden rings. However, the Slaughter ancestor summoned a second true artifact, Slaughter Journal, to block his opponent. The power of the spear descended with tremendous force, and in an instant, it annihilated Sovereign Tao Eyes, Trifecta Flame, and the other saints, stopping their team. 3 more Blood Lotus materialized between heaven and earth, followed by a profound sense of sadness. This expedition has just started, and 4 primordial saints have already fallen. Everyone was shocked as today's event seemed to foretell how bloody this expedition would be. Chapter 1720, Wealth, Method, Companion, Land Name, Sovereign Tao Eyes Sex, Male Race, Human Uniqueness, Specialized Realm, Soul Tao Quintessence, Primordial Saint, Challenge Level, Crushing an Ant Comet. After slaughtering countless primordial saints, this one is no different from the others. There are no benefits to be gained from slaughtering it. Name, Trifecta Flame Sex, Male Race, Human Uniqueness, no individual uniqueness, but status as a citizen of the infinite divine court is noteworthy. Realm, Soul Tao Quintessence, Primordial Saint, Challenge Level, Crushing an Ant Comet. The first citizen of the infinite divine court to be killed. His death signaled a new realm with possible unique individuals, races, and life forms to slaughter. Tao Improvement, 0.0001. Name, Gungji Sword Empress Sex. Female Race, White Tiger, Holy Demon Uniqueness. Many demonic races are considered holy, but only after sanctifying are they truly worthy of that title, and she has met the requirements. A citizen of the infinite divine court. Realm, Soul Tao Quintessence, Primordial Saint, Challenge Level. Crushing an Ant Comet. I have slain numerous true holy beasts, and the only uniqueness of this one is its combination of bloodline power and profound sword Tao. Will other creatures in the infinite divine court have their own individual uniqueness? 2 identical trees will grow differently if placed in different environments. I cannot wait to see the court's unique features. Tao Improvement. 0.0005. The Slaughter ancestor noticed the changes to his Slaughter journal, but he did not pay it too much attention. The death of a primordial saint, unless truly a unique being, such as the young self of a third-step powerhouse whose future self is almost guaranteed to become true, will not have much improvement in condensing his Tao quintessence. However, if he could kill the second-step barbarian opposing him, the improvement would be noticeable. Unfortunately, while it might be easy to defeat a saint at the same level, killing them is a million times more difficult. I want to know until I try, right? A terrifying battle spirit emanated from Slaughter ancestor. Now that they had drawn their true saint artifacts, the battle was about to become serious. Before that, he had one more thing to do. Sovereign Tao Eyes has betrayed his timeline and surrendered to the enemy. The Slaughter ancestor's cold voice spread to every corner of the battlefield. Under the military law, I have executed him. May his death be a warning to the rest of you. A chill ran down the primordial saint's spine. They were already scared by how easily the tribunal lord had slaughtered someone of equal status and strength to them, and now this warning seemed to contain some hidden meanings. After thinking about how they were haphazardly executing the plan to test out these nodes, they understood what they needed to do. Then, out of a sense of profound fear, the morale of the primordial beings immediately rose to the highest level as they increased the intensity of their attacks. With such momentum, it's apparent that it was only a matter of time before the infinite divine court would be overwhelmed. They already had the number disadvantage, and now their morale was weaker than the enemy's. Luckily for them, one of their tribunal saints was a worthy commander. Another calm, soothing, and yet authoritative voice echoed throughout primordial chaos. These barbaric cultivators from the primordial timeline, who have no qualm about killing one of their own, wish to destroy everything the court and the highest sovereign have worked to build. We will not let them. These words contain a hint of power that reminded everyone fighting of their world as situation. The infinite divine court looked bright and prosperous. But all the people understood how much effort and suffering it took for them to get there under the strict rules and limitations of Grand Tao, how much tribulation the highest sovereign had to survive to carve out a peaceful place from all races and sentient beings. Yet Grand Tao and the primordial timeline have done everything in their power to force them to conform and follow their rules. Now, these people were no longer satisfied with using the rules and limitations to make the court bow down. Now, they directly attack strategic assets. How can they accept this? Haven't they suffer enough? The highest sovereign's words were true. For their future enlightenment, for a chance of achieving freedom, their greatest enemy is and will always be Grand Tao. Such a fervent belief, Karma Root Monarch commented. The highest sovereign's charisma is truly scary. The primordial heaven sword saint sighed. Even if all the cultivators of the infinite divine court were brainwashed to be patriotic and love this man since birth, by the time they would have become a primordial saint, all that would have left is a semi-decent relationship based on repaying karma. Saints have not entirely escaped the shackles of cause and effect. As such, these primordial saints should have only focused on repaying their debt to the highest sovereign or the court. But in this case, these people saw true reverence toward the man. Grand Tao's harsh rules allow him to have a common enemy, and the highest sovereign also used a cohesive ideology or philosophy to bind everybody into the same ship. Erudite Duchess analyzed. Wealth, method, land, and companion, the Trinity Venerable uttered. It's such a common saying in the cultivation world, but the highest sovereign has truly embodied their core ideologies, especially companion. How magnanimous must the highest sovereign be to share so many resources, ideas, and knowledge with countless individuals. He also served as their teacher and protector, and in turn, he can use these people's minds to help him deduce his own cultivation path and other aspects that will significantly aid his journey. Do you think we could replicate his success? The Karma Root Monarch asked, but the silence that followed answered this question. Despite her jovial, approachable demeanor, the Karma Root Monarch knew that her true nature was cold and indifferent. She saw the universe and all lives in it as binding karmic chains, and she wished nothing more than to escape this endless web. The Slaughter ancestor treated all sentient beings as his hunting target. Even if he were magnanimous and shared his knowledge with the world, he would eventually succumb to his nature and slaughter them to further his Tao. Or maybe he would eventually be hunted. The primordial heaven sword saint proclaimed himself as the source of all swordsmanship. Like his companions, he also saw all swordsmen as nourishment to further his path. If not for some accident, he would have already started reaping swordsmen by now. With such a cannibalistic mindset, how could he emulate the highest sovereign? The true Dream Lord is considered a madman among his peers. His desire to turn the chaos universe into his own eternal dream is well known. Even if he could control his nature and try a similar path as the highest sovereign, eventually people would turn on him once they discovered his goal. No, without genuine sincerity, his chances of achieving a tenth of the infinite court's success would be a pipe dream. The Trinity Venerable is the leader of a powerful Taoist sect. With this foundation, could he follow in the highest sovereign's shoes? The answer is no. He is obsessed with the number 3 and the perfect balance that it represents. Balance has become a fundamental aspect of his Tao. In its endless pursuit, he has also severely restricted the development of his sect. The way of balance is also a method used by many sovereigns, but none of them can be considered holy emperors such as the highest sovereign. The emperor's method of balance can only be used by small-minded people who do not have absolute confidence in themselves to control and suppress the overall situation. Without that mindset, they cannot become the next highest sovereign. Of all the non-cardinal saints, the erudite Duchess has the highest chance. In many ways, her path is similar to that of the infinite divine court. She does not treat people as pawns. Her nature is not as destructive or gluttonous. She sows seeds of karma with talented individuals and is fairly aboveboard about her approach. She is also magnanimous, willing to give a talent, such as Wu Hong, a rare opportunity to condense a Tao quintessence prototype. The only thing she is missing is a heroic spirit. Unlike the highest sovereign, the erudite Duchess is quiet, reserved, and does not have the ambition to rule over people. Her library, while an immense wonder of the chaos universe, does not have many direct members, and she prefers it as such. Do you think the Fate Dominator also followed a similar path? The Trinity Venerable asked. If the all-heaven Fate Calamity is really his doing, he must have many people working with him, the Karma Root Monarch. Otherwise, he would be the enemy of the entire world. Being the enemy of the universe seems like something he might do. True, in all their times they peruse the future. There's one title that remained constant, for that being at the end of the river of time, the Tyrant. Although they haven't figured out why this title exists, it must have been granted for a reason. Chapter 1721. The Shackles of Cause-Effect. Wang Wei calmly watched Sovereign Dao Ai's fate. A saint just died. A being who has placed so much pressure on him was just killed due to his machinations. For a moment, he felt the saints were not all that, but he soon dismissed this idea. Sovereign Dao Ai's died because it was the right moment and the right time. Without the existence of the heaven and earth origin cycle array and this current chaotic war, the latter would not have died so easily. The key of calamity would have brought him to his lowest point and may have even sent him to limbo, but he would never have been completely erased. This man's death should serve as a reminder, Wang Wei thought. Before I become a true transcendent, death is always looming over my head. Just as Wang Wei can plot against Sovereign Dao Ai's to lead to his death, someone else can do the same as him. So, he reminded himself that even after sanctifying, he should always remain vigilant and not let his guard down. He should not let the power get to his head. Wang Wei muttered as he noticed something. His vision changed, and he saw his key luck dragon. A decent part of it had already turned transparent, but that was not his current concern. He saw a dark spot on one of the dragon's spots, and the darkness was rapidly spreading. Is this the backlash for using the key of calamity? He swiftly analyzed. The level of calamity not only influences someone's mind to ensure they always make the wrong decision, leading to their downfall or death. It also instantly placed a terrifying curse of misfortune. Wang Wei did not hesitate to activate his luck Dao to combat the terrible backlash. However, his efforts were useless. That level of key of calamity is not something ordinary people can wield without consequences. Ordinarily, if he were dealing with a normal person, his methods might be effective, but he dealt with a primordial saint. In the eyes of the universe, Wang Wei's actions could be viewed as blasphemous. Thus, he must pay the consequences. Numerous thoughts flashed through Wang Wei's mind as he deduced a solution. He remembered an old ability he had almost forgotten since he rarely used it. Long ago, when he first entered the Duyi realm, he gained the ability to turn his key luck dragon completely black. In that state, his luck entered a state of emptiness, preventing any outside influence from affecting it. After so many years, Wang Wei has long understood that the battle between his future self and Grand Tao has influenced his entire cultivation journey. From when he was a mortal and Grand Tao took over the test from the 9th layer of the pagoda in an attempt to destroy his will and spirit, to the difficulty of creating his heavenly physique, entering the Duyi realm, and the black key luck were all a result of that battle. Wang Wei frowned. This tactic was only semi-successful. The black aura stopped spreading and was even neutralized, but it did not dissipate as he anticipated. He glanced at the chessboard before him and placed his hands on a few pieces. He easily transferred a small portion of this doom curse to a few people, but did not go overboard. The tribunal lords and cardinals are the true leaders of this expedition. If he started using all the primals and paragons of the expedition as chess pieces, they would definitely stop giving him face on account of his future self. However, even sharing a small amount with many people was not enough to deal with this issue, so Wang Wei targeted a whale, Emperor Kong. By using the latter's unique destiny, Wang Wei successfully removed the last trace of this backlash curse of misfortune. As for Emperor Kong, well, you should thank Wang Wei. As a chosen one, Emperor Kong will immensely benefit after surviving the ordeal from the bad luck, thus drastically increasing his strength and the foundation of his academy. More importantly, Wang Wei's actions will also activate Kong's destiny, bringing it to an ideal state for the final step of the grand plan. Some sense of elation or relief should have washed over Wang Wei after dealing with such a pesky situation. Yet, as he watched his completely normal-looking key luck dragon, a sense of unease loomed over the back of his mind. He knew better than to ignore his intuition, so he did a quick divination. However, even using the boost from the Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle Array, the result was nothing. There aren't many things that can completely block divination about myself, Wang Wei thought. He is used to returning empty-handed when dealing with other individuals' divination. But when it comes to his life, to his safety, there's always a sliver of information. The primary one is information about my time nexuses. This was terrible news for Wang Wei. If the backlash for using the key calamity on a primordial saint affected his time nexus, then it would not be worth it. Hesitation was not a part of the vocabulary, so Wang Wei prepared to try another approach to get to the truth. But as he was about to execute it, he felt a pain in his head that made him groan. His soul already couldn't bear the use of the array, so he swallowed a few soul-nourishing pills of the highest quality. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the artificial river of fate. However, he momentarily paused. His divination concerned his time nexus, so Wang Wei must consider the possibility that the erudite Duchess can nullify all divination made using her creation. Based on the battle I saw, I know that at some point, news about my multiple time nexuses will be revealed, but the longer I can hide, the more chances I will have at closing the loop, Wang Wei thought. He did not know whether Grand Dao would be the one to reveal it directly, or whether she would follow the rules and plot so that the information would be slowly revealed. Regardless, Wang Wei wanted to take as many precautions as possible. Wang Wei briefly surveyed this river of fate. As expected, he couldn't detect any hidden methods. However, he observed that this grand construct was easier to manipulate than the genuine one. This one lacks certain grandeur, certain mystery. However, I reckon it may be a great training method to accelerate Paragon's mastery of true grand constructs, Wang Wei commented. Now is not the time for all this analysis. With a thought, a brilliant moon hung over the river of fate, revealing the physical manifestation of his fate star status. With the boost from the array and the power of a fate star to counter divination, Wang Wei felt much more confident in hiding the truth from the Duchess or any other tribunal lords. However, he still did not directly divine the truth, and it was not just out of caution. As a master of fate, he knew information about his time nexus was heavily protected, so he would have to beat around the bush to retrieve some minor information and deduce the rest with his intelligence and wisdom. Is the sense of unease I'm feeling because of something that will occur at a unique event in my life that can cause death to my true self? Yes, as expected, Wang Wei thought as he saw the result of the divination. In this dangerous expedition, many events could lead to his death, but only one is unique and corresponds to his true self, a reference to himself and his future self combined his time nexus. I want to complain, but can only blame myself, Wang Wei sighed. Who knew killing Sovereign Dao eyes using the key of calamity would increase the difficulty of his time nexus? What's done is done, so Wang Wei did not dwell on it. Now that there was a problem, he focused on finding a solution. What is the cause of the increase in difficulty? A general answer is acceptable. Cause and effect. Wang Wei's eyes immediately lit up. He immediately used a more potent form of divination to look through Sovereign Daoi's life. Even in death, the latter's status as a saint protects his information. As such, Wang Wei could not see every single moment of his existence from birth until death. However, he could see enough, especially since he focused on people participating in the expedition who had any connection to Sovereign Dao eyes and might want to avenge him. Finally, Wang Wei stopped on a particular memory and paused for a good second. Cause and effect, karma, call it whatever you want. But no one can truly escape its shackles. The person he was observing was an old acquaintance of his, despite the fact that they had never truly met. The Black Order assassin saint, Wang Wei muttered as he remembered that naive assassin Blue Ember. Chapter 1722. My path is just as bright, I have my answer. Wang Wei thought, but there is something still eluding me. Why would the Black Order assassin saint attack me for Tao Sovereign Eyes' sake? From the information he had gathered, he knew the connection between the two. Sovereign Tao Eyes is the ruler of an ancient empire known as the Great Qian Saint Court. Tao Eyes knew he was still a long way from the second step of the quintessence realm, so he planned first to raise the national strength or destiny of his empire. Unfortunately, Great Qian had reached the limit of its destiny. In terms of governance, people's standard of living, culture, prosperity, and even land. Although Sovereign Tao Eyes wanted to conquer more worlds, he knew he had reached the limit that Grand Tao or other sovereigns could tolerate. At that point in Great Qian's development, there was only one way to improve its national strength: cultivate more saints. Unfortunately, not everybody can be the highest sovereign. Tao Eyes wanted more saints, but he feared their powers would undermine his control over the dynasty. After mulling this decision for a while, his nature as a ruler took over, and he ultimately chose power over his spirit as a holy sovereign. Luckily for Sovereign Tao Eyes, an opportunity offered itself, the ultimate taboo. This event would create countless new saints, but their foundation would be weak, meaning they would not pose much of a threat and could be easily controlled. Before the taboo, Tao Eyes invested in 3 people to one day take control over a prime minister, a divine general, and an assassin to control his shadow agency. But, as always, fate is fickle. Sovereign Tao Eyes eventually subdued the first 2, but the Black Order Shadow Saint has his own ideals and ambitions. Even after knowing most of his success was the machinations of someone else, he refused to bow down. Tao Eyes tried to use force, but this approach also failed. While Black Order was weak, he was still a saint-tier assassin with excellent escape skills. Furthermore, his subsequent retaliation severely injured Great Qian's Prime Minister and Divine General. Realizing that a forceful approach would not work, he tried a softer one. He offered Black Order the only thing the latter could not resist: methods of improving its foundation pillars. At first, Black Order was resistant to this approach, believing that with his talent, he could also create his own method. Unfortunately, reality could not care about his arrogance. After a few successes and repeated failures, the assassin saint had no choice but to become acquainted with Great Qian and Sovereign Tao Eyes. Sovereign Tao Eyes' death should be a good thing for Black Order, so why would he want to avenge the latter? Wang Wei analyzed. He had essentially removed the puppet master trying to control the Black Order assassin saint, thus eliminating all the karma between them. So why avenge him? Is this some form of Stockholm Syndrome? Wang Wei placed himself in the opponent's shoes. He is doing it for legitimacy and the Great Qian. By avenging the person who caused their ruler's death, he can rightfully interfere in the affairs of the Great Qian Saint Court and plunder its resources. The 2 new saints will not be able to preserve Great Qian. As soon as Sovereign Tao Eyes' death is revealed, especially with the crime of treason, competitors of that dynasty with ancient sovereign saints will immediately invade and conquer most of its territory. With the dynasty's formation, the 2 new saints will be able to protect Great Qian's foundation. But that's all. However, with a 3rd saint, they would be able to preserve even more luck and territory. As such, Wang Wei could deduce that the others might welcome the Black Order's saint's involvement in the dynasty, at least before the assassin revealed its sharp fangs. If I remember correctly, the Grand Tutor from the Great Yu Saint Court is here, Wang Wei thought. Great Yu and Great Qian have been enemies since ancient times, meaning the person most excited about Sovereign Tao Eyes' death is them. Now that he knew about the cause of his unease, Wang Wei already had some ideas on how to deal with it. However, He decided to remain inactive for now and not act too soon to prevent even more variables from popping out. The river of fate disappeared with a flicker of his wrist, and Wang Wei focused on the situation outside. He saw the fervor of the infinite divine court as citizens. As he gazed at these people, he remembered a conversation he had with his Wu Hong in the lower dimension. And to this day, he has never forgotten that conversation. You want me to treat them as a boost instead of a burden? Your family is full of talented individuals, and their accomplishments will not be lower than anyone else's. More importantly, they can provide you with something that no one in the universe can. Trust and loyalty. Wu Hong smiled. Wang Wei's hazy eyes focused on the screen before him before muttering, "My path might be slightly different than the highest sovereign, but its potential is the same." Wang Wei had no dynasty, but he had parents and a sect of talented and loyal individuals. Additionally, his magnanimity is no less than the highest sovereign. He has no qualms about sharing ideas, rare resources, and even great favors with people to form alliances. As for a central idea that can unify the different factions and perspectives of the people under his command, well, Wang Wei used something other than ideologies, pure interest. Ever since the lower dimension, he has built a reputation that everyone associated with or worked with him has always benefited. Wang Wei will always get the biggest piece of pie, but everybody will always get some soup. And where his charisma takes effect is that he will not suppress anyone. He always welcomes anyone to challenge him physically or intellectually, as long as they can pull the rug beneath his feet. He praised the individual instead of acting petty or with a rage of incompetence. Of course, that is under the hidden rules that you do not cross certain lines. Then, all bets are off. Zheng watched that terrifying spear annihilate 3 saints, and the desire to sanctify intensified. No, he did not want to merely be sanctified. He wanted to reach the peak of the chaos universe and then achieve true transcendence. Wang Wei, Wu Hong, Hong Jun, Mithra, all these beings who loomed over my mind and have humiliated me will pay the price, Zheng thought as he released his clenched fists. As he relaxed his body, he prepared to continue gathering more worlds to fling. But then, he heard the announcements of the 2 tribunal lords, followed by the divine being's reaction. Do my people revere me as much as these people do the highest sovereign? Zheng asked himself as he watched these people's morale reach unprecedented heights. As a ruler himself, he could not help comparing himself with someone as majestic as the highest sovereign. The common people do, but the cultivators do not. Many probably have great disdain for me, Zheng thought, not lying to himself. But why is that? How am I inferior to the highest sovereign? Unconsciously, he remembered his past back on Middle-earth. His father died, and Zheng was forced to ascend to the throne at the age of 13, while a regent held most of the power in the court. Yet, under such harsh circumstances, he successfully took over and went on to conquer the remaining 6 kingdoms, uniting China and leaving an eternal legacy. After his first reincarnation into the upper zone world, Zheng's starting point was also low. Born into a poor scholar family and a dynasty in which all nobles control the path of ascension. Furthermore, only the royal family had access to cultivation. Despite these circumstances, Zheng rose to the highest level, overthrew that dynasty, and adopted its cultivation method. Unfortunately, due to his late cultivation, the weak foundation established by low-level techniques, and the ruin of his luck through too much killing, he only became a pseudo-eternal emperor. But that did not stop Zheng. He still reached the top of the upper zone world before abandoning everything and reincarnating for a better future. The highest sovereign's rise must have been filled with ups and downs, but I would not lose to him in terms of spirit and will. So, what's the difference? Zheng thought. He believed that even if he were not a primordial being and were born in another timeline, he would still have today's achievements. As for the path of transcendence, well, with his willpower and ambitions, Zheng believed he would still have done everything in his power to see the path ahead. Yet, No matter how arrogant, prideful, or confident he was, he could never say his people love or respect him as much as the highest sovereign as citizens do. Chapter 1723. Obsession, I don't need their love, Zheng thought. Cultivators, by nature and their environment, are creatures incapable of showing undying love. They are rational, driven solely by their desire to pursue the Tao. However, respect is another thing. I should have been able to retain their respect. So, what went wrong? Zheng chose to be truthful with himself and analyzed his life from a detached, fair, and non-judgmental perspective. And the answer he derived was that he did not deserve their respect. A perfect example of this is the number of primals in the Great Kin Divine Court. Why were there only 2 until recently? On paper, the answer is that the Eternal Ascension world had a limited number of spots for destiny that can give birth to a primal, and Great Kin only acquired 2. But why was that? Why were factions such as the Tao Opening Sect, Buddhism, Taoism, and even the Sword Path League capable of acquiring 3 or 4 spots, but Great Kin couldn't he? By being honest with himself, Zheng knew the answer. He sabotaged his own dynasty. During the Golden Age, in which every faction was competing for the Overlord destiny, there were a few geniuses in Kin who could have competed for these destinies. Sadly, these talented individuals originated from powerful clans that Zheng deemed capable of destabilizing Great Kin's situation and his power. Ultimately, it comes down to the fact that I was not confident enough. Zheng analyzed. If I had the mindset of a true sovereign capable of suppressing everybody no matter the situation, if I had this level of confidence, heroes, and magnanimity, Kin would have had at least 4 primals. Zheng could not help but remember 2 people, Qiyuan and Dugabatian. In the cultivation world, it's normal for brothers, fathers, sons, and mothers to kill each other for power. However, Qiyuan retained a deep bond with his sworn brothers and went above board to help them prove the Tao and become primal. And then, he still had the bearing to allow someone else in his family to reach such heights, without fearing his power would be lost. Then, there is Dugabatian. Many negative things can be said about him, but no one would deny the man's charisma. He's the only one in their generation who successfully conquered another primal, forcing the latter to be eternally loyal to him. He also had the bearing to tolerate other primals, make them respect him, and still successfully control their greed and desires. The highest sovereign is one thing, but even Dugabatian can have the mindset and bearing of a holy emperor. So why can't I? Zheng thought as a strange aura flew out of his body. Slaughter is the worst way for a ruler to control people and retain political power. With enough strength, bearing, and wisdom, I can have absolute control over Kin while still preserving the people's love and respect. Zheng immediately felt a shackle removed from his mind. He was never a rigid man, and he also never believed he was less than anyone. Before his reincarnation, Hongjun showed him his legacy to the world. Zheng was shocked to see how the world remembered his reign for its harsh rules and the deaths caused by the construction of the Great Wall. So, after his reincarnation, he no longer adhered to strict legalist principles and adapted all schools of thought to ensure Kin's prosperity. And now, after seeing his peers, or people who will one day be his peers, and how their behavior facilitates a broader or more prosperous path to the Tao, he has chosen to change himself for his future. Eternal stagnation is one of the curses that all immortal life must constantly fight against, and with today's enlightenment, Zheng succeeded. Wang Wei muttered as he sensed something through the chessboard. His vision changed, and he saw Zheng being dazed. An epiphany? And this aura, it should be a change in his mindset and Tao heart. Is it because of the court's citizens? In just a few seconds, Wang Wei gleaned significant information. He sighed. With another opportunity, he can probably condense a Saint Tao heart. After condensing his heart, he tried recreating the effect with his ancestors. However, the result was a failure, prompting Wang Wei and the others to deduce that, besides extreme talent, the right opportunity is also required to condense a transcendent trait. Zheng's epiphany meant he's halfway there. He just needs another opportunity to refine his mind, and he'll probably succeed. Are you also interested in mirroring the highest sovereign's conditions? Wang Wei thought. The highest sovereign is a benevolent king who can probably act as a tyrant when needed. But you? Your path is probably that of a tyrant masquerading as a benevolent king, which makes you even more dangerous. With Zheng's talent and this new mindset, Wang Wei foresaw that the latter now had the foundation to walk far along the transcendent path. Unfortunately for him, he chose to be his enemy. No matter what happened, your only fate will be refined by me into a puppet, Wang Wei thought with cold and indifferent eyes. Ignoring Zheng, Wang Wei focused on the current situation and on himself. By the looks of things, this expedition will take a while. In that case, I should take this opportunity to increase my strength. There are only a few things that can increase Wang Wei's current strength, one of which is condensing his second transcendent foundation. If there is enough time, I can also create the third one, and maybe even cultivate it before the expedition ends, Wang Wei planned. I can also use the excuse of a cultivation retreat to hide my real self from this war. He was here against his wishes. So the plan has always been to do as little work as possible and ensure his safety and survival. The battle continued. While the divine beings' morale rose, it did not change the fact that they were outnumbered. And now that the primordial beings were being pressured into acting, they could no longer pretend and had to go all out. With Wang Wei's secret aid using the slingshot worlds, more and more nodes were tested and verified. Of course, the crux of this battle has always been the battle between tribunal lords, and even then, Wang Wei's side has the advantage. The armored lord from the court fought against 3 cardinals and the Trinity Venerable, and held on for so long. However, the latter was in a terrible state. Just as Wang Wei was waiting for the outcome, he received a communication from Mithria. I need you to recall me back to base. Have you changed your mind? Wang Wei instantly asked. As the commander, he had such power and planned to keep Mithria back, but the latter insisted on participating in this cruel battle. No, I have a plan, and I need your help. Oh, do tell. I'm after the blood of one of the ascended saints. Mithria explained. Their blood? You want to use it to achieve the 12 foundation pillars. It may be the only way, Mithria nodded. She had realized that 11 pillars was the limit she could achieve, probably the actual consequences of taking a shortcut. And after analyzing the situation, only extraordinary resources, such as the blood of a tribunal lord, could overcome these limitations. Have you thought about this? The blood of such a being probably contained their will. How are you going to purify it? No, you probably can't even contain it. I can use Hong-Er's sealing array to contain it, Mithria explained. As for purification, we can think of something later. And how do you propose you get that blood? That armored person, he is the key, she explained. He is in a weakened state, and with the right sneak attack, I can draw blood. Wang Wei frowned. You want to use the Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle Array? That is the only power I have access to that is close to tribunal lords, Mithria nodded. Wang Wei glanced at her through the array screen. After knowing her for so long, he could tell Mithria had developed an obsession with the 12 foundation pillars. Her pursuit was no longer about improving her foundation for a better future, but more about regaining what she had lost, what she sacrificed for the future of the eternal ascension world. Well, she asked, with this blood, I will not only perfect my foundation, but we can also retrieve information about condensing the flesh quintessence. There is no stopping her, Wang Wei thought. If he refuses, there is a 95% chance she will risk her life and do it alone. After secretly sighing, he finally said, if you want this plan to work, you must tell one of the tribunal lords. Her plan was too risky, with too many variables that could lead to failure. However, with the help of another second-step powerhouse, the chances of success are higher. Chapter 1724. The Duchess' way of doing things. Mithria hesitated. Involving other powerful beings might complicate matters. But after calming down and thinking rationally about Wang Wei's situation, she realized it was indeed the best approach. She only needed a drop of blood, which is meaningless to the tribunal lords. However, a successful injury to the enemy's saint would be pretty advantageous to their situation. Fine, but who do you suggest we contact first? The Duchess, Wang Wei replied without hesitation. He did not know much about these people, but he would never trust the Trinity Venerable and the True Dream Lord. As for the remaining individuals, one practiced the way of slaughter, and, as much as Wang Wei loved Li Jun, his kind did not elicit trust. The cardinals were out of the question, so of the remaining individuals, only he knew or had a decent relationship with the erudite Duchess. All right, Mithria nodded. One of the powers granted to the expedition commander was the ability to contact the tribunal lords. Wang Wei was careful not to abuse this power, hence why he did not even do so when the primordial saints refused their initial deployment. This better be important, the erudite Duchess said as she distracted herself to separate a projection back on the base. Wang Wei did not waste time explaining their plan, including Mithria's desire to acquire the blood. "You're lucky you contacted me," the erudite Duchess calmly said. "Oh, is there something wrong with the plan? Do you think our blood will be easily gathered after condensing the flesh quintessence? In truth, we don't even bleed in the sense you understand." She shook her head. "Not to mention you cannot fathom the vast difference between our intuition and reaction speed and yours." Wang Wei instantly wanted to ask more questions, but after realizing he wasn't that familiar with this woman, he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Mithria realized how foolish her thought was and became silent. "So, we can't gather the blood?" Wang Wei asked after seeing how quiet Mithria was. "Let me see the sealing container you wanted to use." Mithria manifested a black and white pill bottle with 13 small magic circles floating above the cap. The Duchess reached out to observe. Those runes, that little girl succeeded in perfecting her Tao quintessence prototype. I thought she would only reach that level after sanctifying. Her eyes lit up as she tried to contain her excitement. She finally saw a peaceful path ahead. As long as that little girl becomes a Grand Tao saint. No, even as a second step, Wu Hong only needs to repay the karma by allowing the Duchess to observe her almost completed Tao quintessence. And she can use that knowledge to complete hers. "My wife is, of course, the best," Wang Wei shamelessly said, trying to build some kind of rapport or connection with the Duchess to build more support and protection for himself during this dangerous expedition. Erudite Duchess calmly glanced at him. "Yes, of all the people I've sown karma with, her talent is probably the second best, and her value is the highest." "Second best?" Wang Wei muttered as his pupil suddenly squinted. Then he casually said, "The first must be the heavenly book paragon. You know him? We never met face to face, but we had a few unpleasant interactions," Wang Wei admitted. "Then, you'd better be careful," the Duchess calmly stated. "I've never dug into his affairs, but the little I know indicates he is a truly dangerous individual. If even you're saying that, then I must raise my caution against him," Wang Wei nodded. He never took Heavenly Book Paragon lightly, but if even a tribunal saint has such an evaluation of him, then Wang Wei must raise his danger level by a few levels. "Let us get back on topic," the Duchess said. "This seal is enough to hold that blood for 2 hours, and that if you're lucky." A sense of heavy solemnness weighed on the Mother Buddha. She then sighed. "Greed and obsession have overwhelmed my state of mind. Had Wang Wei not insisted on sharing this plan with the tribunal lords, she could have foreseen her fate. The sneak attack would have failed and probably resulted in her death. And even if it had succeeded, she would not have drawn blood, and even if she did, her sealing would have failed, leading to a disastrous end. You sacrifice your future to be the guardian and protector of the upcoming era. Grand Tao should have rewarded you for your efforts. Instead, you were ignored and even denied perfection." The erudite Duchess shook her head. Mithria remained silent. She was not stupid, although her memories are gone. She still knew someone must have done something that either forced or convinced her to abandon her bright future and use the flawed method of sanctification in the name of protecting the eternal ascension world and the upcoming transcendent era. However, what happened afterward? Instead of allowing her to regain what she lost, Grandau made it so that she had to work 100 times harder to do so, and only by relying on the exchange list. If not for Wang Wei providing her with numerous ideas, Mithria knew how much time and effort she would have to waste to rebuild her foundation, and even then, her limit would have been 9, maybe 10 foundation pillars. All things happen for a reason, Mithria sighed as she summoned a prayer bead and played with it. The texture and soft power it released soothed her mind. The Duchess secretly shook her head. Although she knew Buddhism was all about benevolence, too much of it was an issue. However, she would not comment on someone else's faith or path. With a flicker of her wrist, she modified the pill bottle before handing it back. I know the origin of Buddhism is linked to the prehistoric world, but I do not know the details. One day, when you find out the truth, you must bring the information to me as compensation for today as help. Mithria immediately felt relieved after hearing these words. Favors are the hardest thing to repay in this world, and now that she knew what price must be paid, her mind was at peace. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was nodding internally. He likes the Duchess's direct approach to dealing with people. On the surface, it sounds cold and calculating, lowering everything down to a transaction. However, most cultivators would prefer such an approach to the scheming and plotting of people like Wang Wei or the Trinity Venerable. I will talk to the cardinals so they can deal with the enemy's intuition and reflexes, the Duchess continued. Then there is the attack itself. Her vision Barado, the heaven and earth origin cycle array, and ponder briefly. I can't distract myself to nurture a talisman with one of my attacks. Her opponent was quite powerful and required all her focus and attention. More importantly, the Hidden Tribunal Lord was most likely observing any changes to the battlefield. However, I can modify this array to secretly achieve the same goal. Finally, I will create a distraction, and that will be your sign to attack. A sign? You'll know when it happens. I understand, Mithria nodded. Lord Duchess, is there any way you could give her some extra protection? After all, this is an attack on a tribunal lord. Wang Wei shamelessly asked. No, the erudite Duchess directly refused. I don't have any extra artifacts, nor can I spare the time to send my powers into her body. And since she's doing this for her Tao, she must accept a certain level of risk. I'm fully aware of the danger and accept any consequences, Mithria swiftly said, while giving Wang Wei a look that said he was being too greedy. Wang Wei responded with eyes that said that he was doing it for her own good. All right, time is of the essence, the erudite Duchess stated. It took a few minutes for her to secretly modify the heaven and earth origin cycle array, probably because she was still wary of the infinite divine Court's hidden expert. Finally, she transmitted information to Mithria about how to operate this new change before dismissing the projection. Wang Wei watched as Mithria slowly condensed the talisman with a terrifying aura before departing. While he couldn't understand what was going on, he could still record every aspect to bring back to his wife. He still believes she can set up the same array, and maybe even a better one, after she sanctifies. I've been worried about the safety of the sect and the eternal ascension world after news of the lower dimension's ability is revealed. Maybe this heaven and earth origin cycle array might be the key to our salvation, Wang Wei thought. Although he had deduced that Grandau would leave specific protection in place since the eternal ascension world will become the destiny center of the chaos universe, Wang Wei was not too keen on relying on someone else, especially Grandau, for his and the people he loves safety. Chapter 1725. Source of the Tao, the chaos continued, and Wang Wei watched with cold eyes. With each world destroyed, countless screams echoed between heaven and earth, and a red, fiendish aura slowly encapsulated the primordial aura. Paragons are higher beings, and the strings of karma do not bind them as much as they should. However, after thousands of worlds destroyed, trillions upon trillions of lives ruined, even those beings cannot escape the consequences of such mass slaughter. Meanwhile, Wang Wei pushed his karma-unbound physique to the highest level, shielding himself from all consequences or responsibilities for his orders. If not for the need for the overall plan, Wang Wei would have absorbed all this karma to use as a weapon or something of the sort. Long ago, when he was still immortal, he worried about being assimilated by this world, but now it was too late. After living so long, even if he was considered one of the youngest primals, he was still an old monster by any earthling standards. After all, he was now older than the universe, 13.8 billion years, according to scientists. In many aspects, Wang Wei has lost his battle against time, and the primary one is the loss of his humanity. At this stage of his life, his survival instinct and the pursuit of Tao take precedence over 95 of everything else. With every passing minute, the situation of the infinite divine court worsened. Once a node is tested, the primordial saints will move on to another one. And after more than an hour of fighting, most of them have been eliminated, leaving over a dozen saints testing one node. The tribunal lord controlling the court array tried to send in false information with faulty nodes, but with knowledgeable individuals such as the erudite Duchess and the Heaven Cardinal, such an approach soon proved useless. After most nodes had been tested, the battle reached its peak. At this point, everybody understood that something was about to happen, and it was only a matter of who would make the move. Will the invaders keep the steady approach or make an unexpected move to consolidate their advantage? Or will the infinite divine court finally reveal a trump card? For example, their hidden tribunal saint? Luckily, no one had to wait to receive an answer. A projection of a massive white palace, with infinite layers, each containing countless books and scrolls, suddenly manifested between heaven and earth, exerting a terrifying pressure. Many people were shocked, not understanding what that library was, but the tribunal lords knew: a Tao quintessence. They were shocked that the erudite Duchess had walked so far in the creation of her own grand construct. Although they didn't stop their battles, everybody, including the enemy's tribunal lords, looked at her with envy, especially the Heaven Cardinal. What was a Tao quintessence? A grand construct? It was not a simple dimension that contained a particular law or power. Its fundamental essence or core was that it was the very origin, the source of that Tao. The river of fate is the origin or source of all fate Tao in the chaos universe. The river of time controls all aspects of time, and even though Grand Tao created it after the Genesis Age, it's still the source of time in the entire universe. The reason that the third step transcendence is on par with Grand Tao is that they have become the source of their Tao. In other words, they have escaped the shackles of one of the most fundamental grand constructs, the Grand Tao source. As the Heaven Cardinal watched the Duchess' actions, he almost could not control his envy and release his killing intent. Just being the stewards of the grand constructs granted the Cardinal the power to condense both their soul and flesh quintessence. Sadly, it also cut them off from ever having their own Tao quintessence. If I could kill and swallow her, I could have a bright future, the Heaven Cardinal could not help thinking. The Duchess' primary Tao is heaven or the path of knowledge and secrets. However, as soon as these thoughts came into his mind, the Cardinal squashed them. He still remembered what happened to Fate. Why was he being replaced? The latter became ambitious and tried to reverse the river of fate back to its previous form, the Fate General, and swallow it so he could escape his servitude and reach the third step. What happened afterward is something the Heaven Cardinal or any other cardinal would never forget. Grand Tao summoned everybody together and unleashed the most horrifying punishment on Fate. No matter how they achieved it, all the cardinals remain second-step powerhouses who have lived for eons and possess immense willpower. However, the Heaven Cardinal has never forgotten the pig-like screams that were emitted from Fate's mouth. Then, Grand Tao indifferently launched the Fate Seed projection and even forced Fate to search for his own replacement. Despite what they say or how they act, many cardinals secretly respect Fate. He did something that most of them dare not even think, trying to escape. And even afterward, the Fate Cardinal even dared kill as many of the Fate Seeds as possible, trying to delay his replacement and even find a way out. Unfortunately, by now, everybody has realized that everything has been under Grand Tao as control, including his failed escape. They are cog in a machine, and while other sentient life might have a chance at escaping, it's impossible for them. Calm down. The Heaven Cardinal spoke to himself. You've come so far, and we're this close. Let us not allow greed to get in the way. Forget how he is probably no match for the erudite Duchess, and even if he were, acting now would only ruin his plan. So, he calmed down and watched carefully. After the library showed up, the erudite Duchess's 6 artificial grand constructs fluctuated as she injected the true essence of a grand construct into them from the library. Then, they turned into 6 magnificent magic circles of different colors: purple, black, blue, silver gray, green, and white. "Seal," the erudite Duchess proclaimed. "Stop her." A voice of the utmost urgency spread throughout the battlefield. Everybody realized her target was not the array, but this timeline's true grand constructs. The infinite divine court's lords wanted to execute this plan, but their enemies were already warned and prepared, so their actions were futile. "Burn!" the armored tribunal lord roared as their aura suddenly increased. Then, as more than 5-second-step powerhouses tried to suppress them, the tribunal lord's armor suddenly left their body, revealing an androgynous man who was so handsome that without a good look at him, they would think it was a beautiful woman with a thin figure. The star manifestation tribunal lord waved their hands to control the armor and use it to imprison all 5 enemies. Under normal circumstances, that would be an impossible feat, but that armor was designed to draw immense power from its array. And more importantly, Star Manifestation had used a secret technique to burn his own existence for a quick boost in power. They only needed a few seconds of imprisonment, which they used to target the Duchess seal. Boom! The black magic circle, which was the manifestation of the Samsara's 6 paths, released a terrifying black beam to stop the Star Manifestation. The latter waved their hands to create a galaxy, but not a normal one. No, in this galaxy, every atom or subatomic particle itself is actually a condensed galaxy, forming this system of infinitely layered star powers. Yet, even with such a unique technique and with the current secret technique boost, the Star Manifestation Lord was almost injured by that one attack. They had to focus all their attention on blocking that beam. Damn it, Star Manifestation thought. They did not expect this woman to be this powerful, which made them wonder whether that was even the fullest extent of her power. Not to mention that the others may also be hiding their full power. Should we ask Sueji to intervene? Star Manifestation thought. No, she can't be interrupted. Sueji's success is too critical to the court. So even if they must sacrifice this entire timeline, it may be worth the price. In that case, there is only one left for Star Manifestation to do. Unfortunately for him, before he could react, another beam hit them. Now, the erudite Duchess said to the prepared Mithriya. A golden Buddha suddenly manifested between heaven and earth before reaching out to slap the weakened Star Manifestation. At first, the latter's reaction was a sneer. How dare an ant try to attack them? But then, they sensed the terrifying power hidden in that palm. They wanted to struggle and block the attack. But it was too late. The weakening from the Duchess's attacks, the burning of their existence, and the backlash from temporarily sealing 5 tribunal lords simultaneously had pushed them to their limit. And Mithriya's attack was perfectly timed. Chapter 17:26. Gautama Tagatha Happy Holidays. Mithriya's sudden sneak attack worked. That palm not only severely injured the Star Manifestation's existence, but also drew out a single drop of blood. Was it a coincidence that such a being only releases a single drop of blood after a severe injury? Definitely not. But no matter the reason, the plan succeeded, and Mithriya placed the blood into the container. However, how could such an act not carry any risk? While injured, the Star Manifestation instinctively counterattacked with a palm strike. Their actions could not be considered an attack. but rather an instinctive reaction from years of battle and experience. However, such a reactive move was devastating to a lower life form like Maitreya. As she watched a towering, star-like palm descend on her, the Mother Buddha saw her life flash in her eyes, followed by countless possible reincarnations, and then everything went black. The fear of death instantly woke her from her daze, and Maitreya bit her tongue and used a technique to drastically increase her pain while lowering her tolerance. The pain did not alleviate her, but instead calmed her mind as it replaced the fear of death. The quick awakening and the star manifestation-s injury gave Maitreya a chance at surviving, if she plays her card correctly. Luckily, she was prepared. Past, present, future Buddha self, 3 golden versions of Maitreya floated above her head. With a thought, the past Buddha self entered her existence and turned into protection for Maitreya's time nexus. Well, maybe protection wasn't the right word. In a desperate effort, Maitreya tried to reinforce her time nexus to prevent the attack from activating the existence hierarchy. If this works, then even if her body, soul, and existence are destroyed, Maitreya will have a chance of revival. The present Buddha self resonated with the heaven and earth origin cycle array and borrowed some of its power. Wang Wei had handed over secondary control of the array to her to increase Maitreya's odds of success, and now she was using this power to ensure her survival. Without hesitation, this Buddha self sacrificed herself to transform into the most potent shield possible. The future Buddha self used a technique Wang Wei often employed and has saved his life a few times, borrowing power from the future self. Under normal circumstances, such a technique is unimaginably difficult for any saints to execute. However, Maitreya is lucky. She witnessed the battle their group called the Loop, in which they aided Wang Wei in blocking countless other cultivators. As such, she knew her future was bright. More importantly, her future is also tied to Wang Wei's, which most second-step saints and above know is the one with the highest likelihood of being actualized. Maitreya used this basis for her technique, but she was also wise and experienced. When Wang Wei was still a great emperor, he used this technique to defeat Old Man Nether. But he almost died from the backlash. How terrifying will it be for Maitreya at the Saint tier? Knowing what was to come, Maitreya chose to be smart about the future she chose. Instead of that guaranteed future, the Mother Buddha selected an alternate future in which she failed to condense the flesh quintessence, survived, and retained a bit of its power. In less than a nanosecond, the future Buddha self acquired power that could be described as a pseudo-tribunal saint. Then, just as its predecessor did, this Buddha self sacrificed itself to reinforce the defensive shield created by the present Buddha self. Boom! This ultimate protection crumbled faster than a bowl of ice cream would melt if directly teleported to the center of the sun. Maitreya's body suffered a severe blow, and from the people observing, it appeared as if she was instantly annihilated. However, this was not the case. All her actions were for one purpose: prevent the existence hierarchy from activating. By protecting herself and weakening the attack as much as possible, Maitreya's plan succeeded. Her body, the one who attacked, was instantly annihilated. However, using a similar technique to Wang Wei's spirit particle or the Lich's phylactery, she was able to revive herself in the base, under the protection of the array. Maitreya's body was transparent, signaling she was on the verge of her existence collapsing. But regardless, she survived. That was closed. The Mother Buddha muttered as she swallowed a pill bought from the exchange list. The fear from the previous experience overwhelmed the grief she would have normally felt for using such a valuable pill so early into the expedition. That was indeed close, Wang Wei nodded. The difference between each step of the quintessence realm was indeed too vast. In the primordial timeline, the critical hit path provides an opportunity to challenge higher levels. But out in the infinite trichiliocosm, there is no such advantage. Luckily, the plan was a success. Mithriya smiled as she checked the container inside her personal dimension. I know I might be speaking too much, but you should be careful about that blood. It's best to deal with it as soon as possible, Wang Wei suggested. The best approach was for Mithriya to use this blood after leaving this place, as she could use her access to the exchange list to find a way to address the issue. More importantly, she would be far away from the Blood-S owner. Unfortunately, there is no way to swiftly leave the current timeline. That is the plan, Mithriya nodded. Do you want to ask the Duchess for help again? No need. I've already owed her enough. Wang Wei briefly hesitated. What about if you first pay your karma? You know about the origin of Buddhism? Wang Wei knew about this secret from his talk with Hong Han. He even used that information to deduce more information about the Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama. One thing that has been puzzling him was the connection between Gautama, the Indian monk and founder of Buddhism, and Tathagata, the Chinese deity credited with the creation of Buddhism. After combining much information, Wang Wei has deduced the situation of Earth and all its mythology. Pangu is the creator of the prehistoric world, meaning technically speaking, in this chaos universe, the true myth of creation belongs to the Eastern world. However, Earth's situation was more complicated than that. When Wang Wei briefly visited, he saw many cultivation civilizations based on different Earth's myths, culture, and civilization. And if anyone checks, all these civilizations, with their own understanding of the world, have different myths of creation. But why has Hongjun used this information to their advantage? That's because all the other myths of creation are also true. Wang Wei speculated that the terror in reality that Panga left in the world did not gather solely on Earth to create a multi-ethnic planet. No, his actions also created other realms or even timelines of the prehistoric world in which these myths and legends are directly true or feature characters from them. Then, at some point, all these realms or timelines fused into one, and eventually 3 primordial saints were created, each from a different civilization. Wang Wei deduces that the first person to break the barrier between the other realities and the original timeline, the place where Hongjun, Niwa, and the others are, is Gautama. He reincarnated as Tathagata, changed Buddhism to adapt to the original realm, and spread it. The implications of such deductions are many. According to Wang Wei's thought, if he is right, Gautama did not die after breaking through the barrier of the prehistoric world and spreading Buddhism. His revival method is Tathagata, but for some reason, he hasn't regained consciousness, meaning his power as a primordial saint hasn't returned either. As for the reason for this, Wang Wei thought of many things. The first of which was that the other 3 saints were suppressing him and preventing his return. However, from his initial interaction, Wang Wei was not too keen on this idea, as he felt those 3 were banded together in their desperate attempt to escape. Of course, Wang Wei would not rule it out completely. The second reason Gautama hasn't returned is that he is planning something. Whatever it is requires him to remain in this incomplete state. Finally, the third and most likely reason is that the Buddha suffered a terrible injury in the process of escaping Grand Tao as shackles, and to this day, he still hasn't returned. After thinking about it, Wang Wei directly transmitted the truth to Mithriya's mind. He did not reveal too much valuable information. The information he revealed primarily focuses on the fact that the powerful beings in the prehistoric world cannot escape being imprisoned and have been trying means to escape. And Gautama is one of the few successes. So, that is Buddhism's grand goal woven into our very destiny, Mithriya muttered. The day she took on the name Mithriya, she knew she was taking on a powerfully karmically binding oath or pact that involved the destiny of the entire Buddhist religion. After hearing Wang Wei's words, she knew her mission was probably to help the Buddha escape its restraints and shackles. Chapter 1727. 3 groups. Please read the author's thought. What? Regretting your life choice? Wang Wei asked. He could not fathom such heavy karma. Don't say such a blasphemous thing. Mithriya chided. She was an orphan raised in a nunnery. All her life, her very essence, is linked to Buddhism. Don't tell me you don't even feel a tad bit of dissatisfaction, Wang Wei commented. I'm different from you, Mithriya calmly uttered. While you seek freedom and try to block as many karmic ties as possible, it's not the same for me. As a monk, the process of acquiring and fulfilling karmic ties is a form of spiritual practice. So, while you see Buddhism's grand goal as a burden or a plot, I see it as a means of spiritual ascension. Wang Wei sighed as he shook his head. Sometimes I envy such a carefree and optimistic state of mind. With his mind, he viewed everything with suspicion, so he could never be like Mithriya. And I envy your ability to see the world from a pure logical and calculating manner. Mithriya smiled. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. True, many of the closest people Wang Wei knew had a quality he truly admired and wished he had. His wife's knowledge and confidence, Kuen's wisdom and ingenuity, Yin Hai's arrogance and determination, Wang Chong's resoluteness and single-mindedness, and Li Ming's quiet but unwavering willpower. Anyway, thank you for this information, Wang Wei stated. She did not say anything about repaying him. At this point in their lives, their relationship was beyond a simple give and take. Their fates were intertwined on a cosmic level. Hopefully, it's enough to upset the karma, Wang Wei nodded. Hopefully. Mithriya was still injured, so their conversation did not last long. Meanwhile, Wang Wei continued paying attention to the battle. He could tell things would quickly die down as most of the array nodes have been tested, and with the star manifestation Lord's injury, even the infinite divine court showed signs of retreat. Regardless of Wang Wei's analysis of the situation, the battle still lasted another 10,000 years before it ended, which, in the grand scheme of these immortal beings, was a short period. As soon as the tribunal lords gave the orders, everybody returned to the base, and a meeting of the highest order, meaning that even people severely injured and recuperating was required to participate. This time around, everybody sat facing all 9 tribunal lords, while Wang Wei sat on the front row with the primordial saints. His seat was even slightly higher than theirs. The meeting was quiet for a while as the tribunal lords discussed something. Finally, the Time Cardinal finally spoke. First order of business, what an atrocious performance. The tension in the room instantly rose to the highest peak despite none of the lords releasing their auras. Did you think this expedition was a joke? The primordial saints had no words. Their performance before Sovereign Dao eyes was indeed atrocious. However, it could not be helped. Most of the people present were coerced into joining, and so far, they haven't seen any benefits. So that you know, Grand Dao is willing to accept a 80 casualty rate of all the troops to achieve success in this expedition. The crowd's expression turned grave after hearing this. A 20% survival rate? No one wanted to accept such an outcome, especially the saints. Although they couldn't tell whether these words were true or a bluff, no one wanted to test out the truth. I hope this is the last time the Time Eater finished. He waved his cat's paw, and each individual received a scroll. I brought many resources with me. You can use your military merit to exchange. Wang Wei glanced at the scroll in his hand and frowned. He didn't mind the amount of merit available, since he didn't know the criteria, but he was immediately dissatisfied with the content. The list of Paragon and the resources below were extensive, but there were fewer than 30 items in the Primordial Saint items, most of which are healing or protective resources. There were only a few things that mildly intrigued him, which included 1 Saint Heaven Will and a few completed transcendent methods. However, the warning behind these techniques is that they are not universal, meaning a high chance of failure, and that even success would result in a weaker foundation. The Flesh Quintessence should provide me and Wang Chong a better foundation to create our own method. But is this list enough to entice these saints to work for them? Wang Wei observed his surroundings and noticed these people's reactions: greed, desire, ambition, and more. No, something is wrong. This list should not be this appealing to them. That means their list is different from mine. He wanted to ask Mithriya immediately, but stopped himself. Now is not the right time. You should be satisfied now, right? Time Cardinal coldly asked, and everybody nodded. Good. He raised his hand to snap. A brilliant sight followed as time reverted backward. In a matter of seconds, all these primordial saints with severe injuries rooted in their existence reverted to a non-injured state. More importantly, many of those in limbo, preparing their resurrections, also returned to the world of the living in peak shape. The only exception was those who experienced true death. The first heal is free, but from now on, you can only rely on yourself, the Time Cardinal stated. His feline pupils shifted to Wang Wei. You did an excellent job. Without your plan, we would have to fight for longer, and our casualties would be much higher. I'm only doing my job, Wang Wei said, showing the utmost humility. As for whether he truly meant it, that did not matter. Having a duty and excelling at it are two different things. While Wang Wei's election as the commander was primarily a move with higher implications in mind, he was indeed qualified for the position. After this battle, and with the Cardinal's praise, he now had enough prestige to eliminate any further resistance from these arrogant saints. What do you suggest we do now? Wang Wei took a deep breath before standing up. Since we've tested all the nodes, I'm assuming we now have the means to enter their array forcefully? Yes. Wang Wei flickered his finger to manifest a map of the current war situation, primarily the two arrays representing each side. In that case, I plan to divide our troops into 3 groups. The first group will barrado the enemy's array. Their mission is to gather information and shut it down from inside. The second group will activate the 13 pillars and lure the enemy to attack us. Group B's mission is to hold off the enemy tribunal lords and buy enough time for everybody else. We have the number advantage, but I recommend linking the Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle array with the 13 pillars to increase our advantages. The 13 pillars that Wang Wei immediately ordered installed on this timeline were part of the grand plan. As such, he was confident their activation could lure the enemy into attacking it. The best schemes are open plots. The enemy knows it's a trap, but they have no choice but to jump into it because they cannot afford the consequences. The Time Cardinal calmly listened while secretly nodding. Wang Wei's plan so far has been the same one they discussed, minus the part about upgrading the Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle array. Although he guessed Wang Wei simply wanted to use this opportunity to increase the protection around him, he did not comment on it. However, the Cardinal was intrigued by the last part of this mission. The third group? He asked. Since we have the number advantage, we should use it, Wang Wei stated. The third group should invade 1 or 2 of the grand constructs and try to regain control. Explain your reasoning. There are few, Wang Wei continued. The obvious one is we will weaken the enemy if we can regain control. A significant source of the Saints' strength is how much authority they can forcefully usurp from the grand constructs. So if the infinite divine court loses even one, they will suffer. The tribunal lords secretly nodded. One of the reasons the court lasted so long was that they had access to true grand constructs, while they could rely little on those the erudite Duchess created. At some point, they also planned to address this issue, but Wang Wei brought it forward. The main reasons are for the benefits, Wang Wei continued. I don't know what the situation is like for other timelines, but the grand constructs in this one contain the true essence of a Tao quintessence. So, whether we use them to study or absorb them, the potential benefits are endless. Wang Wei's words reminded these tribunal lords. Most of the grand constructs in the infinite trichiliocosm are empty shells, with no true essence of a Tao quintessence. And the ones that do contain it are either heavily guarded by the grand Tao, or do not contain enough truth for their cultivation. But this timeline is different. Not only do they not have to worry about the consequences of acting on these grand constructs, but there also seems to be plenty of essence for them to cultivate. Chapter 1728 underestimated the cardinals secretly glanced at each other. They wanted to curse that bastard Wang Wei. Grand Tao has gone out of its way to ensure that the grand constructs in the different timelines are not worth much. Most of them can only be described as projections of the true constructs, while a few contain a minor amount of their true essence. Everything is designed to ensure the absolute superiority of the primordial timeline. Unfortunately, Grand Tao is designed not to be absolute. It must leave a way out for all sentient beings, no matter what actions it takes. Hence, many timelines still have that minor amount of essence, which leads to the birth of a few Grand Tao saints. However, timeline MP 89076H is different. The Cardinals don't know whether this timeline is an anomaly or the result of the highest sovereign-s machinations. The essence left in these grand constructs was substantial. They noticed it the moment they descended, which is why they've been giving subtle spiritual hints to these others to prevent them from noticing. However, they made one mistake. They didn't do the same to Wang Wei. We can't let these people get stronger before the transcendent age. Time Cardinal secretly transmitted to the other two. What do we do now? The Heaven Cardinal shrugged. Now that they've noticed, they should realize our spiritual hint and will not trust us even more. Are you saying we do nothing? Our priority is this mission, Source Key Cardinal interjected. Even if they can get some benefit, they want to be able to digest it immediately. And even if they do, there is no guarantee they would succeed in taking the third step. There are ways to survive and even try after failing to condense the soul and flesh quintessence. But that is not the case for a Tao quintessence. Failures mean true death, even if another Grand Tao saint intervenes. Due to this absolute rule, even tribunal lords with great Tao heart hesitate. In other words, greatness is no longer adequate to reach the third step. No need to worry about them getting stronger, Heaven Cardinal added. None of them can escape the rules of the New Age. I guess you're right, Time Cardinal sighed. A part of him was just unwilling to see these ants surpassing him. However, he knew some things were inevitable. Those damn bastards, Slaughter ancestors said. He was trying so hard to control his killing intent. Control yourself, Karma Root Monarch warned. Now is not the time to have a falling out. We underestimate these people, Trinity Venerable sighed. The fact that such a hint was placed on them without noticing was not only because of the opponent's ability, but also because of their own individual failure. Should we use this opportunity to force them to pay? The erudite Duchess asked. She was a bit embarrassed. After so many victories against Grand Tao and these cardinals, they became a tad bit arrogant. If Source Key wasn't here, we may have been able to force them to compromise, True Dream Lord added. Not optimistic about such a plan. Are we supposed just to let things go? Primordial Heaven Sword Saint asked with gritted teeth. He could not accept such humiliation. As a swordsman who boasted of a supreme state of mind, he was influenced and manipulated by these losers. We will have plenty of time to deal with them. Let us focus on the benefits, Karma Monarch Root uttered. Do we each take a grand construct, or do we study them together? This question silenced the discussion. Under normal circumstances, they would have chosen the former. But after being inspired by the highest sovereign and the infinite divine court, even the most selfish of them hesitated. The second option was the best, but the issue was how to do it. We both know how valuable these constructs are, so we can expect certain protective means by the infinite divine court. The erudite Duchess said. That doesn't mean we shouldn't even try. The Slaughter ancestor frowned. That's not what I'm saying. I have a way to record their essence, which is the optimal approach. If you trust me, we can share the information and study it together. The Duchess was correct. Any attempts to swallow or control these things would definitely pose a challenge. As such, having a record that they can review and study at any time would be the ideal scenario. However, there's still a main issue. Trust. We will sign a time nexus contract. And I'm willing to be the first to share my understanding during our exchange, the erudite Duchess added. Among all of them present, it can be debated who is the strongest between the Slaughter ancestor, the primordial Heaven Sword Saint, and the erudite Duchess. Still, there is no debate about who has gone further in the path of condensing their Tao quintessence. Even the Trinity Venerable, who is the highest beneficiary of the ultimate taboo, can only be second to her. Fellow Taoist, I admire your open-mindedness. I'm also willing to contribute, the Trinity Venerable added. Very well. Since two people with the highest cultivation are willing to share, they cannot be too close-minded. So, These tribunal lords swiftly reach a decision, and with their processing speed, not even a second has passed since Wang Wei finished introducing his plan. Your plan is feasible. The Time Cardinal nodded. Although he really wanted to slap Wang Wei into oblivion for ruining their plans, he still had to pretend that nothing had happened. What about the allocation of troops for each group? Do you have any suggestions? As long as Kong is in Group A, I have nothing else to add. But do make sure to give some means of protection. The tribunal lords glanced at Emperor Kong. Even if Wang Wei didn't say anything, they would have sent him. As someone blessed with such a destiny, he is the one most likely to succeed in this mission. Meanwhile, Emperor Kong remained composed as he had expected this. Even before coming to this expedition, he had mentally prepared himself to be sent on the most difficult of missions. However, he did not mind. Luck was on his side, meaning as long as he acted with enough wisdom and cautiousness, he would not only succeed, but also benefit immensely. He even had his own plans. Assign the glass pen sage to my group, and I will owe you some karma. Emperor Kong secretly transmitted to Wang Wei. It seems he is not a complete idiot, Wang Wei thought. Kong used their status as Destiny Chosen One for this community, which should be able to hide from most of the saints. They should have discovered their communication, but not the content. However, the tribunal lords definitely know what he said, but they probably don't care. The discussions continued, with the tribunal lords dividing everyone into 3 groups, and Wang Wei did not hesitate to help Kong. The death of the glass pen sage will be the first signal of many of the destruction of the Grand Sect Alliance. As the current sect master of the Tao opening sect, such an achievement would bring everybody immense joy. Not to mention, he still hasn't repaid Dugabatian for daring to lust after his wife. The meeting adjourned after Wang Wei assigned rooms inside the array for people to retreat. The time for the next attack was not discussed. Instead, everybody was on standby, waiting for the commands of the tribunal lords. However, these second-step saints did not immediately leave after everybody dispersed. The atmosphere became somber as the 9 of them looked at each other. The tension indicated that a fight was about to break out, but in the end, the Karma Root Monarch broke the ice. Source, it's time to fulfill the contract. Source Key Cardinal raised her hand to condense 6 golden lights, which flew to their designated owners. Each tribunal lord used their own means to double-check and ensure there are no hidden methods left. Although there was a contract, no one could be too sure. Finally, they absorbed the lights, healing their injuries. One of the biggest obstacles to this expedition is the healing of saints, especially those of the second step. Everybody usually results in injuries to their existence, and recuperation, even when using their own healing techniques, takes too long. Time was of the essence. No one knows when the highest sovereign will find a way to break through the blockade and save his people. As such, the initial agreement for this expedition involved Grand Tao providing them with the means to accelerate their healing. Let us regroup after we are all back to our peak shape. The Cardinals watched the others leave before finally focusing on their recuperation. If they were back in the primordial timeline, the process would have been relatively easier, but in this place, they also needed to rely on Source Key S help to accelerate things. Chapter 1729. Share of the Prophet. The erudite Duchess was about to enter seclusion to refine the source with Key and completely heal her injuries when she suddenly sensed something. Glancing at the visitors through the room array, she was genuinely puzzled by their arrivals. Regardless, she still invited them in. Wang Wei, as shameless as he was, looked forward to some unique Saint Tier tea from the Duchess with great benefits. Sadly for him, she did not invite him to tea and directly asked, "Tell me why you came to see me?" Mithria first bowed. "I've come to pay my debt and to ask for another favor." Oh, this was the first time someone had repaid their debt so soon. Mithria did not waste time and told her everything Wang Wei told her. Although the information was not as detailed as Wang Wei's conversation with Hong Jun, and many secrets were hidden, the information was still crucial to the erudite Duchess. The prehistoric world, the Duchess muttered before giving Wang Wei a fleeting glance. That place was one of the mysteries that intrigued her. In some way, that world is the oldest chaos world in existence. While many worlds existed before it, the devastating war that ravaged the Chaos Demon God Age destroyed all these worlds, leaving only the prehistoric world. The erudite Duchess has invested in the prehistoric world a few times. The first time was when she was a paragon, but the Guardian sent her away with a warning. After sanctifying, she tried again, but she was only evenly matched with the Guardian. Although she tried a few more tricks, they were all unsuccessful. Finally, after ascending to the second step, the Duchess attempted again. With her unparalleled power, she easily suppressed the Guardian, but as she was about to succeed, the latter summoned an axe that sent chills down her spine. With one glance at that artifact, the erudite Duchess saw flashes of her death. After that, she labeled the prehistoric world as a third-step secret, meaning she would only unravel it after becoming a Grand Dao Saint. I wonder whether old man Fahai knows this information? The erudite Duchess thought. If the latter doesn't tea, she might be able to exchange some goods with him. The Duchess has been thinking of monk Fahai's marrow washing pool. If she could bathe in it, her flesh quintessence would push to a higher level, thus further elevating her strength. Your information is valuable, the erudite Duchess said, while looking at Mithriya. Our karma is concluded. An invisible line between the two suddenly dissipated. What else do you need? I want to ask the Lord to help me refine the drop of blood, Mithriya revealed. The erudite Duchess thought briefly. Have you already returned to the Buddha Janitram world after sanctifying? I haven't accomplished my pilgrimage yet. Every monk, at some point, will journey to the birthplace of Buddhism. As someone with a true name, Mithriya has been there after becoming a peak paragon. However, she has been delaying the second voyage, waiting until her strength is higher. As a saint, you are allowed to read up to the 30th level of the Scripture Pavilion, the erudite Duchess uttered. In exchange for my help, I need you to memorize and copy the books in the 27th and 30th layer, followed by your comprehension of the other scriptures. Mithriya hesitated, but the Duchess did not rush her. Only monks can read scripture from the 30th to 36th layers, and the 27th layer was recently updated. The Duchess knew monk Fahai wouldn't break the rules no matter what, and would not make an exception for her. Lord, are those scriptures Buddhism's core secrets? Yes and no, the erudite Duchess explained. After the first Buddha descended into the world and preached, his words were recorded in the Scripture Pavilion, stored in the last 6 layers. Previous abbots had no scruples about sharing these words of wisdom with the world, but the current leader, Abbot Fahai, is a stickler for rules. He doesn't mind if others share the words, but he will not allow non-monks to enter those layers. If you want, you can be perfectly honest with him about our deal. Although he will give you some side-eye, he won't say anything else. Is that so? In that case, I agree. Excellent. Give me the bottle. The Duchess's jade hands reached out to catch the bottle and remove the drop of blood. With a flicker of her wrist, yin-yang symbol manifested before spinning rapidly. The drop of blood passed through the rotating symbol, rapidly turning golden in the process. Fahai, I remember reading a story of Buddha disguising himself as a mortal monk and using that name. Such a name has some interesting implications, Wang Wei thought. First, there is the Mother Buddha, Mithriya, then Ksitigarbha, who wanted to purify hell, and now the mortal reincarnation of Buddha. If Wang Wei considered how Yi Dafu showed similarities with Sun Wukong, the traces of the prehistoric world are everywhere in the chaos universe. Now it's your turn. The Duchess's words brought Wang Wei back from his contemplation. His expression changed to a more respectful, yet confident one. Lord, I'm here to ask for a share of the profit. Whatever it is you have planned for the grand constructs, I sincerely request a record of the process to study. The erudite Duchess calmly glanced at him. Do you think you're worthy? I'm not, but it's not in my nature not to try. The Duchess was not trying to humiliate Wang Wei. Although her words were harsh, she was telling the truth. He was not worthy to participate in such a matter. However, She cannot ignore the fact that it was Wang Wei's words that awakened them from the effect of the spiritual hint. If I'm being honest, his actions are not worth a grand construct record, the erudite Duchess analyzed. And I could probably settle this karma with a lower reward. However, based on his previous actions, he is a petty individual. While he may not seek revenge in the future on account of my relationship with Wu Hong, why take the risk? If she had to choose between profit and the peace of mind of knowing she did not offend a future Grand Dao Saint, choosing the latter was the wise move. And despite his petty nature, he seems to be the kind of person who values friendships, the Duchess thought. She was not stupid. When she made the first deal with Mithria, it was apparent that the latter knew nothing about Buddhism's origins, but now she had revealed the secret. Your idea was indeed valuable, but it's not enough to receive a share. How about another reward? I don't want any other rewards. Wang Wei shook his head. He has been thinking about building a prototype of his Tao quintessence since his previous failure. His original plan was to use his nephew's minor construct in the lower dimension to experience what it's like to be the embodiment of a construct. Still, Wang Wei felt this plan would have a much higher chance of success if he could get his hands on these tribunal lords' record of controlling or swallowing this timeline as constructs. I can add information to achieve an equivalent exchange, Wang Wei uttered. Oh, what information do you have? How about the origin of the prehistoric world? You know such secrets? Interesting. A glint flashed in the Duchess's eyes. However, that is not enough. Lord, if I may be so bold, you're being greedy, Wang Wei calmly said. The origin of the prehistoric world involved numerous interconnected secrets. For someone like you who is walking the path of heaven Dao, it's invaluable. That remains to be seen, the erudite Duchess replied with a look. How about I share the information first, and you can decide. How magnanimous of you. However, aren't you afraid I would take your information for nothing? I hope you do, Wang Wei calmly stated. That way, the karma between you and my wife can be settled. The erudite Duchess would never do such a thing. Her pride and personality would not allow it. Not to mention how stupid she would be to allow Wu Hong to settle such profound karma so easily. Very well, let us see the information. Wang Wei did not hesitate to condense his information into a talisman. Besides his relationship with Hong Jun and the current situationship of Earth and the prehistoric world, he told her about Pangu, his madness, the battle against the 3,000 chaos demon gods, the war against the destruction general, and the act of turning his body into a world. Wang Wei also hid the fact that the prehistoric world was affected by the tear in reality made by Pangu. But he guessed the erudite Duchess would probably have her own theory about the effect of that tear, but that didn't seem matter to him. Meanwhile, the Duchess was shocked by this information and even finally showed some facial reaction. Chapter 1730, NP 89076, H Court, Meeting Infinite Divine Court Base. Reverse Black Stone Array. The star manifestation was the first to return, with blood all over its body. Their expression was calm, but anyone who knew them could tell they were a volcano about to explode. A lowly ant dared attack and injure them. How could star manifestation accept this? Regardless of their feelings, the star manifestation still knew how to control their emotions and show proper respect. So, they glanced at the handsome young man sitting cross-legged in the room with a yellow imperial robe with black dragons. Your Highness, star manifestation said politely. Now is not the time for etiquette. Viank ye kaimli utterit. Star manifestation knew this, but they insisted on showing respect to all members of the royal family. Luckily for them, they didn't have to continue this conversation as someone returned. A muscular middle-aged man dressed in a white robe with 9 lions embroidered on it with gold threads, a black belt, and a jade pendant. His facial expression was stern, a fact accentuated by his mustache and beard, but the most striking feature is the 9 pupils in each eye. The 9 spirit lions Saint glanced at Jiang Yi and nodded. The third person to return from their battle was the myriad gout empress. Her expression was pale, and even the gourd hanging on the side of her red dress lacked a specific luster or vitality. After arriving at the room, she didn't say anything to anyone, not even Jiang Yi, and just waited. The heavenly wolf Khan appeared in the room. His 4-meter-tall frame towered over everybody, and just like the 9-spirit lion saint, he showed no sign of injuries. He gently nodded to Jiang Yi before starting a conversation with the myriad gourd empress. However, their discussion hasn't gotten anywhere, and the last person arrived. However, the person who showed up was not in human or Dao shape. They arrived in the form of a shrunken, black and white dragon with 12.5 legs. The yin-yang origin dragon disdained changing into human form. His form is the most perfect between heaven and earth. Why would he need to change? The fact that he shrank himself in the first place was out of respect for the highest sovereign. Now that everybody was here, they sat in a circle to discuss the situation. Although Jiang Yi was a member of the royal family, he was only a primordial saint, so he did not lead the conversation. The first to speak was the heavenly wolf Khan. This invasion might be the worst we've faced. We must be careful. A few rebels have previously attacked this timeline, seeking to destroy this strategic area of the court. However, they have always defeated the enemy and moved the timeline to prevent future trouble. However, none of them expected the primordial timeline to launch an attack of its own. Don't say something we don't already understand, the myriad gourd empress said. We need concrete ideas. From previous experience, we know they will infiltrate the array next. Should we proceed as usual? The 9-spirit lion saint asked. Under normal circumstances, that might work. But I want you to see this, Star Manifestation said, as they showed a projection of 13 locations around the universe. Before passing the task to the prince, Star Manifestation was the person who had previously controlled the array and had the opportunity to observe the enemy's movements. We saw them deploy these pillars. What is their purpose? The Empress asked. It's a refining array. They want to refine this timeline into the purest of power. Star Manifestation explained. Such an obvious and despicable bait, the yin-yang origin dragon sneered. Sadly, it's a bait we have to take, the heavenly wolf Khan's side. The reverse black stone relies on very special rules of this timeline to be created. These rules are so special that even the highest sovereign failed to recreate them artificially. So, if this timeline suffers too much damage to its source, these rules will either be destroyed or changed, ruining the court's entire operation. Do you think we should ask Sueji to interfere? The myriad gourd empress asked. Absolutely not. Jiang Yi finally spoke. Unless it's a last resort, we cannot disturb her. The prince is right, but the issue is how are we supposed to stop so many people? The 9-spirit lion saint asked. Not to mention, there is a high chance that Sueji will be detected, further complicating the situation. The room was momentarily quiet. The rebels could never amass more than 6 ascendant saints to attack them, so they've never faced this issue. So, the current priority is to find a method to address the issue of numerical disadvantage. I suggest we cast the Cardinal Protocol spell, the Heavenly Wolf Khan commented. Didn't we just establish that we couldn't disturb Lord Sueji? Viank, Yifronit. We only need to create 2 of them, which will slow down Sueji but not affect her. Star Manifestation can continue using the Holy Guardian armor to hold off more people. And if necessary, Your Highness must be prepared to use some of her life-saving methods. Viank, Yifronit. He only had a few second-step protections, and typically, he wouldn't be cheap about using them. But in the current predicament, using one means is the only way to save his life. Not to mention the only third-step void-breaking talisman he possessed might not safely teleport him back to the court. However, in the current situation, he cannot be selfish either. Better than anyone else present, he understood the value of the reverse black stone. The infinite divine court is wealthy in resources for all stages of cultivation, and the key to all of this is the time gates, which require the reverse black stones. With the gates, the court is essentially a prison, without the ability to invade and conquer countless timelines to amass resources. I will do my best. I must remind you that the Holy Guardian armor was damaged in the previous fight, and it will take time and a bit of resources to repair, Star Manifestation added. In this situation, we don't have time for your proper etiquette nonsense, the yin-yang origin dragon said, words that received a glare from the speaker. We have dealt with a minor issue, the myriad gourd empress suddenly said, stopping an argument before it even started. Now for the main issue, how to break the blockade. The best option is to ask Sueji to intervene, but since that is not possible, we must settle for Plan B, the Heavenly Wolf Khan calmly stated. He glanced at Jiang Yi. His Majesty has already made his move, and now it's your turn. Use your bloodline and the Emperor Light scripture to resonate with the sovereign's power. Then, you can work from inside and outside to remove this blockade. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and closed, pausing for a few seconds before asking, is this the only way? The Emperor Light scripture is a brilliant cultivation technique for anybody who lays eyes on it, but for members of the royal family, it's a curse. Their blood and soul are so perfect for this technique that it becomes the ultimate temptation for their family. And once a member of the royal family loses themselves to that temptation, they will unknowingly change their Tao to copy the highest sovereign. Jiang Yi knew that for this plan to succeed, he would have to not only use the scripture to its fullest, but also awaken the power of his bloodline. With these two combinations, he had no confidence in surviving the temptation. Once that happens, his cultivation path will be cut off. Don't worry, His Highness. Once we survive this ordeal, you will have made a great contribution. The sovereign will not hesitate to help you, the Heavenly Wolf Khan reassured. I understand, Jiang Yi sighed. As a saint, Tao corruption is 1,000,000,000 times more challenging to cure, but if the highest sovereign is dedicated to saving him, the latter has plenty of resources to do so. Poor bastard, the yin-yang origin dragon thought. He knew the pitfall of the Heavenly Wolf Khan's plan. Once this plan is executed, Jiang Yi will become the perfect vessel for the highest sovereign to descend into this world. And it's not because the latter left something hidden in his descendant's bloodline. The highest sovereign disdains doing such a thing. Unfortunately, while there are many benefits to being the descendant of a Grand Tao saint, there are also many troubles, one of which is how easily a higher being can control people of a similar bloodline, especially direct descendants such as Jiang Yi. Once the highest sovereign takes over the body, if he is not careful, he might accidentally turn Jiang Yi into one of his clones, essentially killing him forever. However, none of the people present cares about this. This timeline was of the highest priority. As for Jiang Yi's fate, well, no matter what, as long as it's not true death at the hands of another third-step powerhouse, the highest sovereign can save him as long as he's willing. Chapter 1731. The Society's Backer. So, the rumored destruction general truly exists, the erudite Duchess murmured. Curiosity is one of her driving forces, and in some ways, it's her fatal flaw. As such, the Duchess has extensive research on many things, especially history. One of the mysteries of the world was what happened to the Chaos Demon God Age. Why was it destroyed? Why did they disappear? At some point in her research, the Duchess traveled downstream of the River of Time, trying to observe and experience that era. Unfortunately, a sense of dread always overwhelmed her mind whenever she came close. One time, she became reckless and tried to force her way in, but a terrifying gaze stopped her. To this day, she still remembers those eyes. With one glance, her existence almost collapsed. If that general exists, the others must also exist. And the theory that the grand constructs were created from their bodies is also true, the erudite Duchess analyzed. With the bit of information Wang Wei revealed, she was about to connect many things, prove countless conjectures, and create even more theories. A world made from the body of a creature is not rare. But if it's from the body of a Grand Tao saint, the Duchess did not finish her thought, but she could imagine all the benefits of studying the unique rules of that world. Do we have a deal? Wang Wei asked. The Duchess looked at him. She had a feeling he had access to even more secrets, and, for a brief moment, she wanted to ask for more. However, it's against her nature to cheat someone, let alone a future Grand Tao saint. Yes, we have a deal. Excellent. Wang Wei nodded. He did not ask her for any binding contracts. The Duchess was a powerful cultivator, easy to talk to, and deeply curious about knowledge and secrets. So far, she has proven to be trustworthy, so Wang Wei plans to make friends. And if she does go back on her words, it only proves his assessment of her was wrong, and there is no need for any future contact. Once it's done, I'll send your share. Wang Wei nodded. He was about to bow and leave when he suddenly thought of something. Lord, do you know of the Impermanent Society? I have. Do they have any relationship with you? Why are you asking? Just curious. I suddenly had a thought that you were somehow related. You would be correct, the erudite Duchess calmly stated. These scholars have done some outlandish things. Without my protection, they would have been killed or enslaved by now. However, they are truly some of the brightest minds of the universe. A lot of things are starting to make sense, Wang Wei uttered. Knowledge is power. While these scholars are not particularly powerful, their knowledge seems truly ridiculous. For example, Madman Shu is responsible for one of the 6 times that Grand Tao has ever bled. Wang Wei cannot fathom how a little paragon achieved such a thing. After learning about saints and how strong the transcendent stage of cultivation was, and remembering Madman Shu, Wang Wei's first thought was that he should kill such a dangerous man as soon as possible. The follow-up was, why has no one done it? At first, he thought Madman Shu was just that awesome, and he had successfully kept himself alive. But as time passed, and he truly saw the saint's strength, his doubt grew, and he wondered whether such a talented individual existed. Finally, the Duchess answered his misgivings. Thank you for answering my question, Wang Wei bowed politely. But I just realized I already regret my decision. Why? You should be a new member, right? The Duchess asked. Now, after knowing the truth, you'll probably be more secretive about what information you'll share. Wang Wei was speechless. This woman did not shy away from the fact that she wanted to dig deeper into the secrets. Well, isn't that true? I won't deny it, but even without knowing the truth, I would have been quite selective. Wang Wei had already labeled the scholars of that society as people with high intelligence but low emotional intelligence. With their infinite lifespan and no one controlling them, the Duchess might even be indulging them. There are certain secrets that he would not share with them. Now, Wang Wei will be even more selective, so he can exchange these secrets directly with the Duchess instead of giving them away for free through society. Whatever you say, the erudite Duchess sighed before waving her hands to dismiss him. The thought of all the precious information she lost made him disgusting to look at. Once the visitors were gone, the Duchess closed her eyes to enter the infinite library. A smile crept on her beautiful face as she looked at the rows of books, including many floating in the sky. With a thought, the surroundings changed, and now she was in the world history section. With a flicker of the wrist, all the rows of books and scrolls turned into pages of a singular book. The Duchess flipped the pages before stopping at a particular section. Her body floated into the air, then threw the book into the sky, where it transformed into a singular, continuous line with too many points. Scenes materialized in the sky as the Duchess gazed at one of the points. In a matter of seconds, she navigated through trillions of years of the history of the Chaos universe before stopping at a specific period, the Chaos Demon God Age. The erudite Duchess pointed at the line to add the new information she had received. In the process, her library, a manifestation of her Tao quintessence, was slowly being perfected. Knowledge is power, and this library embodies those words. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was prepared to relax after returning to his quarters. Mithria was in retreat. His true body was still in seclusion. Everybody was preparing for the next deployment, meaning this clone had no work to do. But to his surprise, someone visited. I must admit, you're the last person I expected to visit me, Wang Wei smiled. Seat, do you want tea or wine? Wang Wei looked at him, memories flashing through his mind. They've only met a few times. The first time he noticed Wang Wei was in the lower dimension, and he was nothing but a mortal. During their first real conversation, Wang Wei was only an Empyrean, and the second time they spoke face to face, the latter was not even a primal yet. Now, Wang Wu felt a slight threat. Of course, little did he know that the current Wang Wei could probably slaughter him relatively easily. Wine, but don't give me those mellow things. I want something strong. Wang Wu replied as he sat down. Wang Wei remembered he had a mortal flame wine and the blood beast desolate wine that fit this category. After briefly mulling it over, he figured this ancestor of his would probably enjoy the blood wine, so he served it. This wine looks familiar, Wang Wu said, just by smelling it. With one gulp, he felt an intense power rushing through his veins. Then, ancient memories of his youth, when he fought and slaughtered demon gods, flashed into his mind. The blood wine from the pure, desolate world? I think that's where Wang Chong got it. It's been a while since I visited that place. Wang Wu commented, the pure, desolate world is a place ruled by innate demon gods, and for some reason, they keep it in this barbaric state full of desolation, killing, tribalism, and ruthlessness. Every time Wang Wu visited, he was reminded of his youth, so he used to visit frequently. That is, until he became too focused on the Union-S politics. Wang Wu took a few more sips before finally speaking. What do you think about this expedition? What aspects specifically? Do you think we will succeed? On paper, we have a great advantage, Wang Wei replied after enjoying his smooth and delicious wine. But the final victory is not up to us. In fact, it's not even up to the tribunal lords. Who will have the final say will depend on who plays the better game, Grand Dao or the highest sovereign. If what we've learned so far about the highest sovereign is true, he'll probably do his very best to rescue his people, and this timeline, Wang Wu commented. But I'm worried about Grand Dao's resolve. How much is it willing to go for success? You're worrying about Grand Dao's lack of determination, but I worry it's too determined. Wang Wu squinted. In Grand Dao's eyes, all lives are equal. If it's for the greater good, anyone can be sacrificed. I'm sure these tribulation lords have taken precautions for this possibility, right? Maybe so, but even if they did, they would only be able to save their own skins. We at the bottom of the hierarchy would be screwed. Let us hope it doesn't get to that point, Wang Wu sighed. All right, I'll get down to business. Chapter 1732. The King Clan S accord Wang Wu did not hesitate or mince his words. I came here to make a deal with you. Help me kill Xiao and Kei. Wang Wei muttered as he sipped his wine. I must say, I'm surprised and not surprised at the same time. News about the degradation of our relationship should have spread already. So why are you shocked? Wang Wu calmly asked. My astonishment was because I had thought you would try to deal with this privately, Wang Wei uttered. By now, reputation had become a shackle on Wang Wu and Xiao Wenkei. Their relationship had soured, and everybody knew they wanted to kill each other. But they could not do so openly for the sake of the Myriad Clan Union. Mithrian knew this, which is why she brought them on this expedition, giving them a chance to deal with the situation quietly without creating chaos among their subordinates. So, when Wang Wu came asking for help, Wang Wei was surprised since that meant he would not solve the issue quietly. What happened for you to ask for my help? No, I'm interested in what made such a long relationship sour to this point in the first place. Don't you already know why this is happening? Wang Wu glared at him. I don't believe for a second it was just because of the Wang clan human fiend god bloodline. Wang Wei shook his head. Of course, that was just the final nail on the coffin, the final catalyst. Wang Wu sighed before taking a large sip. The Golden Era created the 13 overlords, but you should understand that every faction was riddled with problems that needed to be eventually addressed. The Second Origin War temporarily stopped them from erupting, and the Seven Moon Era further delayed them. But now, those issues must be dealt with. Wang Wei squinted as he knew the latter was correct. All 13 overlords had their own issues, and the one who solved them was the one capable of reaping the benefit now. The Dao opening sect was ruled by the Wang, Yin, and Li clans, but such a setup could easily create stagnation and envy among other factions. So, the ancestors relinquished powers and created the other 6 clans. They also ensure that the sectarian faction still has the means to promote foreign disciples while also blocking them from creating a top family. Yingzheng ruled the Great Qin with an iron fist. After killing all the noble factions who could oppose him and eliminating all the geniuses who could be called primal seeds, this great dynasty only had one voice, the emperor's. And since everything Yingzheng said was law, there were no longer any further internal problems, except for a few unwilling children. The Origin Seal continent had to rely too much on Wuhong for its existence and protection, with their only weakness being the lack of primals. But now, such an issue has also been addressed, meaning they are prepared for the new age. The Divine Faith Haven is ruled by a duo of father and son, meaning they also only have one voice. Their unity is on par with the Tao opening sect, second only to Great Qin and the Origin Seal continent. Their only issue is the flaw in God cultivation, which makes them prone to arrogance and to offending countless people. Meanwhile, all the remaining factions had one persevering issue: disunity. Their existence stemmed from many factions coming together to form a larger power and compete at the highest level. Some, such as Buddhism, Taoism, and the Sword Path League, were better than others because they were bound together by a cohesive ideology, such as religion or the pursuit of the same Tao. The rest, such as the demon race, the innate demon gods, the Limitless Exchange Hall, and the Skill Path Association, were bound by their racial identity and benefits. With these things as anchors, the unity of their factions can be guaranteed to an extent, and they can compete for the opportunity in the upcoming age. Finally, the two remaining factions, the Grand Sect Alliance and the Myriad Clan Union, are the ones with the most significant cohesion issues. Everybody already knew there was no way for Dugobatian to solve this issue before the new era. The only solution was for him to take the opportunity of the new age, become a saint, and use absolute force to mold the alliance into a cohesive lineage. Had he succeeded, he would have created the most powerful action in the Eternal Ascension world. As for the Myriad Clan Union, they faced problems they had created themselves. At first, the concept of bloodline served as the binding force for their lineage. Although bloodlines are inherently hierarchical, they should have been able to manage. The greatest mistake the Union made was expanding its recruitment to include non-humans. While this decision was a brilliant move at first, taking a significant portion of the demons, innate demon god, and even the sea race as population, it further complicated the Union's internal struggle. And then the unexpected occurred. Despite Wang Guo and Xiao Wenkei's best efforts to suppress every non-human race, Yi Guang defied the odds and ascended to the status of primal. He united with all the non-human clans and formed one of the three pillars of the Myriad Clan Union. And after years of being suppressed and biding his time, the other two pillars have started to crumble, meaning he might be the last man standing. The human fiend god bloodline is the key to our saint path, Wang Guo frankly admitted. I refuse to share, and Xiao Wenkei will not accept subjugation. Wang Wei glanced at him. For the first time, it became apparent to him how much the success of the Tao opening sect was due to the lasting bond of the three ancestors. Wang Wei was also glad that he went above and beyond to form such a bond with Li Jun and Yin Liling, even doing his best to ensure a bright future for all of them. You still haven't explained why you didn't kill him alone? Wang Guo briefly paused before explaining. Years ago, during the Second Origin War, Xiao Wenkei saved the life of a man called Chen Bao. Chen Bao, ISNT, that the real name of the pure Berserker saint? The one with the mad tyrant lion bloodline? Wang Wei looked at him. He had memorized all the information available about the primordial saints participating in this expedition. That very same Wang Guo sighed, who knew the little paragon saved back then would have successfully become a saint after the ultimate taboo. The odds of success without even becoming a primal are astronomically low, but the latter had succeeded. Of course, there's the possibility Chen Bao became a primal during the taboo, but Wang Guo never heard any such news. I know Xiao Wenkei. He will definitely leverage that relationship to deal with me. And as long as Chun Bao wishes to repay the karma of saving his life, he will agree. And what do you expect me to do? Wang Wei asked. He is a saint. Even if he is a weak one, he is still a saint. Don't be dumb. Everybody saw what happened to sovereign Daoi's. No one would believe such a coincidence. Wang was sneered. I will neither confirm nor deny my involvement. But for the sake of this conversation, I was indeed responsible, Wang Wei calmly stated. What is in it for me? What are you prepared to exchange for my help? How about the true blood from a chaos demon god? I'm talking about the one from their saint body, Wang Guo revealed. If that is your bargain, then you will leave here disappointed. Why? Don't tell me such a rare resource does not tempt you? The blood is probably from your investigation department, Wang Wei calmly stated. I'm surprised you guys successfully caught a chaos demon god, especially one who has already recondensed their body. But with my relationship with Mithriya, I only need a word to access it. Then, you will be disappointed, Wang was sneered. Although we've caught a few of them, no one has condensed their true body. That blood can only be extracted by a special method that only I know. Wang Wei squinted. Wang Guo was probably telling the truth. If there was such a chaos demon god, Mithriya would not have risked her life for that drop of blood. I'm still not interested. Why? Because I'll get it sooner or later. Wang Guo frowned. The latter was right. As long as the investigation exists and continues its job, it's only a matter of time before a chaos demon god that meets the requirement is captured. What I need to do for your help? I want an accord, Wang Wei uttered. We will sign an agreement on the unification of the Wang clan. Whoever first becomes a saint, the defeated individual will facilitate a peaceful unification of the clan without any fighting or resistance. Chapter 1733, Great Merit Clan, Wang Wu pondered. This deal or accord might not be a bad idea. Just as the QNS branch wished to unite the family, Wang Wu possessed such ambition. Everybody knows the best way for either side to achieve this goal is to become a saint and use overwhelming force. However, there will be severe resistance, especially on QNS side, since they have a deep bond with the Mother Buddha. With this agreement, I won't have to worry about her intervening. Wang Wu analyzed. Everybody is on the same starting line, so who knows who will be the first? While Kyuan still had a slight advantage with Mithriya as an ally, it's not too obvious with the existence of the exchange list. Plus, I could find myself an ally as well from the Chaos Demon Gods. No matter which direction he analyzed this deal, the Heaven-Opening Emperor only sees the benefit. So he finally glanced at Wang Wei and said, I can agree, but under two conditions. Go ahead, Wang Wei motioned with his left hand. First, Heaven Saint will not count for this bet. It seems news about Wang Bo might have been leaked, Wang Wei thought. It wasn't long enough that he used his existence observation technique to cleanse many of the sect spies, but now they seem to have already replenished their numbers. With their infinite life, these top factions can plan billions of years in advance to eventually achieve their goal. I'm fine with that, Wang Wei nodded. Secondly, if Wu Hong is the first to sanctify, she cannot participate. Participate in what way? If you mean she cannot directly attack your clan and help us with the unification, I can agree. But if you also mean she cannot preach or share her experience, I must decline. Wang Wu frowned. The advantage QNS branch will have with Wu Hong is too much, but he also understands that it's unfair to ask them to abandon such an upper hand. In the cultivation world, friends or connections are also a form of power. It's a manifestation of charisma and emotional intelligence. Well, there is no guarantee that Wu Hong will be the first. She is not here, so if I use the advantage of this expedition's merit list, I can create an overwhelming lead compared to Kyuan and the others. Wang Wu never saw Wang Wei as his opponent. No matter how heaven-defying his talent is, it does not change the fact that he was young. Although recent information indicated that Wang Wei was already an A-class primal with 3 grand construct mastery, there is still a long way before he can master the remaining 3, start his 3 transcendent foundations, create his own method, and attempt to sanctify. By the time he reached such a state, Wang Guo was confident he would have already completed most of these steps, if not all of them. All right, Wang Guo agreed. The next step was to discuss a few more clauses, including not running away when failure seems in sight, not dividing the clan into even more branches as a means of evading the agreement, etc. Finally, they signed a contract, but not an ordinary one, a key luck dragon contract, using their clan's destiny as the collateral. As the clan leader of their respective branch, both of them have the right to do such a thing. As Wang Wei held the agreement, he suddenly asked, "What is the agreement? I always wonder what made our clan's destiny so unique." Wang Wei previously thought the answer was a reversal of cause and effect. His future self became a grand Tao saint, maybe even a true transcendent, and in return, its past is affected by blessing the Wang clan's destiny. However, after years of refining that conjecture, he felt it may not be the entire truth. We are a great merit clan. To be precise, a clan of 3 great merits, Wang Guo explained. Oh, I'm not familiar with that term. Heavenly Tao, and maybe even Grand Tao, chose me to contribute to the end of the innate acquire war, and I fulfill my destiny and achieve great merit, Wang Guo explained. Qiyuan pushed the golden era to its highest peak and laid down the foundation for the transcendent age. His great merit is the highest. Meanwhile, your merit was nudging the transcendent age back into position after being derailed by supreme unity and the 7 moon. There's also your work from the lower dimension, which seems to have contributed immensely to the future prosperity of the transcendent age. Wang Wei squinted. Such information made him realize something. He might have a 4th destiny or opportunity to achieve a 4th great merit with the fate seed status. Grand Tao wants him to control the river of fate and use his brilliance and knowledge from Earth to innovate and improve things. Although he hasn't achieved anything yet, that part of the destiny has still benefited the Wang clan somewhat. Your words made me regret a little that I handed over the destiny chosen to Kong. Wang Wei smiled. He was joking. Even if he knew the truth, it was still not in his best interest to accept that position. Look at Emperor Kong's situation. No matter what great event is occurring, he is always somehow involved, or forced to participate. And after knowing about the all-seeing Temple's prophecy, he had to be more low-key to prevent any trouble, at least until he was sanctified. How do you plan to help me? Wang Guo asked. Had you come during the task assignment, I would have sent these 2 to the most dangerous area. Wang Wei uttered. Besides Glass Pen Sage's assignment, Wang Wei randomly assigned people their tasks or only followed the Tribunal Lord's decree. There is still an opportunity for future assignments, right? Now that they had signed the agreement, Wang Guo felt more relaxed as he enjoyed the blood-rushing sensation from his wine. How about we try this? 2 dark spheres materialized in Wang Wei's palms. Key of Calamity, Wang Guo recoiled back. Yes, and it's a very potent form too. A look of fear flashed in Wang Guo's eyes, followed by a look of realization. No wonder Sovereign Tao's eyes died in such a nonsensical or idiotic way. But how did you get? He did not finish his words as he understood. Only Heavenly Tao has access to this thing, meaning Wang Wei's source could only be one person. Wang Guo sighed, lamenting how close these 2 were. One is for Xiao Wenke. You need to secretly or openly infuse it into him, Wang Wei calmly stated. The other is to threaten the pure berserker saint if he tries to avenge him. Wang Guo immediately asked, Can't you use whatever methods you use on Sovereign Tao's eyes? Wang Wei shook his head. There needs to be some cause and effect between us, but more importantly, there's a nasty backlash for using this thing to kill a saint. I've barely dealt with Tao's eyes trouble. I don't want to add more problems to myself. What if I bear the backlash? Do you think a saint's karma or backlash is easy to divert? Wang Wei countered. I understand. Wang Guo sighed. He could tell Wang Wei had a way, but the latter did not want to help, and after mulling it over, he understood the reason. Despite not saying a word, Wang Wei's previous actions of using the tribunal lords to eliminate an enemy had probably displeased them. They didn't say anything, most likely because it was the perfect opportunity for Wang Wei and for them to establish their prestige and ensure these saints execute their task to the fullest of their ability. But if Wang Wei continued to abuse their goodwill, then there would be an issue. Of course, there's also the possibility that the key of calamity will operate in a manner that makes the enemy's tribunal lord take action. Or maybe it may not even involve any tribunal lord at all. Regardless, Wang Wei did not want to take any risk. You should understand that I'm still taking a certain risk by handing this to you, Wang Wei uttered. Even if he was not involved, even if he claimed he was only making a deal, the use of the key of calamity might sour these second-step powerhouses' opinion of them. I understand your goodwill, Wang Wei nodded. Now that he had gotten what he wanted, the heaven-opening emperor did not stay long. With a weapon that could threaten a saint, he needed to prepare to use it without capsizing in the process. Wang Wei glanced at his departed back, deep in thought. Xiao Wenkei's death and the unification of the Wang clan will immensely shift the Dao opening sect's political landscape. Wang Guo will definitely swallow the Xiao clan and many members of the Union, but according to Wang Wei's predicament, Yi Guang has similar plans. Unless he made preparation, he'll probably lose a significant portion of the Union, Wang Wei thought. Chapter 1734. Two factions' information is power. The ancient sages did not lie, Wang Wei thought with a smile. Wang Guo believes he has the advantage, but he doesn't even know who he is competing with. Wang Wei has already prepared to condense his second transcendent foundation before leaving the expedition, meaning he only has to worry about the third one by the time he returns. So, if nothing unexpected occurs, he'll win this bet. The unification of the Wang clan should perfect our destiny. Providing the foundation to be a saint clan similar to the Ji and Bai clan, Wang Wei analyzed. There's a reason that most factions resisted unification, but some things are simply inevitable. On another note, this conversation reminded me of something I have overlooked, Wang Wei thought. Who was Supreme Unity's puppet master? If Wang Guo was telling the truth, it meant that something was using Supreme Unity to delay or prevent the arrival of the new Transcendent Age. For someone to achieve such a feat, they must be a group of tribunal lords or a Grand Dao Saint, Wang Wei analyzed. Supreme Unity has always been an odd individual, with very little information known about him. Such behavior indicated he was acting low-key, meaning that these people might have been planning his rise for a long time. Wang Wei groaned. With Grand Dao releasing the rain and allowing more information about Saint to be released, a new sense of hope has been instilled in all immortal cultivators. However, for intelligent people, they're forced to reanalyze everything they've known from a macro perspective. Events that previously seemed simple now contained hidden layers of meaning and implications. Methriao really shouldn't have released Supreme Unity, Wang Wei sighed. Maybe because the latter may have left some psychological trauma, Wang Wei really did not want that man free. Hopefully, Supreme Unity is no longer a valuable pawn, and he has been discarded. The fact that no one came to rescue him was good news for the Eternal Ascension world. Wang Wei did not dwell on this issue too much. After all, there was nothing he could do so far away. He shifted his attention to other plans he had for this expedition. He snapped his finger and waited a few minutes. Then, a woman clad in all black slowly ascended from a shadow. Siam Matriarch, Wang Wei nodded. For this mission, he did not bring Red Mask, but brought the old Siam Matriarch who used to serve him, in exchange for an opportunity to become a paragon. Now that she had succeeded and wanted to reach a higher level, she was more than happy to take on this mission. Ancestor. Call me Sectmaster, Wang Wei waved. The word ancestor makes me feel old. As you wish. What has Lin Fan and his wife been doing? Wang Wei asked. He previously placed these two on the scout team, which was responsible for gathering information primarily about the history of this timeline and how it differs from theirs. They are searching for traces about whether the Chaos Demon Gods exist in this timeline. And do they? Yes, Matriarch Xie nodded. Based on the information we have gathered from hundreds of Chaos worlds, we have deduced that a terrible war occurred during the Chaos Demon Gods Age. However, This war resulted in the division of these demon gods into two factions. Wait, are you saying the war didn't annihilate them? They didn't disappear from the chaos universe as they did in our timeline? They disappeared, but not from that war in their era, Matriarch C explained. The division led to two factions, the Panga faction and the Hun Dunxi faction. Their constant battle marked the subsequent ages. It is what allowed other races, including humans, to rise. Eventually, both of these leaders seem to have died, or at the very least disappeared after one massive battle. Rumors have it that there is a special dimension with the remains of these two, and I believe that is what Lin Fan is searching for. If there was such a place, the infinite divine court would have taken it already, Wang Wei said, unless the two leaders were Grandao saints, and the remnants of there will successfully isolate anyone from discovering it. Our information says there was a final battle between those two factions, but not a single chaos demon god returned from that confrontation, Matriarch Xi added. More importantly, we haven't found any records of the court S taking it. Of course, we are still missing a lot of information, especially from those chaos worlds that were used as the court S array. Wang Wei suddenly felt uneasy. This chaos demon god dimension might have fundamentally altered the course of this expedition. If there was such a place, what better key to activate it than another chaos demon god? What Wang Wei worries about more is the fact that this dimension may also be the catalyst for his time nexus. Keep an eye on Lin Fan and Su Shi and keep gathering information. I understand. Matriarch Xie bowed, then disappeared into the shadows. Initially, Wang Wei planned to contact Su Shi to see if she could provide any information. But now he has decided to keep quiet and observe further developments. If these chaos demon gods truly have animosity toward him for his connection to the prehistoric world and Hong Jun, they will eventually approach him. Everything seems calm and going according to plan, but that is just the surface. So, in this scenario, I must remain calm and be as low-key as possible, Wang Wei thought. With all these primordial and tribunal saints, each capable of easily taking his life, he cannot be acting arrogantly and out of line. His defeat of supreme unity was because the latter was restrained, and killing sovereign Dao eyes was because of his circumstances. Wang Wei would not allow these prior experiences to affect his mood or state of mind. He would not make mistakes easily. Infinite divine court, light source realm. Jiang King suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, "The call of bloodline. Excellent. Year, I won't let you sacrifice yourself in vain." He waved his hands to send two summons. The first one immediately arrived as he condensed from one of the motes of light inside Jiang King's Dao quintessence. "Lord, you summon me." The light envoy knelt on one knee before Jiang King. He was a handsome man dressed in black robes, with golden hair and a facial expression similar to the highest sovereign. "Get up and wait for Minister Chu to arrive." A few minutes later, the Minister of War, Chu Shangfeng, teleported into this dimension, still wearing his dark gold armor. Then he bowed 90 degrees to the highest sovereign. Although he didn't kneel like the light envoy, he showed the highest level of etiquette while preserving his dignity as a powerhouse. "I keep telling you that there is no need for such formalities when we are in private." Jiang King sighed. "Sir, etiquette is the only way to distinguish between superiors," Chu Shunfeng replied. If there is one thing he would complain about, it is the highest sovereign's kindness and laid-back attitudes. For other cultivators, this might not be a problem, but as a ruler, it's easy to give subordinates the impression that their emperor is easy to talk to and easy to bully. So, as one of the court's most respected officers, Chu Shanfeng felt it was his job to maintain the status and dignity of the highest sovereign. "Whatever you say," Jiang King waved his hand. He was used to it after so many years. The position of a sovereign is a lonely one, and with his people worshipping him like a god, he's even more isolated. Let's get back to the topic. I've sensed the call of bloodline from timeline IMPI 89076H, meaning this might be our opportunity to Barato Grand Dao's defense. "What are your instructions?" Chu Shinfeng asked. I need you to build a bloodline boosting base in the void between worlds to resonate with Jiang Yi's bloodline. Grand Tao will never allow us to build such a thing peacefully. That's why you need to mobilize at least 10 Ascended Saints for this battle. Zhu Shenfeng Gun Det. The Infinite Divine Court had a total of 22 Ascended Saints, but most had to be placed at strategic timelines to guard these areas and prevent anything from happening. Currently, there are fewer than 5 Ascended Saints, including himself, still left in the court. Mobilizing these saints while ensuring their areas have no issues is enough to give anyone a headache. Regardless, Chu Shinfeng still said, "It will be done." "Good." Jiang King nodded before glancing at the light envoy. "I'm sorry, partner. For this plan to work, a sacrifice of my own bloodline must be made. Everything for you, the highest sovereign and the court," the light envoy calmly stated without any hesitation. His existence is similar to that of the cardinals and the Grand Tao, but more loyal. Under normal circumstances, only Grand Tao saints can kill him. But since the emperor said he needed to be sacrificed, it meant true death. The light envoy was prepared. Chapter 1735, 13 Transcendent Foundation, Void Between Realm. The Creation Cardinal raised its head, looking at this menacing ensemble of powerhouses, 11 Tribunal Saints and 200 Primordial Saints. As it saw these people, the only thought left on its mind was that the Infinite Divine Court alone could fight against the entire primordial timeline, which is a testament to the world's current state. Things need to be accelerated. The new age must commence as soon as possible, the Creation Cardinal thought. The Cardinal did not move, waiting for Grand Tao to make the next move. Its job is to protect this timeline, and that is precisely what the Cardinal plans to do. Then, as he expected, 9 Tribunal Saints and countless more Primordial Saints teleported to this area, blocking the Infinite Divine Court's actions. The Creation Cardinal frowned. The court still had 2 extra Tribunal Lords, and they started building a strange-looking base. The Cardinal's first instinct was to stop them, but such a rash action could complicate things since the enemy still had 2 second-step saints available to fight. If he moved from his spot and one of them directly attacked the blockade, then all their work would have been in vain. Without knowing what the best course of action in this scenario is, the Cardinal did what it was programmed to do: report to its boss, Grand Tao, and ask for instructions. Grand Tao's response was simple: providing battle aid. The Creation Cardinal understood the implications of these words and immediately acted. They raised their hands to create an artificial critical hit path, with the intent to resonate with the one from the primordial timeline. With such a boost, the saints on their side should have the advantage, but something unexpected happened. The light envoy summoned a projection of the highest sovereign's light source realm and rammed it into the enemy's opponent. The clash of these pseudo-Tao quintessences generated immense, devastating power. Luckily, they were now in the void between realms, and everyone present was a saint or above. The Creation Cardinal suddenly paused. Its empty facial socket stared at the man bathed in holy lights. After a short clash of their aura, the Cardinal continued his previous attempts. Try to bring the critical hit path alive in this foreign place. Grand Tao's task cannot be accomplished in a direct manner, but it is still passively successful. By forcing the light envoy to focus on it, the Creation Cardinal has achieved his job of delaying the enemy's actions. Timeline NP 890776H. Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle Array. Wang Wei opened his eyes from his retreat. He glanced at his palm, and a white light manifested before disappearing. He tried a few more times, but the result was the same. He sighed deeply. I'm still missing another opportunity. Saint traits are not so easy to condense. So even with this epiphany, Wang Wei still failed. He shook his head, but did not dwell on it too much. Most of the work had been done. Now, he just waited for the right opportunity. If that opportunity never showed up, he can use the rare items from this expedition's merit list or from the exchange list back home to try and create it. Although those have lower chances of success, it's better than nothing. And if all of those fail, so be it. Wang Wei thought. He had no attachment to the strongest paragon title. The true purpose of saint traits is to increase his chances of sanctification. If he cannot condense them before a certain period, Wang Wei is prepared to try without them. Wang Wei glanced through the formation. A few Yuan epochs had passed since his retreat, but the entire array was still as quiet as a slaughterhouse. The tribunal lords were also in seclusion, probably to heal their injuries. The entire base screams the calm before the storm. That's good news for me, Wang Wei thought, deciding to take advantage of this situation. He no longer hesitated before popping a Foundation Reestablishment Tao pill into his mouth. An intense pain that went beyond his immortal soul spread to every corner of Wang Wei's very being. Every cell, every atom of his existence started screaming in agony. Such intensity of bodily harm would have driven any lesser men to madness, but he merely grunted. After the first wave of inhuman pain, the second followed, and this time it brought a drastic change in aura. Wang Wei's terrifying cultivation started decreasing. Primal, peak Paragon, peak Empyrean, Great Emperor, Quasi-Emperor. Wang Wei's cultivation did not just regress. His body returned to the state when he was in the peak of the mortal stage of cultivation. So weak, Wang Wei grunted as he clenched his fist. A quasi-emperor with the power of a third-class emperor was unheard of. But when compared to a paragon, or even an Empyrean, it is indeed very weak. However, Wang Wei also knew it was unfair to compare them. The differences between the realms and the immortal stage are too vast. Time was of the essence, so Wang Wei continued his cultivation. He activated the 13 Transcendent Foundation technique created by his wife. There are 3 levels to this technique: essence, spirit, and ki. Wang Wei has felt his fleshly body cultivation has become somewhat irrelevant lately, so he chose to condense the essence seed first. 3 flowers materialized above Wang Wei's head, each symbolizing the 3 talents of the body. The one in the middle, the essence flower, began to vibrate as Wang Wei performed the technique. The pain intensified to the point that Wang Wei contemplated giving up for a few seconds before removing all negative thoughts with his iron will. Then, when the essence flower reached the pinnacle of resonance, Wang Wei summoned countless rare materials. A swallowing vortex formed around the flower, absorbing every single one of these precious resources. A purple light emanated from Wang Wei's body, starting from his head and slowly spreading to his toes. Is this flesh optimization? He thought. He understood how this technique would have allowed him to have the strength of a second-class emperor had he used it in the lower dimension. As a mortal emperor, Wang Wei no longer had room for improvement. The process of becoming a mortal emperor is to break the limit on the amount of power a mortal body can hold by creating a larger container. Unfortunately, such an approach contained many flaws. A mortal emperor has not experienced the transition to a higher dimensional life form that great emperors have. A mortal emperor's bucket can no longer hold more power, nor can it be further tampered with to increase its strength. So, how can they improve? Wu Hong learned from primals and found a way to optimize the bucket, the water, and everything else to improve a mortal emperor's strength. Boom! Wang Wei's aura exploded, and his strength increased to the level of a second-class emperor. Truly a brilliant woman, he smiled as he threw a few punches that released terrifying shockwaves inside this retreat. After a few minutes of testing, Wang Wei immediately checked the evolution of his essence flower divine ability. Before this, he primarily used it to help him through bottlenecks in his fleshly body cultivation. The cultivation assistance ability still remains, but the new ability has developed toward healing, Wang Wei analyzed. Can it even heal existence injuries? He immediately checked and soon learned it was true. By absorbing any kind of energy, his essence flower ability can accelerate healing, including existence injuries. This is a great ability, one that can even accompany me throughout my saint path, Wang Wei smiled. Saints do not heal easily. So any decent technique or ability that can accelerate their recovery is always welcome. Wang Wei stopped what he was doing to check outside. The second attack hasn't started yet, meaning he still has some time. Moreover, even if it had as the Grand Commander, he did not need to put his life in danger unless the Tribunal Lords directly ordered his deployment. Let us finish the second Transcendent Foundation as soon as possible so we can have time to create the third, Wang Wei thought. He ignored everything else and focused on the task at hand. Which seed to plant next, key or spirit? If I guess correctly, the spirit seed should have the ability to accelerate the rate at which someone becomes a primal. Had Wang Wei used this technique before ascending, his primal path would have been easier since his soul would have experienced a lesser form of optimization from the spirit flower. By that logic, my already optimized soul should make the spirit seed easier and faster, Wang Wei analyzed. While the foundation reestablishment reverts his body to the state before becoming an immortal, it doesn't mean his previous cultivation is completely gone. By drawing on his prior experience optimizing his soul, Wang Wei can reduce the time, and maybe even the resources, required to condense the spirit seed. Spirit seed it is, Wang Wei muttered. He once again summoned the 3 flowers above his head, and the one on the left started trembling. And any suggestions on the subsequent updates of the spirit and key flower abilities? Chapter 1736. 13 Transcendent Foundation. 2. Wang Wei's soul has already been optimized, so with that previous experience, he dramatically accelerated the speed of this minor optimization. Once the spirit flower absorbed half of the materials, the process is ended, and Wang Wei's base strength improved. First-class Emperor strength, Wang Wei muttered as he clenched his right fist. For a moment, Wang Wei was lost in thought. How much pain and effort would he have saved if he had this level of strength before the Heavenly battle? His second fight with Tian was instrumental in shaping him into the person he is today. It was a necessary tempering that molded him into the best version of himself. However, if Wang Wei had the choice, he probably would have chosen bulldozing over Tian and everybody else in that last battle. There's no pill for regrets, so what is the point of thinking all of this? Wang Wei thought, while shaking his head. There was no point in wasting time on such matters, so he focused on something he truly cares for, his spirit flower ability. At first, Wang Wei expected a new ability or a drastic change to his soul network, but that's not what happened. This unique ability, which has accompanied him for most of his life, has indeed improved. The scope of the soul network has drastically increased, covering half of the chaos universe. Wang Wei believes that by the time he becomes a primordial saint, his soul network will cover the entire chaos universe and maybe other timelines in the infinite trichiliocosm. At least now, I don't have to worry too much about primordial saints discovering the network, Wang Wei sighed. Another update is the ability S concealment. Previously, Wang Wei had Red Mask spread the soul network to other chaos worlds. He specifically asked her to build methods to prevent saints from detecting it. Now, Wang Wei probably doesn't need these methods. No, he might be able to use them to hide from even the best primordial saints. Wang Wei looked outside his seclusion. The battle is about to start. A few hundred yuan epochs have passed, and it was time for another round of attacks. However, since Wang Wei's presence was not required, he continued his retreat. The final key seed had not yet been condensed, and he did not want to use a secret technique to halt its progress and be in constant pain. So he continued. At the Quasi-Emperor realm, Wang Wei's key, the origin source, had already fused with his Dharma body into an Emperor or Tao body. However, that didn't mean the key seed had nothing to optimize. The human body is full of all kinds of ki, 5-element ki from the organs, ki and blood from the heart, yin-yang ki to keep everything in balance, and many more. Wu Hong's technique accounted for all these subtle energies essential to the body S and spirit S function and optimized them using the key seed. The 3 flowers above Wang Wei's head suddenly released a rainbow each. They then turned into gilded lights that entered Wang Wei's body. He immediately felt a sublimation unlike anything he had ever experienced. No, he had felt similar sublimation when he condensed his perfect foundation. Another characteristic is being added to my existence. But it's not complete yet, Wang Wei thought. He could guess what was missing. He needed to regain his former strength and complete the last step of re-establishing his foundation. However, despite the pain, Wang Wei did not do so immediately. The priority was adapting to the eternal class strength and checking on this new ability. Wang Wei used his dream battle technique to condense an eternal tier as an opponent. With his force control skill, it shouldn't take long to completely control his strength and prepare for the final step. Meanwhile, he also checked the evolution of his key flower ability. I can use it to track down Saint Tyrkis? Wang Wei thought, a large grin hanging on the corner of his mouth. If his theory about the rarity of resources in the upcoming era is true, such an ability can be called divine assistance. Sadly, his joy did not last long when he realized how long it would take to track down one Saint Key. At this rate, I might as well rely on my luck, Wang Wei complained. Well, it was better than nothing. There is no urgency for Saint Tier resources, given that the merit and exchange list is available. And Wang Wei was confident he could further improve these abilities after sanctification. So, after controlling his strength, he continued his retreat. The last step of foundation reestablishment is the most challenging aspect. The previous step forced Wang Wei's body to a state before the ultimate sublimation of becoming an immortal. Then he was able to make up for something he had not had the opportunity to do. However, a cultivator's Tao foundation is a culmination of many steps or achievements, all intrinsically intertwined. Previously, Wang Wei had only the 10 Supremacy Foundation before adding the Perfection Foundation. Now, for the last step of this re-establishment, he must ensure that his 13 Transcendent Foundation worked well with his Perfection Foundation and all the other achievements. He must ensure they work together for a better future, for a firmer foundation when he sanctifies. Many people fail at this juncture, so Wang Wei took his time. He slowly infused his previous strength into his body. By taking it slow and essentially recultivating the 3 immortal realm, Wang Wei slowly perfected his foundation and elevated it to a higher level. Boom! The sound of an explosion, followed by a mighty ocean rushing spread through Wang Wei's mind the moment he achieved SS-class primal strength. The characteristic being written on his existence finished, and he experienced a minor sublimation. Wang Wei slowly stood, feeling a strange sensation. All the power of his flesh, soul, mind, spirit, life, and Tao were perfectly intertwined as if they were one. He pointed his finger to cast a 6-tier Grand Construct skill, but felt no pressure whatsoever. It's not just my soul that bears the burden of Grand Construct skills, but my body as well, Wang Wei muttered. He instantly understood the difference between S-Class and SS-Class primals. The former has only their souls optimized, but the latter has their flesh optimized as well. Additionally, the flesh and spirit are in perfect sync, turning into a situation in which 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Harmony. Wang Wei read the new characteristic in his existence with shining eyes. This new characteristic was perfect for him. One of Wang Wei's worries has always been the disconnect between his flesh cultivation and his Tao cultivation. The power of nothingness and the power of fate do not have much in common. And for most of his cultivation journey, Wang Wei had no issue treating them independently. However, sanctification is a process of combining every aspect of a cultivator: soul, flesh, spirit, Tao, Tao will, Tao heart, willpower, and more. With this harmony characteristic, Wang Wei will have less trouble combining everything, especially the power of his flesh and his Tao. My soul and flesh have been optimized. So for the third and final Transcendent Foundation, I need to optimize my Tao, Wang Wei analyzed. He sat on the cultivation cushion, thinking about his third foundation. The essence of my fate dominating Tao is absolute control and freedom. Two contradictory concepts, Wang Wei analyzed. I can take inspiration from the second foundation by condensing two seeds, a fate and freedom seed. Well, let us not use the word seed, since it's a little ominous. Let us use Tao fruits. He had suffered enough because of his fate seed status, so he chose another word. I will need things to nourish these Tao fruits for them to complete and serve as a transcendent foundation, Wang Wei thought. For the fate Tao fruit, there is an easy path. I can create an artificial river of fate. It's been a while since I've created my version of Old Man Tianji cause and effect feedback technique, and it hasn't been used much. Wang Wei still remembered that day when Old Man Tianji broke through the Paragon realm from the reward for participating in the death of one of the 7 moons. He had worked with his wife to develop their version of that technique, and over the years, Wang Wei has participated in many events with widespread impact. If he uses that technique, he should be able to gather a significant amount of energy. I can use that energy to condense the artificial river of fate before using it to nourish my fate Tao fruit, Wang Wei thought with shining eyes. As the commander of this expedition, someone who created the overall plan and was responsible for killing a top-grade primordial saint, Wang Wei could fathom the amount of reserve energy he could gather if he cast the cause and effect feedback technique. That has settled. But what about the freedom fruit? How do I nourish it? Chapter 1737. Fate Freedom Fruit. As soon as Wang Wei asked himself that question, he thought of an answer. The freedom fruit is a physical manifestation of the freedom aspect of his fate Tao. So what better way to nourish such a Tao fruit than to the freedom path of other talented individuals? Wang Wei remembered he had met countless interesting individuals with unique fate and freedom Tao when he used the refining path stone. I could use these people's freedom Tao to nourish my fruit and perfect it, Wang Wei thought. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the idea. Although Wang Wei's fate dominating Tao also involved freedom, free will, and choice, those aspects paled in comparison to the fate aspect. However, if he could nourish his own freedom Tao with the Tao of countless talented individuals, or just people with unique interpretations, then he would make up for his weakness. Such an improvement to my freedom Tao could be the key to completely eliminating my fate seed status, Wang Wei thought. No matter how he thinks about it, he feels this was a superb idea. The only downside is that Wang Wei will require a lot of refining path stone. The merit list has the stones, but do they have enough? Wang Wei thought and checked on the list. Refining path stone was not a rare resource. But no one expected someone to need hundreds, maybe thousands of them. He did not hesitate to buy 500 of them, almost draining all the merit he acquired during the first battle. So far, there seems to be enough. Wang Wei felt relieved. With all the resources he needed, it was time to cultivate this third and final transcendent foundation. The first step was not even the technique itself, but the nourishment. Wang Wei expanded the spatial dimensions of one of the rooms in his quarters to create a larger space. Then, using his fate Tao as a medium and numerous formations to create an artificial river of fate. He had extensive knowledge on the subject matter, and with his wife's knowledge and experience from creating the 6 grand constructs, the process was smooth. However, the final result was an illusory river, which Wang Wei expected. Cause and effect feedback after casting that spell, a potent energy stemming from all the causality or influence Wang Wei has had in this timeline since his arrival rushed into the illusory river of fate. In a matter of minutes, the river of fate transitioned from an intangible state to a materialistic state. So potent, Wang Wei muttered, slightly surprised. However, a quick analysis made him realize it was as it should be. His actions have fundamentally altered the course of history in this timeline. If not for Wang Wei's words, the tribunal lords and cardinals would never have chosen such a brutal means of invasion. And that is not mentioning the changes caused by Wang Wei, such as the death of a primordial saint and his influence on the hidden battle between second-step powerhouses. So, as he watched his river of fate rapidly reach the limit of its power, a bright smile flashed on Wang Wei's handsome face. There was so much more causal energy left. It's a shame this thing only works for quick accumulation, he sighed. So far, Wang Wei's understanding and application of this power are limited to instant accumulation. However, when he tried to use it for other things, such as improving his understanding or even something as basic as healing, everything else failed. Forget it. Let us not be greedy. Wang Wei shook his head. Now that all the resources had been gathered, it was time for the technique. He had long prepared for the possibility of condensing his foundation in this expedition, so Wang Wei took out a prime enlightening pill from his space ring and swallowed it. The war outside has already begun, but Wang Wei ignored it all. The pill drastically decreased the time needed for the creation process. The 12 times time acceleration also gave him plenty of advantages, but it still took him a few yuan epochs to complete his technique and condense the Fate Freedom Fruit. Despite the name, they did not resemble fruits. Instead, they resembled two perfectly shaped rhombus crystals floating above Wang Wei's head. With a thought, the river of fate appeared in the room, and the left crystal immediately trembled. It released a powerful, attractive force that rapidly devoured the artificial river of fate. Countless images flashed in Wang Wei's mind, forcing him to experience the events of this from a unique perspective. He saw everything through the lens of fate itself. Timeline NP 89076H originally had its own trajectory, and Grand Dao's expedition drastically altered that course. But Wang Wei's influence, even without knowing it, might be on par with Grand Dao's actions. Through this unique experience, Wang Wei finally learned of his influence on helping the Tribunal Lords break away from the Cardinal S, or maybe even Grand Dao's spiritual hint. Interesting, Wang Wei muttered. His current state was truly unique. He seems to be fused with the river of fate, but simultaneously, he appears to be a spirit wandering around the river. Regardless of the truth, the current state has allowed him to experience the subtle machinations of one of the grand constructs and learn a few secrets. It's not over. Wang Wei thought the experience had finished, but there seemed to be more. That's right. I've only seen the effects on my side of the line. His actions also influenced the people of the infinite divine court, and as part of his third transcendent foundation, it seems he also experienced their side of the story. Wang Wei's mind wandered, and he saw a figure sitting cross-legged in an unknown area. The figure was hard to make out at first, but as time passed, it became clearer. A woman? He thought. There was still no clear visual clearance, but the overall shape and charm of the figure indicated a woman. Boom! A clear pair of eyes that seemed to contain endless charms suddenly opened and glanced at him. The moment Wang Wei laid eyes on these eyes, everything about him was instantly charmed or enchanted. He lost his soul, his body's instinct lost control, and even his Tao seemed to have escaped his control and showed allegiance under her pomegranate skirt. Luckily for him, he was in a unique state of enlightenment, so the protective mechanism of the river of fate activated to wake him up from that terrible state. That woman should be the court's hidden tribunal saint. Wang Wei thought with a look of horror. He immediately wanted to stop his epiphany, but he found himself unable to move. The woman glanced at him before reaching out, probably with the intent to annihilate him. However, Sui Jing suddenly stopped as she realized that if she took action, her whereabouts would be discovered. For a moment, she debated whether she should take the risk, but stopped herself for the greater good. This little ant was not worth risking all the progress she's made so far. Of course, she couldn't allow him to leave just like that and reveal her whereabouts. So with a thought, she wiped out his memory of today's interaction. Despite the overwhelming difference in strength, Wang Wei instinctively resisted. His sea of consciousness contained a unique spirit clone he didn't even know existed. He left it there to monitor his behavior, to prevent himself from losing his emotions and from treating everybody, including his family, as nothing but pawns or puppets. That spirit clone desperately tried to resist the memory erasure, but it was useless. This level of attack is direct character modification. It's as if Wang Wei were a computer program with code, and Sui Jing directly altered the code of his existence to erase his mind. Their level of life was too far apart, so all forms of resistance were pointless. But that did not mean Wang Wei did not try. Whether it was his willpower, Saint Tao heart, Chronos spirit, his fateless status, and everything else, he tried everything. Unfortunately, the result was the same. He forgot ever seeing the woman. No, he even forgot he had his mind wiped in the first place. Wang Wei continued his enlightenment as if nothing had happened. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. A smile crept on his face as he watched the left rhombus crystal turn from transparent to silver gray. The fate fruit was completed. However, his smile quickly turned to a frown. This fate fruit seemed too powerful, he commented, for his third transcendent foundation to be truly successful. There needs to be a balance between the two fruits. But now, the fate fruit has used such a potent item as nourishment, pushing it to a level Wang Wei did not expect. How many refining path stones will I need to absorb before I can nourish the freedom fruit to a similar level? Wang Wei muttered. A quick calculation told him no amount of stones might be enough. He may need something else. Anyway, let us refine as many as possible first, Wang Wei sighed. Chapter 1738. True Commander. The time for the second attack arrived, and everybody rushed to the meeting room. Wang Wei stood at the front of the room to conduct a last-minute session to remind everybody of their roles. Group A, Wang Wei said, upon descending on your allocated node world, you will only arrive in the outer area of the formation. Your objective is to find the array node and destroy it. Our mission is to destroy at least a quarter of the outer nodes. Only then can we force our way into the inner area with the 3,800 Chaos Source worlds. The fastest and easiest way to find the nodes is to kill 90 of the World S cultivators or 50 of the entire population. However, such an approach will form a backlash from the World S Heavenly Tao, so you can choose a less drastic approach. The mission S length is 20,000 yuan epic, and with a significant amount of freedom. All Group A members received an information talisman outlining how to find the formation node and other precautions needed to succeed in this mission. Most of these members had a worried look on their faces, especially the Paragons. Wang Wei could guess their concerns. What if their world contained a saint? What were they supposed to do? Their fears were not as valid as they thought. For this mission, the Tribunal Lords have calculated which node worlds have saints and how many there are. So, while a Paragon will be assigned to such worlds, they will have saints as leaders to help them. Of course, these calculations are not absolute. The reverse Blackstone array is a second-step array with its own protection mechanism, and the infinite Divine Court S powerhouses will interfere with the landing process, leaving much room for error. Tension is not necessarily a bad thing, Wang Wei thought, which was easy for him since his true body was cultivating while everybody was risking their lives. Group B, Wang Wei continued. Our priority is defense, defense, and defense. After activating the world refining array, we can expect the court's desperate attempt to bravado our defense and try and stop us. Over the past few years, you've been trained on how to borrow power from our heaven and earth origin cycle array, and now it's time to use your training. Wang Wei will be the team leader for Group B, so he will pay more attention to them. As for Group C, well, they aren't technically a group. All members are Tribunal Lords, and their target is one of the grand constructs. Wang Wei doesn't even know which one. That's it for the briefing meeting, Wang Wei concluded. Lords, do you have anything to add? No. The Time Cardinal calmly replied. In that case, let us begin. With these words, the Tribunal Lords sprang into action. Firstly, the Trinity Venerable activated the World Refining Array, which sent a noticeable tremor throughout the Chaos universe. Then, everybody heard a brief, fleeting, painful scream that served as a minor mind attack. Well, for the primordial race, that is, for the divine race that has made this timeline their home. That scream elicited the most profound sorrow from their souls. The scream reminded him of moments in their life in which their mothers or most loved ones were in terrible pain, and there was nothing they could do. The empathy and feeling of anger and powerlessness due to the lack of ability resonated, resulting in tears dripping down their faces. Everybody cried, from infants that were just born to ruthless paragons whose emotions have been slowly eroded by time. Primordial saints have better control of themselves, so they do not embarrass themselves, but they still felt that almost desperate sense of sorrow. Meanwhile, all 5 tribunal lords manifested their presence, their eyes watching the heaven and earth origin cycle array like hawks watching their prey. None of them hid the fact that they were prepared for a cruel battle, even more intense than the first attack. Wang Wei noticed a strange tension in the meeting room, and he instantly guessed why. All these people began to wonder whether the primordial timeline would face the same fate. Typically, they would never have such an idea since they are the original timeline, with many protections and advantages over the others. However, the infinite divine Court S invasion has broken the facade of invincibility that the primordial race always boasted of. Wang Wei secretly sighed. Such an atmosphere was terrible for morale. So, he waited for one of the cardinals or the tribunal lord to say something inspiring to everybody else. However, everybody remained quiet as a mouse. Even worse, Wang Wei could feel their blatant stare, indicating that he should do his job as the commander. Damn it, can't they tell this kind of thing will be best done by someone with the highest strength? Wang Wei cursed. He secretly exhaled to calm down. A brief analysis of the situation, and Wang Wei understood why they chose him. The tribunal lords held no loyalty to the primordial timeline. After growing up under Grand Tao's constant suppression and management, they have never felt any pride in being a primordial existence. The only advantage is that they can cultivate directly to the realm of true transcendence without any issues. If not for this single fact, these saints could not care less if the primordial timeline were destroyed or swallowed by someone else one day. Meanwhile, the cardinals are essentially government agents of the primordial timeline. Any kind of rhetoric they use to try to galvanize these people would sound like propaganda and not fool anyone, especially those old saints. And now, they left this mess to me, Wang Wei thought, wishing he could curse or slap somebody. He calmly controlled his breathing before thinking about the following few words coming out of his mouth. Comfort or contentment breeds mediocrity, Wang Wei uttered. His gentle but piercing voice spread to every corner of the room. Our primordial timeline has the most direct path of transcendence. We don't have to compete with alternate selves or worry about not having a path ahead. With the golden protection around our timeline, we never had to worry about invasion from anyone in the endless timelines of the infinite trichiliocosm. Although we have our own problems, they are nothing compared to the ones other timelines have to experience. However, such a comfortable environment means less pressure, easier competition, and less worry. We do not have the shark-like instinct or desires of other timelines to do whatever is necessary to reach the top. Wang Wei's sharp gaze scanned the room. From a certain perspective, the divine race S invasion may not have been such a bad thing. I know those words sound blasphemous, but it's true. Their presence is a wake-up call to everybody. It's a reminder that we no longer have unbreakable walls that can protect our peace and leisure. Their presence is a reminder that a new world is coming, a cruel world unlike anything we can imagine. Wang Wei squinted, which somehow intensified the tension in the room. A cruel world where paragons will have to compete with their alternate selves, just like everybody else in other timelines. A cruel world where everybody will have to fight and compete against the very best the infinite trichiliocosm has to offer. And you can imagine how fierce the people who can stand at the pinnacle of their timelines despite so many rules and limitations. Wang Wei smiled, or maybe grinned. Regardless, his smile was not reassuring in the sense that it should have been. But somehow, it seems to contain the power to awaken the fierceness or ferocity hidden deep in these people's minds. You fear that one day our timeline will suffer a similar fate? Wang Wei asked. Well, you should. That fear should stay with you for the rest of your life. You should keep it tight, always on the back of your mind, on the hinge of your afterthought. Do not let it go. Simultaneously, do not let it break you. No. As primordial entities, we may have lived most of our lives in a sheltered environment, but that doesn't mean we are weak. So, use that fear as fuel. Use it as motivation. Use it as a reminder to ensure that whatever fate this timeline IMPI 89076H, which is not even worthy of name, faces will never happen to us. Can you do that? Wang Wei's authoritative voice finally resonated with these people. Yes, Commander, all the primals and paragons responded together. Most of the primordial saints remained quiet, but Wang Wei could see their silent approval in their eyes or in their nodding. He secretly sighed in relief. He knew that from now on, his status as commander was guaranteed. Even if he went a little too far, people will tolerate him a bit more. Excellent. Wang Wei nodded. Now, let us use this expedition to announce our arrival to the infinite trichiliocosm. Chapter 1739. Grand Karma Grand Picture. The tribunal lords and cardinals calmly watched Wang Wei with respect deep in their eyes. Leadership and strength are not mutually inclusive. Just because they're the strongest people in this room does not mean they contain the leadership skills necessary to motivate all their subordinates. All of them could have said a few words, and these cultivators would have agreed. But their words would never have resonated with them to the point of even subtly influencing their mind or spirit. Wang Wei chose the best words for the situation. The nature of the cultivation means that only cruel people can reach the top, and with time always eroding their emotions, paragons and above cultivators usually become cold and rational. Wang Wei took into account all these facts, including the saints' terrible history with the Grand Tao, and used cold, cruel facts to tug at their heartstrings. He revealed the nature of the world and painted everybody a picture of the future to create a sense of shared fate. Finally, he rallied them with the only thing all cultivators care about above everything else, even above their own benefit, their lives. Is charisma truly the only way to reach the top? The Slaughter ancestor asked. So far, the two most powerful Grand Tao saints they are aware of, the highest sovereign and future Wang Wei, seem to be natural leaders with the ability to inspire others to follow them. Maybe not the only, but it's one of the strongest and broader paths, the primordial heaven sword saint replied. A memory of two unparalleled figures flashed in his mind, one holding a sword and the other saber. Is my method wrong? Primordial heaven sword saint thought. He has spent so many years trying to achieve what these two failed to, but now he is starting to question his method. All those years, he has been doing things in the shadows, which is the antithesis of the upright nature of swordsmen. However, now, he is doubting his approach. That may be so, but how difficult is it to achieve? The karma entangled with walking this path is already a nightmare. The karma root monarch shook her head. If karma is your main counterargument, it's a weak one, the Slaughter ancestor rebutted. The karma monarch wanted to rebut, but she couldn't. Wang Wei was on this path and cultivated karma Tao, but he still reached the pinnacle. There is an easy way to achieve all of this, the true Dream Lord commented. However, no one paid attention to or responded to him. Yes, turning reality into your dream means the dreamer can have everything you desire. But the issue is how to turn reality into a dream. Even if the true Dream Lord were to enter the third step, no one believes he would succeed in turning the entire chaos universe into his dream. There is no point in discussing this now. We need to get moving now, the erudite Duchess added, and everybody nodded. Any last-minute addition to the plan? While the plan was already set and last-minute changes should not be allowed, these powerful beings understood that plans need to change and adapt to the times. And with Wang Wei raising their troops' morale to the highest level since the expedition, someone might have something to add to the previous plan. No. In that case, let us move. All the second step, saints disappeared from the room, manifesting outside of the heaven and earth origin cycle array. They used their immense mind or soul to control the 13 pillars of the world refining array and accelerate the process. As expected, the infinite divine court as tribunal saints arrived at their destination to try and stop them. Unfortunately, not only was the court understaffed, but the primordial race still had its protective array in place to defend the 13 pillars. So, even though they went all out from the start by summoning their true saint artifacts, their attempt was futile. Something is wrong, the Trinity Venerable said. Even in such a situation, the sixth one still hasn't shown up. Indeed, what could be more important than the destruction of this timeline? Slaughter Ancestor asked. They have already analyzed the situation and realized that the production of the Black Reverse Stone relies heavily on the special nature of this timeline, meaning that if something happens to it, production might be affected. Yet, despite the importance of this universe timeline, the court still made the decision to hide the sixth tribunal saint. We've already killed so many people and heavily influenced this world. Could we use the Grand Karma to find them? Primordial Heaven Sword Saint asked. No. Trinity Venerable, Erudite Duchess, and Slaughter Ancestor replied. The Grand Karma is not completed yet, and it's the key for the final step of the plan. We cannot risk revealing any information before then, Karma Root Monarch said. You know the potential benefit. So let us not ruin everything for a momentary victory, the Erudite Duchess nodded. Of course, we still need to be on the lookout for a possible sneak attack, the Trinity Venerable added. They are about to move. As soon as the True Dream Lord uttered these words, the Time Cardinal and Heaven Cardinal moved. With one step, they crossed most of this timeline to arrive before the Court S Reverse Blackstone Array. With a snap of its cat S paw, all the members of group teleported behind the Time Cardinal, who then proceeded to work with its fellow Cardinal to open countless spatial tiers to different node worlds. Although he had already made the calculations, the Heaven Cardinal performed a brief check to ensure members of his group were sent to the appropriate node world. However, he soon frowned. What is it? Something is wrong. I'm picking an unknown anomaly. In the Heaven Cardinal's eyes, he saw everything. Every subatomic particle, every law, every secret, every truth of the universe. However, as he observed the array and all the information associated with it, he realized there was something hidden. The perfect picture he should have envisioned is missing something. Is it the hidden Tribunal Lord? Time Cardinal asked. No, it's something else. Since the Heaven Cardinal already knows there is a hidden second step saint, the grand picture he can see also includes that person, although he still hasn't detected the hidden powerhouse yet. As long as the other one makes the slightest move, they will appear in the grand picture. But the anomaly that the Heaven Cardinal speaks of is something that even his grand picture was not aware of, but still has some effects on the grand picture, hence the anomaly. What do you suggest we do? I suggest we make a scene to see if we can draw something out, Heaven Cardinal suggested. Their original plan was to do things slowly and steadily, forcing the court to reveal their trump cards one by one. And now, they had the perfect opportunity to do so. Should we communicate with everybody else? Things are already tense. Let us not aggravate it. The Time Cardinal's feline pupil glanced at his companion. For a moment, he wondered whether this was how he truly felt or the result of Wang Wei's previous speech. No matter how they feel about the future Fate Dominator, who has made their lives hell, they have to admit he spoke the truth. The future of the primordial timeline will be full of danger and fierce competition. Grand Tao has designed it as such, including the infinite divine Cordes invasion. The only thing Grand Tao did not expect or predict was that the invasion would arrive before all the rules were established and the Transcendent Age had already reached the early peak. Very well, the Time Cardinal agreed. Everybody swiftly linked their divine senses and shared their discoveries. Then, they designed a new plan to respond to the changes of the field. And as soon as the meeting ended, the two cardinals acted. The Time Cardinal waved his hand to summon a green, ancient, mechanical clock with countless characters written on it. The Heaven Cardinal summoned an artifact that resembled an eye. With a thought, it grew to colossal sizes as it stared at the reverse Blackstone Array. The two second-step Saint artifacts suddenly resonated with each other before releasing two beams that entangled with each other to form a rotating tornado of energy. The power contained in that single attack was greater than the combined attack of two tribunal lords attacking together. It perfectly adapted the strength of each of them to achieve the feat that 1 plus 1 is greater than 2. Boom! Timeline NP 89076H trembled, but that was it. There were no more shockwaves. No signs of primordial chaos being Barado, or even signs of the court's array collapsing. Forget collapsing, there wasn't even a single scratch or sign of damage. And the reason was soon known by everybody involved. Two people or creatures floated in front of the cardinal, staring at them with dead and cold eyes. Why do they feel so familiar? The cardinal instinctively asked. Chapter 1740. The Outlaw Trial Origin. Two creatures stood opposite the time and heaven cardinal. The one on the left was a wraith who embodied everything associated with death, and the other was a 10-meter, purple, muscular mini-giant with a third eye, and whose every muscle fiber resonated with primordial chaos. Physically, none of the cardinals have recognized these two new tribunal saints, but something about them felt familiar, so the time cardinal instinctively said, "Why do they feel so familiar?" The heaven cardinal had a similar reaction, but he stopped himself from speaking. Instead, he observed these two newcomers and used his vast knowledge to analyze them. "What is it? Did you find something?" The time cardinal asked after seeing a sudden, drastic change in expression from his companion. "Do you remember the 10,000 Law Lord and why Grand Tao ordered us to kill him?" That name immediately brought memories deep within the time cardinal's mind. The 10,000 Law Lord was a great talent, one of the first people to show the world how truly terrifying the greater chaos Tao was. He was the embodiment of the best technique in any situation, against any opponent, and in any Tao. During the Middle Paragon Age, the period after what historians call the Soul Age, following the G-Clan ancestors' failed transcendence, a young talent whose name has been lost to time rapidly rose. In that era, most people believed he would be the world's third true transcendent. Sadly, the 10,000 Law Lord became the first sacrifice for Grand Tao to establish its prestige. Had the 10,000 Law Lord followed the rules and cultivated normally by condensing his Tao quintessence, his life would have been long and fulfilled. However, he developed an ambition that was beyond his capabilities. He wanted to be Grand Tao. Believing that Grand Tao was the true master of all Taos, the 10,000 Law Lords sought to become her. The result was his death, but to be fair, Grand Tao was lenient toward him. Most of his attempts, including trying to swallow the grand constructs to understand their essence, failed, and Grand Tao only lightly punished him. However, the man remained persistent. Then, one day, he learned about the generals, the precursors to the grand constructs. The 10,000 Law Lord immediately put that information to use. He created a spell that would condense a false death general, which he would then use to control the 6 paths of samsara. Such an act was the last straw. Grand Tao foresaw the madness contained in the 10,000 Law Lord's path. First, he would control or swallow the grand constructs to understand their essence. Then he would try to do the same to her. So, without hesitation, she ordered all the cardinals to annihilate him. The 10,000 Law Lord's death had widespread consequences. The cardinal established its prestige in the new era. All the saints knew that there were rules or things they could not do in their pursuit of transcendence. Finally, Grand Tao realized certain laws should not be wielded by everybody. Out of fear, she created the outlaw and supreme outlaw trials to stop people from cultivating certain laws. She also kept the one who passed under strict watch and often weaved unique fates to them to put their intelligence and wisdom to better use. Wait, are you saying these two are created from the 10,000 Law Lord's spell? The time cardinal asked. Not his spell, but something similar, the heaven cardinal asked. Even so, the worry on his face was palpable. No need to worry, the heaven cardinal reassured. While the spell looked similar, it's nothing like the one the 10,000 Law Lord created. Their version seems only to create an artificial version of us, the Cardinals. Time Cardinal felt reassured after hearing this. It's fine if the Infinite Court is trying to copy the Cardinals. However, things will be complicated if they reach the level of copying or creating the Tao Generals. The Cat Ruler of Time doesn't know exactly what the consequences would be if the Infinite Divine Court succeeded, but one thing is for sure. Grand Tao will not be happy, and once she is not pleased, the Cardinals will not have a good life. After calming down, the Time Cardinal focused on the task at hand. In that case, how about we cut off their connection to their source of power? After the 10,000 Law Lord's death, Grand Tao tasked them with studying the latter Tao general spell and how to deal with them. The Heaven Cardinal was the lead in that project, making him perfect for this task. That is what I'm thinking. But let's proceed with the plan first. Now that the anomalies have been identified, the Heaven Cardinal had no more worries, meaning it was time to continue with the established plan. All right, a voice bravado all the cultivators' minds, ordering them to enter the node worlds. The void portals were still open, and upon hearing this command, all Group A members rushed over. The false cardinals created from the Cardinal Protocol spell would not allow the enemy to do as they please. Their instruction was to stop whatever these people were doing. The clash between these two groups caused some trouble. Many of the portals were forcefully closed or altered. The small shockwave that the true cardinals could not stop sent some Group A members to the wrong portal. However, the outcome was still the invasion of the primordial race into the core nodes of this formation. Emperor Kong has been waiting for the order while thinking about Wang Wei's speech. As someone who has experienced the infinite divine court exchange tower, he knew better than anyone how competitive the future would be once the court had established itself and fully built that tower. Ever since that experience, Emperor Kong's urge to sanctify as soon as possible had drastically increased, and Wang Wei's words just added even more fuel to that desire. As expected, things will not go smoothly, Emperor Kong thought as he saw the two new tribunal lords appearing. But where did the court get them? Are they puppets? This timeline should still be blocked, and since the court was known for its brilliant puppet-making abilities, Emperor Kong deduced as much. Unfortunately, there is very little information to work with. There is no point in thinking about these lords. Emperor Kong talked to himself. The difference between the immortal and saint stage of cultivation is too vast. Trying to deal with or even deduce information about them is a challenge in itself, because an immortal simply cannot fathom how powerful these beings are. I need to worry about my affairs, Kong thought before sensing someone not far away from him. After a few calculations and preparations, he waited for his opportunity. Then, as he predicted, their superior ordered them to execute their mission. The enemy disagreed, and a brief competition ensued. Hee, did you think I would give you a chance? Kong sneered himself. As he rushed into his portal, he took advantage of the chaos to yank someone into the same portal as him. Kong! The glass pen sage roared. He tried everything to resist, but it was too late. The two entered the same portal and were immediately separated by a potent chaotic spatial vortex. Boom! Emperor Kong's body landed near a mountain range, annihilating 80 of them. Damn it! I can't believe I'm this unlucky, he complained. A tiny portion of Saint power entered his portal and hit him, instantly injuring his existence. Kong immediately swallowed a few pills to stabilize himself before looking at his surroundings. He moved his fingers for a quick divination, and a smile crept on his face. Glass pen sage was in this world. Excellent, he smiled. The board has been set, and the only thing left is to finish the match and reap the reward. No matter what complaints I have about Wang Wei, I must agree he is a reliable ally, Kong muttered. He was once a step closer to taking what was rightfully his. Then, as long as he sanctifies and takes one of the 7 positions, the literary way will regain its status as one of the 3 main religions or school of thoughts. Well, at least in the eternal ascension world. Although it may be a first step in a long journey, it is a significant one. Kong is not too sure of the situation of the literary way throughout the chaos universe. But as long as he can establish himself in the Destiny Center world, It will only be a matter of time before he can revitalize the literary way, if that is required. What is this feeling? Kong's joy did not last long as a sense of upcoming doom loomed over his mind and soul. He raised his head since the source seemed to be the sky, but that only exacerbated his feelings. Knowing danger was on the horizon, he swiftly analyzed the situation and devised a solution. Chapter 1741. Bad luck? Kong swiftly waved his hands to form a spatial tear that led to a faraway distance. However, he did not enter. Instead, he flew to the nearest surviving mountain of this range. With one slurp, he swallowed the mountain and turned it into the rawest earth energy to nourish his body. Finally, Kong activated his transformation Tao, transforming into a perfect replica of the mountain. His swift decision-making ability proved to be the correct choice. Less than a second after turning into a gargantuan mountain, two cultivators appeared in the sky, a woman and a man, both wearing Taoist robes. They scanned the area before landing in the crater Kong left. The two cast a few spells, and at first, their search proved to be useless. But one of their spells detected the subtle spatial fluctuations left in this area. Without hesitation, they followed the spatial trace to find the primordial demon that had invaded their world. Emperor Kong finally felt relieved after seeing these two leave. However, his happiness lasted only a few seconds as he realized his intuition about danger from the sky had not disappeared. It had reduced somewhat, but not completely. What's going on? He thought. The first instinct of this wise Dean was to use divination, but caution stopped his actions. In his current state, the backlash from a failed divination would directly put him into a coma. So, he decided to find a place to heal first before dealing with the upcoming danger. Boom! The void above Kong's mountain form cracked open, revealing a middle-aged man with all-white hair, red eyes, and black robes. A terrifying, baleful aura emanated from his body, turning the sky blood red. "Who is it?" he roared. "Who destroyed my baleful land?" "Damn it," Emperor Kong cursed to himself. A quick analysis revealed what had happened. This mountain range, with a unique environment that this cultivator used. His landing destroyed most of it first, but the mountain he transformed into seemed to be the last node in the formation this person had created to gather the baleful energy of this spiritual land. "You want to show up?" "Coward!" The demonic cultivator yelled before releasing his power in all directions, including where Emperor Kong was. The attack further aggravated the scholar's injury, but he reacted swiftly. He allowed this mountain to be destroyed, while Kong transformed into one of the small pieces of debris on the ground. "Bastard! Where are you? Azura, old demon? You dare come to our Tao realm? It's you too?" Azura, old demon, frowned briefly before sneering. He turned away to leave, but they stopped him. "Get out of my way if you don't want to be slaughtered. The court has ordered all paragons to assemble for a meeting. And you didn't show up," Azure Lotus Sword Immortal said, his sword-eye brows staring at this demon. "I was in the middle of an important retreat," Azura, old demon, calmly replied. As arrogant as he was, he would never show any disrespect to the infinite divine court. "Do you think we care?" The Red Blossom, Sword Immortal, added with her sword already out. The Azura, Old Demon, was not stupid. His name, Old Demon, is a reference to his cruelty and intelligence. A Dharma image of an Azura with 6 arms, 3 heads, and a 3rd eye on the central head. "I should be able to kill you before those old guys arrive. Your blood and soul should be tasty." His Dharma image punched those two, and they replied with 2 brilliant sword lights. It seems that even with the infinite divine court's presence, things are not completely peaceful, Emperor Kong thought. However, for now, none of this is my business. He created a rock to replace himself, while his true body turned into small particles that burrowed deep underground. In his current state, Kong could not fully utilize his power, and the last thing he wanted to see happen was for those 3 to discover him. As such, he proceeded underground with the utmost care to ensure his power did not leak and was not detected by these people. Is there something nearby? After traveling so far and away from these people, Kong was about to ascend and find a place to heal when he sensed a hidden cave. He did not rush inside immediately, but sent a few scouts to check it out. At first, he saw nothing but a large cave with fluorescent pearls scattered every meter. However, one of the scouts saw something, and before he could react, a potent force pulled Emperor Kong into the cave, while reverting to his human form. Boom! 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 A powerful rhythmic beating echoed from Kong's chest as he gazed at this odd humanoid creature whose body was formed from countless flies. The creature naturally elicited fear from people, so even someone with a profound state of mind, as Emperor Kong temporarily lost control of his body after gazing at it. Bang! Emperor Kong did not hesitate to release a devastating attack, instantly annihilating every creature that formed this strange life form. The feeling of joy or relief should follow such a swift victory, but Kong felt the opposite. He felt things were far from over, and his intuition was correct. Less than 10 seconds after its destruction, the creature remanifested. The creature copies his unsportsmanlike manner and immediately attacks after being reformed. Kong watched in horror as his defense was easily bravado, further aggravating his injury. And this was just the beginning. After leaving the numerous holes in his body, the creature's humanoid shape collapsed and relied on all the billions of flies to pierce through Kong, turning him into Swiss cheese. Without much choice, Kong swallowed a pill that forcefully returned him to his peak for a few minutes. Although the after effect will further aggravate his injuries, he had no choice in the current situation. Then, with the righteous anger of a wronged scholar, he started bombarding this creature with one powerful attack after another. Whether it was soul attacks, righteous energy, Dowth attacks, and so many more, he tried everything. Why won't this accursed thing die? Emperor Kong muttered to himself. He tried everything, including trying to find this creature's weird source of immortality. But all his attempts resulted in failure. The pill's effect will soon run out, so he might die if he doesn't find a solution soon. After observing his surroundings, Kong tried a few more attacks with wide-area effects. Damn it, he cursed with an ugly expression. He realized this was a sealed place. Even at his peak, it would take him a while to break out. Why is my luck so terrible? A long breath shot from his mouth like an arrow fired from a 300-pound bow. He used a simple literary technique that most scholars will learn in their first stage of cultivation: concentration. Of course, for someone of Kong's level, this technique might be better called absolute analysis. After entering a calm state, not affected by any emotions, everything Kong had experienced since his encounter with this creature was analyzed from all angles. And in such a state, he was able to connect a few pieces of information that he had not noticed or had seemed irrelevant to each other. The creature suddenly appeared, but it's more like my scout suddenly perceived it. When it attacked me from all sides, for a brief moment, my soul fluctuated and I couldn't perceive the creature. In that brief moment, its attack weakened. So that is how it is. When this creature is perceived, it's not only strong, but also immortal. Kong immediately closed his eyes and cut off his divine sense. As soon as he did that, the creature suddenly became translucent. Feeling threatened, it immediately attacked. As danger approached, Kong relied on his intuition to detect the creature's location and released a pillar of golden light created from righteous ki. His approach was successful. Just based on how weak that attack was, he knew he was on the right track. The creature roared, trying to force him to perceive him through sound, but Kong immediately cut off that sense as well. For the subsequent few attacks, the creature's weakness could be detected, but its immortality remained an issue. My memory, in some way, I can still perceive it from my memory of its existence. Kong immediately placed a seal on his mind after figuring that out. Then, half a minute after releasing another powerful attack, he felt no threat and opened his eyes. The only thing left near him was a small puddle of water. Damn it, it's finally done. Emperor Kong sighed as he sat down and swallowed a bunch of pills to regulate his injury. As he reviewed his experience, he realized something was wrong. First, the Saint Shockwave, then being discovered so soon, and the Azura old demon being on the spot I landed. And now, this strange creature. Why is my luck so terrible? Chapter 1742. Strategic Resource. Kong was genuinely baffled. As someone with a great destiny, he understood that his luck would ebb and flow like the tides. However, there is usually a period of peace, and when the low tides arrive, it usually comes one at a time. But this time around, he felt like he was experiencing tsunamis after tsunamis. Is this because of an anomaly created by coming to this timeline, or is someone plotting against me? Emperor Kong thought about it for a few minutes, but could not come up with an explanation. With so little information to go with and the failure to divine or calculate anything, he had no choice but to put in the back of his mind. Emperor Kong exhaled before looking around. What is this? He noticed a small puddle on the floor in the exact spot where the creature died. As soon as he gazed at this liquid, Kong's body released an uncontrollable thirst. Every cell in his body screamed that it wanted to absorb this thing. Intrigued, Emperor Kong placed the liquid inside a jade bottle before analyzing it. Despite his vast knowledge, he was clueless about what this could be. But this couldn't be blamed on him. He lacked unique knowledge about this timeline. Even in the merit list, although there is a spiritual herb collection, this thing is a bit too pricey for its worth, and it did not contain unique knowledge from worlds in the reverse Blackstone array. Emperor Kong cast a few spells, and the preliminary analysis indicated that this liquid posed no threat. The next step was the primary test. Without wasting much time, he cast a literary technique, to be specific, a technique from the School of Medicine called testing tongue. With this skill, not only can Kong understand the effect of this spiritual liquid, but he can also taste if it's poisonous before it reaches his system. What? This thing can heal existence injuries? Emperor Kong was shocked by this discovery. An instant urge to swallow the liquid almost overwhelmed his mind. But reason eventually conquered his chaotic mind, allowing him to continue the test. Only after checking for poisons or any harmful substances did the great scholar finally ingest the substance. Without knowing it, he swallowed everything in that bottle. That small bottle healed my injury by 5. If only I could have more, Emperor Kong muttered before a light of excitement shone in his eyes. As someone blessed with destiny, it's written in the stars that he will be rewarded after surviving any calamity. So he swiftly scanned this cave. As expected, Emperor Kong laughed before teleporting deep into the cave. Gazing at that pool of shining liquid, an uncontrollable grin appeared on his face, which ruined his gentlemanly air of a respected scholar. Such a vast quantity of this spiritual liquid. How many of those creatures are needed to create this pool? Emperor Kong frowned as he felt something was wrong. The cave, which contained such a robust seal, does not seem like something innate. It looks more like it was artificially created. At first, I thought this was a seal, Emperor Kong thought. But now I'm starting to think this is a rare resource hub created by someone or a faction. Human greed is endless. And that saying is even more so for cultivators. After knowing that killing that creature would leave such a valuable spiritual item, no decent cultivator would hesitate to farm these creatures for their materials, no matter how powerful or inherently dangerous they were. Emperor Kong cast his sage eyes to observe his surroundings. As expected, he discovered a few hidden arrays and swiftly analyzed them, demonstrating his expertise in array Dao. Although he needed to adapt to the array Dao's rules and philosophy in this timeline, Emperor Kong still managed to decipher these arrays within a short period. As the saying goes, all paths lead to the same destination. The history of this timeline has diverged during the Chaos Demon Gods, but the development of cultivation still has many similarities. And in the entire Chaos universe, must the law or Dao converge at the Great Emperor realm? That's why they cultivated the Grand Dao source, the source or origin of the Dao. The only difference in those timelines is minor, like different philosophies, ideals, approaches, or goals. This one should be the main formation to create this material. Is that an egg? On parle qu'on murmure. The central array contained a black egg surrounded by a brilliant array. I was right. These cultivators used this egg as a medium to cultivate these creatures and kill them for their materials. Emperor Kong could not stop a smile from creeping on his face. The existence of this egg means his academy will have a natural resource capable of healing existence. From what he knows, only the demon race has such a thing. While other overlord factions have pill formulas with the same ability, refining even one pill takes too much time, effort, and a terrifying spiritual herb system to grow the materials. Emperor Kong calmed himself down to study and remember the formation. Once he was done, he raised his hand to draw runes in the air, but suddenly stopped. Wait, how come the analysis was so fast? He was a genius and quite accomplished in the Tao of Array. But even talent could not explain the sheer speed at which he understood this array. Where there are screams, there are demons. Where there is smoke, there is fire. Such an improvement would not appear out of nowhere. As a teacher, Emperor Kong understood that remaining ignorant is never the solution to a problem. A brief scan of his body and soul revealed the truth. The unknown liquid not only heals, but also provides a significant, albeit temporary, boost to the soul's comprehension. My soul has been optimized, but the thing still granted me such a significant boost. Emperor Kong thought with a grin so wide that he almost resembled a glow with a slit mouth. I can't waste time. Now that he knew the true value of this liquid, he knew it was only a matter of time before its owner came to retrieve it. Runes after runes were perfectly etched in the air, setting up the stage for Kong's grand robbery. Once everything was in place, he did not hesitate. The first step was to block all alarm arrays to prevent anyone from knowing what was going to happen in this cave. The second step was to steal all the liquid in that pool. It was the key to his subsequent recovery. Such rare material requires the perfect container, and Emperor Kong would not be considered a primal if he did not have ample of these in his space ring. The third step was to move the egg from the central array. The best approach would have been to take the entire array. But Kong had already noticed a pretty nasty backup that would blow the entire thing if he tried to do that. There's even a similar backup on the egg, but that one was easier to deal with, so he first placed a seal on the egg before putting it away. The final step is a clean and swift escape. This sealing formation of this cave had a tiny flaw, which is why the creature successfully pulled Emperor Kong, who was in a strange state of matter, into this space. Now, he was using that same flaw to run away after a successful heist. Everything has a cause and an effect, Emperor Kong muttered. The flaw of this formation means this creature would have escaped eventually. I saved countless lives, and these rare materials that could be used as strategic material for my academy are my reward. After teleporting a fair distance, Kong did not immediately enter a secluded place to recuperate. The looming threat of possible bad luck could not grant him peace. Instead, he continued his teleportation while injecting the new spiritual liquid directly into his body and soul. His destination was the nearest Fortune dynasty. He wanted to use their luck to suppress his possible bad luck. The search was immediately successful, but Kong was not happy. In his area, there were 3 massive dynasties, but every time he thinks about using their key luck, his divinations are all ominous. Emperor Kong then changed area. He found a domain ruled by one dynasty, but the sense of danger remained the same. There seems to be a lot of sects around here. Should I use them instead? Kong thought. Fortune dynasties have a vast population, which makes their key luck more stable and a better resource for dealing with the danger of bad luck backlash. However, something is wrong. 99 of these lineages seem to practice Taoism. Is this a world ruled by Taoism? Emperor Kong remembered the 2 people fighting that old demon. So far, all signs indicate that Taoism reigns supreme in this world. If that's true, I might know how to summon the core node, Emperor Kong analyzed. Chapter 1743. 9 Realm, Lord, I'm finally fully healed. On parle qu'on exhaled. It only took a century to heal such a severe injury, a sign of how potent the inner dark demon bile is. Was it a waste for him to use so much to recover so quickly? It was, but Kong had no choice. Time was of the essence, and if he spent countless yuan epics healing, he would have missed the best time to act. He stood to stretch his body, sent an invitation talisman toward the void, and changed into a new Taoist robe before walking out of the seclusion room. With his hands behind his back, Emperor Kong slowly walked through this enormous palace. At first, he was alone in the endless corridors, but after leaving his private corridors, he saw numerous people walking and flying around. "Greeting, Grand Elder Shenyi," a female disciple said. Emperor Kong gently nodded to her while keeping his stern face. The female-voiced disciple saw nothing wrong with this. In the lesser Qiankan sect, everyone knew Grand Elder Shenyi was a handsome but strict elder. As long as the disciples showed proper respect and etiquette, he was easy to get along with. As Emperor Kong continued his journey, most disciples would instinctively avoid him, but a few bold ones would salute, and he always replied with a gentle nod. He also had brief conversations with a few friends or acquaintances, but he never stopped for more than 30 seconds. Paragon Jimin's stealing Dao is truly wonderful, Emperor Kong thought as he increased his pace. When I return, I'll try again to convince him to surrender. He's worth all the trouble, and even if he still refuses, I'll allow him to cultivate to the Paragon Peak to make better use of his Dao. Soon, he arrived at a balcony overlooking towering mountains with countless palaces built into their foundations. The place he was, the Prime Heaven Palace, was beautiful, but it paled in comparison to the sect master and the supreme elders. Their cultivation abode was the pinnacle of Taoist architecture. However, Emperor Kong was not here for sightseeing. His gaze focused on the cloud, directly looking at the invisible Qi Luck Dragon. All the black spots have been refined. Emperor Kong thought, this should have been a joyous occasion. But how could he be happy when an unknown black, ominous aura suddenly appeared on his Qi Luck Dragon? Someone was obviously plotting against him, but what angers and terrifies Emperor Kong was that he could not find out who. As someone with such a heavy destiny, the schemer could be anyone, from the people in his home world to the saints in this expedition to even the tribunal lords. Although logically speaking, the tribunal lords wouldn't harm them since they needed him for their secret plan. Emperor Kong would not place his safety in their hands. There's no point in focusing too much on this issue for now, Emperor Kong thought. He had many things to do, and since there was too little information to predict who was plotting against him, the only course of action remaining was to keep guard at all times and prepare to respond to any situation. While gazing at the cloud, Emperor Kong secretly cast a spell. The last black spot on the lesser Qiankan sect Qi Luck Dragon disappeared. However, the next second, another smaller dragon flew out from its body and entered Kong's body. No one noticed the change in the sect's luck or Grand Elder Shun Yi's actions. It's a pity, Emperor Kong sighed. Although there were no longer any black spots, he could still see a black aura surrounding the entire dragon. The sect will not survive the backlash. He sighed before casting another spell to hide all signs of the black aura on the dragon. No one who can reach the pinnacle of cultivation has not left a trail of blood and bodies. Even as a great scholar, someone who could be called a sage, Emperor Kong was still a ruthless man. The best he could do was keep a bottom line. So, he did not hesitate to fly toward the mission hall located in the Purple Cloud Palace. The palace head, Grand Elderly Rong, was already waiting for him. Their conversation was not long. Shenyi wanted to take an extended mission to prepare for breaking through the Paragon realm. Usually, he could have just used his token, but since it was an extended mission, he needed to give the sect a heads up so someone else could take on his duties. I hope you succeed, the elderly Grand Elderly Rong said to Shenyi, his voice laced with a bit of envy. His path has long been cut off. After failing the immemorial tribulation, he was only revived because of his merit to the sect, which forced one of the 5 supreme elders to spend an ungodly amount of time to revive him. I will, Emperor Kong replied, perfectly imitating Shenyi's personality and tone. Without hesitation, he swiftly left the lesser Kiankan sect for the nearest city with a realm transmission array. There was a 3-day waiting period, forcing Kong to wait. However, on the second day, he witnessed something that made him sigh deeply. An enormous eye appeared between heaven and earth. The odd part is that no one cares about such an imposing entity or power flaunting itself. It's as if everyone present were used to it. Even what happened next could barely be described as surprising, let alone shocking. The eye of heavenly Tao looked in a direction before releasing a pillar of dark thunder light beam. Emperor Kong calmly watched everything, and, as he expected, a few hours later, news of the lesser Kiankan sect's connection to the primordial demons and its subsequent extermination spread to every corner of the city. Kong could not tell whether someone else from Group A was hiding in the sect or whether his aura had leaked from the sect's key luck dragon. But ultimately, it didn't matter. The fault still lies with him. So, after shaking his eyes, he changed his identity to someone else before taking the array. This world was under constant surveillance, forcing Kong to remain cautious and avoid openly using his power. Although he was no longer under a curse of bad luck, he still remained cautious. After all, it would not hurt him to do so. The array transported him to the martial art realm, where individual strength is lauded. However, he did not remain there for long before heading to his destination, the righteous realm. To be specific, his destination was the enlightened mind domain, the most prosperous of the 3,000 domains of the righteous realm. It could be described as the destiny center of the righteous domain, the destiny center of the literary way. The Precious Crane Pavilion is one of the most powerful second-class powers in the enlightened mind domain. The only thing stopping them from reaching the highest echelon is the fact that they've never given birth to a literary lord. After arriving at White Crane City, Emperor Kong did not stop but headed directly to a secret room in the pavilion. Main body. Kong nodded to his avatar. Do you want to fuse? That would just complicate things. Emperor Kong shook his head. They were both using the Tao stealing technique, and it might complicate the situation, especially since the avatar's identity is so prominent as one of the Vice Pavilion Lords. Just give me the information. Kong calmly caught the talisman before using his divine sense to check the content. In a few minutes, he absorbed the information about all the most prominent cultivators of the righteous domain. Finally, he fixed on 2 people that the avatar placed special emphasis on. Master Liang is too popular, so let us choose Great Sage Qi. I figure you would choose him. The avatar nodded. Your philosophies are similar, but are you sure? While low-level scholars love him, most of his peers found him rigid, and his approach of preaching to all classes has infringed on their benefit. That's exactly what makes him perfect. You want to use this world to spread your philosophy? The avatar asked with a frown. Back home, I will always be limited to a corner of the world, Emperor Kong nodded. But here, I can use the world as a chess game to test and prove my ideologies. And don't you think this is the best approach to summoning the node core? That may be so, but don't forget we're on a timer, the avatar warned. Not to mention others have already succeeded in their mission. En plus qu'on ne did. He flickered his wrist to summon a talisman, which revealed the number 693 upon activation. There are 129,600 core nodes, and more than 2/3 of them have to be destroyed before everybody can open a path to the formation's core area. So far, in just 100 years, close to 700 have already been destroyed. Chapter 1744. Literary Lord, everything will be fine as long as we take the first step of becoming the Literary Lord, Emperor Kong calmly stated. At worst, I will use my newfound strength to commit mass killing. Although this path was the worst approach and the one with the lowest chance of success, Kong was not pedantic. He would choose that method if push comes to shove. That is true, but, the Avatar said, this world, which the native called the 9 Realms, can be said to be the perfect place for them. The fact that they were selected to come to this place is an ideal manifestation of Kong's luck. The 9 Realm world is called as such because the entire rule is controlled by 9 paths, each with its own realm. The upper path, which are called as such because they're the most powerful, are Taoism, Buddhism, and the literary way. The middle paths are martial arts, Tao artisans, and the evil path. The lower paths are the dynasty, demon, yin, and yang. Each path is ruled by a lord, and that is Kong's goal. What is the best way to meet Great Sage Qi? The Nine Council is rushing the competitions, so he should be giving a public lecture in 5 years. According to normal circumstances, there will be a test afterward, and the 3 most prominent individuals will receive a private meeting with him. Good. Have you prepared an identity for me? Yes, the avatar nodded. Emperor Kong received the information before dismissing the latter. For his plan to succeed, Kong has created 5 steps. The first involves meeting Great Sage Qi and successfully assuming his identity. He is confident about these steps. He is even confident about the more challenging 4th and 5th steps. The only one that is troubling him is the 3rd. The good news is that even if I fail, I might be able to compete for the other lord position, but only if I can learn from the failure and finally pass the 3rd step. The 9 lords who ruled this world are all S-class paragons, meaning they have mastered all 6 grand constructs and established at least one transcendent foundation. As fate would have it, most of the lords died defending the expedition's attack, leaving a few positions empty. After analyzing the world's history, Emperor Kong realized that each lord, after being chosen from regular cultivators, will become primals and even S-class in record time. Emperor Kong exhaled to calm down. 5 years were enough to try and prepare as much as possible. Roaring Flame City, Plum Phoenix Academy, Lecture Hall, 30,000 great emperors, 3,000 empyreans, and 300 paragons sat cross-legged on a cushion, silently waiting. Although everybody restrained their breath and spoke in a low voice, the room was filled with righteous Qi by the mere presence of so many scholars and sages. Suddenly, the room became quiet as everybody sensed something. An elderly man, dressed in yellow scholarly robes, with long white hair and beard, eyes as pure as glass, and a small scar under his right eyelid, appeared on a cushion floating exactly 30 meters above the air. His presence released a wide screen outside this enormous lecture hall, showing this sermon to millions of people in the city. Welcome, Great Sage Qi. A harmonious mixture of voices echoed between heaven and earth as these more than 30,000 scholars paid their respect. The bright energy in the room intensified even more. Such an environment would be pretty uncomfortable for anyone from the evil path or the demon path, since they mostly contain non-humans, many of whom have a penchant for human flesh. It's a blessing for our literary path to have so many talents. Great Sage Qi smiled. Not everybody can participate in his sermon, no matter how his peers felt about him. Great Sage Qi was chosen as a Lord candidate, making him the cream of the crop in the literary path. Before we commence, let us deal with some matters. Great Sage Qi calmly stated before looking in the void. Path seekers from the dynasty path, why have you rudely invaded my sermon? The void tore apart, revealing a handsome man in a black dragon robe, red phoenix belt, emperor crown, and a domineering aura. 3 people followed him, and they all had a scholarly aura, which, oddly enough, was different from the others present. While most scholars in the aura exude a holy and confident aura that borders on pride or arrogance, these scholars seemed more shrewd, more earthly, without this inherent air of superiority. Emperor Kong, who was among the 3,000 empyreans, calmly observed the situation. Anyone with a little bit of knowledge about this world-s situation would not be surprised by today's events. One of the fundamental aspects of the literary way is not just knowledge or teaching. It's the way of governance, the way of the ruler and its subject, the way of the superior and inferior. However, what happens when the roles are reversed? What happens when scholars or officials have too much power? The answer is the literary path of the righteous domain. In this place, there are both mortal and fortune dynasties, but their existence is only to test, prove, and spread their ideologies. The rulers in the righteous domain are nothing but puppets who do as the scholars say. However, how can the dynasty path of the sovereign realm accept such a thing? Their path focused on the ruler being above their subjects, not the other way around. The result of this difference in ideology drastically affected the views, bearings, ideologies, and even demeanors of the literary scholars from the sovereign and righteous domain. One side disdained the other for being so submissive and lacking grand ambitions. In contrast, the other believed they were nothing but hypocrites who preached about benevolence and righteousness but had none. So, the rumors are true. Sovereign, you said, coldly staring at Great Sage Key. You've successfully optimized your soul, even without using the Trial S Tower. What brings you to my humble lecture? Great Sage Key asked, not addressing the latter as comment. ISNT this a lecture? Of course, I've come to participate. It's an honor that you chose my lecture over all the others, but please go through the proper channel. My time and attention for the next few years will be on these individuals who have been selected through a rigorous process. It would be unfair to them for others to participate without an invitation. Oh, so you're saying I'm not welcome? The Great Sage Key smiled. And what if I refuse to leave? Sovereign, you snorted coldly. What are you going to do about it? I will report you to the Nine Council for interfering in another realm S-Lord section. Great Sage Key calmly replied. Damn this old cudger. This is such a perfect opportunity to raise his prestige and compete for luck. But he is so rigid. Sovereign, you cursed internally. As long as his people could win a Tao debate, his chances of winning the Dynasty Lord position would increase. Unfortunately, this old man did not bite the bullet, and Sovereign Yu was not confident he could argue with the other competitors. As much as he despised these literary path scholars, he had to admit they were competent. With a flourishing atmosphere, great luck, and plenty of available knowledge and sages to debate, compare, and improve, they are top-notch above dynasty scholars, who their rulers always suppress in fear of them switching sides. Should I try a more extreme approach? Sovereign Yu contemplated. However, he squashed that idea as soon as it appeared in his head. Although the current Nine Council is crippled with only a few Lord alive, most of whom are still healing from their injuries or too busy hunting the primordial demons, he would never dare gain their ire. The current council is still powerful enough to annihilate him and his dynasty. Not to mention they're the chosen ruler of this world by the infinite divine court. Even if Sovereign Yu had the strength to annihilate the council, he wouldn't dare do it. I'll remember you. Sovereign Yu snorted coldly. He needed to find other ways to gather luck and destiny as soon as possible to increase his odds. I apologize about this small interlude. Great Sage Key smiled, acting as if nothing had happened. Now shall we start? As you wish, Sage. Those who are knowledgeable, not wise, and just can be called virtuous. It is a matter of good and evil. Innate goodness or innate evil is a debate since the dawn of time. However, knowledge is a controllable variable. We have the capabilities to choose, to determine who gets access to knowledge. We can control half of the equation for virtue. Emperor Kong closed his eyes, like everybody else, immersing himself in this sermon. No matter the final result of this mission, as long as this sermon remained as consistent as its opponent, Kong felt he would benefit immensely on his future path. Chapter 1745. Kong's philosophy education has always been a core concept of the literary way, but debate over who should be educated has been ongoing for an eternity. Most scholars believed that only the human elite should have the right to education. A few moderate people believe that humanoid or allied races should have access to education, including the elite. Only a few extremists, such as Kong and the Great Sage Key, believed education was for everybody: elites, ordinary individuals, slaves, and all non-human races. Unfortunately, such a philosopher is hard to spread or even proven to be viable. The first obstacle or argument against them is, of course, the limited resources. With a limited amount of resources, how can everybody gain access to education? Such an action would eventually destroy the world's balance, plunging it into great chaos. However, Kong disdains such an argument. The chaos universe is vast beyond what most of these scholars are aware of. Grand Tao has designed the world to maintain the perfect balance of birth and resources available. And even if that was not the case, with human efforts, this golden balance could be achieved. In Emperor Kong's eyes, such an argument was simply because those scholars already hoard 99 of the world's resources and refuse to share a tiny bit. The second argument against education for all is the battle of races. The human race, in most worlds or timelines, has slowly crawled from the bottom of the pyramid of hierarchy. The most common trait of the entire human race across the infinite trichiliocosm is their endless battle against other powerful races to rise to the top. Such battles have created a history of conflict, hatred, and generations of trauma. Now that the human race has reached the pinnacle of all races, why would they educate their enemies? Why would they even associate with them in the first place? Education is the only way to end this cycle of hatred, Emperor Kong thought. While listening to this sermon, he was also refining his own ideology. Through education, Kong believed the human race could end the generational conflict with other races. The fact that they were not extinct means the human race can't do so. Instead of continuing this endless cycle of fighting and suppressing these races through violence, a more peaceful and ideological approach might lead to better results. Was there any danger to this approach? Of course there were. Those races might not appreciate the peace effort and use the knowledge bestowed upon them to elevate their civilization before betraying the human race. Such concerns are the strongest argument for the philosophy of education for all, and Kong acknowledges them. But those concerns do not mean that they should not try. His counterargument has always been the demon race as an example. They are cruel and wild due to their animalistic nature and powerful bloodline. What would happen if they could completely embrace the literary way as righteous way? They would be able to use its power to control their wild nature, purify their souls and bloodlines from the remnants of wills left by their ancestors who relished chaos, strength, and power. A demon race with the power of righteous ki will be more rational, and it may even increase their average understanding of their race, which is far lower than that of humans. A more rational demon race that does not see the human race as food is a perfect ally. An ally capable of working with the human race to end their long history of conflict. However, while Emperor Kong is more than happy to share the power of righteous ki with the demon race and work together with them for a better future, he would never share knowledge about pill refining or other professions. With a perfect pill refining system comparable to humans, the demon race will have too many ways to purify their bloodline or increase their already powerful bodies. They would become even more wild and bloodthirsty. Humans, especially in their early stages of development, relied heavily on the Tao of refining, using weapons to make up for the gap with the demon or other powerful races. In Kong's philosophy, he would never share the full knowledge of these Taos with the demon race. The thought of a demon race with purified souls, a controlled mind, endless pills, powerful weapons, puppet armies, mighty arrays, and new poisons that perfectly fit with their bloodline was simply a nightmare for the human race, or any others for that matter. Is it hypocritical for Kong to call himself a sage when he is only willing to share partial knowledge with others based on their circumstances? It is, and he admitted, in his mind. He was not a virtue saint who was the embodiment of all that is good, just, and righteous. At his core, he is still a human, meaning not only does he have flaws, but he also has a racial priority. Maybe one day, when Kong has transcended all, he might create a perfect utopia in which humans share all their knowledge with all races. But that is only because by that point, he'll know that no one can stop him if he chooses to deviate from the course if something goes awry. Zhang Ji, Master Kong's new identity, calmly listened to great sage Ki's sermon, comparing his ideologies with his. One part caught his attention, so he focused and listened more attentively. A sigh almost escaped his mouth. As expected, he is still a bit conservative compared to me, Emperor Kong thought. While their ideologies share many similarities, they also differ on some fundamental things. Such a difference might pose a problem. Luckily, I'm prepared, Kong thought. However, he remained focused since now, was not the time to address this issue. The sermon lasted 3 years, which was relatively short. Based on records, he knew the Lord selection event usually takes a significant amount of time. Each path has its own requirements for choosing its leader, but the process is usually grueling since they are designed to select the best person. In some ways, those selections reflect the infinite divine court-s values of selecting competing individuals. Sadly, the current chaos forced the Nine Council to accelerate the process. It saddened me that we only have 3 years to share our ideals, the great sage Key said with a sigh. However, fate can be fickle, so there is nothing we can do. For the next 3 years, I will choose individuals to ask questions or refute my ideas. Let us start with Paragon Chani, a handsome scholar with red hair, a blue robe, an elegant demeanor, but mischievous eyes, stood and bowed politely. Great sage, it's an honor. As expected, he will only choose people from the top 10. Emperor Kong thought. Great sage Qi was not popular among his peers for many reasons, and it's not just because of his philosophy. His approach to doing things is also considered rigid. For example, for his lecture, he refused to reserve any spots for members of powerful clans or families, insisting on using a test administered by his people to choose the seating. At such a crucial moment in an election, he should be rallying allies and supporters from these powerful clans, and the best way to start was to support their members by giving them a spot in his lecture. But the stubborn old man refused, insisting on doing everything purely on merit. Over the next few years, I'll need to slowly change his pedantic way of acting, so I'll need a reason for such a change. While the competition might be a reason, it's not enough, Emperor Kong thought. It would be suspicious if the great sage Qi started to operate differently than before without a reasonable explanation. And since he didn't change even while the selection was proceeding, the test alone cannot be the only reason for the change. The lecture's debate session continued for an entire year. The great sage Qi selected 10 paragons, the top 10 scores in the exam, and granted each a month and a half of speaking time. Finally, it was time for the Empyreans, and as the first in the exam, Kong was finally chosen. Respected sage, I have a question, Zhang Ji said. Let us say you have 2 disciples, and you have been teaching them the way of medicine for years. Disciple A is a genius and can master everything, but Disciple B has limited talent. One day, he discovered he had a talent for body refinement. What would you do? Everybody pondered this simple question. No one doubted this man would spot nonsense or dare try to humiliate him. Anyone who can become a great emperor is not stupid, let alone an Empyrean who can take first place in a sage's test. A teacher's duty is to enlighten, and a student's job is to be enlightened, great sage Qi calmly replied. Emperor Kong was not surprised by this comment. Most scholars had the same ideas. Whatever the teacher taught was what the student learned. This fundamental ideology is why choosing a teacher, mentor, master is crucial in a literary way. A teacher with a wide range of knowledge will have many ways to teach their students, while a specialist in one field must ensure they find the right talent. But his talent does not lie with your teaching. Wouldn't it be better to teach him according to his aptitude and even his interest? Kong asked. Chapter 1746. Talent, passion. All those scholars looked at Zhang Ji with a strange look. With these simple words, they could understand this man's philosophy, teaching by talent. While this idea sounds beautiful, they immediately rejected it. Many of them believed in the teacher's supremacy. It was the same for their teachers, and they, in turn, passed this legacy down. After the academy era, students now had more power since they could choose their teachers. But many scholars still hold the old-school value of honoring teachers and putting them above everything. Zhang Ji's ideology, which is not entirely new, placed too much emphasis and power on students, since their choice of teachers will be based on their talents. The second argument against this ideology was, once again, the issue of resources. The process of determining a student's talent, at best, would require a high-level cultivator to assess what their soul or body is most adept at. At the lowest level, the student will have to try countless new subjects and see what fits them. Such a process will require too much time, energy, and resources. Not to mention Zhang Ji mentioned teaching based on aptitude and interest. A student should not have so much power, nor should anyone have to invest so many resources in them. I remember you, Zhang Ji, that you are also a member of my school, Great Sage Qi asked. Yes, Sage. I believe in education for all and teaching without discrimination. Then, do you know the greatest argument against our schools? Resources, Emperor Kong replied. Tell me, how can we educate everybody and tailor education to the individual's needs? The sage's words reminded people of which school of thought Zhang Ji followed, and many people started to look at this man as if he were the biggest heretic ever. He was already considered extreme for his views on education for all, but he even incorporated tailored education. Is this man mad? Doesn't he know such an ideology would infringe on his own benefit? How can he convince people to follow him? The answer is simple. Control resources, control population, and use career order to create value, Zhang Ji replied. He never accepted the argument of limited resources. Even if they only had access to the resources of the nine-realm world, there would still be plenty. But as a civilization with access to millions of worlds, the issue is only an issue because of human greed. But even so, with the proper control and management of resources and the population, Emperor Kong argued that a perfect balance can be achieved. Moreover, one of the greatest flaws of the resource argument is that it never mentions or purposefully ignores the benefit of teaching with aptitude, creating more capable individuals and talents. That's when career order to create value comes into play. Capable individuals who are passionate about their work will create value for society, forming a cycle in which society educates and molds them, and they, in turn, work and reward society with their efforts. In simple terms, these capable individuals created from this system will create even more resources that were invested in them. The brilliance of this system is that no one is useless. No one will escape the crack. As long as someone is passionate about something, they can receive proper training and eventually become a functioning and valuable member of society. The world painted by Zhang Ji, or Emperor Kong, was indeed beautiful, luring many people. But many also found fault with it and debated against him. The first counterargument was the possible contradiction between talent and interest. If someone is talented at something but not passionate or interested in it, which should be the priority, Kong answered that passion should be prioritized above talent. The ultimate purpose of education is to benefit society, humanity, and the cultivation of civilization. Without interest and devotion, few people would be willing to contribute. These scholars debated that this was an even further waste of resources. After all, if someone is not talented, how could they become the capable individuals that Kong spoke of? And how could they eventually contribute? Even people who agreed with his ideology argued that people should be forced to focus only on their talent and that passion, while encouraged, should not be the priority. There is no perfect system, Kong argued. Will there be people who choose their interest over their talent and are unable to contribute? Yes, but only a few outliers do not mean the entire system is wrong. As long as we achieve the perfect balance in resource management, the system can raise a few idlers. Not to mention how your perception of contribution seems rather elitist. Does a member of society require a sage-level achievement to be considered to have contributed? No. Any form of contribution, even if it's just effort, is a contribution. The argument was intense, with many people, including Great Sage Qi, revealing their thoughts. The righteous energy in the lecture hall surged, becoming tangible as illusory scrolls, pens, and characters manifested throughout. However, despite how invested everybody was, Great Sage Qi stopped everything at the 1.5-month mark. The students asked for more time, but as a principled individual, he still stopped everybody, including the second-rank Empyrean. However, to everybody's surprise, the man continued their previous topics. What's more, the situation continued until the 6th-ranked scholar, who was an arrogant man and hated when the spotlight was not on him. So, Despite everybody's expectation, the man asked a question about his own path. The expectation, as could be seen on his face, was that everybody would follow him, which sparked an even more intense debate than Zhang Ji's. The reality is, he was the only one debating against Great Sage Qi, with no one caring about whatever he was saying. After the previous experience, the subsequent Empyreans did not dare change the topic and wisely allocated their time to the last debate. After seeing this trend, Great Sage Qi tried to control the situation and told the great Emperor scholars that they could ask about their paths or debate his path, but everybody chose to continue, maybe out of fear of humiliation, or the topic was indeed interesting, especially since Zhang Ji was so articulate and a great debater. That essay for the lecture, Great Sage Qi sighed deeply. It's been a while since he had such a productive lecture. The young man, Zhang Ji, challenged many of his ideologies, and he believed he did the same for him. For a scholar, there are few things more beneficial than meeting an ideology that shares many similarities. "Sir, is there any way we can continue?" someone asked. For a moment, Great Sage Qi considered bending the rules, but he shook his head. "There is no eternal banquet. As much as I would love to continue, but with the Lord's selection, I am on a strict schedule." Great Sage Qi exhaled to calm down. Paragon Chen Yi, Empyrean Zhang Ji, Great Emperor Black Ink. According to the rules I've established, as the first in your realm, you will be allowed a private meeting with me. Are you ready? Yes, sir. The three replied in unison. Good, the sage nodded. For everybody else, may the four virtues guide and bless you in your future endeavors. With a wave of his hand, the sage and the three champions disappeared from the lecture hall. The hall was briefly quiet before the murmurs started. While Zhang Ji, the creator of this new thought, and the sage were not here, everybody else could still debate. For a moment, nobody wanted to leave and only wanted to spend a few thousand years discussing this topic. Sadly, the Academy would not allow them to use their property privately. The good news is these scholars can continue the debate outside of the Academy. For the next few years, this topic will be everywhere. Pubs, inns, restaurants, academies, and even mini brothels. And it's only a matter of time before it spreads to other domains and envelopes the entire righteous realm. Order Virtue Pavilion. Emperor Kong and the other two appeared in this beautiful pavilion, adorned with all the poetry, paintings, and works of art of the Great Sage Qi. However, the latter was nowhere to be found. While everybody was wondering what was happening, a servant approached them. "My master will be bathing and applying incense before seeing you." "We understand," Chen nodded. The servant quickly bowed before slowly retreating. Without any choice, the others could only wait. Luckily, they had tea and snacks around them. "You're Zhang Ji, huh?" Chen asked. "The one and only." "You must have been born poor." Jacques frowned. "Why was this man so rude? Am I wrong?" "Your ideology screamed of someone born poor and forced to climb from the bottom." "You're wrong," Zhang Ji said. "I'm from a great emperor lineage of scholars. I was the hope of my family, and I've never met and surpassed their expectations." Chapter 1747. The Fate of the Path. Lords, I don't need to have grown from a humble suffering to have a heart that can embrace all living beings, Zhang Ji calmly stated. "What are you trying to say about me?" Chen asked with chilling eyes. With this brief conversation, Emperor Kong could already tell what kind of person this man was: self-centered, egotistical, selfish, and narcissistic. After the test results were revealed, it would be normal for everybody to know even the most basic fact about someone like Zhang Ji. But Chen he did not even check the latter's background. I would be surprised if he were the one behind the 6th-ranked Empyrean's actions, Emperor Kong thought. From everything he knew about the latter, Liu Kaisheng was indeed arrogant and self-centered enough to do such a thing. Still, Emperor Kong's analysis of the latter's character indicated he was also an opportunist and heavily believed in self-preservation. Without someone forcing him, he would never have tried to switch the conversation to himself in such an atmosphere. "I'm saying you don't have the heart of a sage. Wasn't I clear? You." Chun's body released a terrifying aura before rapidly controlling himself. The last thing he wanted was to leave a poor impression before the sage. But damn, how frustrating everything was. How dare a lowly Empyrean from a small emperor lineage talk like that to him? He exhaled to calm down. He could not attack or act out, but he could still win a verbal argument. In the end, you can say whatever you wish. It won't change the fact that your theory is fundamentally flawed. Chun-Yi sneered. All those resources used for all sentient beings could have been used to raise countless great scholars and sages. A single contribution from them outmatched anything more than 1,000,000,000,000 mortal or mortal cultivators could do. You mean the current system we have now? Emperor Kong calmly stated. The system in which the world is still chaotic. The 9 paths are still fighting against each other. Resources are hoarded and not utilized. Talents are obscured by family, such as yours, and all sentient beings are being treated as dirt. Why don't you tell me the current world is better than the one I envisioned? Chun-Yi clenched his fist beneath his robe, with its loose cuffs. His expression remained composed. At least, he tried to do so. No matter how glib your tongue is, it won't change the fact that the world you envision is an idealistic, a utopia that is impossible to achieve. Maybe so, but as long as I can achieve even 10 of it, the world will be forever changed. Well, I know you probably don't care about such a thing, so I'll tell you something you would. Even 10 of success is enough to be lauded as a great sage of the literary that is forever entrenched in the annals of history. A calm washed over Chun-Yi as he slowly relaxed his fit. I hope you can live until that day. Oh, I will, Emperor Kong replied. And in my path to greatness, there will be many annoying obstacles. I hope your Qin clan is not one of them. I thought you were just arrogant, but I didn't expect you to be a fool. Chun-Yi shook his head. Their Qin clan has given birth to a literary world who has finished his term and headed to the infinite divine court to pursue the transcendent path. Although it's been a while since the latter reported, the life lamp of the Lord is still vibrant in the Chun clan's ancestral hall. With such a powerful backer, this bastard dared to threaten them? If he's not a fool, then what is he? Emperor Kong would no longer entertain this conversation. His plan requires stomping on many people, and the Chun clan was a significant first step. According to the 9 council's rules, every path lord will head to the infinite divine court upon completing their terms. However, their destinations differ based on their achievements. Low performers will be directly enlisted into the army and will serve as low to mid-level officers. Middle performers will be sent to other timelines with unique bases or posts similar to the reverse Blackstone array. These types of jobs are considered non-dangerous, but there is little to no room for promotion. Finally, high performancers will become direct citizens of the infinite divine court, returning to the infinite timeline to study. These people have endless possibilities for promotion or advancement through the court S system. With the highest sovereign S preaching and practicing inclusivity, their background as a non-divine native will not affect their future. Well, at least, the rules do not allow it. The Chun clan literary lord was a high performer, but most of his accomplishments were the result of his clan almost ruining their foundation to contribute to his reign, Emperor Kong analyzed. And even after so many years, there are no rumors of outstanding achievements. On the contrary, they seem to be investigating even more resources on him without receiving anything in return as of yet. The only thing still sustaining them is the fact that the Lord is still alive. I reckon Chun-Yi's presence in this lecture is their last desperate attempt at relevancy by supporting and cultivating another literary lord. Unfortunately, they have been so weakened over the years that they can only try supporting an unpopular contender, such as the great sage Qi. The Chun clan was the perfect target for many reasons, and after this unpleasant encounter, Emperor Kong decided their fate. In life, some things are truly about being at the right time and meeting the right person. The Chun clan lord might have one day returned home, helped his clan rise to prominence, and eventually moved them to the infinite divine court. Unfortunately, one meeting has forever altered the course of their destiny. One arrogant descendant has ruined years of forbearance, planning, and required unity. Well, maybe it was fated. Great Emperor Black Ink sighed in relief after seeing the clash of those two titans finally stop. His back was already drenched in sweat. Luckily, they both ignored someone as insignificant as him. Time passed, and 3 hours later, a servant came to summon Chun Yi to see the great sage. Their meeting lasted 3 months, and Emperor Kong used this opportunity to get to know Black Ink. He will need many supporters for his plan, and he would not look down on anyone. During their conversation, he realized this talented emperor was intrigued by his theory, but not entirely supportive. So Kong took this opportunity to change that. Unfortunately, there was too little time. There's a bit of residual time, energy oozing from his body, Emperor Kong observed as Chun Yi walked out of the inner room. There should be a time formation inside the room. Excellent. He feared that 3 months were not enough to completely steal Great Sage Ki's identity, fate, and everything else to perfectly become him. Great Sage, Emperor Kong bowed politely as he walked into the room. Sit. Sage Ki motioned with his right hand to the seat directly before him. They did not immediately start talking. Instead, they started brewing tea. Great Sage Ki moved with the gentleness of water and the elegance of an immortal crane. Emperor Kong did not rush him and partook in the ceremony. Although the customs differed greatly from his own timeline, he had also studied, knowing what kind of man Great Sage Ki was. Truly a talent, Great Sage Ki thought after having detected no signs of impatience from Emperor Kong. As old as he was, Sage Ki had encountered countless cultivators and always tested them with this simple tea ceremony. But no matter how much they tried to hide it, he could always detect their impatience and hidden disdain for him for being too rigid and old-fashioned. A perfect example was Chun Yi. As much as this new, rising talent of the Chun clan tried to hide it, the truth was as bright as day in Sage Ki's eyes. Should I take him as a disciple? As soon as this thought entered his mind, Great Sage Ki wanted to remove it. He hasn't taken a disciple since the last one betrayed him because they did not want to follow his philosophy. However, the more he looked at Zhang Ji, the more he liked him. Let us observe more. Great Sage Ki decided. All his focus now should be on the selection. Training a new disciple takes time, and not to mention, Zhang Ji could become a new weakness for his competitors to exploit and derail his attempt. So, even if he decided to take a new disciple, it would have to wait until after the selection. It's been a while since I've met someone as extreme as you, Great Sage said to start the conversation. To be honest, I found it odd that I'm considered the extreme Emperor Kong's side. In my opinion, my ideals should be the standard in the literary way. And are you guys enjoying Kong, SPOV? Do you want to speed up, slow things down, or keep the current pace? Would you like to see the POV of the other groups, or wait until Kong SPOV is finished before changing? Tell me your opinions, and I will consider how to proceed for this arc chapter 1748. Possession, a world in which Zhang Ji's ideology is the standard? Great Sage Ki pondered. For a moment, he felt this was how things should have been. The sage had a feeling that the future of the literary way would be as those exact words described. However, rationality took over him, and he sighed. Tell me, what are your views on good and evil? Do you think humans are innately good or innately evil? Neither, Emperor Kong replied. All sentient beings are born with a blank slate. Our actions, experiences, and environment determine what is good and what is evil. ISNT that the purpose of reincarnation? To wipe out all the slate and start over. Is it that simple, though? An Asura is a creature born that way, because of their past life's endless sins. So, aren't they innately evil? Sins that they mostly pay for through hell? Emperor Kong countered. The new Asura is born with a clean slate. Their birth is the result of heaven and earth's rules, not their sins. It's a common practice in the Asura race to kill their parents after birth, Great Sage Ki argued. If their parents are too strong, they will be granted access to someone else to kill after birth. You want me to believe such a race is not innately evil? I do. Such practice is the custom of the Asura race. In other words, a result of their environment, Emperor Kong calmly stated. Buddhism has a long practice of adapting young Asura race members and raising them into meritorious monks. Although these young Asuras retain traces of evil from their past life, by the time they are capable of thinking and have emotions, most of them are no different than normal humans. What you're talking about is these monks forcefully altering the innate evil of the young Asuras, not a process of nurturing the good nature of a blank slate individual. Forcefully altering? What do you think a parent or teacher is doing when teaching their children about virtues, justice, and good and evil? Isn't that a form of altering their perspective on the world? Your argument is a bit flimsy. Great sage Qi shook his head. You said it yourself. A young Asura still retains a bit of evil from their past life. Isn't it proof of them being born innately evil? I can use the same logic. Deva are born innately good, and humans are born karmically neutral, meaning not good or evil. In other words, a blank slate. Do you see how complicated things get when you start using technicality? The argument intensified, and everything boiled down to great sage Ki's core value that knowledge and goodness are the key to achieving virtue. He believed in both innate good and innate evil, arguing that some children display altruistic behavior at a young age. In contrast, others show selfish and even psychopathic tendencies, even without outside influences. Great sage Qi has admitted he cannot control the innate good or evil of anyone, but he can control the other key to achieving virtue: knowledge. Through knowledge, the innate good individuals can become virtuous men, while the innate individuals will have their nature detected and eliminated by society. Emperor Kong agreed with the concept of a virtuous man since it's similar to this theory of a capable individual. However, Kong argues that innate good and evil are not that important. In his Golden Society, which he described as the epitome of order, innately evil people will have no choice but to hide themselves and contribute to society. Because if they don't, capable individuals who are full of justice and virtue, innately good, will contribute to society by hunting them down. The argument lasted for years, each learning from the other while rebutting the other's theories. Emperor Kong was so entrenched that for a moment, he almost lost sight of the mission. None of the blame can be placed on Kong. In the eternal ascension world, the literary way has lost its place among the top 3 schools of thought since even before the Golden Age. Kong could be considered the pinnacle of the literary way back home, with only people like Glasspen Sage above him, but he has never had the opportunity to discuss debate with someone like Glasspen. It's truly a shame for a talent of your caliber, Zhang Ji suddenly said, puzzling great sage Qi. However, Emperor Kong did not explain. The next moment, the world changed, and the sage found himself inside his spiritual world. His expression turned ugly as he realized that an unknown force had already occupied 90% of it. You're one of the otherworld primordial demons? You would be correct, Emperor Kong calmly nodded. Great Sage looked at him with his mouth agape. A few seconds later, he sighed. Do you have to do this? There is still time to turn back. Do you think that is possible? The Great Sage, Qi, was silent. People of their level have immense willpower, and it's to the point that they can be described as stubborn or obstinate. Not to mention their confrontation went beyond ideologies, but the survival of entire timelines. Can I ask you something? I can show you that much respect, Emperor Kong nodded. All your theories, are they truly yours, or things you said just to get close to me? They are mine. The complexity in the sage's eyes did not diminish the slightest. I don't know whether to feel relieved or sad. I will use your body to make my ideologies come true. Once I succeed, you will be a true sage forever remembered in the history of the literary way. Maybe you can use this as a form of comfort. I won tea. It's also good to die with your pride intact. Emperor Kong nodded before fully activating the life-stealing technique to its fullest effect. The great sage, Qi, resisted. As a primal, he was more than enough to compete with Kong. Unfortunately, he was only a D-class primal, while Kong was C-class, meaning he had multiple ultimate skills. Furthermore, the sage was ambushed which left him at a severe disadvantage. Boom! A golden lotus materialized on the side of the great sage Qi, bathing the spiritual realm in its glory. Soon, a golden version of the sage materialized on the lotus, further enhancing its glory. In this world, people who have perfected their philosophies and received widespread recognition are called sages. However, only the ones who have condensed a golden body of merit can bear the title of great sage. Emperor Kong calmly watched this change. With this golden body, the defense of the remaining 10% of this spiritual realm became as solid as pure steel. It could even be said it now had the strength to fight back. Unfortunately, Great Sage Qi was dealing with an opponent slightly more powerful than him, and one who had thoroughly studied him. "I have one of those, too," Emperor Kong calmly stated as he summoned his golden body of merit. With this reinforcement, the great sage had no power to resist. As he watched more and more of his spiritual realm being assimilated, the old man realized he had two ways to save himself. Try to appeal to his opponent's sense as a sage, or try to contact the Nine Council. However, as great sage Qi glanced at this otherworldly demoness eyes, he knew he only had one option. So, after a small sigh to himself, the pedantic scholar started chanting a spell. As one of the candidates for a lower position, the sage was under strict watch of the Nine Council, allowing him to directly contact them in case of an emergency. "Don't waste your time," Emperor Kong calmly stated. He has been laying traps since his conversation with Chun Yi for that reason. Currently, they were inside his pavilion, which was Sage Kiss Proving Tao artifact. However, since that unpleasant conversation, Emperor Kong has been laying millions of invisible arrays into the artifact to prepare for today's event. A look of despair flashed in Great Sage's eyes as he sensed the failure of his spell. Is this really the end? He thought. Death did not scare him, but he refused to give his body to those mad, otherworldly demons who only know killing and slaughter. As a sage, he cannot allow this to happen. A chaotic fluctuation started to emanate from Qi's soul. "Please, do not kill your last remnant of a soul," Emperor Kong calmly stated. "I plan to use a non-violent goal to achieve my goal. If you use the mutual destruction approach to stop me, I will start slaughtering people. And believe, their deaths will be your fault. I will ensure they know that before they die." Great Sage Qi's eyes turned red. "You wouldn't dare. Try me." Kong knew that true sages, such as this man, cared about two things: people's lives and their legacy. If he started massacring people and telling everybody it was because of Great Sage Qi, the old man's posthumous legacy would be ruined. You're also someone with great merit. Don't you care about killing innocent people? Have you forgotten my status? The rules of Grand Tao in this timeline do not apply to me, Emperor Kong calmly stated. He killed trillions of lives during the first battle. Wang Wei, the person responsible for the plan, has even more blood in his hands. Yet, the two still have their golden body of merit. Great Sage Qi took one last glance at him. Fine. You win. And, after reading the comments, the majority consensus is to continue this POV, but speed up things. In that case, I'll try to finish Kong's POV by the end of this week, which should be doable with the 2 extra chapters. Chapter 1749. The selection process. Emperor Kong opened his eyes and exhaled. The first step of meeting and possessing the target has been accomplished. From now on, everything about the Great Sage Qi, his identity, destiny, Tao, and to some extent, his existence belong to Kong. As long as he is careful, no one will be the wiser. Now for the second step, Emperor Kong thought. The Lord selection process was a complex system that could be divided into 2 stages, strength and influence. The entire selection system used a 1,000-point system, with the strength portion accounting for 40 and the influence aspect for 60. The strength aspect is the most direct. At some point, all eligible candidates will face a battle to determine who is the strongest. Emperor Kong is quite comfortable with this aspect, and not because of his personal strength. This world is not a source chaos world, meaning it cannot give birth to an unlimited number of primal or even peak paragons. Well, even a source chaos world does not have such power. Because the Nine Lords gather all the luck and destiny of the entire world, and probably from the infinite divine court, it's very challenging for normal primal, D-class, to appear among cultivators. And, as one of those rare cases, Great Sage Ki is destined to have high achievement in the strength portion. If I play my cards right, I might be able to defeat everybody and receive the maximum 400 points, Emperor Kong strategized. The issue is the influence portion of the selection. Based on the rules, every immortal cultivator will recommend who they believe should be the next lord. A great Emperor's recommendation is the standard. An Empyrean is twice as valuable, and a Paragon is 5 times as valuable. Then, based on the number of recommendations in their cultivation realm, a complex calculation will be performed to assign each candidate a number between 1 and 600. With Great Sage Ki's extremist views, his conservative and dull personality, and his lack of charisma, the chances of scoring above 100 in that portion are almost zero. Luckily for him, someone else was under the steering wheel. Emperor Kong's legacy might have been ruined in the lower dimension or overshadowed by Wang Wei and his Heavenly Emperor era, but he was still an unparalleled talent. He single-handedly reversed the decline of the myriad emperor world by creating the concept of academies. He revived the literary way and brought it to the point of competing with Taoism. He almost dethroned the Tao opening sect as the most powerful faction. He is someone loved by heaven and earth, if not for the fact that Kong injured his foundation, which resulted in his competitors spreading news that he had to rely on luck and heavenly Taoist favor to become an eternal. His legacy would have been on par, if not better, than most of the eternal emperors before Wang Wei's era. In terms of pure charisma, Kong would not lose to anyone. Let us get started. Kong thought. The first order of business was to deal with the issue of Zhangji. He could not abandon this identity as it was crucial to the second step of the plan. However, as an avatar, there is still the possibility that someone would detect the karmic link between them. So, the first thing Kong did was turn Zhangji into a causality-free clone. The materials were prepared during the 5-year waiting period, allowing Emperor Kong to get things done as swiftly as possible. Without pause, he strives for the second order of business, finding an excuse for Great Sage Ki's sudden change. Zhangji left the meeting room and headed directly to Emperor Black Ink, apologizing that the Great Sage Ki had an epiphany and would delay their one-to-one discussion. His reason for doing what seems like such a pointless thing? Everyone knew Great Sage Ki was a stickler for rules, meaning it would raise red flags if he suddenly missed the 3-month deadline for meeting with Emperor Black Ink. Of course, this was just one of his purposes. A little over 9 months later, a terrifying vision spread from the Plum Phoenix Academy before spreading to every corner of Roaring Flame City. People immediately recognized this unique aura belonging to Great Sage Ki, making them wonder what new enlightenment this old man had attained that could resonate so strongly with heaven and earth. After the epiphany, Great Sage Ki finally had a meeting with Emperor Black Ink, and after leaving, the talented emperor had a strange feeling. The sage had changed. Although he couldn't put his finger on it, his intuition told him so. It did not take long for many people to start feeling the same. From that day on, Great Sage Ki always invited a young talent to his lecture, Zhangji. First, the sage's lecture was slightly different than before. It appeared as if his ideologies had changed. Then the young man, Zhangji, would always start the debate by speaking about his golden society. All the scholars were fascinated by this new idea, and with Great Sage and Zhangji spearheading the debate and showing that no argument was taboo, everybody participated. As time passed, people noticed the changes, both physical and spiritual. While still a rigid man, Great Sage Ki seems to have more life, more spirituality, more joy toward life. Meanwhile, his core philosophy was slowly being influenced by Zhangji and the debates of myriad scholars. Then, as everyone had already predicted, Great Sage Ki accepted Zhangji as his disciple. With those two working together, Great Sage Qi's fame and influence spread at an alarming rate. Emperor Kong's tactic was simple: draw people with the allure of a new philosophy. Scholars, by their nature, loved learning and debating, and they wished nothing more than to leave an eternal legacy. In other words, they are fame whore. And the appearance of a new and enticing ideology is the perfect ground for them. After drawing their attention, Emperor Kong started to influence and convert them into faithful followers. He did not target the paragons, especially the ones from an ancient clan or faction. These lineages have occupied the world's resources, so the idea of the Golden Society is the highest form of blasphemy to them. They sent their people to debate against Great Sage Qi and Zhangji to crush their spirit and stop this nonsense. So, Emperor Kong used them as stepping stones for his fame and glory. Many talented great emperors and empyreans cannot reach higher realms due to a lack of resources, making them prime targets. According to the philosophy of the Golden Society, such talent should be nurtured with the utmost care to ensure their eventual contribution to heaven and earth. Under such promises, how could these people resist Great Sage Qi's allure? They were not the only ones. Many paragons cannot go any further in their cultivation because of the suppression of those lord-class lineages. Emperor Kong did not hesitate to target them and lure them to his side. "How are things with the Nine Council?" Emperor Kong asked, lying down comfortably next to a small table with tea and snacks. "They have their suspicions, but after a few tests, they have kept their distance," Zhang Ji replied. "Our transition was indeed smooth, but it was still a bit too drastic," Emperor Kong nodded. Everyone noticed the Sage's change, but once all their actions are placed under scrutiny, there are some unavoidable flaws. "Do you want me to give them something to do?" "No." Emperor Kong shook his head. "The less we do, the safer we are. Plus, those people will not remain quiet and allow the council to replenish their number of primals. Then, we should prepare for the eventual assassinations." Zhang Ji frowned. "Especially from Glass Pen. He won let the opportunity to steal some literary luck." "Yes, we should," Emperor Kong nodded. "Let us stage an assassination and survive. We can then have a valid reason to ask the council for some protective measures." "But what if they insist on putting people besides us with the excuse of guarding the candidate?" "Oh, they will, but it's fine as long as they give the treasure. Allowing them to leave their people might reduce our suspicions, but from now on, we must be extra careful," Zhang Ji sighed. "I was about to suggest we lure Glass Pen and kill him." "That's too risky," Kong shook his head. He stood to look through the window with his hands behind his back. "Don't forget Glass Pen is probably a peak A-class primal. If we want to kill him, we need to plan many steps ahead. However, if we can become the literary lord, everything will be much easier. Time, as of now, is on our side. So, there's no need to rush things," Emperor Kong calmly said. "What is our next step?" "We need one event to complete your final transition as the true bearer of the Golden Society lineage." Jacques Kamli Atterd. Chapter 1750. The Analect Great Scholar Zhang. Someone outside claiming to be from your family wishes to see you. Zhang Ji, who was lost in a scroll on his lap, raised his head to look at the servant. "Someone home? Why didn't they send a talisman?" The servant lowered his head in embarrassment. How was he supposed to answer such a question? "Bring them in," Zhang Ji said as he realized his mistake. Soon, a middle-aged man in a blue, dirty robe rushed into the room. He was faster than the servant. "Zhang Jiao, what is the meaning of this? Don't you have any manners? Ancestor, you must rush over and save the clan." They. Jacques frowned. He waved his hand, and a golden light started nourishing Zhang Jiao's body. His excited nerves immediately calmed down. "Thank you. Now, tell me what happened." "The Pei clan has surrounded our clan, claiming they would destroy and annihilate every single one of us." "They dare?" A terrifying aura spread through the room, shaking the hall. An emperor's wrath can leave millions of bodies in its wake, but the wrath of a great scholar is the wrath of heaven and earth itself. Zhang Ji resisted the urge to depart immediately. Instead, he started analyzing the situation. The Pei clan would never do something that would jeopardize their candidate. Zhang Ji uttered with a frown. So, their purpose is me, or the great sage Qi. He glanced at Zhang Jiao. He also understood how someone successfully escaped the entrapment. What excuse did they use for such a bold claim? They said Zhang Jing stole their clan's Lord Treasure. Jacques Yifronde. Did he do it? Ancestor. Although Zhang Jing had a lot of faults, his loyalty to the clan is unquestionable. That's exactly the issue, Zhang Ji sighed. For the clan, he is willing to do anything. It would be easy for the Pei clan to exploit such a character flaw. Zhang Jiao opened his mouth repeatedly before sighing and lowering his head. What do we do now? Zhang Ji did not immediately answer. How about you disown the clan? Anyway, we can accept disgrace, but we cannot allow our actions to derail your future. As always, you oversimplified things. Zhang Ji shook his head. If he did this, his reputation in the righteous domain would be completely ruined. From now on, nothing he did would ever receive public support. Not to mention that such an action would also affect Great Sage Qi. In the literary world, a teacher and their student's fate are intertwined. Then, this is not as big a deal as you think, Zhang Ji calmly explained as he slowly stood and stretched his body. A Lord Treasure is one of the most important foundations of this Lord lineages. They often used it as their luck-condensing artifact. How could anyone else steal such a thing? Especially a great emperor. The artifact is fake? Probably a very well-made copy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to fool my master. Jamais snedit. But what if it's a real deal? That would be even better. Zhang Ji smiled. If that thing were real, then he would do everything in his power to keep it for himself, even if it meant losing a bit of reputation. All right, let us go. Sir, shouldn't you tell the sage about this? The servant asked. That's exactly what the enemy wants. Zhang Ji sneered as he took Zhang Jiao and teleported to the nearest domain transmission array. As a great sage's disciple, he has plenty of privileges, so he used them to return home as soon as possible. Swish! As soon as Zhang Ji landed at his destination, a potent spatial energy teleported him to an unknown dimension. His complexion turned ugly, but his reaction was swift, instantly activating the protective talisman his master made for him. That old man truly loves you. He not only used his precious soul blood for the talisman, he even incorporated a bit of his golden body of merit, said a gravelly voice. But none of that matters, added an effeminate voice. You will die today. Zhang Ji looked at the three people present. Blood God, depraved eunuch, and the moon-swallowing wolf. Who are you calling a eunuch? Yang Tianxian roared, but his soft voice only added insult to injury. Boom! Zhang Ji's golden shield trembled slightly, but still resisted the eunuch's terrifying sword slash. Damn talisman. Let us work together. Guys, there's no need to do this. Zhang Ji uttered as he controlled his breathing. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Sadly, no one listened to him. These people's only goal was that golden shield. I know the evil path likes to kill other Lord candidates as their selection mission. But why are you guys targeting me? Killing me will not affect my master as you think. He is a sage, after all. He can perfectly control his emotions. In the demon race, we have no animosity, right? Why are you allying with those people? Your philosophy is dangerous to the very existence of our race. The moon-swallowing wolf, who resembled a handsome man with wolf ears and fierce eyes. I order Virtue Pavilion. Great sage, Qi suddenly opened his eyes from his meditation. Something was wrong. His intuition told him something terrible was about to happen. He glanced at his right palm before uttering, all the secrets of heaven and earth are between my palm. A golden light flashed in his hand, and he stared intently at the lines. Someone has obscured the secrets of heaven and earth. Great sage, Qi pondered briefly before summoning his disciples. However, after noticing the delay in Zhang Ji's arrival, the palpitations in his head intensified. Without hesitation, he searched for the latter's whereabouts and soon found the truth from the servant. The surrounding space trembled, forcing the servant to kneel. However, as the sage was about to leave, another servant rushed into the room. "Master, master, terrible news. The young master, he speaks. His soul lamp has been extinguished." Before anyone could react, the great sage was already gone, which was a great relief for the poor servant kneeling on the floor. Boom! A terrifying dark cloud covered a quarter of the literary realm, making many people wonder what catastrophe was about to happen. Only a few could tell that this was the manifestation of a sage's wrath. Great Sage Ki's hand trembled as he reached out for the soul lamp. He muttered as tears dripped from his eyes. Then, a switch occurred. Great Sage Ki's face turned stone cold, without any emotions whatsoever. He followed the causal line of the lamp to his disciple's south-last place. What he saw enraged him even more. After an eternal path cultivator has their past self erased and they die, their present body dissipates between heaven and earth. However, most cultivators believe in proper burial, so techniques exist to create an artificial body for the process. Whoever killed Zhangji was not only audacious enough to kill a sage's disciple, but they also built him a body to leave a message by disfiguring him. Great Sage Qi did not hesitate to teleport to the designated area engraved on Zhangji's face. As expected, there was an ambush. Sage Qi might not be able to detect the hidden arrays in this place, but Emperor Kong could. Unfortunately, the truth did not matter. The plan was designed for Sage Qi's ability, and things proceeded as they were meant to. In this legendary battle, Great Sage Qi single-handedly killed 3 candidates from the other paths. Then, Old Man Azura, who was the person most likely to become the next evil lord, tried to intervene and was severely injured and forced to run away. Afterward, Great Sage Qi broke into the Destiny realm and killed Reverend White Eyes, who was responsible for hiding the secrets of heaven and earth to ensure the success of this plan. In one battle, Emperor Kong successfully reversed Great Sage Qi's weak and peaceful demeanor, showing he was a strong leader capable of bringing prosperity to the literary path. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg. After his killing rampage, Sage Qi wanted to attack the Pei clan, claiming they were also involved in this. The Pei clan denied it, but Great Sage Qi, who had lost his mind due to the loss of his disciple, could not be reasoned with. So, as a last resort, the Pei clan had no choice but to have the 9 council intervene. Great Sage Qi backed down, but he also insisted that the council investigate the Pei clan's cooperation with the evil path. Every faction, no matter the path, has some sort of secret cooperation with the evil path. It's how they get their dirty dealings accomplished without being associated with it. Anyone with some political sense would know what the council would discover if they investigated the Pei clan. Unfortunately, this was one of those open schemes that even the council must accept. So, without much hesitation, the 9 council discovered the Pei clan's dealings with the evil path, and, as punishment, their candidate was disqualified. Great Sage Qi had eliminated one of the top 5 contenders with just 1 sacrifice. But that was not the end of things. Zhang Ji was buried with the highest honor. He received more than 3 great sage's eulogies, and his master guarded his tomb for 10 years. Afterward, the great sage entered deep seclusion for another 1,000 years. People thought he had forsaken the selection, but upon his exit, a magnificent vision of a golden scroll that covered the entire world manifested. "I am Great Sage Qi, inheriting my disciple's legacy. I have written the Analect of the Golden Society. I hereby vow that until the day I take my last breath, I will not stop working until I make his dream a reality." Chapter 1751, Vow. Merit, Lone Order Virtue Pavilion. Emperor Kong stood in his primary room, staring at the window. His eyes saw the countless cultivators lining up to comprehend his Analect of the Golden Society. He did not blame them, as he understood the significance of this item. It was the physical manifestation of this new school of thought. It's the item used to condense their luck. The advantages the scroll will bring to their faction are innumerable. The blessing of luck means countless people under Great Sage Key will finally meet the requirement to enter the next realm. Additionally, there is the benefit to a cultivator's Tao and purpose harmony. There are many stages that are fundamental to every cultivator, no matter what cultivation technique or paths they use, one of which is the fusion of their goal, dream, or purpose with their Tao. Wang Wei wants to be free and unfettered, so he chose the Tao of fate to control his destiny. Wu Hong wished to show all sentient beings she was worthy, so she chose a Tao that would allow her to suppress or nullify every concept between heaven and earth. Emperor Kong wished to change the world, so he chose the Tao of transformation. Qiyuan was curious by nature and wanted to understand the source of every wonder in the world, so he chose the Tao of origin. With this scroll, Emperor Kong believes many of his followers will have the opportunity to strengthen or change their Tao and purpose harmony, which can be immensely beneficial to Empyreans, increasing their chances of passing the immemorial tribulation. And the benefits are not only for those followers. The intellect was not something Emperor Kong just created because of his plan. It was the result of years of his thoughts and understanding. The scroll is the condensation of Kong's literary path, his pursuit and ambition, which he has hidden deep in his heart for many years. And even such an achievement is the tip of the iceberg in terms of benefit. The sanctification of merit through vow, Emperor Kong thought. As long as I make that vow and achieve it, Grand Tao or Heavenly Tao will either shower me with enough merit to directly push my soul or flesh to transcendence, or they will lower a transcendent heaven will for my sanctification. However, how easy is this vow to accomplish? Forget how Buddhism and Taoism wouldn't just allow me to do as I please. Even if I could get them on board with the Golden Society, how much benefit would I have to sacrifice before coming to an agreement with those people? By the time I've achieved my objective, I doubt the Golden Society would resemble anything that I've pictured. Emperor Kong shook his head. The best approach is to become a saint first, then achieve the Golden Society in either a limited area in the Eternal Ascension world or go to other weaker worlds without a saint. Then, I will use the vast merit to deduce the path to flesh and Tao quintessence. The situation of the Eternal Ascension world is too complex, making it virtually impossible to create a Golden Society. Even someone like Wang Wei would have to constantly compromise to amass the support of other factions. Unfortunately, doing so would have the opposite effect on a project, such as the Golden Society. As for immediate benefit, Kong continued, I might be able to use this for one transcendent foundation. The Golden Society philosophy might be the ideal subject for one of the 3 transcendent foundations, and Kong began mulling the possibility. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it felt. This world is truly my holy ground, Emperor Kong smiled. Everything has cause and effect. I risked my life to become the destiny chosen one of the Eternal Ascension world's tribulation, and now am reaping the benefit. Kong was about to smirk when an idea suddenly struck him. Cause and effect. What if I reverse the cause and effect? What if I use a vow and ask Grand Tao to give me the merit in advance, become a saint, then establish the Golden Society to repay the merit? Emperor Kong immediately calculated the feasibility of this saint path, and the result was feasible. Cultivators should be able to borrow merit through vows to sanctify and then repay it later by fulfilling their debts. Of course, the downside of such a method is obvious. Until the debt is repaid, I would essentially be a slave to Grand Tao's whims, Emperor Kong analyzed. Karma, favors, and debts are the hardest things for cultivators to repay. Most cultivators prefer fair exchange over owning someone as karma. In many extreme cases, they would rather kill their debtor than repay them. Simple karma is already an issue, let alone for a higher being such as the Grand Tao. Since there is debt, there must be interest, Emperor Kong analyzed. Would Grand Tao be benevolent in establishing its interest? It's hard to say. With the limited information he has, Kong believed Grand Tao should be lenient to encourage more people to try this path. However, if it were someone truly valuable who was forced into the situation, maybe Grand Tao would turn into the harshest usurer between heaven and earth to ensure eternal servitude. Furthermore, there is also the issue of eligibility. Emperor Kong pondered. Can anyone make a vow and some promise and receive a loan of merit? Of course not. Grand Tao would probably have a system to determine whether someone can repay the merit and the interest. Emperor Kong's smile widened. The more he analyzed this idea, the more feasible it seemed to him. Although the dean would never use such a method, he can use it as leverage or to make deals with others. In this vast universe, even an idea for a transcendent path is valuable, let alone a clear, step-by-step plan. This world is truly the gift that keeps on giving. Emperor Kong smiled as he turned around. What has gotten you so excited? The Avatar asked. What has gotten you so down? The Avatar rolled his eyes at the main body's poor attempt at avoiding the question. What can I say? I miss Zhang Ji's persona. He was so young, charismatic, and outspoken. Unlike us, who have to behave all professional and with virtue. He would tell people to their face that they were unpleasant. I miss those days. Emperor Kong looked at this spitting image of his face and became speechless. After so many years, he finally realized a new aspect of his personality. He had a flair for the dramatic. Enough of that. What's the current situation? Our plan was more successful than we anticipated, the Avatar explained. According to the latest calculation, we are now in the top 3 candidates. Who are our 2 other adversaries? The Avatar flipped the pages. Let me see. The first one is Li Yuan. From the heavenly poem domain, Li clan? Kong asked with a furrowed brow. Those rich lineages felt the threat coming from your ideology, so they banded together and chose the most powerful of them to support. A clan with 4 literary lords, Emperor Kong muttered. Such a clan would be on par with the Tao opening sect back home. Who is the other one? The martial scholar, Zhu Zhong. Emperor Kong looked at him. Scholars who combined ideologies from these different paths are relatively common in this world, but most are not popular, except for a brief period in ancient history. I was surprised too, but after verifying the information, everything made sense, the Avatar explained. The world is in turmoil, and many people crave a strong, military-esque leader. Zhu Zhong has had a few successes in hunting down our kind, and he used it to rally a lot of people behind him. He must be quite capable. What are you thinking? Do you want to copy him? A few successful attacks should reduce his prestige. Emperor Kong shook his head. Although the chances of the tribunal lords making us accountable for killing our own are slim as long as the mission succeeds, there is no point in taking the risk, especially since there is a better way. Oh, what are you thinking? Zhu Zhong's success is entirely due to his, successful attacks. We just need to orchestrate a few failures, and he will lose the people's confidence and morale. This may not be as easy as you think. About 300 years ago, more than 3 primals attacked Zhu Zhong in a well-orchestrated attack. And he is still alive? Yes. And he revealed a pair of 3, maybe 5, Pinnacle Supreme Chaos Treasure, which allowed him to escape. On peut confondre. Supreme Innate and Supreme Chaos Treasures have little value to immortals because they are not as effective as proving Tao weapons or acquired Emperor weapons. And they also no longer offer the benefit of low-energy drainage of innate and chaos treasures. However, what goes up must also go down. Unlike primal weapons, Pinnacle Supreme Chaos Treasures have all the advantages, strength and stamina saving. Their only flaw is their rarity. Chapter 1752. And then, only one remain. We could try to get more people to attack him. But these evil path people are not stupid, the Avatar explained. And if we do this, we risk the chances of leaving more trail that can lead to our discovery. That is true, Emperor Kong nodded. But the best way to deal with him is still his death or sudden defeat. But how? Kong Pondi. Since we can't defeat him from the outside, we must do so from the inside. Assassination? While that might work, the chances are slim. The core of the issue is the supreme Chaos Treasure Set. Such powerful artifacts can automatically defend against sudden attacks. They can even detoxify poisons. We will use the hidden arrays, Kong explained. That might work, the Avatar said with shining eyes. After the Heavenly Court deployed the Invisible Plague, countless factions started studying their version, including Emperor Kong and the Academy. Their result was the hidden array, and while it was probably a far cry from the version used on that attack, it still had its own advantage. If we can find a way to place the hidden arrays into his body or the artifact to deactivate them at the crucial moment, then his death is guaranteed, Kong explained. In that case, I may have a way. Oh, Zhu Zhong has 2 wives? Well, to be specific, he has 1 wife and 1 concubine, the Avatar explained. The concubine was a result of a drunken night in which he assaulted a maid. Zhu Zhong had great disdain for this concubine and wanted nothing to do with her. But his father is one of those old-fashioned, conservative scholars who believe that since he took her body, he must be responsible. P.S. Such a scumbag? Emperor Kong gave him a knowing look. I tried using that information to ruin his reputation, but the effect was not as good as I wanted. His followers, and many scared scholars, don't care about his lack of morality as long as he continues showing his strong martial prowess. Indeed, in times of great chaos, people favor a strong leader over idealists such as us. Emperor Kong nodded. So, are you going to use his wife as our pawn? Not his wife, his bastard son. A son S involved? Interesting. You can imagine what their father relationship is like, the Avatar chuckled. The father S disdain for the son is on par with the son S hatred for his father? Exactly. His son, Zhu Yi, even once swore he would one day surpass his old man and force him to kneel before his mother for 1,000,000 yuan. It was quite a stir at that time. I'm guessing he failed. But how far did he go? The Avatar sighed. Zhu Yi was an unparalleled talent, and he probably would have succeeded if he were smarter. Unfortunately for him, his father is a ruthless man. As soon as he saw his son's talent, Zhu Zhong plotted to destroy his son's foundation before forcing him to absorb the heaven will, becoming an ordinary first-class emperor. He then used the threat of his mother's death to prevent Zhu Yi from reincarnating and starting over. After so many years, he is still stuck at the peak of the Empyrean realm, with such a weak or probably shattered Dao heart. How dare he try to survive the immemorial tribulation? Emperor Kong shook his head. However, he does sound like the perfect candidate. But how? With such a terrible relationship, can Zhu Yi get close to his father? Are you planning on convincing him to do a suicide mission? That's too risky and could reveal our objective, the Avatar denied. The advantage of the hidden array is that it's hard to detect, especially without knowing how it operates, making them excellent for one-time, sudden, and unexpected moves. While my attempt to smear his reputation could be considered a failure, there are some effects, the Avatar explained. Zhu Yi has been trying to put on a front of unity and family for this election. He shows up at every lecture and speech with his wives and his sons. They also speak greatly of him. The Avatar sneered. He could imagine the amount of resentment Zhu Yi is currently feeling, making him the perfect pawn. It seems you have a concrete plan. In that case, I'll leave everything to you, Emperor Kong nodded. Where's the list I asked you about? Here. The thick book contained pictures with a rune perfectly etched on each page. With one glance, Emperor Kong will know every life experience about the peak Empyreans listed. Using his best judgment, he picked a few of them and sent a personal invitation. Meanwhile, the Avatar started his work. Persuading Zhu Yi was the easiest part of the plan. The man was jumping at the opportunity, and the Avatar did not need to put much effort into convincing him to sign a binding soul contract. The next step was the attackers. It took a while to persuade these evil path bastards that someone would deal with Zhu Zhong's armor, but in the end, everything was set in motion. Emperor Kong looked at these 10 Empyreans, which include both women, men, youths, and the elderly, and nodded in satisfaction. And while he was observing them, they were too. Great Sage Qi looked no different from before, but that is only on the surface. All 10 of them could feel a hidden bitterness, a hidden hatred, a hidden sorrow behind the facade of peace and virtue. The sage truly loved his disciple, they thought. Seat. The Empyreans paid their respect to the great sage Qi before sitting down on the cultivation futon. Emperor Kong did not waste time before starting to preach to the 10 of them. Great sage Qi practiced the Tao of virtue, which is a law that combines the Tao of soul, the Tao of good and evil, and a bit of the Tao of causality. Using his philosophy, Emperor Kong preached that people should use what fits each person's unique personality in Tao. Once that was done, Kong did not stop. Instead, he used a literary way technique, experience sharing. Through a causal link, he allowed these 10 Empyreans to experience his immemorial tribulation from both third and first-person perspectives. For the next part of this sermon, Emperor Kong glanced in the distance. He saw a vision of heaven and earth mourning, which symbolizes that a paragon had fallen. While there's been a lot of chaos lately, in a few of these visions, none were as prominent as this. Intrigued, he did a brief calculation. Path Seeker Zhu Zheong is gone. Great sage Qi sighed deeply. Although we were competitors, he is someone I respect dearly. How could this be? A look of pain and grief flashed in his eyes. He sighed deeply again. The world is truly chaotic. The great sage Qi waved his hand to summon his people to travel to the Zhu clan and give his condolences. Then, he continued his sermon. Besides his and the great sage Qi's experience, Emperor Kong shared the experience of another dozen other paragons to help his people prepare for the tribulation. Finally, he also offered them the best resources possible. Despite my best effort, only 8 out of the 10 survived, Emperor Kong sighed. However, it seems like an 80% success rate. But that was not the truth. All 10 of these Empyreans were the most talented of his followers and had the highest willpower, Tao heart, and ambitions. Although Wei Yi lost 2 Empyreans' votes, Wei Yi also gained 8 paragons, the Avatar assured him. I know, but I'm just sad for these talents, Emperor Kong sighed. Was he being hypocritical, given that he was plotting against their world? Yes, but that did not stop him from appreciating the talents of this timeline. You did a great job with Zhu Zhong. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly, the Avatar smiled. Death was the best-case scenario, so he was prepared to send the latter into limbo, and then he would use this defeat to erode his prestige slowly. I'm curious what happened to the lad, Zhu. He.S. dead. Oh, was his treachery discovered? No. After Zhu Zhong's death, he took his mother away and even contacted me, asking that I look after her for a while. Then, without an ounce of hesitation, he committed suicide and reincarnated. It seems his ambitions have not died down, Emperor Kong smiled. If he can get through this ordeal, his future will be limitless. At least, that would have been the case if not for our presence. The Avatar added, their existence will forever alter the fate of this world. So, whatever bright future might await, Zhu sure might be nothing but an illusory dream. Why did you ruin my good mood? Kong Sigid. Stop acting so hypocritical. You're not Wang Wei, so you can't charmingly pull it off. I want to argue with you. Kong shook his head. Now that we have only one obstacle on our path, how do we eliminate it? Chapter 1753. Worth the risk. Things will not be simple this time, the Avatar sighed. We can't kill Li Yuan since it would be useless. Li Yuan is only the chosen representative of those ancient factions and aristocratic clans. Although it was because of the strength of his clan, the crux of the issue is that anyone among them can be the representative. So, unless Kong has the strength to keep killing whoever these people elect, using force to solve this problem is pointless. Right now, we are competing with them to convince the neutral factions, but sadly, we cannot compare to them in terms of resources. Emperor Kong remained calm as he poured himself some tea. By now, most of the people who remain neutral but still plan to vote are only doing so because they want to wait for a better price, a price we cannot offer them, but our competitor can't. We can continue to try to create more paragons, but this approach is slow and there is no guarantee of success. The Avatar continued. The approach of cultivator paragons can probably be used once or twice again before losing its effect. The good news is we can use these new paragons to turn a decent amount of non-voters into our supporters, Kong added. But once again, these aristocrats only need to relinquish a few more resources, and many people who are tempted by our ideals will immediately switch sides. These powerful factions are not entirely like those mortal, wealthy merchants who hoard wealth without sharing, even when the situation is dire. A few promises, mostly false, and they can block Emperor Kong from rallying people with the promise of the Golden Society. As for the consequences of their actions afterward, well, who can force them to uphold their words? The people involved are probably aware they might be duped, but as long as these clans offer immediate benefits, most of them, who are weaker cultivators, will not care about future gains. By then, they would have swallowed up their benefits, and they just console themselves that at least they had some benefits. Then there are the hermits, the avatar side. These people have immense influence, revered as the wisest of scholars and sages. And as long as a few of them could support us, we could probably turn the tables. But they do not interfere in these matters, Kong added. In fact, a lot of their influence is due to their detached nature. Once they get involved, things become complicated. The situation was not looking good for them. What do you suggest we do? The first thing we need to do is cut off one of these people as primary, but hidden leg. The foreign scholars, the Avatar commented. Who? Most factions of any path will have secret branches in the other realms. However, I've noticed that in a few elections, those factions will call back those branches, have them convert to their primary path to participate in the election. The Nine Council allows this? The rules are a bit iffy on this, the Avatar explained. Most of the time, they closed one eye and let it pass. Other times, usually when the situation gets out of hand, they come out and temporarily forbid it. Temporary? Kung sneered. Ultimately, despite being a representative of the infinite divine court in this world, the council is still ruled by this world's natives. So, it's understandable that they would have hidden rules or leave flaws in the rules so that their people can eventually exploit them. That's just how the system is, the Avatar shrugged. Anyway, we need to make a fuss and force the Nine Council to ban this method. While this method will indeed deal a blow to these aristocrats, it still hasn't changed our situation, Emperor Kong frowned. I know, but currently, the best approach I can think of is divide and conquer. We can try to separate the weaker factions from the top one, and also try to incite conflict between them. The Avatar side. However, I'm not feeling too good about this. Kong understood his hesitation. All those clans are too intertwined. The Golden Society will take too much from them, and it's to the point that even the weaker clans cannot accept associating with Kong in any shape or form. He could try to lie to them, but that would do more harm than good. The foundation of the Golden Society philosophy hinges on the great sage's reputation as a virtuous individual. Once he starts lying, no. Even if people begin suspecting he was lying, everything Kong has built so far could crumble in a matter of seconds. All right, let's try your idea first, Emperor Kong thought. Although he had an idea, after a brief calculation, he realized the consequences were too significant and shelved it immediately. So, the two started to execute their plans. Forcing the Nine Council to ban the hidden rules for foreign scholars was relatively easy. The Avatar just lured one of the semi-popular candidates into doing this, and another one revealed the truth. The word spread, people learned the truth, everything was scandalized, and they even questioned the fairness of the selection. Without a choice, the council was forced to intervene and ban this practice. Meanwhile, Kong was locked in a fierce competition with the ancient lineages and aristocratic clans. His approach of dividing and conquering them yielded minimal results, so he focused on a direct confrontation. Unfortunately, he was only one man, no matter how talented Emperor Kong was. When faced with such overwhelming force, it was praiseworthy that he kept fighting for so long. More than 2,000 paragons, Emperor Kong said with gritted teeth and caressing his temple. He had to debate with more than 2,000 paragons. And this is not just a verbal discussion, it was a clash of souls and ideals. meaning the wrong move could result in severe injuries. He was lucky he held on for so long, and could barely say he succeeded in a draw. The latest results are in, the Avatar said. The bad news is Li Yuan's chance of winning has reached 58.4. What is the good news? His chances are not yet 60. Emperor Kong stared at him. Do you think this is the time for jokes? The Avatar sighed. I'm just trying to bring some levity to our current predicament. On peut qu'on exagère. We need to do something, and we need to do it now. How about we kill Li Yuan? Emperor Kong suggested. Although the rule technically allows people to register as candidates for as long as the selection is ongoing, there will still be some severe effects if these bastards change to someone else so far into the process. You know why we can't kill him? Emperor Kong was rendered speechless. Of course, he knew. Over the years, he has suffered dozens of assassinations at the hands of the evil path. These scholars are not stupid, so they know who is responsible, but because everyone is smart, no one says anything. Meanwhile, Kong's response to these assassinations has been non-response. Although that doesn't seem much, it was wildly effective. He used this as a means to further embellish his status as a virtuous and honorable sage. Over the years, the enemy has done everything possible to poach people from Kong's side. In other words, they've also been trying to divine and conquer his followers. And one of the primary reasons they failed is due to great sage Ki's honor and benevolence. But if he were to lower himself to their enemy's level, could he still be called a great sage? In fact, not only can Kong not use an assassin, but he also must watch out for the possibility of his enemy framing him by faking an assassination attempt. I know how we can win this, Kong suddenly said after taking a deep breath. I'm listening. I need a grand feat that will certify my legacy as an eternal sage, which would garner the support of the hermit and even many non-voters. The Avatar frowned. That sounds good and all, but how do you plan on doing that? By spreading the mortal Tao art. Are you mad? The Avatar asked. Only such an achievement could guarantee our victory. What about the consequences? The Avatar asked. Do we even know what will happen if you spread our timeline south idea into this place? What about Wang Wei? How are you going to explain to him that you use his idea? You know how petty he is, and don't tell me he won't find out. There's a deep karmic connection between us. As long as he sees you, he'll suspect something and calculate it. Wang Wei is easy to deal with, Kong calmly replied. As long as we share the merit and other benefits with him, he'll be more than happy. The other consequences? Emperor Kong was momentarily silent. I don't know what will happen, but there are ways to minimize the aftermath. For example, instead of leaving this world after we're done, we can take it with us instead. You want to take the entire world? Why not? Chapter 1754. The winner, the Avatar frowned. This plan was truly dangerous and had many possibilities for something catastrophic to go wrong. What if the infinite divine court found out about the mortal Tao art? With the highest sovereign-s ability, he could see the benefit to his people and would immediately use it, thus further consolidating his status in the people's mind. Besides them, the tribunal lords will definitely discover this information and might use it themselves. Although the merit received will pale in comparison to the original creator, it's still merit. Not to mention the possibility that these people might try to kill the original owner, Yu Yin, who is Wang Wei's mother. In that scenario, what will they do if Wang Wei blames them? Although not responsible, no one can argue logic to a grieving man. Lastly, there's also the issue of this information spreading to other worlds in this timeline. If the enemy starts using the enlightened temples to form a formidable force that affects the expedition, there's an 80% chance that Grand Tao will blame this failure on Kong. By then, their status as Destiny Chosen won't be worth shit. On the contrary, it might even be detrimental to them. I understand you are worried, Emperor Kong said, noticing his avatar's hesitation after laying out everything. But the situation is not as dire as you think. The infinite divine court should have already found out about the mortal Tao art. The invasion. That's right. After breaking the history lock, they should have already learned about it from Commander Wang Yinmei. As for the tribunal lords, well, although they haven't intervened in the affairs of our world. I doubt what is happening has escaped their sight. So, they have probably already used this idea, or they didn't for some reason. What about Grand Tao and the consequences of this timeline? As long as the world's stealing plan succeeds, everything will be all right. You do realize all your so-called explanations are flimsy. You probably don't even believe them yourselves. That may be so, but the strings have been pulled, and there is no turning back. Even your analogy showed your lack of confidence. The avatar rolled his eyes. Any decent archer can control the release of their strings. Emperor Kong coughed with his fist covering his mouth and his slightly red face. Anyway, let us think of a way to execute this plan. The avatar exhaled. If we want to steal this world, we must first cut contact with the outside world. We cannot allow other worlds or the infinite divine court to send reinforcement or have any form of access. Cutting off the world will have many benefits, Emperor Kong nodded. Secondly, the two planned and schemed for years before starting the execution. Now that the arrow has been fired, there is no turning back. They will either hit the target or miss and suffer the consequences. You're all here, the avatar, who had now taken Kong or its original form, said, glancing at the four people present. His eyes stood on the sage glass pen for a second before moving on. The five of them were all the primals still alive in this world, and it took him a while to set up a meeting. Kong, what do you want? Glasspen directly asked. I have contacted you because our lives are in danger. Kong also did not beat around the bush. I've received news that the Nine Council has successfully called for help. At any time, a saint will descend into this world, and we will be doomed. Is your information reliable? Nine Eyes, a humanoid race with 9 eyes all over their bodies, asked. It is. Do you think we will only trust your words? Sword Heart Sovereign sneered. Kong expected this from this proud and arrogant swordsman. Over the years, you've received a lot of secret information from the core of the Nine Council. Who do you think sent them? Kong sneered. You're the one behind the Shadow Pavilion? Pure Young Immortal, a handsome man dressed in blue, with his arms locked to another woman, asked. The one and only. We husband and wife, owed you karma. Pure Immortal smiled and bowed slowly. Her husband followed suit. If not for that news, they would have been ambushed. Kong accepted their bow. Although he did it only to prevent Zhu Zhong from becoming too powerful, he still saved their lives. Since you summoned us, you must have a plan? Glasspen asked. He was the only one not surprised by Kong's information or identity. He had already guessed where that information came from. I've designed a formation that can isolate the entire world, and I need your help to secretly set it up. Kong projected the array for everybody to see. Isolating the world? Isn't that useless? Nine Eyes asked. As long as a saint arrives, they can tear through it with a snap of their finger. Emperor Kong nodded. Which is why the second step of this plan is to fuse the array to the world's core, to the world source. Then, as long as the saint destroys it, they will not only kill all the people, but they will also destroy the formation core. But we will also die, Swordheart's sovereign frowned. We only need to kill ourselves to prevent being affected by the existence hierarchy and revive back in the base. Then, we only need to pay the revival fee and would have fulfilled our mission. If you consider not participating in the inner area mission a good, that's another bonus. Or ruthless man, these primals thought. Although Kong was the weakest person here, in a matter of minutes, he ensured no one could underestimate him. Moral kidnapping, Pure Immortal smiled. I'm fine with that. But are you sure you can get the information into the world core? The Nine Council has complete and utter control over this world as heavenly Tao. To be honest, I'm not sure, Emperor Kong admitted. But I'm not reconciled to die like that, or run away and be labeled a deserter. His words brought a looming silence to the room. Somehow, his lack of confidence made these people even more trusting of his words. Yes, we have no choice, Glasspen said, giving Kong a deep look, who also gave him a subtle one. The following discussion was swift and efficient. Everyone had a role, and they discussed possible scenarios and failure. Once everything was set, Kong set off. Do you think we can trust him? Pure immortal asked. He is hiding some things, but so far, he should be trustworthy, her husband answered. The formation has many hidden nodes, Nine Eyes added. You mean there is an issue? Not necessarily. Those nodes mean he left room to either secretly manipulate it or add things to it. Can you remove them? Glass Pen asked. No, he shook his head. It's too well designed. While I can find the problems, any attempt at modification will result in the formation collapsing. Then what should we do? Let us keep an eye on things for now. With the threat of death looming over their heads, they cannot act rashly. After the meeting, things proceeded as Emperor Kong envisioned. Rumors of the upcoming arrival of a saint spread, further pressuring these primals to cooperate. They then started acting out while secretly laying out the information. Then, one day, this terrifying formation was activated, plunging the entire world into a panic. Without access to the outside world, without backup from the infinite divine court, things were looking bleak. Luckily, fate was still smiling on the citizens of the Nine-Path realm. Great Sage Qi was enlightened while walking by a mortal village and created the mortal art of Way of Balance. By spreading enlightened temples throughout the literary realm, mortals can use their arts or skills to gain extraordinary powers. Such an innovation was truly tailored for a world such as this, especially the literary realm. Mortals are the largest population in the world, and that is an undisputed fact. With so many of them now having long lifespans and studying scripture, painting, chess, calligraphy, blacksmithing, cooking, dance, and so on, the literary realm entered a period that could be called a renaissance. With this achievement, Kong, or Great Sage, Qi successfully establishes his status as an eternal sage, someone who will forever be honored in the annals of history for their contribution to the literary path. With such a status, countless non-voters started following him. The hermits followed soon. These people only care about their reputation and leaving a lasting legacy. In other words, they also want to be an eternal sage. But since that was impossible, they settled for being associated with or followers of an eternal sage. The selection result was obvious. Although the aristocratic clans tried desperate measures, in the face of the trend of heaven and earth, their efforts were akin to an ant trying to stop a chariot. Emperor Kong became this generation's literary lord, thus ending the second step of his plan. Chapter 1755. The most important step. Emperor Kong looked at the window. Over the years, he had grown fond of peering into the distance, losing himself in the endless clouds. However, today was not for celebration. Despite his overwhelming victory, there was no joy on Kong's face. We must deal with these primals, the Avatar said. Their previous plan was based entirely on a lie from the start. No saint was coming, albeit before the establishment of the array. This was still a possibility, just a very small one. Afterward, Kong controlled another candidate who was desperately trying to cling on to power. And while the other primals caused chaos, the candidate would try to fuse the array into the world core. The plan, as expected, failed. And now, the Nine Council is on guard against other possible attempts. Our goal has always been to wait after I take my position in the council to deal with the issue of the array. So why are you in a hurry? Kong calmly asked. Those people are starting to question things. The Avatar sighed. Probably Glass Pen causing trouble. Then let him. I don't care what trouble he's causing, but I'm worried he might successfully gather them together. They might not be able to guess your identity, but he will. Glass Pen is predictable, Emperor Kong calmly stated. It won't be long before he contacts you and tries to blackmail us. You only need to put the fear of God into him, and he will quiet down long enough for me to take my position. Sage Glass Pen was a minor issue. Kong's current concern was what was about to take place. When he first concocted his plan, there were 5 steps, and the third was the most dangerous and the most crucial. Luckily for him, the mortal Dao art has increased his chances of success. You're probably right, the Avatar nodded. Have you thought about how much of the merit you're going to give Wang Wei? I've thought about it and decided on 60. That much. It's better to do it this way and completely deal with the issue, Kong explained. Wang Wei is a walking contradiction. He is both petty and magnanimous. If Kong only gives him a small percentage, he won't say anything for now, but on a later day, he will bring back the subject, just like a petty woman who refused to let her partner win an argument. However, if Kong can offer him a decent amount, Wang Wei will let it go and might even help him clean up the mess. I understand your logic, but it still pains me, the Avatar sighed. The amount of merit is just too much. Yin only spread the Enlightenment temples in the lower dimension, and even then, some of it was shared with others. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's reach was only to the extent of the Dao opening sect's territory, along with a small share from other regions that copied his idea. Meanwhile, the literary realm is about 70 the size of the Dao opening sect's territory, and as long as their plans succeed, the temple will spread to every corner of the nine-realm world. Even though Kong will have to share with some of his followers, especially the hermit, the amount is insignificant. But without doing anything, Wang Wei will receive more than half. Our objective is to use this world as an opportunity to become an S-class primal, catching up to the people from the Golden Era and competing for the same positions, Emperor Kong calmly stated. Any other benefits are secondary. Although Kong is considered a leader on par with Qian, Dugobatian, and Ing Zheng, and with all these people from the Golden Era, everyone knew he was not truly on par with them. If not for the Mother Buddha supporting him, he would probably not even have a seat at the same table as these people. However, once this plan is accomplished, he will not only have caught up, but he will still have the lead over most of them. True, the Avatar sensed the communication talisman and checked it. He sneered. You were right on the money about Glasspen. You can deal with him, Kong said as he walked away. I'll prepare for what's coming next. What do you want? The Avatar asked with a cold and indifferent look. Is that how you talk to someone who is holding your life in their hands? Glasspen sneered. What do you mean by that? You might be able to hide it from these people. But do you think you do the same to me? Glasspen countered. I know those enlightened temples and their true inventors. The Avatar's expression turned ugly for a few seconds before swiftly returning to a serene calm. So, do you think I'll let you become a lord? Glasspen sneered. Exchange places with me, or I'll ruin everything. Go ahead. You think I don't dare? Do it, and I'll ruin you, the Avatar sneered. The moment I hear the slightest rumor about my identity, I'll kill myself to return to base and accuse you of ruining my mission. I'll put the title of traitor or deserter on you, so the Tribunal Lord will instantly execute you. You. What? You think I don't dare? Glasspen exhaled to calm down. His mind operated at the fastest speed possible. Your threat doesn't intimidate me. There are no written rules that we must work together, or even that we shouldn't kill each other. So do as you wish. The lords will only treat you as a clown. The Avatar chuckled. You forgot who the commander is. Do you really think Wang Wei would pass up an opportunity to eliminate you? A member of the Grand Sect Alliance? He probably has 100 ways to pin countless crimes on you. All he needs is an opportunity. Glasspen's face turned bright red, almost reaching a shade similar to blood. He knew how much power Wang Wei recently acquired after that speech. And with what happened with Sovereign Dao Eyes, Kong's plan had a high chance of success. You'd better stay out of my way, or I'll do whatever is necessary to ruin you, Kong threatened, staring intently at the elderly man. Glasspen snorted coldly before teleporting away. One idiot, Kong thought. This world was still a part of the reverse black stone array, meaning that before the mission is completed and all the necessary nodes are destroyed, no one can leave, even by using death and resurrection. He should figure that out soon, but just the possibility will still make him hesitate. By the time he made up his mind, it would be too late. Kong followed a group of armed guards from the Nine Council. Using a special teleporting method, they arrived at the headquarters, a white tower located in this unknown dimension. He looked around, and all the selected Lord candidates had also just arrived. Soon afterward, a delegate led by the Taoist Lord and the Artisan Lord arrived. Kong observed these two individuals. As the only lords who survived the expedition's first attack, they were either extremely lucky or highly skilled. No matter which one, they were worth noting. The Taoist Lord was a quiet, middle-aged man. But the artisan lord was a verbose young man who smelled of medicine, probably because she was a pill lord among the many professions of the artisan path. She chatted amiably with all 7 newly elected candidates before taking them to the inheritance tower. Each path had its own room, and Kong reached his. Although called a room, it was more of a pocket dimension with a small mansion inside. As expected, Kong thought. Before receiving the inheritance, there was one last test, a scan by the inheritance spirit. Such information was not made public, probably because it was usually not part of the process. However, with the invasion of the primordial otherworld demons, it was to be expected. The scan of the body and soul was not an issue for Kong. Paragon Jimming S. Steel Dao has been perfected in that aspect. However, anything deeper would definitely reveal trouble. Luckily, I was prepared. Kong did not hesitate to activate the Heaven Deception Array hidden in the most profound depths of his soul. The first version of this array is widely known in the lower dimension, and Sushur had long taken a copy. Recently, with the resurgence of saints and the revelation of how powerful they are compared to paragons, many people and factions have been working on a way to hide from them. Kong had found the foundation of this array quite solid, so he also used it for his research. However, he was not wholly confident in his success. Primarily, he feared that the means of detection used by the Nine Council would involve saint-level powers. As the ancient sages said, the prepared are usually rewarded. Kong had long used merit to strengthen the array, but that was not the only means he had at his disposal. Chapter 1756, Kong. The S-Class Primal Mithria was up front toward Emperor Kong, telling him he was crucial to one of the most important plans of the Tribunal Lords. Although he did not know what that plan was, Mithria revealed that he had left some form of protection inside his body. Using the merit from the Mortal Dao art, Kong pushed his soul's sensitivity to the limit to discover that power and tapped into it. He then used a bit of it to boost the strength of the Heaven Deception Array. With the aid of the merit and the boost, I should be able to deceive their detection methods, even if it reaches Saint Tier, Emperor Kong analyzed. He could do this. Unfortunately, the slight increase in his perspiration and heartbeat betrayed his true state of mind. Time stretched out longer than it should have. A second felt like billions of years. Kong watched as the Heaven Deception Array inside his sea of consciousness operated at the highest level. Without realizing it, all his muscles were already taut. His soul kept releasing spiritual light, which was akin to sweating. Boom! Emperor Kong almost jumped, thinking he had failed and something was happening. Boom! It happened again, making him realize that this was not his imagination. The tower was trembling. What is going on? He thought. A brief check showed he had passed the final check. All his work and effort had succeeded. But something seemed to have happened to the Nine Council Tower. What happened? Emperor Kong asked as he rushed out of his room. Great Sage Qi, a few of the candidates saluted him. Did an enemy attack? Sort of, the new Dynasty Lord replied. Apparently, the newly elected Martial Lord was one of the primordial otherworld demons. Seriously? Another candidate who had just arrived asked. I've met Lin Shi, and he seemed such an upright and dedicated martial artist. Great Sage Qi sighed. Emperor Kong was genuinely surprised. Although there were a few other attempts at impersonating Lord candidates, most ended in failure. Who knew that someone had also reached so far in the process? The Chaos universe is vast, and even if the Eternal Ascension world becomes the Destiny Center world, I should never underestimate the geniuses of the universe, Emperor Kong thought. Even after their meeting, he never once suspected that Lin Shi was one of his kind. The enemy has been apprehended. All candidates can finish with their inheritance. An authoritative voice echoed throughout the tower. Great Sage Qi sighed internally. He could already tell the fate of his fellow primordial. Nine Council Central Room. I had my money on Great Sage Qi being the spy, but I guess I was wrong, the Artisan Lord said. Do you think there's a chance to find the real Lin Shi? The Taoist Lord asked. The Martial Lord is one of the most critical positions in the Council, and that is because 90 of the time, they're the strongest of the 9 lords. The entire election process of the martial lord is to choose the person with the best combat talent. The participants don't even have to cultivate a martial arts system. They can enter the selection process as long as they have no ties with the other paths and cultivate a combat-focused cultivation system. Lin Shi was one of the most promising candidates in a while, and his rise to the Lord position would have immensely benefited the world and the council. More importantly, Lin Shi was known as a kind martial fanatic, meaning he wouldn't cause trouble because of his strength. I doubt he is alive, but we can try to find the truth from the otherworldly demon, the artisan lord said. However, this guy looks like a tough nut to crack. Let us wait until the evil lord arrives and interrogates him. This time, divination lord seems mediocre, so she did not mention them. Literary path room. Emperor Kong followed a small spirit to a large room with a pool at the center and 6 bright stars floating above the heavens. The spirit dissipated, and Kong approached the pool, immediately finding it familiar. Is this a pool of merit? As soon as these words escaped his mouth, he found them absurd, but even after checking for the 5th time, the result was the same. Someone took a vast quantity of merit and somehow condensed it into a liquid form to make it even more potent, leaving it as an inheritance. Is the infinite divine court really that rich? Emperor Kong asked himself. This world is obviously a unique training ground of the infinite divine court, which chose an approach that gave the native as much power and autonomy as possible. However, assuming each of the core nodes of the formation is one of those training grounds, how much merit is used as an expense? The Court S system has ensured that there are lords or primals in each generation. If that is true for the other core worlds as well, something is not adding up. There's no way for them to have so much merit, unless they can create it as they please. Emperor Kong's body suddenly paused. Artificially created merit? Typically, I would laugh at such an absurd idea. But the court has a grand Tao saint, and they have absolute control over this timeline. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this theory was true. No, something is still not adding up, Kong continued. One of the fundamental laws of the universe is balance. If the infinite divine court had the power to endlessly continue condensing merit, then the only thing that could stop them from non-stop training of saints would be the failure during the transition process. With enough merit blessing the soul and mind, ideas that are as rare as a cultivator who is not greedy would become quite common. The creation of the techniques based on these ideas would also become common. The only possible failure is the transition process itself. I guess I'll find out, Emperor Kong thought. He did not hesitate to enter the merit pool. His mind felt instantly peaceful, serene, and clear. It was as if he were one with the universe, and all its truths and secrets became readily available to him. There's more. The 6 stars in the sky were actually a detailed explanation of how to master the 6 grand constructs. Excellent. Emperor Kong did not waste his time as he delved deeper into the mysteries of the constructs. The entire process was so easy that for a moment, he doubted himself whether he was truly learning the truth or someone else's version of the truth. Just like that, I'm an A-class primal? Emperor Kong thought to himself. It was so fast and absurd that he actually wanted to try to control the artificial constructs created by the primordial tribunal lord to check if something was wrong with his understanding or mastery. However, he controlled himself. Although small, there is a chance of revealing himself, and he would not make such a mistake after coming this far. Emperor Kong closed his eyes to sense something. As expected, I am now bound to this 9-realm world, and until I've repaid my karma, I cannot leave. The merit had its purpose. It acted similarly to a karmic position, and only after repaying the debt will Kong's term be over, and then the tower can begin the selection for the next generation S-Lord. Luckily for me, it seems most of the karma has already been paid, Kong sighed. A part of him felt at a loss that he needed to rely on Wang Wei's idea for his plan to succeed, and now he learned that he would have shot himself in the foot had he not used it. It seems that no one can escape the web of fate and karma that accompanies Wang Wei. At first, it was the people of his generation who were entangled or even swallowed. Then it was the members of the older generation, and soon, it might be every non-saint in the chaos universe. Not with what happened with Sovereign Tao eyes. Even saints might not be able to escape. Emperor Kong exhaled to calm himself. The tower spirit arrived and led Kong to another room with 33 books. As soon as he entered, they all shone with brilliant golden lights before scanning his body. Then, the 27th book flew into his palm. True Philosophy Saint Foundation, a quick read through the content immediately made Emperor Kong excited. This technique was perfect for him. The idea is to use a scholar's fundamental philosophy as a seed, then spread it and gain recognition. Such recognition would then turn into power to nurture the seed and establish a saint foundation. The Golden Society philosophy is perfectly in line with my ideas, and it's already spread and recognized, Emperor Kong thought. He did not hesitate and immediately started cultivating. Such a perfect, transcendent foundation that does not require many resources was genuinely perfect for a faction as weak as the Enlightened Emperor Academy. Chapter 1757, Hongmen Meeting, and Kong SPOV will end in the next chapter. We can see Wang Wei again. Yeah, Kong opened his eyes and finally exhaled. After so many years, he finally absorbed enough nourishment for his seed and established his foundation. He added the characteristic of virtue and benevolence to his existence, further elevating his true self or existence as a higher being. Although this particular characteristic does little in battle, it's an excellent boost to charisma, leadership skill, judging good and evil, and more. As someone dedicated to reviving the literary way, Kong was more than happy with their powers. After so many years, I've finally reached this point, Emperor Kong thought. His excitement was beyond words to explain. Even if the expedition were to end right now, he would be more than satisfied. However, he knew this was just the beginning. Congratulations, Great Sage Qi. You are the 267th Literary Lord, a small spirit said. I hope you have a prosperous reign. Emperor Kong looked at the tower spirit that just appeared before him, and a strange light flashed deep in his eyes. After choosing a transcendent foundation, Kong realized something that forced him to change his plan. One of the greatest values of this world was the tower and its spirit, specifically, the knowledge it contained. Everything is connected, and fate is subtle in its manipulation, Kong calmly thought. Why did I enter this world particularly? At first, I thought this was because it was perfect for my ascension to power. But how can things be so simple? As the destiny chosen one, my fate is to aid the world's tribulation and complete its status as the destiny central world. And what better way to help this world than to bring back countless already created and perfected transcendent foundation methods? Emperor Kong still remembered the shock of those 33 techniques. He imagined that each of the 9 paths had at least dozens of techniques. His first instinct was to bring all of them back to nourish the foundation of the academy. But his virtue overcame his greed. The tower might be a saint artifact, or at least contain some of its power. Without the proper aid, Kong was not confident he could control it, so he decided to change his plan. Thank you, Great Sage Qi replied with a smile. It's an honor to serve the people, especially in this time of need. I have a feeling that you will be an excellent lord, the spirit smiled. She then waved his hand to manifest a talisman. This is, as a lord, you have control of 1/10 of heavenly Tao, the spirit explained. With these words, a missing piece of the puzzle finally clicked. Why was heavenly Tao constantly searching for the otherworldly demons when he first landed? He still remembered how the little Qiankin sect was destroyed. Why is it 1/10 instead of 1/9? Kong asked as he received the talisman. 1/10 belongs to me. I see, Kong nodded. Well, thank you for the explanation. You're welcome, the lively spirit smiled. After you refine your piece of the authority, the first official 9 council meeting of this generation will begin. Do not be late. A 1T. Emperor Kong watched her disappear, and a glint flashed in his eyes. This authority arrived at the perfect time. Although its existence could complicate things, if used correctly, it will also speed up the plan. No longer hesitating, Kong closed his eyes and refined the authority. Everybody is here. Excellent, the artisan lord said, glancing at the new arrival. Although everybody technically had the same cultivation level, there was still a major difference between them. Some people already had a solid foundation, and the quick ascension only allowed them to fulfill their already existing potential. Others had to rely on this opportunity to reach this level, and their aura was slightly unstable. As expected, Great Sage Ki is the strongest, the artisan lord thought. Our first order of business is the martial lord position. She started after everybody sat at the table. We need to discuss whether to hold a new election or find the whereabouts of Lin Shi. Is he still alive? The Buddha Lord asked. That's the first thing to ascertain. Destiny Lord, can you find out? I'll try my best to find out. The first order of business was swiftly discussed. Lin Shi was indeed still alive. Whatever method the primordial otherworldly demon used to imitate him required the chosen target to remain alive. Sadly, the Destiny Lord could not find his position. Without much choice, the council decided to allow the new evil lord to torture the information and other valuable news out of the captured otherworldly demon. The next order of business was how to deal with the current chaotic situation, whether it was the invasion, the world isolating array, or the overall expedition. They all needed to discuss a solution. Usually, there is competition among the 9 paths, but during this unprecedented period, everybody knew what to prioritize. It's time, Emperor Kong thought in the middle of the meeting. The room suddenly trembled, and before anyone could react, a magic circle appeared above the room, freezing everybody, including Great Sage Ki. The lords were shocked, but as the pinnacle of this world, they soon realized they were under attack and tried every means to resist. Sadly, their efforts were useless. The enemy seemed prepared, and the formation used was top tier. Without much choice, they could only rely on the one advantage they had, Heavenly Tao Authority. They each activated their authority by releasing a small golden light that combined into one golden orb. Everybody had hope in their eyes, the hope of using foreign power to break this information. However, to their horror, the golden orb flew into Great Sage Ki's body, and his demeanor suddenly changed. Finally, he uttered as he moved his body, Great Sage Ki, why you re an otherworldly demon? Emperor Kong looked at the artisan lord and did not say a word. What nonsense are you talking about? I am me. Then, the Golden Society cannot be created with more than 5 people making all the decisions. This world can only have one voice, me. That's the only way my disciple's dreams can be achieved. You're doing all this for your disciple? I don't expect heartless people like you to understand, Kong calmly replied. Unbeknownst to them, these words suddenly activated a hidden change in his body. I was right. Keeping the facade reduces Heavenly Tao's resistance to being refined, Kong thought. Heavenly Tao's logic is simple. If Great Sage Ki is an otherworldly demon, then the situation involves a foreign invasion of an aggressive species. If he is doing this out of grief and desire, then this is just a matter of an internal problem. By following its logic and continuing to put on a play, Kong reduced its struggle, allowing it to refine all 9/10 authority with great haste. Boom! The room continued to tremble, forcing Emperor Kong to shift his attention. I was right to be careful. The tower was indeed a semi-sane artifact. After spending years secretly spreading the hidden arrays and creating one of the most powerful formations possible, Kong still failed to wholly seal. I need to hurry. With a thought, he sealed the 7 lords before focusing on the main task, the tower. His solution to this issue was already laid out, the world-stealing array. The Avatar once promised to fuse the array to the world's core to act as a deterrent to any upcoming saint from the infinite divine court. Now, with most of Heavenly Tao's authority, he easily accomplished it. Such a step not only fulfilled his promise, but granted him absolute power over the entire world. Power that he used to place another seal on the tower by using Mithria's power inside his body as a medium. The shaking stopped, and Kong exhaled deeply as the fourth step of his plan was finally accomplished. It's a shame about that last piece of authority, but I can retrieve it after I steal the world, Kong thought. The next step was already planned, but Kong took a few minutes to eliminate the final remaining consciousness of Heavenly Tao, ensuring that he had absolute control. Finally, he contacted his former allies, except for Glass Pen, for a meeting. I fulfilled my promise. Haven Ti? Why are you guys looking at me like that? Emploi Kong smiled. No one spoke. During the confrontation with the tower and the spirit, the Nine Council's hidden dimension was revealed. At first, these people did not know what had happened, but when the world's sealing formation suddenly activated and entered the tower, they began to make guesses. How did you infiltrate the Nine Council? Nine Eyes asked. Even his powerful ocular prowess could not detect the location of the Council's headquarters. Yet this man not only infiltrated it, but also successfully accessed the world's core and fulfilled the promise he had made to them. All of the people who can survive for so long in this mission are elites of the primordial timeline. At least, they consider themselves as such. However, they lost so badly to Kong's method that it made them feel uncomfortable. Don't worry about that, Emperor Kong smiled. I've come to bring you benefits. How would you like to become lords? Chapter 1758. Mission accomplished. Author S-Note. Kong's POV is finally over. Tomorrow, we still the situation of Group B and our beloved leader, Wang Wei. What do you mean by that? Beauty ang immortal asket. Now that I have complete control of the world, I don't mind revealing the truth, Emperor Kong calmly stated. My identity as the great sage Qi needs help managing the world and establishing the Golden Society. I've captured and sealed most of the lords, but if I'm the only one left alive, there will be suspicion. So, I suggest you guys impersonate them and help me fulfill my ambition. The three primals pondered the meaning behind these words and immediately felt something was off. No one knew the great sage Qi was Emperor Kong. So why reveal such information? The idea that his survival might make people question him, while valid, was not as much of a problem as it was made out to be. Without any other leaders, the people will have no choice but to believe and follow great sage Qi. So, why risk so much to reveal the truth? What is in it for us? Nine Eyes asked. In the process, I will allow you to spread my mortal Tao art, and 20 of the merit from your chosen realm will belong to you. Only 20? We do all the work, and you take most of it? Nine Eyes sneered. The immortal couple did not say anything because they felt a bit ashamed. Kong had saved their lives, meaning they should reciprocate by agreeing, but since it involves their benefits, they chose silence. I can tell you the idea for the mortal Tao art belongs to our commander, Kong directly stated. He's a very petty individual, as you saw what happened to Sovereign Tao Eyes. I'm already prepared to hand over 80 of it to him to quell his rage. So, you guys should be grateful and willing to share any benefit at all. His words made everybody frown, but Nine Eyes reacted swiftly. That's only your words. How do we know you're not using the commander's influence behind his back? Our agreement will require a binding existence contract, Emperor Kong calmly stated. And one of the agreements is you're not allowed to spread the mortal Tao art back home without permission. What? How absurd, Nine Eyes stood, releasing his aura. Fellow Taoist, this is a bit too much, wouldn't you say? Pure Immortal asked. Despite my hint, you guys don't seem to fully understand the situation, Kong slowly replied, enunciating every word with too much intensity. The world is sealed, and only I can allow anything to come and leave. I control the Nine Council, meaning I have all the Nine Realms resources at my beck and call. Tell me, if I wanted to hunt all of you down, how easy do you think it would be? You. Nine Eyes released a terrifying killing intent. Fellow, let me finish, Kong raised his hand. Don't mention anything about revealing my identity. No one would believe you, and even if they did, the people would have no choice when they realized the danger they faced if their only leader and powerhouse was an otherworldly demon. The only reason I have contacted you is that it would take me too long to refine the other lords into puppets. A talisman manifested in Emperor Kong's hands, and upon activation, it revealed the number 33,876. More than a quarter of the nodes have been destroyed. If we take too long, we will fail our mission and receive no military contributions. However, if you accept my deal, not only will we fulfill our assignment, but there will be no danger, and you will receive a fair bit of merit. Nine Eyes and the immortal couple glanced at each other, rapidly communicating through divine sense. A quick analysis revealed that Kong was a terrifying threat under these conditions, and even if they allied with Glasspen, not much would change, especially since Glasspen and Kong might ally since they were from the same world. Although it looked like they were enemies from the previous meaning, as the saying goes, there are no eternal conflicts in front of the right amount of benefit. After discussing it, Pure Young Immortal said, "We agree." "Excellent." Kong smiled before taking out an existence contract. With the advent of the Transcendent Age, it has become common knowledge that the best contract for immortals is the existence contract. After this expedition, the Time Nexus contract for saints will probably also become common. The three primals solemnly received the contract and read the fine print. Their expression turned bitter for a brief moment. "Is there something wrong?" Kong asked with a smile. "No, nothing," Nine Eyes said with gritted teeth. The small clause that they could not be associated with Glasspen in any shape or form immediately removed the last form of resistance these three had. After negotiating a few other minor clauses, they signed the contract. Why the sour face? In the end, everybody will benefit, Emperor Kong smiled. In his opinion, these people were a bit cowardly. As long as they resisted a bit, Kong would have promised one Saint Foundation as part of the deal. However, it seems he left a deep impression on them, which forced them to agree so quickly. Kong waved his hand, and the hidden array from the room disappeared. His blatant action made the three primals' hearts skip a beat. Although they only came with their avatars, they could predict what terrible fate would await them if they disagreed. After capturing the avatar, with Kong's control of Heavenly Tao, he could cause a nasty causality curse or spell on them. Emperor Kong glanced at them one last time before ordering, "Let us go." After returning to the Nine Council headquarters, everything proceeded similarly to an already set match of chess. The three primals chose a lord to impersonate, and with Kong's Heavenly Tao authority, it was a simple matter to retrieve these people's memories, habits, and understand their personalities. Soon after, news spread to every corner of the world that the Nine Council was attacked, and only 4 lords survived. Great Sage Qi, the Immortal Lord, the Artisan Lord, and the Demon Lord. The surviving lords then decided that the world needed a drastic change to survive the invasion of the primordial otherworldly demons, and Great Sage Qi's Golden Society was chosen as a model. The lords worked together to control the world's resources, provide education for all, educate according to talent and interest, and eliminate the divide between paths. The last part was the most challenging, given that the evil path was the antithesis of a golden society in which almost perfect order has been established. However, Kong acknowledged the evil of the world and did not try to eliminate it. Instead, he chose the path of controlling evil. With access to education and proper resources, most people do not need to break the rules. However, some people simply cannot survive in a world of order. In response, Kong sealed off the evil realm and allowed those people to do as they pleased. Of course, most of the resources were taken or controlled, turning the evil path into a living hell as these people killed each other for the scarce amount of resources. And as time passed, only a few people remained in the evil realm, and their strength was significantly lower than everybody else. Finally reached the pinnacle, Kong muttered as he opened his eyes. He checked his body and smiled. The Transcendent Foundation technique was truly perfect for me. Based on a preliminary analysis, even if I failed to condense a quintessence, there is now a 5 chance of survival. The strength acquired from each Transcendent Foundation is the same, but the effects can be vastly different. Wang Wei's and Wu Wei's perfect foundation can not only help them to survive, but also provide an opportunity for a second attempt. Meanwhile, after Kong spread the Golden Society to every corner of the world and received worldwide recognition. He further nourished his foundation seed, finally increasing his chances of survival. With the Academy's territory, I should be able to increase my survival rate by a few percent. If I can have more territory, maybe another 5, Kong planned. He exhaled and stood, glancing in the distance with profound eyes. It's a shame my attempt to use all the world's luck to condense a transcendent luck failed, Kong sighed. Although he was the kind of cultivator who did not believe in luck to ascend to sainthood, he also believed it was better than nothing. There is still plenty of time before I become a saint, so there is no rush. Everything Emperor Kong wanted to achieve has been accomplished, except for 3 things. So, with a single thought, heavenly Tao I manifested between heaven and earth, alarming all sentient beings. The eyes scanned every nook and cranny of the world, every hidden dimension or hiding array, before releasing a golden hand somewhere in the destiny realm. Kong, you can't do this. I have hidden the literary path destiny. If you kill me, you will never find it, Glasspen roared, but it was pointless. The golden hand instantly sealed him inside a jade before teleporting to Kong's hands. Emperor Kong shook his head. He did not believe these words, and even if he did, it was pointless. There is nothing that can be hidden from him in this world, meaning the destiny would have been hidden before descending into this world. However, with Glasspen's personality, while he might have found it suspicious that he was in Group A with Kong, he would have never predicted that the latter was scheming against him. So, where would he have the time to hide the Eternal Ascension World's literary path destiny? And even if he did, it would be pointless. After his death, Heavenly Tao will choose someone worthy as successor. And in the current era, the only one worthy of becoming the new leader is Kong himself. His status as a destiny chosen would even increase his chances of success. So, after checking his head, Kong paid no mind to this man. The only reason he allowed Glasspen to live for so long was because the people of this world still needed a threat to submit to the authority of the Four Lords. However, while it is currently impossible to use the River of Time to kill Glasspen, Kong already has a plan. He just needs to wait until one intense battle and send the pendant into a shockwave of one of the Tribunal Lords or Saints to use their existence hierarchy to eliminate his opponent. With one step, Kong teleported to the world's core, using his highest authority and a significant portion of the world's luck. Kong finally discovered the core of the reverse black stone array and destroyed it. He immediately checked the counting talisman, 87,876. Still made it in time, Kong sighed. He was glad he had chosen to work with the surviving primals rather than hunt them down. It won't be long before the required core is met. Then, everybody will head to the inner area of the array with the 3,800 Chaos Source Worlds. I can still prepare some things beforehand. Chapter 1759, No One Can Escape Karma. Group BS Situation Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle Array, Command Central Room. Wang Wei sat while floating in the air, looking at numerous screens. He first focused on 2 particular ones, both showing the battle of the Tribunal Lords. In the first screen, he saw the Time and Heaven Cardinal battling those 2 strange creatures. Typically, Wang Wei's reflexes and detective abilities would not allow him to detect such high-level battles. Still, before the second attack, he had people modify the array and the command room. In the second screen, an intense 5v5 was going on. Except for the erudite Duchess and the Slaughter Ancestor, every primordial Tribunal Lord fought against all 5 divine Tribunal Lords. The battle was intense. But Group B had successfully blocked the enemy from accessing the 13 world refining pillars. The people from the court are fighting recklessly and without any worry about their injuries, Wang Wei analyzed. Although everything seemed to be going their way, the flaw in the situation was also apparent. The primordial beings focus on defense and on keeping the pillars working for as long as possible. Meanwhile, the divine beings are desperate, going to extreme lengths to save their world and preserve the status quo of the reverse Blackstone array. Wang Wei moved the screens, focusing on a small group of saints and paragons attacking the Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle array. Their tactic was similar to his: test out as many worlds as possible to find the array cores. Unfortunately, the Infinite Divine Court did not have many soldiers left for this task. They had already suffered numerous casualties in the first attack, and now most of their people had to protect the outer array cores of the reverse Blackstone array. Wang Wei turned his head to one screen with a count: 82,987, 82,988. This battle has been going on for a few thousand yuan epochs, Wang Wei thought, and I have a feeling that a turning point is about to occur. The enemy S array has 129,600 nodes, and as long as 3/4 are destroyed, meaning over 97,000, the outer array will be shut down, granting access to the core. However, Wang Wei did not believe the court would so easily allow them to succeed. So, the closer they are to the 97,200 core, the more likely something will happen. If it were up to me, I would have summoned someone from Group C to assist Group B, but I have no authority there, Wang Wei sighed. By now, the erudite Duchess and Slaughter Ancestor have probably already reached the core of the Grand Constructs and are doing their own things. As a commander, Wang Wei had no power over what these people did. He didn't even have a way to contact them. Forget it. Nothing has happened yet, and I'm already in semi-panic mode. Wang Wei shook his head. He recognized his current mood as a result of his poverty. His true body has almost finished nourishing his freedom seed. Unfortunately, there is no military merit or contribution to buy more refining pathstones. As a commander, he received his fair share of contributions, but the number is pitifully low unless a significant event occurs and his command or decision plays a decisive role. Over the past few years, there have been a few minor attacks from the Infinite Divine Court, all insignificant in the grand scheme of things, which means that Wang Wei's contribution has not increased by much. His recent poverty has made him excited and sparked a desire to act. After controlling his greed, Wang Wei shifted his attention to another source of concern: death reverence. Over the years, the man has remained quiet and peaceful, which should be a good thing. However, the quieter he is, the more worried Wang Wei becomes. Such a madman is incapable of remaining still. His patience can only mean one thing: he is planning something big. What are you planning? Wang Wei thought. He had many theories on what death reverence would do. The two most likely scenarios are secretly capturing dead bodies for something nefarious or using all the death energy in the world to cultivate. Most likely, increase his foundation pillars. After all, death reverence became a saint after the ultimate taboo. However, despite secretly taking preventive measures for these scenarios and waiting for the enemy to fall into a trap, death reverence has not made a single move. He remained as elusive as ever, acting as if he were just doing his job and deciding to stay low during this expedition. After sighing deeply, Wang Wei checked on a few more people. The Black Order assassin, who is the person destined to complicate his time nexus, and the person Wang Wei had chosen to deal with this anomaly. Everything was peaceful for now, so Wang Wei decided to just wait and see. There was currently no opportunity for a preemptive move. So the best course of action is to wait for the enemy to make their move and respond. The council continued, and after reaching 89,000, Wang Wei's true body finally ran out of resources and was forced to stall his cultivation and exit his retreat. His seed was now in a semi-completed state. According to Wang Wei, he now had a 16% chance of becoming a saint by relying only on his foundation. However, he had not achieved the highest percentage of 20 due to the lack of resources. After taking over and dismissing the avatar, the main body continued waiting. His instinct was telling him that the time of significant change was approaching. At first, he thought it would happen at the 90,000th mark, but he was wrong. The Infinite Divine Court waited until 2,000 more cores were destroyed before something occurred. All actions are causes, and all causes have effects. A voice suddenly boomed throughout the chaos universe. Wang Wei acted swiftly and realized the source originated from the reverse Blackstone array. "Here we go," he muttered. "All those wrong souls who have been cruelly sacrificed by those of immense ambition. Rise again and let your voices be heard. Let your obsession manifest into the world and bring with you an eternal vengeance full of righteous justice." As soon as those words were uttered, a sudden change occurred throughout the chaos universe. The first person to feel was Wang Wei. A potent karmic blade with immense obsession bypassed the heaven and earth origin cycle array and directly headed to his body in the central command room. Wang Wei calmly looked at this attack. The red blade was the embodiment of all the creatures who died when he used those worlds as slingshots to test the enemy's array cores. "Unfortunately for you, the karma of the world cannot bind me," Wang Wei calmly stated. He waved his hand, and the blade dispersed. Unfortunately for him, karma was not the only force attacking. Obsession, the unique power that first appeared in the chaos universe after perfection lost to Grandao and went mad, was not something he could simply dismiss with a wave of his hand. Wang Wei did not even try. He immediately activated his Saint Dao heart and the power of the heaven and earth origin cycle array to push the power of obsession outside of the command room. However, this was the best he could do for now. Block out outside of this room, which created a frown on his handsome face. "Maybe I can seal it with the power of perfection and the power of nothingness," Wang Wei analyzed. However, he did not have time to put this plan into action as something had occurred. Whoever cast the widespread karma spell was not only targeting Wang Wei, the main culprit involved. No, their real target was the heaven and earth origin cycle array. An army of soul grievance, vengeful ghosts, and obsession spirits manifested outside of the array. Logically speaking, this army that resembled an ocean of blood should have been primarily composed of mortal souls who died in Wang Wei's previous actions, meaning they should have been no threat. Unfortunately, resentments and obsessions are a truly potent force. With so much of it, most of the people in these armies have reached the immortal strength, many of whom are on par with paragons and even primals. They rushed into the formation, and to everybody's horror, these beings easily bypassed the array's protective barrier and rushed in like an uncontrollable plague. These people had no system or leadership. They did not slowly search for any of the worlds with a core. Instead, they ravaged and destroyed everything in their paths. Could their action be considered killing their own kind? The answer is both yes and no. After using these worlds as the array material, Wang Wei had ordered that all cultivators be imprisoned and reformed into their army or executed if they resisted. The surviving mortals, who had limited lifespans and could not remember they were invaded after only a few hundred years, were brainwashed to become their own people. The obsession spirit army destroyed their enemies, yet these were still their comrades from the same timeline. Unfortunately, they did not care about such a thing. They were only here for one thing: bring out their wrath against these invaders. Whoever stood in their way was their enemy. Chapter 1760. Immemorial Venerable of Karma, Wang Wei frowned. This army was truly ruthless and unparalleled in strength. In just the few seconds he took to observe, they had already destroyed hundreds of worlds and dozens of array cores. The worst part is that anyone killed by them will be transformed into one of them. Without wasting much time, Wang Wei ordered the saints protecting the 13 pillars to descend to these worlds as soon as possible to stop the obsession spirit army. Time was of the utmost urgency, and with Wang Wei having gained the people's recognition, the saints arrived in a matter of seconds. The next step should have been simple. The saints used their saint will and their overwhelming power to destroy or suppress this terrifying army. The enemy's invasion will have been for nothing. But things never go as planned, do they? As soon as these obsessions sensed the power of transcendence, they immediately started fusing, turning them into this amalgamous creature of infinite hatred, grievances, and unbending obsessions. Saint-tier power, Wang Wei muttered as he saw these amalgam obsession spirits with a furrowed brow. He observed, and the result displeased him even more. While the new forms granted these creatures saint-tier powers, there was still a limit. Based on a quick calculation, Wang Wei deduced that their strength never surpassed the 9 pillars mark. However, they had two disgusting abilities, unkillable as long as the obsession remained, and more importantly, my saints seemed to be scared of the karma of these creatures. Wang Wei analyzed. No one has truly escaped or transcended any concepts of the universe until they become a true transcendent. So, as long as the amount is large, potent, and pure enough, even grand Tao saints can be burdened by karmic debts. Wang Wei as primordial chaos saints had no chance, let alone the weaker cultivators. Regardless, he still needed to deploy them for now. Wang Wei waved his hand to activate one of the greatest powers the Tribunal Lords granted him, summoning Grupa back. According to the previous mission, after destroying 3/4 of the outer cores, the surviving members would teleport to the inner core area with the 3,800 Chaos Source worlds. They would lie low and build spatial beacons to facilitate a grand teleportation directly into the core area. However, this plan was not absolute. The Tribunal Lords acknowledged that something might go wrong and gave Wang Wei the power to summon them back, but only in an emergency. We are close to the required number before entering the core area, Wang Wei analyzed. I can't recall everybody, but I can summon most of them. And with the addition of Group B troops, we should be able to deal with the current situation. His mind operated rapidly as he concocted a plan to deal with the current problem. All Buddhist cultivators who excels at purification, all literary cultivators who have mastered the highest level of righteous energy, all Taoist priest cultivators who has mastered purification talisman or something of the same nature, all incense divine cultivator who can use divine purity to cleanse filth, all light race members and light Tao users, flame cultivators who can burn impurities, and so on. Report back to headquarters as soon as possible. This is the highest command. Anyone who resists will be labeled as a traitor and executed. Boom! With a single command. Countless cultivators who were defending the 13 pillars of destruction descended into the heaven and earth origin cycle array to confront this terrifying enemy. But they were not alone. Meanwhile, the Group A members who had succeeded in their mission received this order from a special talisman that was created to work in the enemy's Black Reverse Stone Array. Although they were surprised by this sudden command, the people who met the requirement did not hesitate. The rest then waited until it was time to reach the core area and set up the spatial beacons. Numerous spatial portals opened in worlds that formed the Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle Array, and without hesitation, these cultivators released their specialty, purification. Golden lights spread to thousands of worlds as the Obsession Spirit Army faced a terrible attack. They were not dead. Their obsession would not allow it. However, their grievances, hatred, and sins, which are one of the primary sources of their strength, were instantly purified, and thus weakened them immensely. With such a swift and decisive action, Commander Wang Wei should be rejoicing, even if his facial expression did not show it. However, his brow remained creased. His plan did not work as intended, and he immediately saw the problems. Even purifying these things will result in karmic sins? This was bad news. No one wanted to be burdened with terrible karma, as it would ruin luck. Wang Wei and the others did not expect to receive merit for their actions. After all, they were probably operating under the rules of another Grand Tao. But the situation turned even worse for them when they realized no matter how they dealt with this army, the karmic sins would land on their heads. They're already hesitating and holding back, Wang Wei observed. In a few seconds, he saw the shift in his people. Instead of going all out for the kill, they reserve their strength and try to capture their opponent. However, killing someone is 100 times easier than capturing them alive. I can't force them since they will use the excuse that they needed to seal the obsession, Wang Wei pondered. The only way to deal with these obsessions is to seal them. And with such an excuse, even if Wang Wei wanted to use his position as commander to force them to attack, 99 of them would use this excuse to shirk their duty. I need a way to block the karmic sins, or we will face a terrible defeat in this battle. As a commander, he cannot escape responsibility if the Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle Array falls and the enemy reaches the 13 pillars. All the prestige Wang Wei previously built would be gone, and the tribunal lords would even remove most of the powers and respect they had granted him because of his future self. So, no matter what, he cannot fail now. Wait, a way to block karma. I have that. He had just used his karma-unbound physique to block that first wave of attack. So an idea popped into his head. I need a decent method of transmission. It can't be too complicated, as that would take time to create. I got it. The way of divinity should do the trick. Wang Wei did not hesitate to transmit his orders to all the soldiers and generals under them. For a brief moment, these people looked at each other with a strange expression. Regardless, time was of the essence, and their lives were in danger. So they had no choice but to do it. Revered commander of the primordial expedition, the immemorial venerable of karma, whose steps can bound and unbind causality, I beseech thee, grant us your blessing. These Chinubio-like incantations reverberated between heaven and earth as countless powerful entities recited them. Then, a humanoid image that resembled Wang Wei's figure manifested in all these worlds that were being attacked, forming a karmic link to everyone who used the incantation. A golden light materialized around everybody's bodies before forming an almost imperceptible shield around their skin. Boom! A Buddhist monk punched a legion of the Obsession Spirit Army. His first contained a terrifying power of reincarnation that instantly purified these souls' hatred. The karmic backlash rushed to the monk, but his body released a gilded light that bounced the karma away. It really worked, the monk muttered. The people around him noticed what had happened and immediately tested it out. The result was evident. They were now immune to the karma backlash. What happened next was to be expected. Without any worries, all these cultivators could focus on purifying these spirits before slowly sealing them. Wang Wei observed millions of worlds and saw that his plan of granting these people to borrow the effect of his karma unbound physique. Of course, as always, his actions have multiple effects. With so many people calling his name and essentially worshiping him, Wang Wei has amassed a significant amount of fortune, luck, destiny, and, more importantly, he has formed karmic connections to so many people across the chaos universe. Everybody knows never to owe a debt to a karma master. But powerful cultivators know that it's not even recommended to be associated with a karma master. The karma root sovereign is not considered among the most powerful tribunal lords in this expedition, but everyone knows she might be the most dangerous. A talisman arrived before Wang Wei from the saints, asking if they could use the same tactic. Wang Wei immediately rejected them. He knew he would instantly be drained if even one or two of these saints started borrowing his power. Although he could use the heaven and earth origin cycle array to support himself to the point that everyone could use it, Wang Wei did not want to do so. My luck is not thick enough to survive being connected to so many saints, Wang Wei muttered. More importantly, at least 20 of these saints are ruthless people who try to kill me to eliminate that karmic connection. The best way to deal with a karmic debt or karmic connection is to kill the person it's owed to. Wang Wei did not want to risk his life on the benevolence of these people. Chapter 1761. The Life Gate. Despite his rejection, many of these saints kept on insisting. The feeling of fighting an enemy that could not be killed or defeated was, to say the least, annoying. The worst part is these spirits are not entirely mindless. After a few were sealed, they became wiser and protected themselves. They developed the ability to share memories and experiences, making the saint's situation even more challenging. One saint was annoyed beyond words and immediately used the incantation without Wang Wei's approval. However, the result was not what he expected. He thought he could forcibly use Wang Wei's power. But who was Wang Wei? He was now approaching the pinnacle of the immortal realm with 3 saint foundations. And with 2 already perfected, 1 saint trait and the other only needed a catalyst to succeed. By all accounts, he was reaching the point at which he would have achieved everything possible in the immortal realm, with the support of the heaven and earth origin cycle array. It did not take much effort to stop someone from forcibly using his power. "I'll remember you, Saint Flame," Wang Wei thought. Regardless of how he was feeling, he understood a truth from this event. He needed to do something, or Saint Flame would not be the only audacious one. If many saints tried to take his power, then he would be fearless. So, after a quick analysis, Wang Wei transmitted his orders. "If you really want to use my method, then I suggest you make contact with the Karma Root Sovereign. Her powers are much more potent than mine, and you might even be able to absorb the negative karma and obsession for your benefit." These words immediately silenced the expedition's communication channel. While this approach was feasible, who among these people was not clever or knowledgeable? Don't they know the possible horror of being connected to a higher being, especially one that has mastered the Tao of karma? They targeted Wang Wei because he posed no threat. Wang Wei sneered after seeing their reactions. He could have used his power and ordered them to do so, but he only suggested it. Why? He did not want to garner the ire of so many saints. As the saying goes, it's better to have more friends than enemies. However, this was not his primary purpose. Wang Wei wanted to cover his ass. If the tribunal lords, or someone else, ever questioned his ability, he could use the excuse that he offered a solution. It was the people who did not execute it. While this method is an excellent way to guarantee my power, it will not grant me any military contribution, Wang Wei analyzed. The tribunal lords created a perfect system to distribute military contributions to non-combatants, and the most complex one is for the commander. Wang Wei never selected any other advisor for the command room, which gave him absolute power and all the credit, but it also meant he bore all the risk. More importantly, his decision to utterly control the command room forced the tribunal lords to be even more strict on how to distribute military contributions to him. "Poverty is really the bane of all heroes," Wang Wei complained. Who knew something as simple as a refining pathstone would become so valuable to him? Although Wang Wei was contemplating other methods to perfect his third saint foundations, he had a feeling he still could not escape the refining pathstones. He might need both approaches to finally reach the state of perfection he had envisioned. What is the point of complaining? Wang Wei sighed before proceeding with his plan. He connected with Sheng Huovi, one of the 7 vice leaders of the healing department. As for why she wasn't the leader, well, she hasn't truly returned to the saint realm, or at least that's what she has claimed. Commander, Sheng Huovi did not show the usual cold and aloof demeanor, which is understandable. Under the eyes of these tribunal lords, who were probably of the same cultivation as her when she was a fully realized chaos demon god, it was wise to rein in the arrogance. Your domain is life, right? Can't you do something about these saint obsession spirits? Wang Wei asked. What do you expect me to do? I don't know. Send them to the afterlife. That's my sister's domain. Death? Any chance you could contact her? Are you serious, Commander? My apologies. I forgot where we were. Wang Wei smiled. It seems he wouldn't get any helpful information from her. Regardless, he still needed a probe. Life and death are interconnected. Can't you do anything? Wang Wei pressed. I'm sorry. Sheng Huovi calmly replied, forcing Wang Wei to give her a knowing glance. These obsession spirits, while flawed, are still considered living beings. I need you to create a door that is irresistible to life, especially an incomplete or flawed one. Then, as soon as they step through it, these spirits will instantly be sealed. What do you mean by irresistible? All sentient beings or creatures designated as life have many innate or primal instincts. It could be the instinct for survival, evolution, progress, or even perfection. I need your door to awaken the most primal instinct of these spirits to the point that they cannot even control themselves and rush in. Is that possible? It's possible, she nodded. The ingenuity of these humans is truly terrifying, Sheng Huovi thought. While her people had many innate abilities and advantages, creativity and ingenuity were not among them. However, Her time in the heavenly court has allowed her to understand why the human race replaced the chaos demon god as the destined race of the chaos universe. How long do you need? I need it as soon as possible. I would need some assistance, Sheng Huovi responded. Tell me what you need, and I'll provide it. The life chaos demon god's request was expected. She wanted other life Dao experts to aid her, including the department leader, desire Dao expert, sealing Dao experts, obsession expert, weapon refining experts, and many more. Wang Wei could tell that Sheng Huovi's attempt to pressure her boss was a power play, but he did not care. As a leader, he needed ambitious subordinates, not only because greed and ambitions are the most driving forces, but also because it's the best way to control them. Sheng Huovi immediately started her work. The initial idea was to create these saint artifacts to seal these saint obsession spirits. However, refining any artifact took too much time. Instead, she settled for a semi-artifact spell. The origin of Life Gate technique did not take too long to create, but to ensure its potency. Countless resources and weapon refining runes were added to the spell. Bang! Myriad red gates descended across multiple worlds inside the heaven and earth origin cycle array. Anyone who laid eyes on them had the insatiable desire to rush inside. Luckily, this thing was designed solely for the obsession spirits. The greatest strength of these creatures was their endless desire and unquenchable infatuation. However, it's also their weakness. If someone or something could fulfill whatever it is that prevents them from dying and moving on, then they will cease to exist. And that is precisely what this door did. Wang Wei calmly watched as most of these creatures rushed into the door and thought, the Chaos Demon Gods have adapted. Before their technique, while extremely potent, lacked refinement and exquisiteness. It was like a giant smashing a giant wooden club. Now, after adapting to human society and way of thinking, that wooden club has turned into the finest steel. Sheng Huovi was never required for this plan. The best approach was to leave it to someone with the desired domain. Of course, treating these spirits as a unique life had its benefits in increasing the chances of this plan as success. However, one of Wang Wei's objectives has always been to gather more information on the Chaos Demon Gods. However, the issue is whether that is only Sheng Huovi's evolution or the entire race. Wang Wei doesn't believe the Chaos Demon Gods will pose a threat for a simple reason. Their small population. There are only 3,800 of them, and even if one day they had 3,800 tribunal lords, Wang Wei would still have confidence in the human race to suppress them. At least, he'll be able to do it. Regardless of his confidence, he still needed to be wary. Sheng Huovi's change is probably not a simple thing, he analyzed. Her nature is more open-minded than the others, hence why she chose to join the heavenly court and form an agreement with Maitreya. More importantly, I suspect the Mother Buddha has been slowly influencing her. Otherwise, her transition would not have been so smooth. The issue is that Maitreya should be aware of the danger of making her so powerful. So what is her endgame? Is she trying to convert her into Buddhism? Wang Wei shook his head. That was unlikely. Maitreya believed faith was sacred, so she would never try to coerce or influence anyone into converting. In her mind, such people are not pure of heart and would never truly follow the Buddha's teachings. Chapter 1762. Is your backyard clean? Wang Wei did not need to think too long to figure out Maitreya's plan. Divide and conquer. A race like the Chaos Demon God is usually highly hierarchical and conservative. It's not even their fault. The way they were created and their environment resulted in such a mindset. And because of their conservatism, change usually takes a long time and an immense catalyst. Wang Wei could foresee the chaos Sheng Huovi would bring to her people. She will become the leader of a new progressive group that believes their race should change and learn from human ideology to improve and grow. Unfortunately for her, change and new ideologies always challenge the power and status quo of the older generation, who are the ones in power. The majority of the Chaos Demon Gods will reject her ideology and even her existence. the chaos demon gods used to rule over the world, and during their time, humans probably didn't even exist yet. How could they lower themselves to learn from such a new and weak race? Those conservative members will definitely reject Shang Huovi and denounce her. Meanwhile, a few of her people, most likely the weaker ones, the ones who were only primordial chaos saints during their life, will attach themselves to Shang Huovi as she represents the possibility of a brighter future. As the people who have suffered most under the old order, the conservatives will be more than willing to fight for the chance to change things and become the new rulers. And the final result will be a civil war, which will weaken, or at the very least, occupy the chaos demon gods while the human race finishes settling themselves in the transcendent age. Wang Wei analyzed with a smile. When did Methriel awaken the old fox gene? Where was that version during Supreme Unity's reign of terror? Wang Wei was both surprised and not surprised by Methriel's brilliance. As someone who invented the consent of incense cultivation and led the Buddhist sect to suppress Taoism for countless Yuan epochs, how can she be simple? How can she not be a master strategist? Methriel's strategic brilliance is probably on par with many Tao overlords. Unfortunately, she suffered the same problems as most intelligent non-Tao lords. She was not molded by the outlaw trial. Throughout his cultivation journey, Wang Wei has relied on many things to ensure his absolute dominance over his peers and even over the world: his memories from Earth, his intelligence, and his charm. However, one of his greatest assets has always been his mindset. The Supreme Outlaw Trial was the first time he was pushed to the brink of despair. Even Di Tian's defeat did not make him despair. On the contrary, it only awakened the Li Clan's love of battle hidden in his blood. The Supreme Outlaw Trial, on the other hand, functioned like a nexus event that happened during the formative years of a child, meaning it forever altered Wang Wei's personality and mindset. Because of the trial, the chances of Wang Wei letting his emotions dictate his actions are minimal. Because of the trial, Wang Wei is always aware of his true self, of his weakness, and never allows it to get the best of him. Because of the trial, Wang Wei never hesitates once he has decided. Even if he regrets it later, he will continue on the path he has chosen. As much as he doesn't like to admit it, Wang Wei knew Grand Tao's design of the outlaw trial had truly cultivated countless monsters for the chaos universe. Sadly for Grand Tao, she wishes to put a leash on these monsters and have them behave normally, contributing to the development of the universe. But monsters cannot be controlled. After understanding the nature of the world and the rules, how can she expect them to behave? Let us leave Shang Huovi alone for now, Wang Wei thought. Since he understood Methriel had already had her designed on her, he would not interfere lest he ruin her plans. Thinking about other chaos demon gods, he was about to check on Lin Fan and Su Shi when something occurred. The reverse black stone array trembled, and another wave of the Obsession Spirit Army rushed out. Although their quantity was vastly inferior compared to the first wave, these people's obsession seemed more potent and purer. They bypassed the heaven and earth origin cycle array and fused with the remaining saint spirits, allowing them to resist the allure of the life gates. Are those obsessions created from the people group slaughtered? Wang Wei muttered. He knew the simplest way to discover the reverse black stone array's core was to slaughter all the people in the world and use the resentment and baleful aura to summon the core and destroy it. The other methods involved luck and destiny, which require time to conquer the world and condense it. So, what choice most of Group A chose was obvious. But now, this decision is coming back to hunt them down. The infinite divine court has great understanding and mastery of the power of obsession, Wang Wei analyzed before sneering. However, you've overplayed your hand. The second wave of attack reminded him of something. The court was not clean. Since they can play the emotional card called resentment, he could too. Orders immediately flew from the command centers, and the Saints and Paragon legions executed them. First, it was a temporary seal of these core worlds with Saint obsession spirits. The objective was not to deal with them, but to achieve temporary isolation to free these saints so that Wang Wei could use them for the next step of the plan. Once that was dealt with, Wang Wei used the Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle Array as a medium not only to amplify his strength, but also to reduce the burden of controlling such power. That was the purpose of these saints, batteries or placeholders, sharing the backlash for Wang Wei. No matter how powerful the array was, it did not change the fact that Wang Wei was only a paragon. It's one thing to use the array for its intended design of defense, but when it comes to using it for other purposes, there is always a price. Spirits of the past, Wang Wei's voice echoed throughout this timeline, and with each pronunciation of these words, a tremendous vibration or force emanated from the artificial river of time. The infinite divine court preached of justice, fairness, and equality of all life, but the foundation of their society is still based on war and conquest. How many lives did they trample upon when they descended into this bright world? How much suffering occurred during their subjugation of this timeline? I call upon thee to awaken, slumbering souls, the ones whose obsession and resentment have been washed away by the tide of times. Your time of vengeance has arrived. Let the world once again feel your wrath. As soon as these words spread, a grand change occurred between heaven and earth. Numerous obsession spirits in worlds across the entire timeline slowly materialized. It did not matter whether it was the reverse Blackstone array, the Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle array, or the unoccupied worlds floating in primordial chaos. Then, under the light of that guiding voice, they rushed toward their enemy, their conqueror. Boom! World after world was destroyed. These obsession spirits did not care whether these worlds were the core of the reverse Blackstone array. They destroyed everything in their paths. Wang Wei watched with a smile on his face as the array core counter dramatically increased. In just a few seconds, they crossed the 97,000 mark, and the number never stopped rising. Soon, all these resentments from failing soldiers and innocent people when the infinite divine court first conquered timeline IMPI 89076H reached the 3,800 array core worlds. However, to Wang Wei's surprise, they could not immediately enter. These spirits desperately tried to, and eventually they probably would have, but for now, they were stopped outside the core area. It seems their array is better than ours, Wang Wei analyzed. They are better adept at controlling obsessions and spirits than I am. It's probably both. Compared to how easily these people barado the Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle array's core, Wang Wei saw how much he was lacking. However, he did not blame himself. After all, he was young, facing an old empire that had spread across countless universes. Wang Wei reached to summon the communication talisman to relay orders to the Group 8 individuals who remained behind. This is command. I order all members of Group A to proceed to the next stage of laying out the spatial positionings. I also order you to open the door from the inside to let the obsession spirits in. I repeat, this is command, and boom, a golden light descended from the sky and instantly vaporized these ancient obsession spirits. Wang Wei frowned. This was faster than anticipated. He had no doubt the court had ways to deal with his attack. After all, after so many years of conquest, it's understandable that one of their enemies would have tried to use past karma or actions to topple the court. They probably had a ton of experience dealing with such scenarios. However, he never expected them to react so swiftly. Wang Wei immediately decided to change strategy. However, before he could even open his mouth, a terrifying feeling descended on him. No, on the entire timeline. A sense of unparalleled dread overcame his mind, almost collapsing it. He activated his Saint Tao heart to ease his situation, then took control of the command center to find the source. Then, his expression turned ugly when he saw what had happened. Chapter 1763. Interrupted promotion. Wang Wei watched as the erudite Duchess and the Slaughter ancestor rushed out, their bodies riddled with injuries. The Duchess was missing an arm, while half of the Slaughter ancestor's body was gone. Wang Wei watched them in horror, wondering what had happened to Group C. Who could have injured them to such a degree? Unfortunately, this was not the time for answers. The two powerful tribunal lords rushed out from the void and immediately entered the heaven and earth origin cycle array. They immediately called for a retreat, which alarmed the others. Most of the second-step powerhouses were all right since their battle was near the array, but the time and Heaven Cardinal were far away, near the enemy's reverse Blackstone array. Despite their worries about the unknown situation, everybody decided to listen to these two. And after returning to the base, the erudite Duchess took control of the array while the other lords assisted. Everyone was puzzled by the sudden change in leadership, but they soon understood why their leaders were acting as they were. A colossal hand materialized between heaven and earth. The hand, which contained the power to suppress all the rules and shackles of the universe, targeted the primordial expedition. The Duchess pushed the array to the limit to block the attack, but with just one strike, a quarter of the formation was destroyed. Summon your true saint artifacts, or we will all die, the erudite Duchess yelled. Without much choice, even the cardinals had no choice but to activate their trump cards. Numerous artifacts that shone with brilliant lights materialized between heaven and earth. The Duchess connected them to the array to strengthen it. Boom! Another 20 of the array was once again annihilated, meaning millions of worlds were destroyed in the process. However, no one paid attention to such a thing. As long as the core area remained intact, the expedition soldiers and generals would remain unaffected. The people who died are the natives. After establishing the array, Wang Wei had ordered that all the cultivators in these worlds be either killed or arrested to be included in the cannon fodder army. As for the surviving mortals, Wang Wei only needed to use time to brainwash them into believing they were descendants of the primordial expeditioners and thus on their side. His original plan was to train the mortals and mortal cultivators into Kong's battle spirits. However, now, most of them had died in the second attack. She can only attack one more time, the erudite Duchess thought. She looked around and saw the pale complexion of her companion. They were the ones who had to bear the brunt of these attacks, and no one could escape unharmed. With a single thought, she sacrificed all the artificial constructs to enhance the array. Bang! In the final strike, only 10 of the array was destroyed, bringing the tally to 55. Although more than half of the formation had collapsed, most of the core area remained intact, meaning most of the primordial beings survived. However, no one displayed an ounce of joy. Everything was proceeding smoothly when this unknown anomaly almost annihilated the entire group. Wang Wei stood in the command room with a pale expression. Such power was truly shocking, not only in its scale, but also in its sheer magnitude, a terrifying blow to the psyche to the Dao heart. Even someone like him, with a terrifying willpower and a Saint Dao heart, needed a few minutes of meditation to calm down and clear the influence from his mind. Then, he did not hesitate to fly toward the tribunal lords. When he arrived, they were already sitting down and waiting for him. However, the erudite Duchess and the Slaughter ancestor did not look injured. Wang Wei did not believe for a second that they had already recuperated. Most likely, they didn't want to show such a weak side to him. Not just him, but to everyone in the expedition. The last thing anybody needed was the collapse of morale. What happened? Wang Wei directly asked. His words seemed to have caused a small domino effect, as the other tribunal lords also glanced at the erudite Duchess and the Slaughter ancestor. It's the missing Lord Slaughter ancestor side. She was attempting to reach the third step, was swallowing this timeline's Grand Dao, and learn the secrets of the Dao quintessence. Impossible, source qui cardinal de nid. All timelines Grand Dao are nothing but projection. While they can continue operating the rules of these timelines, they do not contain the true power and essence of Grand Dao. Heaven Cardinal chimed in. Don't you think we know this? The Duchess added. But somehow, this timeline is different. I don't know if it happens naturally or the highest sovereign found a way to transform the projection into the real thing. But that woman was indeed trying to swallow a Grand Dao, which contained a great deal of the original essence. Her words silenced the room. No matter what the truth was, this was bad news for the expedition. The existence of a third-step powerhouse would fundamentally change everything. And if that were true, their only remaining choice would be to end the expedition and return home prematurely. You guys survived the encounter, so the enemy must not have reached that step, right? Wang Wei asked. We intercepted and stopped the process, the Duchess nodded. However, her strength was still beyond our abilities. You could say she is now a false Grand Tao saint, Slaughter Ancestor nodded. What does that mean for the expedition? Can we still deal with the enemy, or do we need to prepare to leave? Wang Wei frowned. He could not wrap his head around how strong the false Grand Tao saint that Slaughter Ancestor proclaimed is. So he directly asked about the key to the issue. Our interruption will result in a terrible backlash, the Duchess explained. So, for a while, she will need to recuperate and 1T be able to do much. That is good to hear, Wang Wei sighed in relief. But let us plan for the worst-case scenario. What will happen if she recovers? Her regular strength should be among the best of the second step, the Slaughter Ancestor commented. And if she wishes, she can tap into a bit of the power of the third step. Although it will not last long, even if it's just a fraction of a second, it's enough to annihilate all of us. So, we need countermeasures, Wang Wei nodded. The Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle Array was able to block a few of her attacks. Could we continue using it? Believe it or not, those 3 attacks were the weakest she could muster due to the current injury, the Duchess sighed. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and everybody else's lips twitched. Those 3 strikes were already devastating enough, and this woman was telling them this was the enemy in her weakened state? We must update the array, the Trinity Venerable added. I will contribute my understanding of Trinity, which should give a great boost. I can add reverse causality to grant it the power to reverse the enemy's attack, the Karma Root Sovereign added. I can condense the power of slaughter since the dawn of time to bless the formation. Wang Wei watched as all the tribunal lords offered their own suggestion to the new array, leaving only the 3 cardinals. I can provide you with beyond infinite energy, Source Key added. The protection of time. As long as one person is controlling the array, it should reverse to its peak state. Time, Cardinal added. I'll work with the Duchess to incorporate all these powers into a whole, Heaven Cardinal nodded. Then, it's settled, the erudite Duchess nodded. We can also attack the root of the issue, Wang Wei added, forcing all eyes on him. If the false Grand Tao Saint's power originated from Grand Tao, we can accelerate the destruction of the timeline. As the timeline weakened, so will Grand Tao, which in turn will also weaken that woman. Most of the 13 pillars of destruction did not survive, the Slaughter Ancestor said. We will have to rebuild them. Will the enemy give us time to prepare? The True Dream Lord asked. This plan was based on the fact that the false Grand Tao Saint will enter seclusion and not pay attention to the world's situation. But if she abandons her future and focuses on eradicating them, or even just delays their attacks, everything will be in vain. We can't know for sure, but we can't also stop our actions just out of fear, the Karma Sovereign added. Before we deal with all these issues, we should also deal with the current problems of our soldiers, Wang Wei uttered. With that attack, I reckon more than 90 of the Paragons have suffered a terrible blow to their Tao heart. I don't know how many of them will wake up from it, but I don't think that number is optimistic. Wang Wei's words reminded these leaders of the people's current situation. The lords instantly checked the situation and realized the problem was more severe than stated. Many saints were affected by those 3 attacks, and their Tao heart is on the verge of collapsing. Chapter 1764. Xin 2.0 The Tribunal Lords frowned. The issue of a broken Tao heart is both severe and simple. Unlike when Wang Wei was in the lower dimension, where there were limited resources or methods to deal with the issue of Tao heart, it would be pretty simple for these second-step transcendents, at least in terms of methods. The problem is time and sensitivity. The methods they can use to address a broken Tao heart as soon as possible require careful cultivation. Higher beings can too easily influence a lower entity. That's why great emperors and empyreans are not recommended to use a foreign paragon artifact for too long. At the same tier, the issue is even more concerning. Healing a broken Tao heart involves affecting a cultivator's mind, soul, spirit, and even willpower. If these tribunal lords are not careful in the process, they will accidentally influence their target. At first, this influence might not be noticeable, but it will show up during the sanctification process and ruin everything. As such, they would need to be extra careful and sensitive when healing another Tao heart. The problem is that there are too many people affected, and more importantly, none of these tribunal saints care enough to waste the time to help even one of those soldiers. There is no kinship, friendship, or allyship between them. So why would these tribunal lords go to all the extra effort to heal each individual carefully? I can create a dream world that condenses a physical manifestation of their broken Tao heart in the shape of heart devils, the true dream Lord uttered. By confronting and defeating the heart devil, they can heal their Tao heart. However, as you can expect, such a process is slow and tedious. I can add the mind, body, and will incantation that can heal Tao heart, Trinity Venerable added. I have the Zen Mind reincarnation mantra with the same effect, the erudite Duchess added. I can add the heart soothing key as another bonus, the source key Cardinal commented. I have a way that can combine everybody's methods for the optimal effect, Wang Wei stated. As soon as the true Dream Lord spoke, he remembered the program XIN that he created for the lower dimension dream world. She was the cultivation world's version of a therapist designed to help people heal their Tao heart. If these people could use their techniques, abilities, and knowledge to create a new and improved XIN, the problem of broken Tao heart might be fixed in record time. It's indeed a good way to accelerate the recuperating time. The erudite Duchess nodded after hearing about XIN. Time was of the essence, so they did not waste it. The creation of XIN and the subsequent dream world by Wang Wei's request only took a few thousand years. But only a few seconds have passed outside the meeting room, due to the time Cardinal's help. Wang Wei immediately left afterward to take care of these mentally injured soldiers. Meanwhile, the tribunal lords started repairing the heaven and earth origin cycle array and upgrading it. They continued using the scattered worlds floating in primordial chaos. Resources were limited, and these worlds, which contained a heavenly Tao, laws, spiritual energy, and countless souls, were still the best materials. The entire process was slow and methodical because everybody was on guard. The erudite Duchess and the Slaughter ancestor did not even enter seclusion to recuperate their injuries, as they wanted to be on guard in case of an attack from the infinite divine court. The team also left the 13 pillars of destruction alone to prevent stepping on the nerves of the court. Central Command Room. Wang Wei kept close eyes on the development of the dream world and XIN's work. Based on Wang Wei's suggestions, the tribunal lords programmed XIN not to reveal the information or state of any of the people she is treating, not even to Wang Wei. However, she can provide reports on how many people have chosen to use the program, their progress, and how close they are to repairing their Tao heart. Once this job is finished, I'll take XIN 2.0 with me back home, Wang Wei schemed. Recent events have proven that even saints can have their Tao hearts broken. So having such an artifact for healing is an excellent foundation. The tribunal lords don't care about such a thing, and even if they did, they now know how to create one. Wang Wei was confident in pocketing this thing without any issue. With a few tweaks, I might be able to program it into an artifact to help people condense a Saint Tao heart. Wang Wei muttered to himself, his eyes shining with a brilliant twinkle. XIN 2.0 was the product of more than 5 tribunal saints, although their purpose was only to deal with a saint-tier Tao heart. And they did not go all out. Her value is beyond words to describe. There was too much to do now that XIN was working correctly, so Wang Wei checked his military contributions. A grin wider than the Joker flashed on his face. The tribunal lords did not treat him unjustly. It was expected. His command was top tier. always using the best, fastest, and most cost-effective methods against any of the enemy's attacks. Wang Wei has never thrown a punch since the beginning of the expedition, but his effect in the entire war was greater than 100 saints. Bye, 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 Wang Wei chanted. In a matter of seconds, all the refining path stones on the exchange list disappeared. He even used his authority as commander to send a message telling people he was buying the stone at a price 10 higher than the list price. People did not know why the commander needed so many stones, but many were more than happy to sell them, either for the price or to make friends with Wang Wei. With enough resources, it was time to perfect his freedom seed. However, as he was about to leave an avatar to oversee things while his main body entered a brief retreat, he received a communication or invitation for a visit. What does he want? Wang Wei murmured. His first instinct was to deny the request, but ultimately he decided otherwise. Maybe there was room for reconciliation. A few seconds later, a handsome middle-aged man with red hair with black tips, a white robe, and deep, blue, flaming eyes walked into the room. Commander, Saint Ink Flame saluted with cupped hands. Sir, I don't think we're familiar with each other, Wang Wei calmly stated without even standing from his seat. Truly, as the information said, he is petty and easily holds a grudge, Saint Ink thought to himself. However, as an ancient saint, he knew how to bend and stretch, so he shamelessly conjured a cushion to sit opposite Wang Wei. Commander, I'll be direct, Saint Ink Flame said. I offended you during the previous mission, and I sincerely apologize. You know how us flame cultivators are usually hot-headed. In the heat of the moment, I was scared and acted on impulse. Wang Wei wanted to praise this man's thick skin. While a person's Tao or law can indeed influence their personality, that is only for low-level cultivators. How could such a thing happen to a saint? The man's action was calculating, just like his presence in this room. Fellow Taoist, talk is cheap, Wang Wei smiled. I know, hence why I brought an apology gift, Saint Ink nodded. A large stone materialized in his hand. This is a rare, superior refining path stone. Its effect is comparable to at least 300 regular stones. The ship has sailed. I already have enough. Is that so? In that case, how about? Saint Ink Flame offered countless possible remuneration, from massive amounts of military contributions to merit and rare items on the exchange list. However, Wang Wei rejected them all. The peaceful and jovial atmosphere slowly turned oppressive and somber. Fellow Taoist, are you even interested in reconciliation? Saint Ink Flame asked in a deep voice. I am. My motto has always been to have more friends than enemies, Wang Wei calmly replied. You're just not offering anything I'm interested in. The saint, with a somewhat volatile personality, as he himself proclaimed, exhaled deeply to calm down. What exactly do you want? I saw the unique flames you used. I want a seedling. Impossible, Saint Ink Flame immediately denied. That flame contained the secrets of his sanctification. How could he easily give it to anybody? That is my offer. Take it or leave it, Wang Wei shrugged. Anyway, your offense against me wasn't a big deal. It's fine if we don't reconcile. I'm not petty enough to attack everybody who has wronged me. So hypocritical, Saint Ink Flame thought to himself. Whoever believed such nonsense should have the word fool tattooed on their foreheads. Anything but this, he argued. I can even promise you to do 3 things for you, even if it's immoral, and as long as you're not purposely putting me in grave danger. Wang Wei sighed. The more you don't want to give me that flame, the more I want it. Chapter 1765. Allyship Ancestral Flame. Wang Wei only thought the flame was interesting and might have some research value for Yen Liling. But based on the Saint Ink Flame's reaction, he realized its preciousness. Now, he was more determined than ever to get his hands on a seedling. Who knows? The seed might be the key to Liling's enlightenment. Saint Ink Flame calmly stared at him. For a moment, he considered eliminating this bastard. After the investigation, people have already determined that Sovereign Tao eyes die from a potent calamity key. So, as long as he was careful, Ink Flame was confident Wang Wei couldn't harm him. However, 2 things made him hesitate. Firstly, Wang Wei had become too powerful politically. Sovereign Dao Ai's death and the previous speech had already secured his position as commander. Still, after the recent attacks, everybody else saw his tactical brilliance and, more importantly, the faith and confidence the tribunal lords have in his abilities. With such power, it's not difficult for Wang Wei to plot a saint's death without the key of calamity. Then, there's his terrifying talent, Saint Ink Flame analyzed. He asked the people from the Eternal Ascension world and even bought information about Wang Wei. And he was shocked. Even the most basic information these people sold was enough to see how monstrous a talent their commander was. This is a man with great talent and blessed with destiny. With the advent of the Transcendent Age, he'll not only sanctify, but he's guaranteed at least 12 pillar. No, maybe even achieving the legendary 13 pillar, the Zenith Foundation. As an ancient saint, Ink Flame was quite decent with a foundation of 10 pillars. And he only started with the 9 pillars, but was lucky enough to find a method to improve during the ultimate taboo. As such, he knew that if he waited until Wang Wei was sanctified, then he would have no chance. "Don't even think about killing me," Wang Wei suddenly said. "The Methriel Buddha is basically my grandmother. If I died, she would slaughter you and everybody you love." Saint Ink Flame's mouth twitched. "Fellow Taoist, what are you saying? We are only having this conversation to reach a peaceful agreement. Why are you saying these unpleasant things? Is that so? It seems I was a bit paranoid." "My apologies," Wang Wei nodded. Saint Ink Flame exhaled deeply. "I can give you the flame, but this is something related to my transcendent path. Fellow Taoist, I must say it pains me to just hand it over like." Wang Wei glanced at him, understanding what he was implying. Ink Flame did not want to use something so valuable just to quell the small enmity he had created with Wang Wei. "I'm not unreasonable." Wang Wei nodded, and with a wave of his hand, he conjured a table with tea. After serving himself and Saint Ink Flame, he sipped before speaking. "As I said, I prefer to make friends over enemies, and I think you would find many benefits in becoming my friend." "You mean?" Saint Ink Flame's eyes lit up. "The help I can provide you in this expedition is limited. After all, we are under the Tribunal Lord's eyes, and I must maintain a certain level of professionalism." Wang Wei smiled. "However, things are different after the expedition." Flames flashed inside the saint's eyes, but he swiftly extinguished them. With a calm mind, he analyzed these words and their implications. Back home, all eyes should secretly be on the Eternal Ascension world, right? I want to deny it. It's an irrefutable fact that at some point, everybody will try to either intervene or have a piece of the action in the Eternal Ascension world, Wang Wei continued. He looked at the saint in his eyes. "Wouldn't you have an advantage during that period if you had an ally from the inside?" "I would be lying if I said it wouldn't he. Are you truly willing to allow foreign intervention, even going as far as cooperating?" Saint Ink Flame could not help but ask. It's common knowledge that the majority of cultivators are xenophobic and do not appreciate foreigners intervening in the affairs of their home world. Wang Wei sighed heavily. "We don't have much of choice. Are things that bad? We could have held on for a while. But this damn expedition forced us to send some of our best members. I cannot fathom what the world will be like by the time we return." The flames in Ink's eyes flickered, but he quickly extinguished their excitement. "The harsher the situation of the Eternal Ascension world is, the less resistant its natives will be to foreign intervention." So, he took a moment to analyze whether Wang Wei was telling the truth. "He probably is," Saint Ink Flame concluded. "They know their world had 2 new saints, and a previous civil war left only the Buddhist one. Now, she was forced to partake in this expedition, probably leaving the world defenseless. I agree to this deal." Saint Ink Flame immediately nodded. The agreement was swiftly signed. To be precise, a binding preliminary agreement. Ink Flame had no idea of the current situation of the Eternal Ascension world, and Wang Wei did not want to reveal much. So, they decided on a preliminary partnership, and after Saint Ink Flame descended on the world, they could negotiate their collaboration. Of course, Ink Flame also handed the flame's seedling to Wang Wei, but as part of the agreement, Wang Wei cannot plot against him during the expedition. Maybe I should make a few more allies, Wang Wei thought as he watched the fleeting back of Ink Flame. Mithria has already decided to lure foreign intervention to deal with the infinite divine Cordes invasion. Wang Wei agrees with this approach, but he also believed that the people intervening should all be weaker than Mithria. In other words, they must be saints below the 12 pillars strength. Only such a group can be controlled to do their bidding without worry about them overthrowing the board and taking all the advantages. Wang Wei turned his head to the distance. Something he has been thinking about suddenly popped into his head. Why haven't the tribunal lords intervened in the Eternal Ascension World S affairs yet? Are they waiting for something? Or is something or someone, most likely Grand Tao, suppressing them? Is it even our decision to decide when foreign intervention is permitted? Wang Wei sighed to himself. He needed answers, but there wasn't anyone present to give him any. Regardless, he's prepared to use time during this expedition to get some from someone. Saint Ink Flame was a decent outlet, but there trust isn't there yet. Wang Wei might need to do him a few favors before he's willing to speak. The second outlet is the tribunal lords, but that might require a higher price. This flame is interesting, Wang Wei murmured. A preliminary analysis indicated that this unique flame, which the saint called Ink Flame, a name Wang Wei felt was truly horrible, was the result of fusing countless spiritual or heavenly flames. Any decent flame, Tao Paragon, can fuse millions, even billions of heavenly flames, but the result would not be a unique saint flame. It would just be a potent chaos flame. So, what makes this thing unique? Wang Wei closed his eyes to comprehend the essence of this flame. At first, he only saw countless flames with unique characteristics. Ice Flame, Yin Suppressing Flame, Yang Thunder Flame, Desire Flame, etc. All signs indicated that this Ink Flame was the same as a Chaos Flame, maybe one with a bit of uniqueness. However, Wang Wei believed in his analysis and persisted in his comprehension. Is this thing based on the concept of the first flame between heaven and earth? No, it feels like it has even more potential than this. What is it? It seems to be on the tip of my tongue, yes. The ancestral flame. What a genius idea. This man fused countless heavenly fires not to pursue the path of chaos, but to create a fire that could be considered the origin or ancestor of all flames. Once he found that breath of origin, he probably fused it with his soul to transcend all flames in all heaven and earth. If I'm right, 99.999 of flame attacks do not affect this man. The only reason Wang Wei does not say 100 is that he does not believe in absolutes, and the laws of this world follow a strict hierarchy. No Saint-Tier flame attacks may work on Ink Flame, but one from a tribunal lord would probably decimate him in seconds. The fact that he could survive a few seconds would be proof of his excellence. However, from what I know, Saint Ink Flame is an ancient saint with the strength of 10 pillars. With such a brilliant method, how could he not reach at least 12 pillars? It seems that while transcendent methods have a significant effect, the cultivator's foundation and achievements are worth even more, Wang Wei murmured. Chapter 1766. Temporary peace. After reminding himself of this truth, Wang Wei focused on the seedling. This item has immense value for two members of the Tao opening sect, Qiyuan and Yan Liling. Although Wang Wei has already handed over the universal soul quintessence method, Qiyuan still needs to modify it. More importantly, Qiyuan might not want to use this method. As someone whose name literally means origin of Qi and who cultivated the Tao of origin, the seedling was perfect for him. Meanwhile, Yan Liling follows the transcendent path of pure skill. Flame manipulation is a fundamental skill required for all alchemists. She will definitely find inspiration from the Ink Flame, and even if she did not, just using it as her primary alchemy flame should bring immense benefits. A smile crept on Wang Wei's face as he placed the flame away and entered his seclusion. Infinite Divine Court Base, Reverse Black Stone Array. Jiang Yu was acting as the acting commander while all the tribunal lords attacked the invaders. A screen manifested before him, displaying all the array cores already destroyed. After trying and failing to stop it, Jiang Yi went on the offensive and cast the Vengeance Spirit spell. However, the primordial being's response to his attack was swifter than he had anticipated. Their commander is quite talented, Jiang Yi muttered. He unleashed the second level of the spell, using the devastation caused by these invaders against them. But he did not expect the enemy commander to call him a hypocrite by summoning the vengeful ghost killed during their invasion of this timeline. A screen suddenly popped up to alert him of an emergency in the core array. After swiftly dealing with them, Jiang Yi focused on the enemy's counterattack. Without much hesitation, he activated the darkness beneath the light. In its early days, the infinite divine court suffered countless casualties because of the power of obsession and the vengeance of those they had killed during the expedition. So, the highest sovereign spent time creating the technique darkness beneath the light. Even the brightest of lights will be accompanied by darkness. The infinite divine court has brought hope and salvation to myriad races and beings, but the process has involved ruthless invasion and the amassing of resources. The highest sovereign does not shun the darkness or hide it like something to be ashamed of. Instead, he embraced it. Any creatures hit with the darkness beneath the light will be sent into the infinite divine court's darkness to be used by them. As for what that darkness is, well, only a few individuals at the top of the empire know. After dealing with the counterattack of these vengeful spirits, Jiang Yi was about to contemplate his next move when something occurred. The enemy retreated faster than cats whose tails stepped on, and soon afterward, a terrifying palm materialized out of nowhere. Sueji? Damn it! Jiang Yi felt no joy about this sudden change. He knew what her interference meant. In his excitement, a slight golden light flashed in his eyes, and his body released a terrifying emperor aura unlike anything he should have been able to. A terrible pain suddenly flashed deep in Jiang Yi's soul, which allowed him to regain reason and his former bearing. Still unwilling, Jiang Yi turned to glance at the heavenly wolf-con next to him, but he did not respond. Although he agreed to cultivate the Emperor Light scripture, he still wanted to resist the call of the light for as long as possible. Sadly, his resistance meant a delay in establishing the connection with the highest sovereign. Let us hope Sueji can call these people. Otherwise, we will no longer tolerate your resistance. The myriad-gored empress coldly snorted. Unlike the Khan, she had no patience for Jiang Yi, who was simply ruining their plans. If it were up to her, she would have long wiped his consciousness and turned him into a puppet dedicated to cultivating that scripture. Jiang Yi ignored these people. To his knowledge, no one who has ever become a vessel has gone far in the path of cultivation, even if they are perfectly revived, and all side effects are eliminated. Although there is no direct proof, the consensus is that there is a hidden backlash to becoming someone's vessel, and the higher the cultivation, the more serious the damage. Although he is already resigned to his fate, Jiang Yi wanted to fight for an opportunity. As the saying goes, Heavenly Tao contains 50 paths. It evolves 49, leaving one path or door open for all sentient beings. Jiang Yi believes that by resisting for as long as possible, when he is revived, maybe he will have a chance of breaking the hidden curse of vessels. Boom! The last strike fell. But everybody's worst-case scenario still occurred. These pests of invaders survived. They waited, and as expected, a few seconds later, a woman whose beauty could be described as otherworldly appeared in the room. She was wearing a low-cut black dress, showing her long legs, barefoot with a golden bracelet around her ankle. Two fluffy, white fox ears hung on her head, along with a beautiful tail with golden marks. Is everything all right? Myriad-gored Empress immediately asked. However, Sueji's response was to vomit a mouthful of blood. The Empress approached to help, but Sueji stopped her. The backlash was more severe than I thought, Sueji explained. She glanced at everybody before stopping on Jiang Yi. With one glance, she understood his situation. I will immediately enter seclusion to recuperate. Once I'm out, I will tear a hole big enough in the timeline's blockade for His Majesty to descend. I understand. Sueji did not waste another breath before disappearing. A few seconds later, these tribunal lords could feel an intense power of life and death time, and even nourishing energy from the source key space entering the depths of the base where she had retreated. With complete control of the grand constructs, Sueji's recovery should be swift, but her type of existence injury, which could be described as Tao injuries, is not easy to heal. What should we do next? Star Manifestation asked. Should we attack them? A few rats have entered the array's core area, Jiang Yi suddenly said. Before activating the darkness beneath the light, he detected countless people entering the core area. Although he killed most of them, a few escaped his wrath. You should check to see if they did something. These second-step powerhouses frown before using their immense divine sense to check all the 3,800 array core worlds. I detect anomalies in worlds 3, 46, 645, 876, 987, 1765, and 2876, the Yin-Yang origin dragon revealed. However, all karma and information of what they did have been wiped clean. Same, the heavenly Wolfcon added. Let us try again with the power of the River of Fate. The benefit of controlling all 6 grand constructs immediately showed itself. Unfortunately, when the Primordial Tribunal Lords sent Group A to set up spatial beacons for the upcoming invasion of the Array's core, they prepared for many possibilities, including this one. Should we destroy these worlds? The Nine-Spirit Lion's Saint asked. This may be the only way, the Myriad Gourd Empress commented. No, Heavenly Wolfcon said, trying to control himself not to roll his eyes at the stupidity of these people. This array requires an unprecedented level of precision. Not only can we not destroy it, but we also can't even change anything, Jiang Yi explained. The conditions for the reverse black stones to be created or mined were truly a nightmare. So many things have to go right before having the slightest chance at success. That is why even someone as powerful as the highest sovereign cannot easily create this material, leaving the entire court to rely on a few bases to produce them. We will prepare traps in these worlds, Star Manifestation commented. Since they have design for them, they must come at some point. As long as we are prepared, we can deal them a devastating blow. For now, that's all we can do. The Heavenly Wolfcon sighed. There is movement, the Yin-Yang origin dragon reminded. The projection in the meeting room showed the enemy moving countless worlds to repair their array. Should we attack? 2 of them are injured, so this should be an opportunity, the Khan analyzed. However, we also need to fix our own array. With more than 3/4 of the outer cores destroyed, the reverse black stone has stopped working, and while the inner areas can still produce the stones for now, it's only a matter of time before they also stop working without the proper support. I think we should preserve the temporary peace. After all, the more time passes, the more advantage we will have, Star Manifestation shared with the group. As long as Sueji heals her injuries, their chances of surviving this ordeal will dramatically improve. What about their pillars of destruction? The Myriad Gourd Empress reminded. Are we just going to watch them rebuild them? No, we will attack if they try, the Heavenly Wolfcon declared. But for now, let us use this temporary peace to our advantage. Chapter 1767. Disappearance Heaven and Earth Origin Cycle Array. Paragon Quarters 7654G. A heavenly music echoed in the room, and with each string of the kin, Su Shi's aura fluctuated as it slowly rose. Then, it reaches a zenith before slowly retreating as if nothing had happened. From any perspective, she now resembled a mortal. Su Shi opened her eyes and exhaled deeply. Congratulations on healing your Tao heart. Sawangji's voice echoed in her mind. You know, you could have saved so much time had you used that XINR system. I know Wang Wei very well, and I can tell he will try to get his hands on it. I don't want him to acquire my information, especially something as sensitive as the state of my Tao heart, Su Shi calmly stated. Humans and your complicated relationships, the Death Chaos Demon, God, shook her head. Based on what she's learning about Wang Wei, it seems he was friends with Su Shi and helped him on numerous occasions. She also reciprocates the favor when she can. But they still plot and scheme against each other, making her wonder whether they were friends, enemies, rivals, or something else. Anyway, I have good and bad news. Which you want to hear first? Start with the bad. Why would you want to start your day with bad news? So Wangji scoffed. The good news is you've finally met the minimum eligibility to condense a St. Dao heart. Although you might still need a few more opportunities, you're now qualified to have such power. Su Shi groaned softly while caressing her temples. After so many years, she should not be surprised by this woman's strange and eccentric personality, but blame her naivety for falling for it every time. Well, keep going. The bad news is your husband has disappeared. What? Don't you think you should have started with that? I thought the good news would soften the blow. What happened to him? Su Shi asked. Why? How? And where did he disappear? So many questions. Which one do you want me to answer? A terrifying killing intent emanated from Su Shi's body. All right. I'll talk, so Wangji immediately said as she felt a shiver down her spine. About 65 yuan epoch ago, he recovered from his injury and took an exploration mission. Then, his presence suddenly disappeared. I can't even sense my brother's presence. Hasn't he reported back? The rules of exploration missions require that information be sent back at least once every 30 yuan epochs. I don't know about that. Su Shi realized this was a stupid question, so Wangji was stuck with her, and during the expedition, the Chaos Demon God would not dare easily use her divine senses or powers under the noses of the Tribunal Lords. So, she stood and headed to the mission hall to check whether Lin Fan had at least sent a report back. The results were negative. Do you remember where he disappeared to? Of course. A set of coordinates appeared in Su Shi's mind. She did not hesitate to send a request in the mission hall for a rescue mission. She did not hide the fact that the missing person was her husband. As expected, she was soon granted permission to leave the base. The fact my application was approved so fast means Wang Wei has taken notice of the situation, but that is not necessarily a bad thing, Su Shi said. She first tried to contact her teacher, but he was also still in retreat. So, after leaving a message, she hopped on her primordial chaos boat and headed to the last coordinate Lin Fan was detected. It's here? Su Shi asked, glancing at the endless emptiness and chaos of matter or debris. I have triple-checked, and it's south indeed this place. A frown was instantly plastered on her heavenly visage, supreme chaos eyes. Her pupils turned dark purple before Barato, every inch of the surroundings, trillions of light years. After failing to detect anything, Su Shi did not give up and tried a few other approaches, but all to no avail. Let me take over for a moment, so Wangji said, and Su Shi acquiesced. One of the first things she bought with her military points was a top-notch Nexus contract to ensure a better relationship with that eccentric chaos demon god. With such a guarantee, their bond and trust have improved significantly. Su Shi underwent a subtle shift in her aura and demeanor. She seemed a bit more arrogant, more noble, more mischievous, and more frightening. Her eyes returned to their original state, but her pupil appeared to contain a darkness that only death could bring. As she gazed intently at the endless nothingness and primordial chaos, she frowned. Did you find something? There is good. I'm warning you. Su Shi snorted coldly. You're so boring, so Wangji sighed. There's an entrance around here, but the power involved is beyond my current abilities. No, even at my peak, I might not be able to open it. Such a level of power. Do you think it has something to do with the infinite divine court? Is there some kind of hidden secret they left here, and Fan discovered it? Probably not, so Wangji denied. This power is ancient. I'm talking about the early beginning of the universe level of ancient, which is probably earlier than the Court-S invasion. More importantly, I suspect it has some connection to my race. You mean this timeline as Chaos Demon Gods? As soon as she said this, he remembered that Lin Fan was searching for information about this world as Chaos Demon God. Do you think this hidden place is where the last battle between the two factions took place? Most likely. If that is true, this is an unprecedented opportunity, Su Shi uttered with shining eyes. However, they immediately dim. So what? We can't even access it. So Wangji remained quiet for a few seconds. What do you want to do? Leave it alone, or share this information, and use someone else's help to enter? Susi Thao Wen. Her first instinct was to keep the information private, allowing Lin Fan to reap all the benefits. However, her rationality took over, and she calmly analyzed the pros and cons. I'm worried that your brother will find the remnants of his alternate self and use it to regain his strength, Su Shi uttered. Moreover, knowing Wang Wei, he will definitely send someone to track my location and check the area. If you want to open this place, you'll have to report to the tribunal lords. However, with your status, the chances of them noticing you're almost zero, meaning the best option is to go through the commander, so Wangji suddenly said. I finally understand what you mean when you say he seems inevitable. A person with a destiny that can easily draw or bind the people around him like a tangled web. How terrifying. Susi Salet deeply. She had made a decision. So Wangji, who shared a body with her, knew her choice. Do you understand that the opening of this secret realm will have a widespread effect? Susi note that she does not believe for a second his people can open this secret realm without notifying the infinite divine court. And once it's open, the course of this expedition will take an unexpected turn, and no one knows in which direction the wind will blow from now on, or if it will even blow ever again. Very well. Su Shi hopped on her primordial chaos ship and promptly returned to base. Without wasting a single minute, she headed to the central command to see Wang Wei. Teacher? Xiao Shi, what are you doing here? I should be asking you this. My mission involved Wang Wei, so I came to settle the karma. Emperor Kong revealed. I see. Su Shi nodded. What about you? I'm here because of Fan Er. Did something happen to him? He.S. missing. Su Shi replied. Haven T, you checked your communication talisman? I sent you a notification. Not yet, Emperor Kong admitted. What do you mean he.S. missing? It's a bit complicated. I'll tell you later, but for now, I need Wang Wei's help. On peut confondre. If it's an issue of strength, I'm more than capable now. He revealed a bit of his aura, which shocked Su Shi. The last time she checked, her teacher's cultivation had advanced since she created her second ultimate skill. Back then, he was only a C-class primal. But now, she sensed the same power she felt from Empress Wu and Ying Zheng during their legendary battle. Teacher, you didn't use some crooked method that ruined your foundation? It would be terrible if her teacher ruined his future for momentary gain. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Then, let us just say there are endless benefits to being a destiny chosen one. Emperor Kong smiled. I see. Let us get back on the topic. Can I help you? Unless you have a way to contact the tribunal lords, I'm afraid not. It's that serious, huh? On peut commuter. Unfortunen, souci sai.